mask. You want a tight seal. Well, you can't have a big old fucking. So that makes sense. Handlebar mustache. That makes sense. Yeah. So he just kept the stash. Yeah. He kept it.
I think that's why he had that mustache. I think that's the thing.
I bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know that that gas was created by Fritz Haber, who also created the Haber method for extracting nitrogen from the air, which is responsible for 50% of the world's fertilizer? Yeah, he was.
Is that called the Cyclone B or no?
Yes. Well, Zyklon A was the gas that was originally used where you could smell it.
Yes.
And the idea of the smell was supposed to let you know that this is dangerous, get the fuck away from it.
Right.
Zyklon B, they took the smell out so that they could gas the Jews. So this guy created this gas that they were going to use in World War I, and he was being wanted for crimes against humanity. At the same time, he was going to win a Nobel Prize for creating the Haber method for extracting nitrogen. Yeah. 50% of supposedly 50% of the nitrogen in everyone's body today comes from the Haber method.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy. The story's crazy.
It's an interesting. It's like two roads diverged in a way.
Yeah.
One of them is the fertilizer.
Not only that,
he was Jewish.
and so he wound up having to flee because they accepted him at first. Hey, this is the guy that gave us the gas, and they're like, no, he's a Jew. And so eventually he had to take off, and so he died of heart failure while he was fleeing.
So they made him flee because he was
Jewish.
He was Jewish.
Yeah,
he wasn't ripping them off on the gas.
It was gouging. It was gas gouging.
You don't think he was like, I'm the only one that can do this? I'm the only one. The margins are reasonable.
Oh, the whole story's crazy.
It is a crazy
His
story.
wife hated what he was doing, and she committed suicide in front of him. And she was still
dramatic,
still alive, but shot herself. And then he left the wife with his 13-year-old son to go to the front line.
Wow.
Yeah.
To fight with the Allies.
Well, to make sure that his gas gets implemented properly, these giant fans.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it was the first time they'd ever utilized that. Yeah, and supposedly that's where Hitler developed the love of that mustache. Because in order to have that gas mask to survive the gas, you have to have a tight seal on your face.
It's such a... These little snapshots into, just like, again, from the mustache to the gas mask, it's so crazy. The little snapshots.
Yeah.
It's a better name.
He used a false identity, which Citron specified as Adolf Schrittelmeyer. His account was supported by a photograph taken by the residents. Yeah, but the problem is when you change your first name, everybody forgets. If all of a sudden you became Mark, like, oh, sorry, Tim. It's too complicated. But if you became Tim Wilson, like, oh,
yeah,
just change your last name. That's not Tim Dillon, that's Tim Wilson.
And
you get a new head. You get a new head, like the Osborne girl.
Yeah,
and you can just blend right in.
I'd go to Peter Thiel's Satan conference with a whole new head. Yeah. He doesn't know who it is. He doesn't know who's sitting there.
You should just go and wear a burqa.
I should go to the Peter Thiel Satan lecture in a burqa.
Well, you can't get in. It's sold out.
It's sold out, and it's private.
Well, imagine buying a ticket to that. Like, what do you want to do? You want to go to the movies? No. You want to go see a concert?
Right.
I don't know. Peter Thiel's giving a lecture on the Antichrist.
It's clearly such a odd attempt at positioning whatever you want to do. We're trying to fight the Antichrist.
Or he has very esoteric interests, and this is just one of them. Like, if you're worth that amount of money and you're doing really weird stuff, like, I don't know why he brought me over the house to meet Eric Von Daniken. But I was not that influential back then. I was not someone that you would have on the radar as being the guy who was going to affect presidential campaigns.
Yeah.
I was the MMA commentator who was a dirty comedian who talked shit on the internet.
Right.
Like that was it. And I had Eric on my podcast before. And that's how Eric and I became friends. And he knew that I had a deep interest in, and I've read Von Daniken's book. I've watched his documentary, and I know that a lot of that stuff has been debunked. And that's one of the reasons why they wanted to be able to bring me over to ask him questions. And, you know, Von Daniken is a true believer of a lot of that stuff. And I used to think he was totally wrong, and now I don't. Like, if I interviewed him again today, I would have a different perspective. Because I used to think that the idea that we were visited by ancient aliens and that aliens helped them build the pyramids and all this stuff like that, I used to think that's all silly. What's really going on is there was a collapse of a very sophisticated civilization because of some sort of cataclysmic disaster. And then we're trying to make sense of this without an understanding of what the technology is. Now, I think both might be.
Well, yeah, I suppose it seems there's more interest now in the UAP phenomenon than there's ever been.
There's a lot of that, but I also think that's because, look, if you've been in charge of back engineering spaceships, so you've been in charge of lying to Congress and misappropriating funds in order to have the amount of money that you would need to do this stuff. And then through all of this, you've achieved substantial gains in whether it's fiber optics or whatever the technology that you back engineered, where you figured out how to make something that's like completely spectacular. You're in a situation where as transparency becomes more and more of the norm. Like one of the things that's going to happen with AI and then most certainly with quantum computing is all decryption, all encryption, all hiding, all that stuff goes away. It becomes a real problem with resources because almost all money is just ones and zeros. So like who's got access to it, who does, it's going to be nuts. Like solving all that's going to be nuts. But also hiding information is going to be virtually impossible. And if there's people that know eventually at one point in time they're going to have to pay the toll, right? So we've got to get ahead of this. And the best way to get ahead of this is like this Age of Disclosure documentary. One of the things that all these spooks, all these like former, you know, deep state guys who are now whistleblowers. I'm doing air quotes with my fingers for people who are just listening. They all talk about amnesty. This is the secret to all this stuff. The secret to the only way you're going to be able to do all this is you got to give amnesty for all the people that committed all these crimes, because the general public needs to know that this stuff exists. That's right. Yeah. So I don't know if that's the case, but I do know the historical accounts of us being visited are very consistent, and they've been going on forever.
Big dog.
I have no experience. I have nothing. I've never seen anything.
How did you hear about me, dog? Can you hear me? Executor. 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 You're just going to sit there like that and just not talk? Dog, did you find out about me from Kick? That's all I want to know. Oh, yeah, right on I did. Owner of Elias, Wrath something. Ma, phantom, nail, feral, mute, fractured drain, cut wire, grunge, spine, gloom, shard flesh, not for sure if these are taken, are used incorrectly. Alright, cool, man. Do you know about Kick? Oh, I hope you know about Kick. Like, oh, yeah, I saw your post. It inspired me. You're like, oh, tight, dog. That was sick. Did you just sit there and not talk? Losing. Dogs, how'd your fantasy football team do today? Mine out of nowhere had the best week that we've had. Man, go fuck yourself. Probably play with Hurricane Nate or some shit. Where's the YX or some shit? Where's person? Girl. Everybody, I'm executed. I suck. Oh, they've been a member here for a long time. But they just joined. Truck walk. Can't talk. I hope Andy Letterman listens to Timos and just has a whole fucking playlist. Do you want her to get with Brendan Shop? Fuck no. That girl's too good for him. What about Joanne? What would you tell Joanna? Go pack your bags and run. Take him for half. Go back to Guadalajara and live a nice life. You're not going to be famous unless I make you famous. And she'd probably be like, yeah, I mean, I've got 3 kids with this douchebag, and what do you want me to do? You want me to just straight up leave him? I mean, I can, but then what? Truck walk. I can't talk. Don't walk with me to my truck. Now, I'll walk with Andy Letterman to a truck. For sure. Why? Fucking Jewish hoe. All day long. Welcome to my truck. Truck walk. I can't talk. It's athleticism. Look at this move.
Except on a few things, but I'm not sober. I've never seen it, right? So it's all anecdotal to me. I've never held a piece of something that, oh my God, it's from another world. But my friend Jesse Michaels just went down to Peru, and they did all these medical scans of these tridactyl mummies, and they're not fake. Whatever the fuck these things are in the fetal position, they have all the ligaments and tendons. Their heads are huge. They look like a fucking alien. They have 3 fingers and 3 toes, and there's a few of them. They're like 3 feet tall, and these things are 1,700 years old, and they look exactly like all these things that people claim to see when they get abducted by aliens. That they're in Peru, which is the home of many of these monolithic, huge megastructure sites like Machu Picchu, and
a lot of the legends come out of there too.
Yeah, but also the Nazca lines, like immense artwork that you could only see from the sky. Yeah. Also, all their artwork, like they have ancient artwork depicting 3-fingered, 3-toed beings with big heads and big eyes.
Yeah.
What the fuck is all this stuff? What is all this stuff? It's got to be something. And so my approach to it, Jamie and I just talked about this yesterday. We go back and forth on the alien thing. I think some of it's probably real, and I think it might be where Egypt springs from, where the sub-Saharan Africa, like this whole thing where they think that maybe that was the center of Atlantis. That was right. Why were they so much more sophisticated than anybody else? How did they develop these kind of? How old are these goddamn structures? No one really knows. They're just guessing because it's stone.
Why does it feel like right now there seems to be a renewed interest in this stuff. Is it just the technology? Is it the internet? There are more people. There's more documentaries. There's more pop culture
for UAP stuff.
Yeah, is it? Are we ahead of some kind of disclosure, or are we? What is the? Why is this happening now?
Well, I think the New York Times in 2017 opened the dam. Right. That was the big thing when they published on the front page of the New York Times this story about UAPs with credible accounts. You know, I had Gary Nolan on the podcast recently, and one of the things he said is they have radar of that Tic Tac thing from 2004, where it goes from sea level to 50,000 feet in less than a second. He said, assuming this thing weighed 2 tons, which is like, a regular car, it would take all of the energy that the United States produces in a year to achieve that. To go that fast with a 4,000-pound thing, to go from 0 to 50,000 feet in less than a second. That's how much energy it would take to do that. That's real.
It's real. Yeah, no,
that's what's weird. Like, that's radar.
And you've had Ross Coulthard on, that guy?
No, I have not.
He's an interesting guy from Australia. They talk about stuff like this, and it's just, what's really hard about this stuff is you can never, it's a nebulous,
Exactly.
Because, we can talk about the CIA, we can talk about all these things that are provable and exist, and there's names and dates and names, and you could go, they manufactured this, or they, With this stuff, we're talking about government agencies without a name, or a name that's unknown to us, in locales we've never been, in underground cities. It's all very speculative for my taste. I don't doubt that some level of it happens, obviously. But we're talking about, I don't know how to even approach it. There's so many people talking about it that probably have no idea what they're talking about. It's so hard.
A lot of schizophrenics involved.
A lot of schizophrenics.
A lot of people that are just complete scam artists that are lying about having been abducted. There's a lot of ego involved. People want to be special. They want to be the type of person that the aliens are really interested in. It's hard. It's hard. And again, with no personal experience. But then when you talk to people that have had personal experiences, it's very odd how compelling they are.
I bet.
And they don't seem kooky. Like I talked to this guy, Travis Walton. He was abducted in the 1970s in the forests of Arizona. He doesn't seem crazy. He doesn't seem like a liar.
I bet he's not.
Bob Lazar doesn't seem crazy. Doesn't seem like a liar. And not only that, but a lot of things that Bob Lazar said turned out to be true. I think it was 1989 when George Knapp first interviewed him on television. He was hiding his face, but he was talking about Area S4. Area 51 wasn't even confirmed. That wasn't something that they really confirmed. The government didn't confirm until they tried to expand the boundaries of Area 51 in the Obama administration because too many people were going out there and filming things.
Right.
So they had to go, no, the place where you can't go is way further because you fucking assholes have big telescopes.
Right.
So he was talking about something that was completely unknown to the general public because it wasn't even just Area 51. It was Site 4. It was S4. And he talked about this place that now we know for sure they were doing these black ops, these black funded programs where they were creating military vehicles and they were flying people in and out of that area.
And who's doing it? This is a level of, we imagine this is like military intelligence that is not,
no oversight.
No oversight.
Yeah, no oversight.
President really doesn't know. Congress doesn't know.
Have you ever have you ever watched the Jeremy Corbell documentary on Lazar?
No.
You should watch it.
I would like to.
Fucking crazy.
Is it there? Is it
It's on Amazon, Netflix. It's on probably all those things.
Because that's the thing about me. It's like Congress doesn't know. President doesn't know. And then there's a lot of CIA stuff where they don't know about this. But this feels like another subterranean layer that very few people know.
Yes. And the way you're going to get these things done, like if you do have something, you have to back engineer it. Well, who do you bring in? Well, you bring military contractors. They make jets. Right. They make spaceships. Those are the people you bring in. You're not going to just get your...
And they sign a bunch of documents, and they don't say anything, and they're surveilled to make sure they don't say anything.
Exactly.
And if they say something, you kill them.
So the Lazar story was he worked for what is the lab in New Mexico? What's that place that? Why am I forgetting the name? The place that Lazar worked for in New Mexico.
God damn it. Los Alamos?
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Why am I? So he worked at Los Alamos Labs. They denied that he worked there, but he was actually on the employee roster. And there's articles in New Mexico in one of the local newspapers about Lazar being a genius who put a jet engine on the back of a Honda. Like he was a crazy propulsion guy. That was what he was interested in. That's what he clearly a brilliant guy. When you talk to him and you listen to him talk, clearly brilliant. And so they brought him to Area S4 and they said, and they had this spaceship that was sitting in a hangar, and they had an American flag sticker on it. And he said his initial thought was, oh, that's what's going on. So all these people that are seeing this thing, this is ours. Right. It's okay. Right. Makes sense. Then he started looking around it. He started getting, first of all, he said it was 3D printed or something. It didn't have any seams. And then it's not designed for human beings. It's designed for something that's 3 feet tall. And it doesn't have any controls inside. So there's some sort of a connection between the mind of whatever the fuck is running it and this thing. And then it had some very bizarre generator inside of it that he said used an element that was unknown. This element was called element 115. They have a stable version of this element. They bombard it with radiation, and it creates this sort of gravity force that allows it to bend space and time instead of using a traditional propulsion system. Right. So they didn't even, this element wasn't even proven until somewhere in the 2000s. With the Large Hadron Collider. So they got a very glimpse of this element. So now this element is a real element, but we don't have a stable version of it. But supposedly Lazar did, and one of the things that's alleged is that he escaped Area S4 with a piece of this stable element, and that he's been hiding this forever. So one of the things he did with George Knapp was he made a video demonstrating how this element bends space and time around it. And it's like, I gotta watch that doc. It is interesting. It's the one area I've never gotten super into. It's very difficult. The Corbell documentary is excellent. It's very difficult. It got me way back into UFOs. Yeah, I was ready to dismiss him again. I'm like, ready to leave. I'm back. But that's what supposedly it looks like. That thing right there. That makes sense. That's the sport craft. And that's what transported Hitler to Argentina. Well, that's where it gets weird too, because the Nazis were very interested in advanced technology. They were very interested in the cult. All of these big constellations of power are interested in the cult. Why is that? No idea. Because I feel like evil and good are real things, and that they can. Oh, for sure. And I also think that they try to they're interested in sources of power. That seems to be something they're interested in, sources of power. Yeah, and back in the 40s, people still they probably completely believed that sorcery was real. That's right. Some way to use spells and powers. And if you're trying to run the world like the Nazis were, and you're on meth. You're on meth too. You're on meth and you're trying to run the world. That's amazing. They had no idea that it was just all of the stuff, the witches and everything they believed. It was just so that Chris Jenner could get a third head. Thank you so much. As always, it's always fun. Hang with you. Always. I'll see you tonight. Yes, we're gonna have fun tonight at the club. That should be a good time. Awesome. Ron White's gonna be there. Yes, love it. We're gonna party. We're gonna have fun. Yes, sir. Thank you again. My pleasure. We'll talk soon. All right. Bye, everybody.
I can't talk. I can't talk. Can't walk in my truck. Welcome to my jungle. Dog. History. History, David. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Well, I'm Chug. Chug, what?
The Joe Rogan
I can't talk.
Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
My Chug.
All day.
My Chug, bro.
Ben, so excited to talk to you, man. I have been so looking forward to this.
The
Since
fuck
I saw your video on the laps in Egypt,
Are you fucking
Spoiler
serious?
there
Nobody does that.
appears to be a
This shit
40-meter
is so
long
hard.
metallic tic-tac shaped object. How
Chug,
deep into
what?
the ground?
It's in that. So it's in the central
I can't
atrium, which we'll get into what that is.
Are
But
you fucking
somewhere in the
serious?
realm of 60, 70 meters.
What
so,
is this
man,
bullshit?
what's that in feet? Like 200 feet, 150
Well,
to
look at my
180
job.
feet down,
And
something like that.
So,
Chug,
for
what?
anybody who's interested, what is the name of that video that
I
you put
can't
out?
talk.
I think it's the ancient structure, like it's said to be greater than the pyramids. I try to tease it a little bit, but
Timos.
it's on that. It's on my channel. I mean,
Well, it was a good tease. You got me.
Timos.
thank you.
I dove right in, and I remember I was in the gym while I was watching it, and I literally stopped working out. I was like, okay, I
10
gotta pause
minutes.
this. This is not something that I can consume while I'm
Shut
working
up.
out. I need to like really pay attention to this. 'Cause
Shut
It's so
up.
wild.
Yeah, and I honestly,
Again,
I'm
talk.
grateful for how like that video took off. Like for me, it took off way bigger than ones that I've done in the past. I've talked about the labyrinth in the past,
I can't talk.
and it's a much longer video.
Girl,
And
welcome to
I
my
was
show.
really glad to get the chance to
Welcome to
dive
my
into these
show,
details because
Mark.
I've been wanting to revisit the
I can't
labyrinth for a
talk.
long time.
You're
However,
welcome
there's
to
just
my
been
show.
recently a bunch of
No,
data
no one
that
gives
came
a
up
shit about
things
your
that happened
shit.
a decade or two
Word.
ago, or inside the last
Shit.
decade, that really changed that picture. And it was things like the Merlin Burrows scans that correlated other scans and also reported on. Yeah, there seems to be a metallic
welcome
object
to
down
my
there. And this
show.
isn't sort of crazy emerging science. This is a legitimate company that is using technology
No,
that's
no one
been well
gives a
established
shit. I mean, I just
in
wish the internet.
defense,
There's a
and
button.
in
It's like,
UK
no one
defense.
gives a
It
shit.
came out of the UK
Okay, $1
military.
million,
It's
never
technology
seen that
that's
again.
been more or less proven. So, and the guy that Tim Akers, rest in peace, unfortunately, he's since passed, but he, what he said about this object, like he is a credible guy to say this. He doesn't draw conclusions
Sure,
about
wow.
what it might be, but it's not
Stop.
wood, it's not stone, it's metal. It's not
Stop.
unlike other metal that he's seen, although they
Sure,
couldn't
wow.
classify what exact type of metal it is. But he
I
said,
can't
yeah, there is
talk.
in this central atrium,
Go walk in my
because
show.
the labyrinth has multiple levels, and it's almost like imagine yourself standing in a shopping mall, and you have that central atrium where you can see all these levels, and it's like this
Sure, wow.
big central chamber that connects to these multiple
I
levels.
can't
It's
talk.
open. It's at least 40 meters long. It's really tall, and in the center of it is what more than 40 because it contains this single sort of 40 meter long object that's sitting there.
So,
Take
how
your
did you
shit.
find out about the
And
labyrinth?
shut
Like,
fuck
this is
up.
something that has been
Oh,
talked
look at this
about
move.
for a long
My
time.
knee hurts.
Yeah,
I fucking
but
Tyreek killed this bitch.
no one
I Tyreek
It's
killed this
not in
bitch.
any like traditional archaeology books. It's not.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, no, it
No,
is. So the
no.
labyrinth is kind of this is the other part that drew me to it. Is that it isn't something that's coming out of left field, right? It's not like this. Oh, no one ever heard of this before. It's literally a structure that was written about extensively over hundreds of years in antiquity by authors like Herodotus, Diodorus Siculus, Pliny the Elder, Strabo, Polonius Melo. Like there's all of these writers of antiquity, and you're talking about time frames from like 500 BC up to the 1st century AD, had visited it, and they'd written about it and talked about it, and they gave it this legend. Guys like
Andy
Herodotus
Levin's
said
gotta
that
love
this
this
surpasses the pyramids in grandeur, and then you have
That's blowjobs
yeah,
you
so
never
this
gave.
this is from Herodotus' Histories in the 5th century BC, and he says, like, for this I saw myself and I found it greater than words can say. For if one should put together and reckon up all the buildings and all the great works produced by the Hellenes, the Greeks, they would prove to be inferior in labour and expense to this labyrinth. So he's saying that all of the temples of the Greeks, of ancient Greece, you've been there, you've seen the Acropolis, and just if you added them all up, the labour to produce them would be inferior in what it would take to just make this one thing in Egypt, the labyrinth.
That is underground.
That's underground, right?
How do conventional archaeologists approach this? Do they discuss this at all?
Yeah, so they do. It's been discussed. What happened was, so you had we always kind of knew where it was. So, you know, you have the classical authors of antiquity, which coincides with what you might call the Ptolemaic period of ancient Egypt. It's the transition from dynastic Egypt into becoming essentially a Roman province, like an imperial province of Rome. And that runs you up to about, 400 or 500 AD. And then sort of, civilization, we have the Dark Ages, sort of have Roman Empire collapse. And it's not until, again, you get to the Renaissance, you have and other authors are looking at these little accounts and they're talking about it, drawing it, some of the depictions you see, Labyrinth are in that. And then, again, not until the emergence of what I would call modern archaeology in the 18th century, so guys like Carl Lepsius in the 1700s started to look at these accounts and go and survey the place where they said it was. So, Herodotus and these authors, I selected the quotes here to just, there's a lot more that they say about it. But one of the things they talk about is they kind of give descriptions of where it is. They say it's near what was called Lake Moeris. And it's near a city that was the temple of the crocodiles, Crocodilopolis, or Arsinoe is the other name for it. You know where that is. And Lake Moeris sort of somewhat still exists. It's much smaller now, but it's in this region called the Fayum of Egypt. So if you ever look at Egypt on a map, you can imagine this desert, and you have from north to south, you have this green line of the Nile. Traces it down. But on the left side, you look at, there's this leaf-shaped depression that's all green. It's called the Fayum. It's a depression which used to flood with the Nile. Today they use it for agriculture. And it's right at that of the Fayum that connects up to the Nile Valley. And he also described it. They also described the pyramid that's at the site, because there is the pyramid to Amenemhat III on that site. So they give us all these descriptors, and everyone kind of agreed, yeah, so it's at this place called Hawara, where I've been to several times. There's still a pyramid there, and there's these great fields of sand and like little open libraries with chunks of stone. And what happened was, so Carl Lepsius went there, and he said, well, I've discovered the ruins of like a Roman town. It's built on the surface. There's nothing crazy about it. Flinders Petrie was the guy who kind of got the closest. Petrie went there in the late 1800s and early 1900s. And he was excavating. He dug down 7 or 8 meters. He got down and he found this massive stone slab of beton plaster that was huge, like 1,000 feet long. Like it was he sort of traced the edges of it. And he's like, I'm standing on the foundation of the labyrinth. So what he said is like, it's all gone. Like it's basically, Petrie said, it's been quarried. This place has been a source of stone for literally millennia. So it's gone. So pretty much everyone since then in archaeology, Egyptology is like, and if you look on Wikipedia, they'll tell you, it's gone. It was destroyed. It was quarried away. Petrie says, I'm standing on the foundation of it, the bottom layer, and that's it. There's nothing here. And so that's always been kind of the position of Orthodox Egyptology, looking at textbooks, that's where it is. But that's all changed because there's been a whole bunch of different now scientific expeditions there. This is where it gets into some intrigue, because the Matahar expedition, the Cairo University expedition, I mean, these happened. Their results have come out since, but they were covered up at the time. They were suppressed. So the first guy to read 2008 was the Matahar expedition.
They were covered up.
Yes. Yeah, so what is
our boy Zahi?
Yeah, Zahi is.
Zahi, sorry.
It was, and again, not my words, this is words of Louis de Courtier, he's a Belgian artist and entrepreneur who funded and drove the Matahar expedition. He did it in conjunction with the Supreme Council of Antiquities, which at the time was formed by Zahi Hawass. Also with the NRIAG, which is the National Research Institute for like basically subsurface studies. So that's those guys dragging that box around. So they used a whole bunch of different techniques to look at these areas around that pyramid at the site of Hawara, things like ground penetrating radar, geomagnetism, very low frequency, like seismic tomography, electrical resistivity tomography. There's a bunch of different techniques that are well established. Known science. This isn't like the cuff rest scan stuff, where it's like you can debate the merits of the technology. This is established technology. And they found the labyrinth. And what he found is that, yes, so what Lepsius said about the ruins of a Roman or Greek or Persian town with mud bricks and stuff, yep, that's there in the first few meters. You go down, then you hit the water table. So that's the other issue on this side, is the water table. So the water's at like 5 meters below the surface. And under that is the slab that Petrie found. So like 6-7 meters is at that huge slab that Petrie found that he thought was the foundation. And then below that, Petrie didn't dig deep enough. Below that, we can find essentially a labyrinthian structure of granite and very, very dense rocks and walls and like a maze-like structure that has walls that are meters thick. There's another great slide in there that's the green and it's the actual VLF front. That's it there. So yeah, so this is at 8 meters with VLF sounding, so you can see like this labyrinthine structure of these walls and all of these lines and walls. And these are like granite, and the scale of this, it's 100 meters vertically by 150 meters.
100 meters tall.
Well, no, so
Vertically?
no, so the y-axis, I guess, of this. So we're looking down in the ground here, but you've got to look at the scale. Like across the top, that's 150 meters, right? So, I mean, like 450 feet. So these are big walls. So it's big chambers and big walls.
For people that don't like a football field.
Yeah, it's a football field. Well, it's more. I mean,
100
I mean,
meters.
in Australia, it's my 100 meters is the football field, I think. I don't know how big.
Yeah,
pretty
well, it's
close
100 yards. What is the difference between 100 yards and 100 meters?
It's 100 yards is a little less. A little less. So 150 meters, and this is only a section of the labyrinth. They scanned 2 sections. The labyrinth itself is said to be much, much larger than this. So they found
Much larger than that.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah, no, it
What is the
extends.
overall structure?
It's like 1,000 feet at least. Like 3, 4, 5 times that size. I mean, you have to go back to we have some better indication with the more modern space-based scans now, but when they did the geophysical, like the ground penetrating radar scans, so they scanned 2 areas. That was the bigger one, like in front of the pyramid, then they did another one on the other side of the canal that runs through the site today, and they found it on both sides. So that's the difference between like what we say about the lab, like what the textbooks will tell you about the labyrinth, it not being there and it being destroyed too. No, we've actually, now there's been the Matterhorn expedition confirmed it was there. And so what happened, this was interesting, and I have I think reasoning for why this happened, but it was covered up, and these are the words like Louis de Cordier, he eventually got sick of waiting, because what happens in Egypt, anything you do, whether it's you're an academic institution or you're an individual or a group that's funding some sort of expedition, you work with the Council of Antiquities today, it's the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. But they essentially, it takes years to get access. And then once you do that, they control the release of information. So it's always part of the deal, right? It's that Egypt gets to do the announcing, and if and when they choose.
And they have dismissed things in the past that they then accepted later.
Yeah, a great example is the Scan Pyramids project. So they got ahead of themselves a little bit. This is the muon detection, the cosmic ray detection stuff. They've been running that experiment for years at Giza in the Great Pyramid. They put and every time I go in there, there's always different sets of equipment at different places on it. But these muon detectors, they have them under the ground and in the ground gallery, and it just takes years to collect data. Occasionally, these cosmic particles, they'll pick one up, and you're able to detect voids. Or, they can somehow tell the difference between it traveling through solid matter versus a void. It takes years to build up a resolute picture. But once they did, they said, oh, okay, so we've discovered that big void in the pyramid, but they'd also discovered the small void at the main entrance. If you look up at today, there's those chevron blocks above. You go in down here at the Al Mamoun's tunnel, but at the top where the descending pass actually exits the pyramid, the original entrance, there's these big chevron blocks, and behind that's that chamber. So you remember a few years ago they made a big fuss, and as an example, like when the Scan Pyramids guys on their own initiative announced that we've made these discoveries, I mean, Dahi basically came out and said, this is bullshit, this doesn't exist. There's nothing there, and if there is something there, we knew about it already. and you go on a couple of years, and then now it's time to do the press releases and to roll out the footage. Who's standing at the podium making the announcement and showing that Zahi's doing it. Like
a fascinating situation over there with them.
Yes, I did a video. I just released it a few days ago. They got into some even more intrigue about stuff that's happened at Giza in the Giza Plateau in the 1990s, which we can get into that too. But so what happened with the Matterhorn expedition and the labyrinth was that 2008 and 9 they finished their on-site work. They're ready to release the data. They put on a very small public lecture at Ghent University in Belgium. No one really attended it. And then they got told to start, and again, in the words of Louis de Cordier, because he waited like 2 or 3 years and then he put this out there, he said that he was told to cease any and all discussion or release of information from the Matterhart project, and him and his team members were threatened with national security sanctions from Egypt, which means that, you know, I think it's a Lola, like if you come to Egypt, we'll arrest you, and if not, then maybe we'll come and get to you. I don't know. It's a national security sanction.
Isn't there a way to sort of massage that situation and to talk to Zani and say, listen, you can be the guy who found this?
That would have been the case. I think that was a given if it had been released. I actually think in the case, so it's funny, I kind of don't really blame him so much. I think this was a political decision, not so. I mean, people say, "Oh, you're telling the truth" and whatever. Yeah, okay, that's happening. There's new data. There's amazing find that changed the world. In my opinion, honestly, the labyrinth is the biggest archaeological discovery of the millennium. When we get into what that structure is and how big it is and the way it's reported in antiquity, there's nothing bigger than, like, Herodotus says, it surpasses the pyramids. Like, it's like finding more Giza, like the Giza plateau somewhere, like
under the ground.
Under the ground, like you can't. I just think it would be the biggest discovery of the millennium, which is part of the problem, because I think unfortunately in Egypt, and this is just my intuition and my sort of read of the situation, what's happened is that the reality is the groundwater level is rising, right? So it's kind of attacking that part of the site. At least the higher levels of the labyrinth for sure are suffering in this salty groundwater, right? It is going to slowly erode because that groundwater's come way up. We know it's come way up because Flinders Petrie, back in the late 18th, early 19th century, actually got in to under the pyramid. You can't today, if you go to that pyramid, there is a passage you can go down. You go down a few steps and just throw a pebble. It's just water and debris and mud.
So this water table, it has risen slowly over.
No, since the 1960s, since they built the dam. So it's the high dam. So what happened? This is the problem, right? So you've got all these factors. It's where it is. So it's Hawara, the neck to the phone. Now Egypt, I love Egypt. I go to Egypt a couple times a year, every year, and fantastic place. But they are they're food poor in terms of they're the net biggest importer of wheat. They eat all the agriculture they can get. The Fayum is a huge agricultural area. There's a huge irrigation canal called the Barwabi Canal that's been cut in there in the 1840s. Same guy built the Suez Canal, made it, cuts it in there. So you've got this situation of all right, we've got all this agriculture happening. We've got farmers' water rights messing with this, and it happens to be running through this ancient site that could be the biggest discovery of our time, and it's happening because we built a dam Nile. And what happened with the high dam in the 60s, there's a low British built in 1901, 1902, then they actually partnered with the Soviet Union to build this high dam. There's still a monument to Egyptian-Soviet Union friendship at the dam. It's pretty cool. But when they built that high dam, it essentially stops that yearly cycle of inundation of the Nile. So everyone, we always talk about the Nile flooding, right? Every year that it rains in Africa in the south, you get this huge flood that comes up the Nile, and it floods out, and you get this deposit of black mud and real fertile ground, and they would use that to farm. They built the dam. You get rid of that yearly cycle, right? And what happens, it seems counterintuitive because people are like, well, there's less water in the Nile. Well, no, what the dam did was eliminate the 9-month dry season. So you had the 3-month wet season, but then you don't have that 9-month dry season now. So you have essentially more water for more time in the Nile, which is having this effect of rising the water table. So you combine that with the size of Hawara and the project, the scope of the project to try and remediate and save or excavate, start working at the labyrinth. I mean, you're talking it's not an easy problem to solve on an area that size to try and get the water out, divert the farmers' water, deal with all of those problems, and then. So what I think the options you might have been left with here is well, it's either going to cost us an absolute bomb to try and do this for we don't know what sort of gain. It'll probably be a decade before that place is suitable for tourism. There's not much to see there even now. Or we basically say we've discovered it, but we're not going to do anything about it because it's too expensive, and you're going to face a lot of international criticism for that. So I think that the decision was likely made, in my opinion, complete speculation, that it's just easy to brush this under the table. This never happened. We never discovered this. This doesn't exist. Let's just go on selling tickets on the Giza Plateau and pumping water out to the Fayum for agriculture.
How short-sighted. Now, when you say millions, were you just going to say dollars, or were you going to say gallons of water?
No, dollars. I mean, I think the remediation project at Hawara would not be, it's not a simple thing. In fact, they did do, there was another expedition after the Matterhorn expedition this was 2009. Cairo University, along with a Polish university, went out there to try and figure out what is the deal with the groundwater. Where's it coming from? Like what direction? And what they were doing geological test pits and all these boreholes to figure out the water situation. According to them, that information was also covered up because they also did ground penetrating radar surveys, also confirmed the labyrinth. The guy who was in charge of that in Cairo University was actually put in jail again, this is on their report when the information finally came out in 2017. He lost his job, obviously, as part of it. So they covered that up too. But they had tried
Put him in jail for what?
I guess for working on the site. Like, I don't know. I don't know the reason. It's on their report, though. That's what they say, is that he was jailed because they allegedly halted the project and then put the guy in jail. This is what they say on the report from that expedition, that work, which came out like a decade after they'd done it. And I dig it up on the internet. I'm like, well, this is interesting because their results are interesting. But even after their work, their conclusion was, well, the water's a very complicated problem. It's coming from a couple different directions. Northeast is the shallowest, like it's coming in from this way, but it's also coming from another direction. They'd have to dig a lot more test holes in a wider area to really figure it out. And I think you'd have to start digging like remediation wells, put in pumps and just try and pump that down. If not, canal and trench that whole thing out like a massive site. And then you can start to worry about, all right, we're going to get some dirt out, start to excavate.
Could it be done without interrupting the farmers?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, I think we could do it. I think that you can divert and move the Barwabi Canal out of the way if you had to. I just think
Like holler at Jeff Bezos.
Don't worry on.
Someone with some deep pockets. Yeah. Like, don't you want to know?
You want to know? I want to know.
Yeah.
Well, the crazy thing is too is that according to because the story doesn't end there. Like when you get into the modern space-based scans, Merlin Burrows and the geoscan stuff, and I know that also I've met the guys from the Cuffray project. They are going to scan that site. We talked to them about it recently at Cosmic Summit, and then I think. What they're saying so far is that the lower levels, like, because this thing goes down, like I said, to nearly 100 meters. There's reported like levels down to 300 feet under the ground, and it seems like they might be free of water. So it's just like shallow groundwater, and once you get into the bedrock, and it's not a porous stone or whatever's underneath, just the top level sediment, it seems like Tim Akers said it looks like it's free of water. So the very bottom layers seem to be free of it.
So the actual labyrinth, the very bottom layers.
The labyrinth is multiple levels at least. So we know
it's possible that they could somehow or another from the side, they could tunnel below everything.
If you could,
below the water.
Yeah, you'd have to dig a deep tunnel. You could. I mean, that's also an option. Is to try. If you actually believe and you go with these scans, you know where that atrium is, you could probably try and get down there and just line a tunnel somehow and get down. That would be epic if we did that in our lifetime. I would love to see it. It'd be incredible.
It seems like a terrible travesty if they don't.
I agree, which is the reason I made that video in the first place. I wanted to draw attention to the labyrinth because it's just, I think it is like the biggest opportunity for us. In terms of massive discoveries in the ancient world, I can't think of anything that's bigger than that. I know the Cuscan stuff is super interesting. The claims are wild, but this is like known about. Like this has been talked about, and then it's been confirmed with multiple scans. You had Matterhorn expedition, you had Cairo University. I think it was Wrocław. I'm butchering that. The Polish university. Then you had Geoscan team, which was Klaus Doner, a friend of his who runs this German Geoscan space-based satellite thing. It's like a mathematical, statistical approach. They kind of use it to determine the elemental composition of stars is the best explanation I have. However, they have a track record of being able to find things like water and oil and gold under the ground. So they've been using that as a company for like people to go basically survey and then go dig, and they've done 3 or 4 of these and that. Okay, this is where you said it was. They scanned the labyrinth. They were the first space-based scan to come out and talk about it. Then you had Merlin Burrows, which is this ex-UK military technology that's very similar in technique to the Cuffray scan guys. Like, so they use synthetic radar or Doppler tomography. These guys are using like high-frequency orbital imaging with seismic data. So So it's very similar in the way they're in. That you're essentially, the description I was told is it's like, imagine dropping pebbles into a container of water, and if you could instantly freeze that container and lift it out and shine a light from underneath it, when you look at it on the top, you can see those ripples in 3 dimensions, but you're looking at it on a 2D scan kind of thing, and you can interpret them to show you the topography of whatever's in that 3-dimensional space. It's something similar to that. So
technology,
awesome, dude. It is.
It's so
wild.
It's so awesome that they just have the ability to do that and look at that. Beyond the cafe stuff, which, you know, I don't want to get disappointed. So I looked at that like it's too great, it's too amazing, it's too spectacular.
It's a huge time. Yeah,
And if it's true, oh boy, does that change everything about everything.
I mean, I'm in the camp of want to believe. Trust me.
Oh,
I mean,
I'm sure you are.
but I'm not. But I don't. I mean, I was skeptical initially when it came out. I've since certainly come around on the on the promise of the technology. My skepticism probably still exists in the layer between the scans as I've seen them and then the interpretations of the results.
The 3D,
exactly.
Yeah, what their interpretations of it are a little weird. It's because, like, you don't really have a crystal clear view of what this thing is, and yeah, you're making it look like it's some sort of a Tesla coil or whatever it is, like
giant cubes with these 4 tunnels. Yeah, I look at. We'll see, and I want to get into like the Osiris shaft, because that's another thing that, you know, I just recently put a video out about these other scans that have happened in the 90s, confirming that have since kind of been confirmed by the Cuff-Ray scan team work. But yeah, at the Labyrinth at least, the interesting thing to me that happened with these 2 wildly different techniques, right? So you have the geoscan, which is a statistical mathematical approach, space-based still, but then you have Merlin Burrows, which is a similar technique to the Cuff-Ray scan group. And it was used, I mean, just so this is what Tim Akers would tell you, it was used to detect submarines. They would look at like surface patterns on the water, and they were using it to basically track submarines under the water. So that's its origins, at least in the military, as far as I know. It's like the non-classified part of it, is what he said. At least reported to have said, I should say.
Are there ancient artistic depictions?
Yeah. I mean, not ancient, but certainly Renaissance periods, and it's I think some of it's symbolic, but we do get a lot of descriptions from those authors. So, for example, Herodotus talks about it being, 1,500 rooms on one level. Total of, he said there's 2 levels. He saw one level. He wasn't allowed to go to the lower level. He said that there's 3,000 rooms in total. Not just rooms, but also courts, massive open courts. These are like
Herodotus didn't have access?
Not to the bottom level, according to him. But Diodorus Siculus did, like that. These guys talk about, like, Siculus said that you needed a guide. You would get lost down there for days if you didn't have a guide to knew his way around. And then you have the same similar accounts from Pliny the Elder, and again these once you get accounts coming from multiple people over the span of centuries that are from different civilizations, both Roman and Greek, and they're correlating. It's like it's pretty reliable data at this point. It's certainly in history or in archaeology, that's your measure for, like, all right, there's a grain of truth in this, given that we've got the same thing coming from these different accounts that are essentially different civilizations that visited the same place. And what they say is astonishing. But all of them talk about there being hundreds, if not thousands, of rooms and twisting chambers, and then also giant open courts that might have 40 columns to a side, and all of it being done with just spectacular craftsmanship. Yeah, this is Diodorus Siculus, 1st century BC, talking about that, in respect of carving and other works of craftsmanship, they left no room for their successors to surpass them. He's saying that this is phenomenal work. And in the sacred enclosure, one found a temple surrounded by columns 40 to each side, and this building had a roof made of a single stone, carved with panels and richly adorned with excellent hangings. So 40 to a side, that's 80.
And how was this even lit?
Like, that's always a good question. That's a core question when you get into any of these subterranean spaces like the Serapeum. It's always, there's no soot, like,
right.
We don't know. The answer is we don't know. It wasn't with flame. Like, I don't think it was with flame. And then,
so you guys go back to Strabo's depiction. In addition to these things, there is the edifice of the Labyrinth, which is a building quite equal to the pyramids, a great palace made of many palaces, For such is the number of, how's it word?
Peristyle.
Peristyle courts, which lie contiguous with one another. Before the entrances there lie what might be called hidden chambers, which are long and many in number, and have paths running through one another which twist and turn, so that no one can enter or leave any court without a guide.
Yeah. So you had Siculus's account of one of those courts being 80 columns, like 40 to a side, and there was 12 of them, at least 12 of them in there. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. So you have, 3,000 rooms, 12 gigantic courts. Diodorus talks about the roof being made of a single stone. I very much doubt that, but what I think he's describing is the craftsmanship that you see in those real megalithic buildings in Egypt where you can't see the joints.
And here, Pliny the Elder, who lived between 23 and 79 CE, which is current time. So he's saying 3,600 years ago this was constructed according to tradition.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah.
So that predates the pyramids.
Yeah, by a long way. Yeah, he's
Allegedly.
Yeah. Right. Well, if you go with the Orthodox date of the pyramid, sure.
Right.
He says that, so essentially 3,600 BC, that it was built according to the tradition at the time, 3,600 years.
So with the conventional dating of the pyramids, that's more than 1,000 years earlier.
About 1,000 years, yeah, a little less maybe.
And the conventional dating,
it's questionable. I mean, so even the carbon dating on the pyramids doesn't quite match the conventional dating. It's a little earlier than that. So
what is the carbon dating from?
So they got some mortar in the carbon dating.
What is that?
What the date?
Yeah.
So I believe it's like a wide range, but it's like several hundred years, like 200 years prior to what they would say is the time of Khufu, the ruler in the 4th dynasty, certainly the Great Pyramid at least.
And what is the room for error when they do carbon dating?
Well, it depends on the samples, and there's a lot of specifics, but it could be plus minus 20, 30, 50, 100 years. It depends. I think the margin of error, they did multiple samples. I believe it's less than that, so that they're pretty firm that the date is earlier. So it's kind of a critical. I mean, there's a bunch of people that have talked about the fact that the archaeologists, Egyptologists don't really reference that date because it kind of messes up their timeline a little bit. It's not thousands of years, it's hundreds of years. So the explanation tends to be, well, it was old wood. It's like the ash that gets mixed into the mortar is the source for the carbon, and they say, well, maybe they just burnt really old trees.
That's very convenient.
Right, it becomes convenient, yeah.
And well, all of it's convenient, which gets really weird because we know that they did some enhancements to the pyramid, like they refurbished some things.
Exactly.
And so that's the problem. It's like, you refurbished what, and how long was it there before you refurbished it?
Indeed. I don't discount the carbon dating. I think what you can say from the carbon dating firmly is that it shows that these pyramids were being worked on. If you can't, I don't think you can make the jump to say this is when they were built. You have to infer and say that I think this is when they were certainly being worked on in that period. So I think it's possible that dynastic Egyptians could have finished the pyramids. They may not have been entirely pyramids originally. I think there's a strong chance that there were multiple phases of construction over a long time for them to end up being what they are in our time. I think those are all possibilities here because this is the whole, when you take a step back and look at the whole picture of ancient Egypt, I mean, just you cannot attribute everything that we see in ancient Egypt to our current understanding of those dynastic Egyptians, their capabilities, their tools, their writings, and what we know about them. We know an awful lot. Like they do, we have tools from the ancient Egyptian toolbox. We found them. We have depictions shown on walls of how they did things. They were very good about documenting them. So we have the tools, we have the depictions. We also have lots and lots of artifacts that match those tools and depictions, right? We've got these what are clearly handmade artifacts, and it uses across all the categories of artifacts, from things like stonework, columns, obelisks, obelisks and vases, boxes, pyramids even. And then you have this other category of artifacts that doesn't match, it can't be explained by these tools and techniques. And there's no depictions on walls of how they made the precision artifacts. Can
you give me an example of these precision artifacts?
Of course, yeah, and any category. I have it in that Tale of Two Industries, the directory, Jamie, on there. It's the vases are probably the best example. They're a smoking gun example of it.
It's a 3D printed one.
Yeah, so these to me, I mean, this is why the vase project was so, I mean, to me, quite validating when it came up. Yeah, so
that wheel thing.
Yeah, the schist disc.
Yeah.
So these are the smoking gun because they connect to everything else, and we're learning so much about the precision of these things. However, but we could start with statues or boxes or columns. It doesn't really matter. There are two categories across all of these artifacts, and the advanced category again. So you can't really make them with the tools that the ancient Egyptians were using, that we found. They don't show there's no scenes of building stone pyramids. There's no scenes of them making giant statues, like 1,000-ton statues. This is the type of thing that you see on the wall, and this is in the Tomb of the Nobles up in the West Bank at Luxor. And here they're building mud bricks. So they're firing mud bricks over the fire. You see them, they're pouring them, they're shaping them, they're carrying them. It's all very relatively primitive. And we know they made mud brick pyramids, they made mud brick ramps, and some of the mud bricks were big and heavy. But we know all about this. What you don't see is the stone pyramid building, the really massive megalith stuff. The next slide with the vases is a good example. This is what I've been calling the Tale of Two Industries. It's a whole theory that I've been putting together for the last few years. Again, you have a primitive industry that is clearly observably handmade. It lacks precision and symmetry. We found the tools, the Egyptians drew the scenes, the artifacts matched the tools and techniques, and then you have this advanced industry, visibly sophisticated, usually very hard stone is the other characteristic. The primitive stuff is usually softer stone, although not always. These artifacts, as we're doing analysis on them, are showing this depth of precision and complexity that's phenomenal. The vases this is where they become a smoking gun to this whole argument.
For people that don't know about this stuff, can you just give them some numbers?
Sure. So yeah, the vases go back to pre-dynastic times. There's no debate that these are pre-dynastic. They predate what we would call the dynastic civilization. And over the last few years, we've been starting to analyze them. The vase scan team, various groups of people now, have been scanning these with modern technology, LiDAR scanning, like laser scanning, even CT X-ray scanning. And basically, they're coming back with precision in terms of circularity, flatness, like centering, numbers that are very much equate to some of the best industrial processes that we do today in things like aerospace industry. So where it's really important to be within 2 or 3 or 4 thousandths of an inch of perfection for like the parts we make for jet engines or rocket engines. Those are the numbers that we're seeing come back on a lot of these vessels. Not all of them, again. I don't want to say this is true for all of them. It's not. It's true for a lot of them, though. And this is, again, these are levels of precision that are not visible to the naked eye. I mean, you're talking human hair. A sheet of printer paper is like 6 thousandths of an inch thick. It has 2 to 3 or 4 thousandths thick, and you're seeing sometimes tolerances even lower than that. So it's not something you can feel or see or touch, but we see it again and again. And the only way we can achieve those sort of tolerances today is with very advanced machines. 3D 5-axis mills, really high precision lathes, CAD, like computer controlled equipment.
The problem with the lathe, though, is the handles on it.
Right. So yeah, if you get into it, so this is the issue with this, and one of the craziest things about and this is the OG vase, the original granite vase. This is the one that started it all. It's one of the more precise ones. And yeah, you can imagine without the handles, you could lathe it if you're spinning it. But if you had the handles, if you wanted these handles, you would have to leave a ball nose that runs all the way around it and come back with a different process, a different tool to remove that space. That's basically the space between the handles off the body.
And you don't see a lack of symmetry in those spaces.
Well, precision. So this is the thing. So when we do that today, it's called you basically lose some positional calibration on your tool. So we account for that in the way we do industrial design of these sorts of parts. So we know that we're going to lose a little bit of precision when we change tools and process. Right? So we account for that, but you don't see that on this. When I went back and we did analysis of this area of the vase body in between the handle, and there's no drop in precision relative to the rest of the vessel. So that means one of two things. One option is, okay, they could handle that positional, that loss of positional calibration better than we can, or it wasn't done on a lathe and it was done in what you would call a single pass with a single tool. And the only way you can do that is with 5 axes of freedom. So now we're talking about a 5-axis CNC mill, like one of those computer-controlled things that can just cut it out in basically one pass, but without changing tools and process.
With incredibly hard stuff.
And that's the other challenge with this stuff, and there's some samples of the stone there in front of you from vessels. These are actual pieces from vessels. Yeah, I got a private collector. This piece, at least 5,000-6,000 years. I think it's potentially quite old, and we can get into how old I think. But so that's the other challenge that is rarely talked about is the material. Like these things are made from granite, diorite, rock crystal. That thing's rock crystal, basically quartz.
Feels so hard.
It's insanely hard. Yeah, all these different. Oh yeah, it's like I have a granite mortar and pestle at home. Use big heavy thing. It's like I don't need to protect it from anything. Right. I have to protect my counters from it because if I it's going to destroy anything it hits. So that's that's the other. It's translucent. You hold a light up to it. Even the rock crystal one's translucent. So that one gets down to about 2 millimeters thickness, just under the lip. Yeah, you put a phone light on it, you see it comes right through it. And I mean, so with granite and with diorite, and particularly granite, I mean, it's essentially a conglomerate, right? So it's not a material that's homogeneous. So inside of granite, you've got silica and hornblende and mica and all these different quartz, and it's the pattern. Hence the pattern, but also almost microscopically, it changes hardness. You know what I mean? So some of that stuff is less hard than other bits, and it's the way granite takes millions of years and heat and pressure to bond those things together atomically, and that's the stone we get when it pops up out on the bedrock and we mine it. But it just means that when you're machining a material like granite, your tooltip is going from stuff that's really hard to softer to hard, and it's like you have to account for that. Yet we see this, you feel the surface. It's phenomenally polished and finished. I mean, if you're doing this today with a lot of modern tips, you'd be ripping chunks of quartz out rather than cutting them. So something that the actual tool tip that made these things we know is also very refined, because this is a very difficult substance to choose to work in. No stone sculptor chooses to work in granite unless that's what the project calls for. There's a reason they use marble, is that it's both much softer and it's homogeneous. Like it's the same material. It doesn't vary in hardness wildly. So making these sort of precision things and objects out of stuff like granite and getting it down to 2 millimeters thick, like that other piece near the lip. And there's even examples that get even thinner than that. Flinders Petrie talked about a diorite vessel that was 1/40th of an inch thick. He called it the thickness of stout playing card. Yeah, this is it here. That's about 2 millimeters thick. That one's one of Matt Bell's vases. It's probably my favorite. It's like typically called the thin wall vase. It's a phenomenal piece. I'm amazed it's actually survived this long, because that's one of the rare few delicate ones. You could break that because it's so thin. Because again, with this type of stone, it gets really brittle. It's like glass, like a cube of glass. Bang that on anything. Right. Thin glass shatters. Same as the stone. Yet they do this again and again and again.
How do we know that this is pre-dynastic?
Well, from where they're found. I mean, they're literally found in pre-dynastic burials. This is why the vases are so important to me. And why I think they're the smoking gun. It's one of the big reasons is that they're incontrovertibly pre-dynastic, because they've been found in burials that are 100% pre-dynastic. Nakata culture, Nakata 2. You can go to any museum that has a reasonable collection of these and find them in the pre-dynastic section. All over. There's no debate. Like, they're found in these burials and they carbon date the burials, or they culture date them, they reference date them to periods of thousands of years prior to the dynastic Egyptian civilization. There's good evidence that they may even stretch back as far as 12 to 14,000 BC, that they're in burials that go back that far in like southern Egypt, northern Sudan area. Yeah, it's crazy. And it's a lot of those burials, unfortunately, today are underwater because of the dam that created like NASA. But either way, people will debate how far back they go. It's just not controversial at all to say that they are pre-dynastic, 100%. And I think the reason is that they're size, right? You can bury this with you. If you have it and you can be buried with it, you can't do that with a 1,000-ton statue. It stays on the site. And then maybe someone down the road writes his name on it, like Ramses II, or somebody carves his name into it. And then we come along thousands of years later and say, oh, Ramses II's name's on that. Therefore, he must have had it made. I mean, that's essentially one of the core principles of Egyptology. They do use the writing primarily as a source, not the only source, but they do. And the vases, what's the problem with even dating them to those pre-dynastic settlements is that there is nothing about those cultures that indicates they have this capability. Nakata culture and even the ones like Koshko, these older ones, pretty similar in that you're talking like the burials are often like shallow fetal position graves. You find these precision hard stone objects with fishbone cones, sticks and stones, very primitive hand-thrown pottery, not even thrown, just hand-formed pottery. No other stonework. I've seen antique dealers that are selling these vases because there is there's a lot of these in the private market and in private possession because of their size and their availability and how many there were.
Are they illegal to possess?
No.
So you could get a hold of one of those?
Yeah.
Easily?
Yeah, I know collectors with like 80, 90 of them, 100 of them.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they're on. They come up for sale.
Is that many of them available?
I would say today there's easily over 100,000 hard stone vessels for sure. I mean, they found 50,000 of them in one spot. Like that's the famous discovery of the Step Pyramid. But yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot. I think there are even more. Like if this was an industry, like that's the other key. And a lot of these are semi-exotic types of stone too. We don't know where the stone came from.
It's not local.
In a lot of cases, no. There's lapis lazuli artifacts that are pre-dynastic, and there's no known quarry for lapis in Egypt. The closest one's Afghanistan.
What?
Right. Yeah. Well,
how far is Afghanistan from Egypt?
No, I don't think. Must be. It's right over on the other side of the Middle East, I think, isn't it? It's over towards. Yeah, it's up towards Russia and China. It's
Show that in again.
Yeah.
So you just pulled up.
So there's the phone. There's Egypt. So Turkey, Afghanistan over here, Uzbekistan, over here, like on the other side of Saudi Arabia and Iran. So you've got to go all the way from Iran.
Oh my God!
So that's the nearest lapis quarry. I mean, look, this is not a problem restricted to the vases either. There's a box in the Osiris shaft, which is the box itself. Just they say it's 4th dynasty. It's made from a stone called dacite, and again, there's no known quarry in Egypt for dacite. This happens a lot. So it's
Go
almost
back
like
to that image, Sammy, please. Yeah. There's one of the things that freaks me out about the map is when you go out, it looks like it was washed over.
Oh, 100%. Yeah,
100%.
I've talked a lot with Randall about
Look
this.
at that. Like, go back out again. Look at that below it.
Yeah, the Sahara.
That's exactly what it looks like. It looks washed out.
It is. That's what it is.
Yeah, but that's crazy. Like, how much water wash that out? And how else would you get what looks exactly like a water washout? How else would those features be on the surface?
Yeah. I mean, some of those are mountains and mountain ranges, but I can say in the desert, not so much. There are mountains.
That just looks like channels. It just looks like an insane amount of water literally washed over the area and smoothed it out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a massive amount of evidence for for giant floods through the Nile Valley as well, not just across the Sahara, but I mean, Petrie was talking about he was up on cliffs, and finding water lines and flint points and stuff that were indicative of massive floods. This is Hawara. Yeah, this is the labyrinth. So there's the canal. You see, that's the canal. I've been talking the Barwabi Canal.
It's so crazy that when you get to like sub-Saharan Africa, like how little of that has been explored, and how much of that was like insanely green and fertile.
Not that long ago. Well, certainly not. Yeah, I mean,
thousands of years ago.
Well, it's interesting. I did this long video on the erosional features of the Giza Plateau because last year, 2024, they released a paper that I think some geologists, I can't remember the names unfortunately, but they talked about the fact that there was all of the valley temples. So these pyramid, on all these pyramids that are on what you would call Lower Egypt, so Giza, Abu Rawash, Abu Sir, Saqqara, Maidun. The pyramids aren't just a pyramid, it's a pyramid complex. So it's like you have a pyramid, you've got a structure in front of it, you've got this causeway that runs down to what they would call a valley temple, a structure that's the end of the causeway. So that's the well-known valley temple that's next to the Sphinx is the valley temple for the middle pyramid. Like it's connected by this causeway. Man, they figured out that during the African humid period, which ended thousands of years before dynastic Egypt ever started, there was a branch of the river Nile called the Aramat branch that ran exactly where all of these valley temples are. So it's like it's almost, I mean, I just look at it and go, these were built for that water source, because I think it's super, I'm very skeptical about the idea of all of these valley temples, particularly the one, the Giza Plateau, being used as harbors for like a couple months a year to transport all these blocks from the quarry in Aswan. Again, 600 miles away, right, for all the granite. And there's tens of thousands of tons, hundreds of thousands of tons of granite on that plateau that had to be transported. I don't think there's the depth there. I've seen pictures and photographs in early times pre-dam when the Nile flooded. There's not that much water there. However, during the African humid period, which ended at the latest 6000 BC, it stretches back thousands and thousands of years before that. That's when the Sahara was a savanna. You had river basins and lakes, like lakes and rivers. You had much more rainfall, and it wasn't this flood situation. It wasn't this annual inundation. It was just rainfall, and there was enough water in that Nile Valley to support this Aramat branch of the Nile, which was said to be like a mile or 2 miles wide in some places. So really not like an insignificant waterway. But it was high, and it was running, and they traced the path of this Aramat branch, and it turns out all of these valley temples from these pyramid complexes are on its banks. And it's not like it's flooding, it's like there all the time. And this period ends, and you get the desertification of the Sahara starting around 6,500, 6,000 BC. And so, it's not like until, you get 5,000 and 4,000, 4,500 BC, 3,000 BC, that's when that's 3,100 BC is kind of when you say the Egyptian civilization started. So it doesn't make sense to me that if they built these valley temples and all these structures in like 2,800 BC, I mean, you would build it where the river is. Like the river was way down there at that point. Yeah, and so
what is the response to this?
Well, I just put it in my. I mean,
does anybody try to debunk it?
No, it's a peer-reviewed scientific study. This is what happens with a lot of these papers. You'll see this it happens in genetics and the DNA studies that have been done too. These other scientists will not really step on the toes of the archaeologists or the historians, right? They'll present the data, but stop from inferring what it could mean for the picture of history.
Got it. So
that seems to be left
throw
up
the data out there and go, you guys figure it out.
Yeah, pretty much, and they just hands
and
off.
The archaeologists say, we're not going to touch it.
Yeah, they ignore it usually. They don't care. It's left to like rogue scholars and idiots like me on YouTube, or people that write books to really try and put the pieces together.
Thank God there's a YouTube.
Dude,
right?
I know.
I mean, thank God there's a place where a video like yours can get millions of views, where so many people all around the world can watch that and go, wait, what's going on down there? Like, who really knows? And why are they so sure? Like, why are they so arrogant in their ideas? Because it's very clear that there's not a like we know Civil War ended in 1865, right? It's like it's all written down. Everybody knows people were alive. There's like photographs of the soldiers. We're pretty accurate with that.
Yeah.
You get to fucking 6,000 BC, man. You're just guessing.
Yeah. It's yes. The further back you go, the much hazy. You can't tell.
Evidence.
There is way less evidence.
Yeah, and it's also it scares them, because something like that, if you really do find advanced structures that are at 6,000 BC, well, before Göbekli Tepe, we didn't even know that was even possible, right? And that's that famous conversation that happened with Robert Schoch and that really arrogant archaeologist,
Mark Lehner.
Yes, he's laughing. Like, why would you laugh about ancient history? First of all, What ancient civilizations are? Is that guy still alive?
Lena? Yeah, show me the pot shows.
He must feel so stupid now.
Well, yeah.
After Göbekli Tepe, like someone should show him that video and go, "Why are you laughing?" Because this is just human ego. Yeah. This is human ego on display for the world. You want to be the gatekeepers of this information. You want to be the one person or the person that represents this group of human beings that are the scholars that have published work, that have taught at universities, and you're the only ones. You're the only ones that know the ancient history of Earth, despite the fact that there's people like yourself and Graham Hancock and all who've spent a lot of time and they're very careful about what they say and spend a lot of time investigating this. And they just want to dismiss those people because they don't have the proper credentials or like what are you talking about?
I think it's yes, that's exactly what's happening. I think it is as a result of the fact that the conversation is getting out of their hands, right? One of the things I admire so much about the people who started this, what we would call archaeological Egyptological space, guys like Flinders Petrie, and they're very open about what they didn't know. Like one of my Petrie would tell me, he talks about the machining marks, and you can read between the lines at the wonder at what he's finding. He's like, I don't get it. Like, we can't do it. We don't know how they did it. And this is, I think, because the conversation's happening in those halls of, the academic halls or the geographical file or whatever. These peers doesn't get out, and so that slowly changes with the rise of initially like alternative authors, which best represented by Graham Hancock, a friend of mine as well. And he, his books, and they start to gain in popularity. And now these, I guess, the people in the academic halls of residence that are typically considered the authority is seeing this conversation get out of hand. And now you get to YouTube where, it's to some extent, I think it is possible to do an end run around what they're saying. And I do watch people, and there are guys like Flint that are trying to embrace the new media space and try and get on podcasts. And, if you read the SAA journals and articles, the Society of American Archaeology, they're literally writing to themselves saying, how can we become more popular in this space, and how do we start podcasts and get into it?
The problem is they're still doing it the same way.
They are, and it's
like when CNN journalists get fired from CNN and start a podcast, and everybody's like, no, you're doing CNN outside of CNN. That's what they're doing. They're doing academia, which is like gatekeeping of information, and also like pejoratives, mocking, really shitty behavior towards anyone who's outside of it, including calling them racist, calling them white supremacists. It's so dumb. It's so dumb because one of the dumbest parts about it is, no matter what, those are the people that lived in Africa. So no matter what, whoever built that is people that lived in Africa.
They were
so
African.
Shut the fuck up. Like the white supremacy thing makes no sense.
Yeah, it's right. I mean,
it's Africans.
It's Africans.
100. That's the people that were living there. If humans made it, if you're not in the alien camp, which is a bizarre camp, but if you're not I'm in the ancient civilization, incredibly advanced, cataclysmic disaster, wipes them out. Civilization takes a long time to rebuild, finds the remnants of these ancient civilizations, and then sort of claims them over generations. After 1,000 years, nobody really knows who fucking built it, and then this is where I think we find ourselves. That's where I'm at. But if you're in that camp, you're talking about Africans. Yeah, so all these shitty things they do just show their hand. Just show what they're really all about. What you're really all about is silencing anything that really throws a monkey wrench into everything you've been teaching for decades. Like, you've claimed that you're the expert. You've claimed arrogantly that you have all the information when you clearly are wrong.
Absolutely. That is what's happening. It's actually, it's a quote that I steal from my friend Christopher Dunn quite happily, which is, you wouldn't trust an archaeologist to design the chair he's sitting on, but if it's an ancient chair, he's going to claim he's the expert on it. Like this, and this is what happens. I had Joseph Wilson on my podcast talk about, I had this great quote from him. He said, just because some engineer's standing there, shining a laser on a vase, don't mistake that for him knowing more about the guy who can read hieroglyphs, because he can read what they wrote about it and he's the authority on it, kind of thing. It's just like, you're just dismissing all of these other disciplines that I think are required for a true and complete picture of trying to assemble this evidence, right? Like as you said, there's very little evidence that shows us definitively what happened in the dim, dark, distant past, but you've got to try and make the case for it as best you can, and I think we should try and encompass all of the evidence. And one of the disciplines that's missing from that approach is the engineering stuff. It's the precision stuff. It just gets dismissed out of hand, and because we're not the authority figures on that topic. They ignore it, which is what happens. And then when I
don't know how you can ignore the vases, how you can ignore the statues, the symmetry, the construction of the faces.
It's starting to become a problem. Like they're trying, and even in the past, when I would guess the mainstream approaches to try and solve, say, some of the machining examples, the tubular drills or the saw cuts. I mean, just when you dig down into them, and answers that you get and the explanations that are offered are just, they don't hold any water. They're frankly ridiculous. Like,
Well, the issue with this, the drill bits, is the revolutions per minute, right?
I mean,
Like
the cores. Well, it's not the revolutions per minute; it's the penetration rate. We don't know
How quickly it does.
how quickly it penetrates into stone. I suspect that it could have been turning quite slowly, but it's like a 1 in 60 penetration rate is the rate of the spiral groove on the cores that have been analysed, particularly Peach's core number 7.
1 in 60.
So for like, if you unwind that circular motion to a straight line, 60 inches horizontal travel, 1 inch vertical drop, which is 500 times greater than how we do it today with modern diamond tip saws, hole saws, which do turn. So our modern ones, bear in mind, they 900 RPM. They'll cut through granite slowly, but it cuts. I mean, no doubt, it grinds more so than cutting. But unwinding that spiral and looking at, that's what Pichu was first of all like. How is this possible? His numbers got refined a bit by Chris Dunn, but more or less a 1 in 60 penetration rate. So it's very difficult to explain. There are multiple cores like this, and this is the other element that I think the vases are showing is that you have a technological link between the vases and these other precision artifacts, the bigger ones that couldn't be buried in these civilizations, that to me suggests that they were made with the same technology. You see the same machining marks, the same tubular drill marks. So on that quartz piece, if you look on the bottom, you can see on the inside of it, there's no other side. You see the tool mark? There's
right here?
Yeah, so this is that's the tubular drill. So that's a core function of how these vases are made. You would often find...
So this is the bottom.
The bottom. So they cored that thing out and then they snapped it off and polished it down, but they didn't eliminate the full tool mark. And you'll see that in a lot of vases. So we know that these tubular drills were used with the vases as well. And
but with no idea the power source, no idea what the material was to cut.
No. Well,
yeah.
So the vases it's become interesting. Let me talk about the provenance part first, because that's been the one like the pushback on the vases. This is where it's become a problem. Is nobody's really been able to push back on the data, like the scientific and the measurement data that's come out, the precision factor, geometry. There's a whole bunch in the geometry space that indicates that they are like designed. They're not just made. They were designed with mathematical and geometric principles in mind. They show pi, they show phi, the golden ratio, Fibonacci sequence, all this sort of stuff is in them. No one's pushing back on that. The major pushback on the vessels in the early days of the vase scan project was that, these are modern fakes or something. Like they're not the real deal because they're not coming from museums. They're modern forgeries. How can you say they're real? So what's happened in the years since, and when I first came on here and talked a little bit about that, that was very much the early days of this project, about 2.5 years ago now. Now, the vase game, particularly the Artifact Foundation, Adam Young, who started this whole thing, this is a copy of his vase. They've been in now 4 museums around the world. We've scanned close to 100 vessels from inside of museums with impeccable provenance. Those results are starting to come out. They're matching the results that we've found so far. So the provenance thing is that's going away. The people that I think chose to fight on the hill of provenance have died on it now. They are legitimate, and to be fair, you can also find vessels in private collection with impeccable provenance, just as you can find a lot of vessels in museums that we have no idea where they came from. It's not as clear as just, well, if it's in a museum, we can trust it. If it's not, we can't. It's not like that. But what else has happened is that there's the project came out and it gained a lot of interest from really talented people around the world. And there's been several of those. One of the guys that I've been working with a fair bit lately over the last couple of years, a guy named Dr. Max Zamolov, who's a physicist. I believe he taught for 10 years. He's a nuclear physicist, taught for 10 years, I think, at Penn State. He runs his own company now. And he reached out to me, and actually took these fragments to his house, and I rolled up to his house in Florida, and sitting in his living room with 2 scanning electron microscopes, as you do. Who doesn't have 2 SEMs in their living room? So we started to do things like look at these pieces through a scanning electron microscope to try and find evidence for the materials that we use to cut them. So if these were used with a tool, so the orthodox explanation being, well, it's a copper tube and it's sand or some sort of cutting medium, and it's spun and ground out. You should find traces of copper or whatever that material was in there. We spent days looking at several pieces, zero copper. Like didn't find any copper, nothing at all. The nice scanning electron microscope, not only do you get the magnification, but you can focus a beam of electrons onto a particular spot, and that backscatter of electrons, you can then map out the elemental composition of the material. So yeah.
Are the oldest tools they found copper?
Yeah, copper and stone.
And what are the dates of the oldest tools?
Well, they go back all the way to the Old Kingdom, 26, 27, 2800 BC. Like, yeah, it was early days. They were smelting. I mean, obviously, the older tools are stone tools, like flint. I mean, a lot of carving. You can carve stone with harder types of stone. So there was definitely flint and things being used. But there's no evidence, like not up until like the very later periods of the Egyptian civilization, is there any significant evidence for iron. Things like that. Like it's pretty much copper and bronze, alloys, tin, copper and tin.
So when they analyzed there's no copper.
We didn't need copper. We did find some other stuff, which was very interesting. Well, the most interesting thing we did find was titanium.
What?
Titanium and titanium alloys with iron. We found iron, zinc, tin, zircon. Yeah, so titanium, and it's not. So when you find
the term alloy, doesn't that refer to something that has
smelted, right? That's been put together. Exactly. In fact, titanium as we know it as a metal doesn't exist naturally. So in nature, it's titanium dioxide that is found in rocks. This was not titanium dioxide that we were looking at, because you see that the SEM gives you the spectrum, right? So you could see oxygen and titanium together. We didn't see that, and in fact, I have a video on this, and we found a piece actually, like a small, maybe 20, 30 micron wide piece embedded in one of those grooves in a tooltip that looked like an embedded piece. It shines up very brightly. When you see metals in the SEM, it's like a bright spot, and you can aim it at it, and it's just straight titanium. And it looked like a small piece of a tool that had been wedged in there. And, I mean, look, in our modern times, I think titanium was discovered even in the late 1800s. It wasn't used outside of laboratories until the 1930s as a material. But there seems to be evidence that there's some titanium used back here. No, I wouldn't. I know Max is trying to work on that. It was not a systematic search. We spent days, like a couple of days, and we didn't do like a systematic grid search. Like even in one of those pieces, it would take you a long time to just map it properly,
right?
Like to scan the whole thing. But
to play devil's advocate, would that be evidence of a lack of a chain of custody, that perhaps someone was
potentially
using titanium to see if they could cut it?
Yes, it could be contamination. So we looked for signs of contamination. This didn't seem like contamination. In fact, at the end of when we finished scanning, he had some titanium dust. Like we put some on one of the pieces and put it in to see what that would look like. Just like a tiny, just like literally a matchstick, and just the tiniest end, and just tapped it, and then looked at that under the microscope to look at what's contaminated. This didn't seem to be contamination. You can't rule it out. We found other types of metals as well.
So it didn't seem to be contamination. What is the reason why it didn't seem to be that?
Well, because it didn't. So we looked at what contamination would look like. So it's like smaller specks where you can actually see the material. The one piece that we found, it seemed to be embedded in the stone. Like it was as if something like this tiniest fragment of a tool, or some sort of, imagine it was a tooltip, wedged itself in the stone and then it stayed there. But it was only like 20 or 30 microns wide. It's pretty big under a scanning electron microscope.
But that was the only piece of titanium?
No, we found other specks of it. And then occasionally it'd be titanium and iron mixed together. And then we also found specks of like zinc, zircon, and tin. And then various combinations. I think it's grounds for more investigation. I think the most significant thing was the no copper thing. Like that's like, all right, no copper. Like that to me was the biggest takeaway. The fact that we found some other elements and pieces of what, let's say, questionable provenance. I know these are legitimate pieces from these vessels. Ideally, the best thing, if we could, I'd love to work with the Egyptians to do something like this, because I know there are fragments of vessels in the step pyramid. There's hundreds, thousands of them down there still. In fact, like the last time we got down to the very bottom level, which is there's a special permission required to get into the step pyramid, and then even then they generally won't let you down to the bottom level. There's another ladder and 30 feet down to the big bottom level. It goes down further, but it hits the water table again. But in one of these corners, in this very bottom level, like 150, 200 feet under the step pyramid, we found a wall. And it was it must have been a collapsed magazine of these vessels. And this is the place where they found 50,000 of them. Jean-Philippe Loyer in the 1930s found this huge cache of these vessels there. And in this wall, it's an incredible little video. I've not published it. I mean, I do want to talk about it, but you literally see it's like a wall of dirt, not rock, but dirt. And in the wall, there's like fragments of vessels because it had been a cache of them that a tunnel had collapsed. And it had crushed them, so you got these like pieces of worked granite or diorite or whatever just in the wall. So that would be interesting if you could go down there and like get their permission to say, well, let's sample, because you have been, you've basically got it in its original environment from dynastic Egypt and put it in a Ziploc or whatever. Just keep it, don't mess with it.
Right, clear chain of
evidence, and then scan it. So I think it's an interesting observation.
God, they found titanium on that.
Holy shit! I think there's a Russian group that did something similar, and they also found metals. I think they found titanium as well. LAH, the Laboratory of Alternative History.
How is titanium made?
It's a smelting process from titanium dioxide. I don't know the specifics of it, but you have to take that titanium dioxide and I assume smelt it down or do something like it. Again, it took us up until 1930s to use it just anywhere outside of labs. So it's super interesting, but I wouldn't even say that's the most interesting thing Max found. So he's a crazy dude, an interesting guy. He's doing fusion experiments in his spare bedroom. He's got like this apparatus surrounded by boxes of borax and barium to stop like 10-foot Tesla coil below. So he took. So this sort of ties back to the tool marks. It ties back to a question you asked me when I was here last, which is what's my wildest speculation. I actually have some now, which is based on some evidence in its early days. He has published on this on his website, but he took precision vases. He took base rock samples of the rock that these were made from the place. I actually got him a piece of basalt. He took non-precision vases and he put them in a germanium detector, basically to look at the radioactive and the isotope sort of baseline radiation of these pieces. And it turns out the precision vases are radioactive. They're 2 to 3 times. He's tested several relative to the base rock samples and the non-precision vases. They have 2 to 3 times the thorium decay products in them. All of them so far. And in fact, that piece right there the quartz piece or the crystal piece has a notable cesium-137 signature in it as well. So that's an interesting.
Nuclear titanium.
Could be. I don't know about that. But it's again early days. But he has published it on his website, the findings, and he's obtaining more equipment to do more testing, some more in-depth testing that he will be much more definitive about. He did take some recently to the Petrie Museum in London to test some of their artifacts. But it's a very interesting result. This has to have been something that irradiated these vessels that give them that signature, even after however many thousand years with the half-life. Again, we're comparing it to the base rock samples and the non-precision bases, they're just like, that's nothing. And they're not dangerous or anything. It's just above a baseline, but 2 to 3 times. So something happened to them. And one of his hypotheses, which is very interesting, is a concept called nuclear machining. So this is not a new idea. It's not something we figured out how to do as a civilization yet. We're on that path that you can, if you take his theory is something like palladium or another like radioactive material that is a strong alpha or beta particle emitter that you could put on a tool, it would ablate either in neutrons or it's blasting electrons or something. It would ablate the stone surface away in such a way that you could carve this stone with ease, kind of like a lightsaber, basically, and it would also leave a signature in the stone. And and you take it back to that penetration rate of that spiral tube drill.
Yeah,
it's not all we can say about things like that spiral tube drill and the other striations and tool marks is look, it's not it doesn't seem to be the same thing we do to the stone, and it's certainly not primitive. It's not something you can do just by hand. So,
has anybody the cores? Has anybody tested the radioactive levels of the
I
cores?
think he might have tested the cores when he was there recently. I'll talk to him. I was talking to him this morning. I can ask him about the core. That's a great question, because if it was the process, it should show something similar. If that's indeed the process, look, the other possibility is, okay, they weren't machined with this method, but these were used in some method. The other theory he has that these may have been part of a process for enriching material for some other nuclear use, or they were part of a system that used nuclear material.
They had advanced nuclear science somehow or another. That's just too much. It's not too much, but it's too much. It's too crazy. Yeah. It's so crazy. But also, like, when you do see some of the sculptures that look 3D printed, and you go, oh, well, okay, now it kind of at least makes a little sense. Yeah. See, if we knew for sure that there was a cataclysm and a lost civilization, that civilization had achieved some immense heights of technological sophistication in a completely different pathway than we've done in modern times. If we knew that for sure, then everything would be so easy. You'd go, okay, well, clearly they were doing something. What were they doing? But instead, we deny that possibility. So by closing off that door, now you're left with nonsense. You're left with sand and copper, and it's dumb.
I agree. I agree. I think it's
something fucking crazy happened.
Yes, yes. I think there is that. I try to follow the evidence where it leads. That's all we're doing here I'm quoting what Max has said about it with this nuclear machining hypothesis.
And
a lot more study needs to happen.
The nuclear machining hypothesis.
Subset of what we can look at the history of knowledge and technology. Give us 50,000, 50 years, 1,000 years, 50,000 years. You know that there's more out here to the sides that we're going to learn.
Right.
So that means there are realms of science and technology that we don't know anything about. I think if we were a bit more open-minded about investigating some of these mysteries of the past, with some of these inexplicable characteristics, the precision or the machining, engineering things, how the stone was cut, I think some of those answers could lay in those realms of the unknown. And by being open-minded about them and by investigating them with all of our capability, we might even end up learning something about them, which is what we're doing. Like the base scan project, we are learning the depths of precision in some of the machining aspects of it. And Max is starting to learn, like, okay, there's some weird, like, radioactive characteristics of these things. Let's try and look at more and figure out some more. I mean, you can speculate a bit now, and I want to be clear, this is all very speculative at this point. Lots more testing and data is required to even shore up some of these theories about these possibilities. But the fact remains they are possibilities.
Right. And it's also this assumption there's been a linear path of progression, always. But that's not even the case today, right? You can go to ancient sites, whether it is in Mexico or even in Greece, and you see really shitty construction right next to the Parthenon. Yep, right? I mean, the Acropolis and the Parthenon is right next to crappy apartment buildings. They're really close, right?
Yeah.
That's a decay. You've obviously, you can't do, why didn't you do that?
Right.
Do that again. Like this.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's something, there's something weird. There's something weird going on. And this is like 2,000 years ago, where we knew who they were. We know the people. We know they did it. Like amazing precision, amazing construction methods, incredible art, incredible engineering and architecture. Right?
Yes.
And all understandable, but yet more advanced than the techniques utilized in 2025 in the exact same area, which is weird, right?
Yeah.
So that's without a cataclysm.
Right. Well, yeah, it's also a nice criticism of modern architecture, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, don't even go back 2,000 years, just go back to like the Gothic era with the churches and the cathedrals. I mean, Jesus, why don't we build like that anymore?
Right. Good point. But so you see a decline, at least in craftsmanship, that can be attributed to a changing of cultures. But this assumption that there's always this linear path of progression, and if you go back, they were dumb. You go back far enough, they were dumber.
Yeah.
But that doesn't seem to be the case here. And Egypt is the best example. Like, explain that.
Yeah, dude, exactly. And it's one of the biggest, if anyone, it's one of the biggest contradictions about it. Is exactly, it's the technological progression. I mean, you're talking about a dynastic Egyptian civilization, at least 3,000 years, right? So 3,000 years. But if you look at it from a technological progression perspective, it's almost like they went backwards the whole time. I mean, you have the emergence all of a sudden of this culture and language, like their gods. And one of the craziest things about ancient Egypt is this emergence of hieroglyphs. Just here it is. Here's this complex, extremely complicated language, cultural system, gods and everything pops out of nowhere. It's pretty consistent. It evolves over time. It doesn't change that much. I mean, cuneiform in Sumeria, there's a clear progressive path where we can see it being developed. We don't have that. That's not the case for ancient Egypt. And then it's all of the best stuff is the oldest. It's the biggest stonework, the Valley Temple, the 2,500 tons of granite in the King's Chamber structure that's in the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid itself, these things are amongst the very first pyramids ever said to have been built. Yet progressively as you go forward in time, I mean, they get to mud brick pyramids. It's almost like you're going backwards. And there's just, they technologically speaking, it doesn't seem like they progress very far. And so I think there's another interpretation for that data, one that fits the evidence a little better, which is that I think they got a kick start. They got a head start. They inherited an awful lot of objects. We know for sure these precision objects were around before the ancient Egyptians. They don't match even the cultures that predated them. We have no idea where they got them from. I don't think they made them. We don't know how old they really are. And I think there's a lot of other artifacts and architecture on these sites that they match these, like technologically speaking. There's a link, the same tools, the same precision. We're seeing that. Yet these are massive artifacts, sometimes like 1,000-ton statue that you can't bury with you. It stays on this site. It gets inherited. It gets renovated. It gets reused. Eventually, you get kings with hubris and arrogance, guys like Ramses II that says, carve my name 3 inches deep onto that sucker. And it's going to be me. I want to be part of the gods. These are I want to tie myself to the ancients. And the really crazy thing is that doesn't often get admitted is that this is literally what the ancient Egyptians themselves said. They called themselves a legacy culture. They trace their own history back 40,000 years. They have a list of kings. They talk about these different eras of time. The Shemsu Hor, the followers of Horus, was this 12,000-year period where these mythical semi-divine beings walked the earth. You can talk about kings and rulers and that, and then before that you have Zep-Tepi when the gods themselves walked the earth, and they trace their own history way back into those eras.
That's some stuff that I brought up with Zahid, and he's like, "What is this?" He got very mad. It's funny.
Yeah.
I'm reading where I'm listening to the Book of Enoch right now. Okay.
Yeah, that's the Wall Street thing. Yeah.
It's so wild. You're going, what are you saying? Like, gods, the Watchers, came down and mated with women of Earth and created the Nephilim. Like, what are you saying? Like, what were you trying to say? Thousands of years ago when they wrote this down, and the version I think that we're getting this from is from the Dead Sea Scrolls, from Qumran. So, how long did they write it down before that? Like, how long did they discuss this? How long ago did this happen? And what are you saying? Like, what were they trying to record?
Yeah,
why does it match up with what they're saying in Egypt? The gods walking amongst us?
Right. Yeah. It goes to some wild places.
Squirrely.
I know.
It gets so squirrely, and that's where you get into the alien.
Well, that 40-meter tic-tac shaped metallic objects.
Yeah. What is that thing? Well, and what kind of metal?
You don't know.
Imagine if it's titanium.
Could be. He said it didn't match any signature that he'd seen before.
That's crazy, dude, in and of itself.
It's one of the things I'll remember always about when you were sitting here talking to Bob Lazar, and he said that some of those craft came from archaeological digs. I mean, it's a part of his story. There's long been rumors of that type of stuff in under the ground in Egypt. I'm not saying that's what it is, but this is what Tim said about it.
amazing.
It would be.
There's a UFO down there. All layers converge at a central corridor or avenue, like the atrium of a shopping mall, where you can see all floors from one vantage point. My personal interpretation is that this entire hall was constructed to house a centrally positioned, freestanding object about 40 meters long. The central object is hard to classify. It appears metallic, not stone or wood. I named it Dippy after the giant Diplodocus skeleton in the Hintsey Hall of London's. Did I say that right?
Yeah, hints. I think
Hints Hall of London's Natural History Museum. It could be anything. Its shape resembles those Tic Tac hard mints. It might also be an upright disc or even a colossal Shen ring. And what is a Shen ring?
It's like a cartouche. You know, that thing around the cartouche.
Oh, wow. Big object alone raises profound questions. How did it get there? Why is it there? A more speculative theory is that it's some kind of portal. Oh boy, now we're going full tinfoil. Either interdimensional or interstellar. A Stargate. Its material signature is unlike anything I've seen in my entire career, but it's there, undeniably there. How is the future? Find out what Diddy is Tim Akers. Well, he went full Art Bell right there. He did. Interdimensional or interstellar. A Stargate.
Hey, look, the Egyptians talk about Stargates.
Do they?
Dude, go to, where is it? Dendera. There's actually a couple places. The literal translation, you can read it on the walls. I always show people when we go there. There are 2 or 3 depictions of Stargates. That is the literal translation for it, showing a constellation with a gate, and it's a specific constellation. A couple of different, they're all on different constellations.
Where can I find it? Where can I see this?
There's pictures of Stargates from Dendera Temple. I think it's in the upper rooms. It's up where the Zodiac. So that's actually, the Dendera is incredible. Like it is a star-oriented temple. There's massive depictions of the Zodiac. And this is all, redone from older versions of the same temple. But that is the translation of what's on the wall with the constellation and the gate, and it literally translates as Stargate. That is part of it. So the ceiling is the Zodiac. You even have depictions of solar boats going up to the moon. Dendera. Randall loves that temple. I sent him a lot of footage from that temple. No, it's actually. You'd have to look up just Stargate glyph maybe at Dendera. Yeah, glyph. No, I don't see the exact one, but it's not. I mean, it's literally a cluster of stars that represents a constellation.
This is killing me.
I know. I probably have it on my hard drive.
Do you have it with you?
It's on my laptop. If you want to see it up, yes.
Yeah. Your laptop's out there?
Yeah.
All right, go grab it. We'll pause.
Sure?
Yeah.
Huh? It's not on that one. I didn't think we'd get into the Stargate.
Oh, you got it.
I'm going to try and find it. I'll try and find it. All right.
Okay, so we found it from a video from Trevor Grossi on YouTube. The video is titled Hieroglyphic Proof of Stargate Technology with Muhammad Ibrahim, Mike Rick Secker, and Trevor Grossi. So this is what we're looking at.
Yeah, you see, it's like there's a glyph. You can see the star, and there's a gate. Actually, try and find one of the other pictures. Maybe there's
the star's the circle. That's what the star's supposed to be.
Yeah, there's the star on the right. No, on the
far right.
There's the hieroglyph. So again, Stargate. It's you see the gate and then the star, and then I assume that crooked hook or whatever is part of this as well.
Oh, I see. So, how the way you translate the hieroglyph?
Yes. And it's Muhammad Ibrahim, who I know quite well as well. He's very good at translating these glyphs. We when I travel in Egypt, we usually go with Professor Muhammad Jabra, who's one of, I would say, top 4 or 5 in the world for reading hieroglyphs. He can just read whatever's on the wall and tell you that. He travels with us on these tours. It's phenomenal. He just shows us this. There's probably some better pictures of ones with the actual constellations up at Dendera if they get into. Yeah, but that one where they were standing next to each other, go back a little. Back a little. Yeah. Yeah, so see, this is the one I'm talking about. See the stars, the stars above the gates? So there's literally different, these, and with the words, they relate to specific constellations. This is in the top, the Zodiac room at Dendera, where they have a replica of the circular Zodiac on the ceiling. the French have the original, but this is original hieroglyphs, and it is the translation of this is the Stargate for these constellations. So
That
say what it is.
is bananas. And what are these constellations supposed to be?
I don't know off the top of my head. We do tell people when we get into it. There is, I could find out, but I don't know off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Click that. That one that you just had there, James. No, where you just had all, right there. So,
more gates. So similar, again, the gate with the
Similar.
book and the star, the Stargate.
that's bananas.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when they're referring to a Stargate, are they saying in any way what that means?
No, it's. I mean, they would. Most of the interpretations these days would tell you that it's always symbolic. I mean, they do look at like the Osiris and the constellations in the sky as being connected to the Duat or to Nut, like the Duat being the space, and Nut, the goddess who is the sky, and it's all part of that passage of the soul going into the realms of the immortal that happens after death. So this is the this symbolic interpretation that we give it all. We say, oh, this is none of this. It sort of falls into this category a little bit of like everything is symbolic, everything is ceremonial, nothing is functional. I'm fascinated by these temples because it goes back to something you were saying earlier. And I use this analogy to kind of set the stage for it. Imagine if Younger Drives happened to us tomorrow or whatever. I hope it doesn't. But say it wipes out civilization, but we survive as humans. Within, 2-3 generations, we're sitting around campfires telling stories about fucking these things that were like a black rock, and it's just... And you it's like all plasma TVs, but you say, look, if you get this shiny black rock, you can get answers from the ancestors. You will know everything. You can talk to anything. You can see anything.
You can ask a question.
You can ask it questions, and maybe you go and you start getting black rocks and making them like this, and you start dancing around the fire. You start ritualizing this memory of technology. Now, if you take that concept, like say there's a cataclysm, and now there's people that remember, and they tell these stories. The stories get passed down. Now imagine there's a civilization that comes up and it goes through thousands of years of structuring those legends and stories of technology. It goes through just distortions and representations and symbolism, but it's just twisting all of these stories into this iconography and this complex symbolism that we then, I think, we go to a temple in Egypt that was made in the Ptolemaic era or whatever, and you see things on the wall. I think there's a great way to interpret some of those symbols and some of the paintings to say, well, is this actually an echo of something that was functional, or is an echo of technology? Like every star that you see has a tuning fork on the bottom of it. Every single one on these walls has always got a tuning fork on it. What's that all about? Tuning fork, like a little like a tuning fork. Yeah, all of the stars with the wasp's head that means power. Like literally the interpretation of this symbol is power on top of the staff, and every single one of them has a tuning fork on the bottom.
Can you see an image of that?
Yeah, you can look up any of the temples in Egypt and like the depictions of gods with staffs that they're touching or they're giving like the Jed pillar or the Ankh, which is Jed pillar is stability. The Ankh is life. The Was is power. So in a lot of cases, these gods are granting kings, life, stability, and power. Or sometimes just life and power. But
what are those depictions of these enormous cylindrical things that they're holding that look almost like one of those
transformer
clubs? Yeah,
like that one there. That's like the Jed pillar here.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
That's a great image. So that literally is the symbol for stability. And
that thing down is what I was talking about.
Oh, the quote unquote light bulbs, yes, at Dendera Temple. And see, there's a Jed pillar there too with the hand. So the Jed pillar is stabilizing it with its hands.
Right.
And you're on a boat. You're actually part of this is on a boat.
It looks like some kind of technology.
So you know what's crazy about this? So again, we get down into this. This is in a crypt at Dendera. You have to like crawl through a hole and get. It's like in the inside wall. It's amazing because the Christians and the they didn't get into the crypt, so they couldn't deface the glyphs. Like a lot of the glyphs are defaced.
Look at that guy. He looks like an air traffic controller.
Well, he's like a reptilian too. He's
Yeah.
a frog dude with knives.
Yeah, what is that, dude?
With a tail.
Does he have a fucking tail?
Yeah, he does.
He does look like he's like a giant frog man.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what's crazy about this, there is a whole story about this. It's written on the wall. And again, this is thanks to my friend Yusuf A1, who I guide with, and then Professor Jabra, who can interpret this. And I'm going to do a video about this soon, because what he is saying about this crypt is that it tells you on the wall that there was a physical version of that thing in that crypt. He said it was made from mostly gold, and it was the span of like a dude with his arms out, like the span of a human wingspan, basically.
I was stumbling across something. They called it Electrum. There was these two.
The metal.
These 3.3 ton obelisk that they're made out of a metal called
Electrum.
gold
and silver. Yeah, Electrum's gold. And so they definitely used gold and silver. A lot of the obelisks had Electrum.
Which is,
I think,
great for conductivity.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, I mean,
which is really the only good reason to have it, other than looking good.
Right. Yeah.
Other than balling.
Other than balling, which they were balling.
Which trust me, it's gonna be a little bit of a sidetrack, but when you're talking about the nuclear stuff, I found these stories of the Oklo mine in Gabon, which is natural nuclear reactor.
Whoa.
That is very
4 billion years old and 100,000 were oldest nuclear reactor in history.
Oh, okay. It's enriching uranium.
Natural enriched uranium.
Yeah, imagine if
it's in Africa, so I don't know if that was the only.
That makes sense, right? And
It's
then
in Africa.
is there something like that in Afghanistan where this stone came from?
Oh, the lapis lazuli and everything else.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I assume that I wouldn't be surprised if that sort of thing is happening somewhere in the massive uranium in Australia either, because that's like one of the world's biggest uranium deposits. I imagine if it's enough massive, I think it's uranium 238, and they're trying to 235 to get to 238, or the other way around. But if there's enough mass and neutrons hitting each other, it might be enriching it somehow. I think that's probably what's happening there. I'm no nuclear scientist, so.
Let's go back to those hieroglyphs, Jimmy. The lizard guy, the frog guy, whatever that reptilian thing is, that freaks me out.
Oh yeah, it's the stuff of nightmares at times. It's kind of weird.
Because that's, one of the things that the weirdest, the weirdest stories when they start talking about aliens is the different types that visit, right? And that one of them is a reptilian species that are the most creepy to deal with, which makes sense.
So the same thing. It would be. Yeah, I mean, that
just like
reptilian
reptiles
brain,
on Earth.
Chickens are assholes.
Right, they are. And so are Komodo dragons. And the idea that somehow or another they could eventually reach incredible levels of technological sophistication and intelligence. We kind of rule that out, but look, there's clearly primates that are way dumber than us, right?
Oh, for sure.
So why do we assume that it's only primates that reach an incredible high level of sophistication when we know that crows, which are really fucking close to dinosaurs, crows, super smart, like smarter than most kids.
Yeah, problem solving smart.
Yeah.
You can't. Yeah, I don't think you can't put a restrictor on what evolution might produce.
Not at all.
Any of these,
especially when intelligence is being exhibited by things that are really close evolutionarily to reptiles.
Yes. Yeah, and that would just be, you get to that, just lack of empathy, just that reptilian brain, just aggression, and everything that's not us is the enemy.
That's the mindfuck of smart dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was in Jurassic Park, right? The raptors, they were
Clever girl.
smart. Yeah, they were smart. Which, makes sense.
Yeah, it's that whole pack,
But the idea that we were visited by intelligent reptiles is fucking bananas.
I with the alien, I don't often address it. But I put it firmly in the realm of possible. It's just, I think when you look at the vastness of space and the length of time, the fact that we're just this crazy. There could have massive civilizations galactically could have risen and fallen a million years ago, and we just weren't part of it. And that's literally a blink of the eye in those sort of time frames. It's not surprising. This is the Fermi paradox, right? How come we haven't got firm proof or anything, even though people will say we have? But it's yes, it's the length of time. Like we can rise and fall. That span of 1 million years is just nothing on those time scales. And you can so a whole species can rise to massive prominence and then just be nothing but dust at the end of that period of time. And you got to try and do that across 14 billion years, and even that's in question now because the James Webb Telescope seeing stuff that's supposedly way older than that now.
Right.
I mean, we'll see. We're going to find out. Like this 3-eye atlas thing.
Yeah, what is that?
Super weird, right?
Well, Javi Loeb is convinced that it's a UFO, but that's what he does.
Yeah,
right?
that's
He did with that other one, Oumuamua or Oumuamua. So that one was a little odd.
That was weird. So it wasn't the weirdest thing about Oumuamua seems to be its path after it turned around the sun and accelerated. Like that was the standard model of physics said it shouldn't have done that, and it seems to have exhibited sort of motion that was not what we predicted it would do. That's as much as we can.
Acceleration?
It accelerated. It was outside.
Noticeable?
Yeah, it accelerated.
But like to the factor of what?
Well, not that. I think it was only a few percent, but it was not what should have happened according to the calculations that astronomers and the orbital dynamics people had done. That's what I understand was the most. Obviously, its shape and size is
There's something about its reflective properties as well, right?
Well, just because it was so long and narrow and it was tumbling, that's what caused it to. We would catch like the long side of it, which the brightness would increase. So we had this oscillating brightness on it, and then it passed through the system, and it's going 87 kilometers per second or whatever it was, huge velocity, enough to escape the gravity of the sun, but it accelerated where that's what I understand it. It accelerated where it shouldn't have. Then there was another interstellar artifact that came in that was pretty much a comet. It behaved like a comet. It had a tail. It was off-gassing water. It's just an interstellar ball of rock and ice is what they say that was. That didn't get a lot of attention. Now this 3-eye atlas thing is much larger. It's traveling much faster apparently than the previous two, but it's also not behaving like a comet. It has this aura of light that it's emitting around it for some reason. I saw a report that said you're almost seeing a metallic like smelting signatures off it. I don't know how much credence I can give it, but we'll find out. Like it's going too fast to stop in our system unless it dramatically alters its velocity. But it'll pop out. We'll lose it on the other side of the sun, but then we should see it again on the way out. So we'll know one way or the other if it actually is going to, if it changes behavior. I mean, what you put it, Avi Loeb put it like 40-60 or something, artificial to natural. But dude, it's fun. It's so funny. I'm into Warhammer 40k in a big way, and it's just like I'm like, okay, we're going to be joining the Imperium here soon, boys. So, all hail the Omnissiah. That thing might be a Mechanicus vessel. I don't know.
If that's how they travel, I'd be very disappointed. They just shoot through the sky. Well, it takes months.
If it slows down,
I know, but I'm looking for portals. I'm looking for, an advanced civilization that visits us. I don't want the advanced Vikings.
Right.
I want the advanced scientists from the 21st century.
The portal.
Yeah. I you know what I'm saying? I mean, the ones who come fast on a burning spaceship, they're the dangerous ones. Because they're probably they're probably the warlike conquerors, the ones who are going to rob us of our minerals and force us into slavery. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That seems like if that's how you're rocking it, you're still doing it the way we do it. We have something thrusting you insanely fast through the cosmos.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Do you know that like the whole dark forest thing, like the dark forest theory about? So this came out of it was the 3-body problem. Great series of books by Chinese author turned into
amazing
TV show.
Netflix show.
A great show. The books are phenomenal too, and it's just. But it's this idea that, look, we shouldn't be making noise. It's like, imagine you're a hunter in a dark forest. So it's just, you're out there, there might be other things out there. And it's this like a philosophical engagement of like, what should you do? Should you light a fire and make a whole bunch of noise in the dark forest that's full of, it's full of predators. You don't know where they are. They don't know where you are. What's your behavior? What should you do? Should you see another predator? Should you be friendly? What's the risk to you to do it? And these could be like, you could be there with a bow and arrow. This guy could have a tank. The other guy could have some other energy weapon, whatever. You don't. There's massive differences in capability and scale, and pretty much every scenario works out to like what you should do is just be quiet, and if you see something, you should eliminate the threat. That's kind of the way it goes in the dark forest. It's like it's too risky to reveal yourself, you should basically eliminate that threat if you can do so safely. And you apply that to kind of the galaxy, and to some extent, I feel like we're the equivalent of like a baby in a cot that's screaming around a roaring fire, because and there's leopards out there,
Right.
and because we're just like sending these signals out into space for 100 and something years now. And we just hope, hey, we're friendly, please.
Well, you have to hope that something is so evolved that it's gotten past war, and it's gotten past the way we behave. So we're hoping and assuming that Space Brothers, that Space Daddy, Space Brothers will be benevolent and wise beyond our imagination, and that they will come here and want to take care of us and give us information and hook us up. That's my response. I had this discussion. I've had this discussion a few times, and my response to a lot of that is, well, we can take nature. What happens when we take nature? Let's look at the apex predator, whether it's in the sea, in the air, or on the land. Apex predators don't tolerate competition. They don't suffer any attacks. They don't. We just dominate. Like if it's in your way, it's inconvenient, you kill it. If it has something you want, we take it. If those bees have honey, we take it. Like it's just we're not like helping them. We're not like trying to teach the dolphins how to talk. Like there's still parts of the world where we're just eating them. Like I don't know. Nature suggests that apex predator, but maybe we're just. I think this is the other element you're saying is maybe evolution leads you past those primal nature at some point. The territorial primate instincts, like hopefully one day, because clearly we're on a pathway to that, right? We're clearly much kinder now, at least locally. If you don't live in Gaza. You know what I'm saying?
Right, yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're in the middle of a war zone, you're like, what are you talking about? This is as bad as it's ever been all throughout human history. It's the same behavior exhibited over and over and over again. What we want is aliens that are 1,000,000 years more advanced. We don't want aliens that are 1,000 years more advanced. Got it? Because they might be just like us, but way better.
just
that's what we don't, right? Because as soon as we start going into the cosmos, we venture into the cosmos in 20 years, we're going to be the same animal. Right. We're not going to be significantly different unless we integrate with technology and remove the ego and
emotions.
Mushrooms.
No, emotions and stuff. That maybe mushrooms help us get
that
there.
too.
For sure.
Emotions. All the things, the human reward systems that exist that we currently struggle with. We would be the same way if we just think of what we justify on Earth in terms of destruction of habitat, of native species, animals that we kill, all the different things that we do on Earth, factory farming. Now imagine, why would we care about these lizard people that live, in caves on some fucking stupid planet? We would probably kidnap them, we'd kill them, we'd pickle them, we'd bring them back home, we'd freeze them.
Got gold in them caves?
Yeah, right. Look what Columbus did when they arrived. And took the natives and had them get gold, and if they didn't, they cut their arms off. Horrific, terrifying things. So imagine, there's no evidence that aliens are currently doing that, which is the promising thing. Right? Even the abductions, although I'm sure they're terrifying if they're true, they seem rather benign. Like, in fact, in the Travis Walton case, you know about that one? One of the most famous ones.
Not off the top of my head.
Real simple, 1970s, he's a logger, he's working with a group of guys, they see a ship, he runs toward it, he gets hit with a beam of energy, gets knocked back, unconscious, his friends flee, they come back, they're yelling at each other, we gotta go back, we gotta get him, they go back, he's gone. All four of them get investigated for murder. They tell the story. No one believes them. They all pass polygraph tests. 5 days later, he shows up. He finds a payphone, makes a phone call, and has this fucking story. But the story was that they took him aboard the craft and killed him and communicated with him, and that there was a bunch of different types of these beings. And then he has been telling the exact same story ever since the 1970s. So, but relatively benign compared to what we would do, for sure. Like we fucking, we shoot elephants.
It turns into Avatar.
Yeah, think about the horrible things that we do right now on Earth.
No, I agree. Yeah, and it's something that I always do. It's a great quote from Christopher Hitchens, which is, we're just not the end of that evolutionary chain. We're just our current the current version of humanity, our frontal lobes are too big, our frontal lobes are too small, our adrenaline glands are too big, our thumb forefinger opposition isn't all it's cracked up to be.
And we love violence.
We love violence.
We love violence. Our national sport is dudes who are enormous and running at each other full speed. And the other one is guys punching and kicking each other.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. We're so high. And then we're also involved in multiple wars simultaneously. At least proxy.
Yeah, proxy wars.
At least human beings are involved in a significant amount of war. Always.
Yeah, this is literally the status quo throughout history. I mean, it's just, we've always been at war with each other. I mean, I still do, personally maintain the idea that it's still the best time to be alive,
100%.
Technologically speaking, but also, I mean, obviously we're much more aware of conflict around the world, but on a percentage scale of what it's been like in the past, it's actually far less than it has been. Like, even though it's terrible when it happens, but we're in an era where there's actually less of that going on, and hopefully that can continue. I actually genuinely think that it's one of the reasons why this whole investigation into the past is important to me. Like, I haven't really talked about it in videos or put it down. It's going to be part of the book I'm writing for sure. It's a big part because it's not just some benign investigation into the past. I genuinely think it could have a significant impact on our future because that concept you talked about it of like this linear progression, right? I mean, in general, we get taught in school, okay, we were in caves, civilization happened, how many thousands of years later, here we are. This is the only way that an advanced civilization can happen, is on this path, don't worry about it, it's almost like it's preordained, just worry about next election cycle, next quarterly result, whatever, right? And we just don't think about it. This is this concept, I think it's a fundamental pillar of what it means to be a human being today. It's in everybody's mind to some degree. Like, all right, Stone Age to us, we're advanced. This is the only way it happens. I do think that if you can change that at that fundamental level to this cyclical version that is an oscillation between civilization and cataclysm, and this idea that, okay, we've actually risen in the past. We've become relatively high technology. We've become civilized. And it happened. It would have been different to us, but we fell. We fell again. And we're somewhere on this oscillation and this circular motion between civilization and cataclysm. And on a long enough time scale, we know it's going to happen again.
Yes.
Right. And if you can change that, if you could change that fundamental concept in people, like that's what we teach people in schools. Okay, so we're rising again. We're at this crazy point in time where our technology is super advanced. We can solve some of these problems, but we know on this time scale, if we don't do something about it, we might end up like our ancestors did. I genuinely think that stands a chance of like changing some of our behavior and some of our, like, a little less money on tanks and guns, a little bit more money on space exploration, make solving the longer term problems a bit more a priority. And it's altruistic and it's like a crazy goal. I know it's altruistic as all hell, but it's just, I think there's precedent for it too, though. I mean, whether you agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. But the fact is that the term climate change has changed our behavior over the last 25 years, right? It's changed. If you think about what's happened with that concept and that movement, it changes investment decisions. It changes our interactions with each other, with the planet. It's changed our behavior in the way we think about stuff. It's like this has crept into our zeitgeist as a species, and it's changed our behavior. So I look at some of this stuff in the past as not just being some harmless investigation into things. I think it actually getting to the root cause of what's happened in the past actually could help us in our future. I think it's what drives, I think, my interest in it in a lot of ways too.
There's another piece of example, rather, of how primitive we are, that the actual climate is political. That's bananas. Pollution is political.
Yes. Well, I mean, if you disagree, I always find it crazy that if you even question any of some of the official narrative about this stuff, the first thing you've got to do is make sure you decry and say, no, pollution bad. Yeah. Just because I think some of the science might be off. I'm not saying let's pollute the oceans. No, let's be stewards.
Yeah. Well, it's also the amount of time that we polluted the oceans in is spectacular. Mm-hmm. What we've done just in terms of the depopulation of the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
That's nuts. Like 90+% of all big fish are gone.
Yeah.
in a short amount of time, like a couple 100 years of like hardcore fishing, and we fished out the ocean.
Just about.
That's nuts. Not only that, we polluted the fuck out of it to the point where you're not even supposed to eat it every day.
Right, which is
That's
more of a pity.
crazy.
Oh, I agree.
That's crazy. If you eat sushi every day, people don't recommend it.
Beer bottle
On the
bottom of the Mariana Trench.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Man. Yeah.
That's how gross we are. Somebody was over there and they chucked one overboard.
Yeah, it looks like
And it looks pretty recent, right? I mean, it's got the fucking label on it.
Yeah.
Right? The label hasn't even eroded. And
Challenge it deep.
if it's that recent, like, why isn't it covered in sediment? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
The surface covers things up and moves over time. It probably won't be there forever. It probably won't be sitting on the surface like that. Oh, wow.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, right.
Something
Oh, it's wow.
It should seem that the measure.
Unless there's some sort of a downward or upward current.
Yeah.
Scientists find beer bottle at the deepest point of the ocean. That's
6.7 miles, 35,000 feet below the surface. That is.
How does it not implode, but that sub does?
Well, you know air.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Didn't last long as there's a cap on, that's for sure. But yeah. Yeah, I don't want to go down there.
Like, fuck all that. Yeah. I'd rather watch a video. Not only that, they were watching a video. That's what's even crazier.
Yeah.
You go all the way down and you're watching a screen.
Yeah.
It's not like there's a window. You can't have a fucking window.
No, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, like one little, or it was just that there's one just giant thick thing at the front and kind of like.
Imagine the freak out of being at the bottom.
James Cameron knows. I mean, he's been down there. Yeah. Not for
He
me.
went there by himself.
I know he did. It's crazy. In that, he did it right. But
I guess. If you're going to do it.
yeah,
Why is he doing that?
I want
James,
4
we
feet of
need you.
titanium around me, like in a sphere.
Yeah, we need you to make moves.
Maybe not a carbon fiber tube.
Yeah. Well, especially not one that the engineer said wasn't really designed for those depths.
Yeah, that cracked. Did you ever watch that documentary? It's, dude, they're putting that thing on. They do the scale model and they're testing it under pressure, and they're all standing around in a room and just goes bang. Like it's just, and every test they did, it went bang and blew. And they're like, oh, that's
they
fine.
did like 20 successful trips with that.
Oh, they did a bunch. Yeah, and well, even the scariest part is like when you're in the footage with it and you can hear it popping. Like it's literally the carbon fiber strands snapping. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrifying.
Imagine being one of those people that successfully made that journey and then the nightmares that you have every day.
Like the one right before.
You missed it. The one right before. Barely missed getting instantaneously destroyed.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen the animation, the computer recreation of what it would look like.
Yeah,
implosion. Yeah, it turned to blood cells.
Yeah.
Just splatter.
Yeah, you wouldn't. It said that it happens faster than the time it would take for you to even register that it happened. Like for your senses to register in your brain that it happened. It's over.
The pressure.
Yeah.
Just the fact that we're that weird, that we choose to do that, that we have technology like, let's see, let's go.
Yeah. I mean, it's so funny the way they skirted the. I mean, he signed everyone up as like basically expedition team members. That's how they got around. I'm not selling seats for this. Like they're coming on. They all had a technical role supposedly, and it was like it's getting around the regulations and the safety regulations. But yeah, no interest in that sort of pressure. I mean, I dive, but that's not like that.
Diving is swimming.
Pretty much,
It's just hardcore swimming. Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
If you have any questions about this tier list, you're not
What
sure,
happened
you don't know if it's next week or blog post, so you just can't make a decision, you know what you should do? You should ask Jay.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Oh my God! Why does this freak me out so much? Look, it's because a guy went on with his son.
Yeah, it's a terrible story. I mean, it's just
Why? I wish I was friends with that guy. Like, dude, no.
It's not the place I'd want to explore. Like there is some stuff off Cuba. They say that they reckon pyramids that's kilometers deep in the ocean. But
I've seen that. I've seen internet videos.
Yeah, on imaging.
Yeah.
But I did dive. We were in Alexandria. I dived on the lighthouse. So there's and actually there was a news article just the other day about the Egyptians were pulling like more stuff out of the water there at Heraklion and at the lighthouse of Alexandria. quite an interesting story. And we were in Alexandria, dive in the Mediterranean on the Egyptian side, and I mean it's amazing. There's massive columns and massive megalithic blocks in the water from when that the lighthouse it fell down or it collapsed. There was an earthquake. And so you're in the water, but you're diving over like megalithic blocks like these and huge columns, and it has a history that stretches back too, right? It's the megalithic stuff is what's associated with the very earliest periods of building. All the stuff that happened later is typically not that big, but yeah, this is actually
what's nuts. That's what's nuts. Is that the older you grow, the bigger the stones are.
Well, and it's what's funny is when we looked into the erosion at places like the Giza Plateau, you have 2 or 3 feet. It's not on the Sphinx. Everybody knows about the Sphinx enclosure erosion, but you look at places like the Pyramid Temple of the Middle Pyramid. There's some of the blocks on the Great Pyramid, the casing stones that are there that we can see now that they've taken the boat museum away, and up and down the causeway there is limestone blocks with up to 2 feet of erosion. Like it's these waves. I think I have it directly on that drive with the erosion on it. And it's you have to juxtapose that against all the other stuff they say is 4th dynasty, right? So right next to the Valley Temple, there is another structure that's built from small limestone blocks. It doesn't have any erosion, not like the Valley Temple does. The Western Cemetery that's behind the Great Pyramid is beautifully made. It's smaller limestone blocks. It's apparently older. So yeah, here's a good example. This is the mortuary or the Pyramid Temple. So you can see where the face of that block originally was, but it's been eroded in like up to 2 feet in places. There's huge amounts of erosion that you can find in a lot of places at the Giza Plateau. Yet at the same time, you have what is said to be contemporary structures, said to have been built roughly in the same time. Sometimes they say they're even older, that have just no erosion at all, made from the same stone, made allegedly by the same people. And
what force did they attribute that erosion to?
Well, it's wind and sand, right? That's what they will say. Look, this is just regular weathering. And here's the crazy thing about these structures: they're like this was also cased in granite. These are the inside blocks. So this structure was fully cased in like 4 feet thick granite blocks.
And that was stolen and
they were taken. But it would have protected this stone from erosion for however many thousands of years. You find that there's another picture in here of like the that's so there. Like, see, this is said to, like that picture I just showed with the heavy erosion. That's where the arrow is at the Pyramid Temple. No, back to that one. Yep. So that deep erosion's at that Pyramid Temple. This one more to the right. They say this is older than that, and that this has never been cased in granite. That other stuff was cased in granite. It's megalithic. There's a block in that complex that's 450 tons, and it was cased in granite. Now, there's been studies, right? But we know how long it takes to weather limestone. There's been a bunch of studies. The government departments have studied it. They put limestone blocks on the top of a building in Washington, D.C. in a government department and studied it over 11 years. There's endless cemeteries with conveniently carved and dated limestone pieces in the form of headstones that you can measure. You can go, okay, this was carved in whatever year this guy died, and as you can measure it and over time get a sense for like what's it take with rain, with wind. We've done studies of like, all right, we put these blocks in a river and we let it wash over like a very highly erosive environment where we've got running water running over the stone and how long it takes to erode. For some of the erosion that if you reference those studies for this type of hard limestone, to get 2 feet of erosive wear on those blocks just with regular wind, weathering, and this is in places that have a lot more rainfall than Giza. You're talking dates from like 60 to 122,000 years to get that much erosion on it. I mean, and I think that's in a more erosive environment than what the desert is.
What?
So yeah, that's it side by side. So you have literally they'll tell you that thing on the right is older. This was built by Keith. This is supposedly Khafra, his son. But it's completely different. So this is that tailored to industry thing as well. But they attribute all this to the same people. But you can baseline this because it's the same stone. It's at the same elevation level. It's supposedly the same age. The differences are in the construction. Like it's megalithic, and a lot of this stuff was encased in granite. This is the Sphinx Temple down at the other end of the causeway. Same thing. So all the megalithic stuff that is cased in granite has severe erosion. Yet there's buildings all around it, and up and down the plateau, they say it built at the same time, yet it's smaller blocks, it's not as nice work, and it's not eroded like that. Like,
and what's the conventional explanation for that discrepancy?
They just don't address it. Like, I've not seen anyone, well, I mean, because the argument's always been the Sphinx temple, like the Sphinx enclosure, right? Robert Schoch, John Anthony West, he talked about the fact that you needed thousands of years of rainfall erosion to get those patterns on the walls. That's where the discussion's been focused. It's not, there was no comparison made. It was always like, well, this, you know, the geologists and the experts say it's wind and sand, it's water erosion, but then you have the archaeologists and the Markland saying, no, it's wind and sand. But I think there's a better argument to be made when you start to do comparative work like this. You go, all right, hang on, let's take the Western Cemetery behind the Great Pyramid, supposedly built by Khufu, 4th Dynasty. It's at the same elevation level. It's the same stone type as the mortuary or the pyramid temple of the Middle Pyramid complex. So after Khufu, so if he built that, then his son Khafra built this one. How come this one, which was also cased in granite, and this wasn't, how come this is so much more eroded than this? There's no, it's at the same elevation level. It's the same stone. It's, you would assume that it's been subjected to the same weathering. Why is this so weathered and that is not? That you can't explain it any other way. Yeah, I've not seen anyone respond to that argument with anything that makes any remote sense. Like,
Remote sense would dictate one's older.
yeah, I mean, I'd like to show people, like, which one looks older?
Same stone.
Same stone, same elevation level, same everything.
Has to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and then again, we know.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
And it's not like this. This is very hard monolithic limestone. Like, it's full of fossils. It's not a soft limestone.
The idea that there was a civilization that built monolithic construction, 100,000 years ago is.
It is.
That's so crazy. But have you seen any of Michael Button's work?
Yeah, I saw the episode. Yeah,
that is a very interesting episode. And he's talking about how human beings in this exact same form have been around at least 300,000 years.
At least.
So that's the fossil record,
right?
That's all we found. There might be human beings that were 500,000 years.
There's 6 good evidence for it, actually.
Really?
Yeah. So the Morocco find, I've talked about this for years. Well, it's that the fossil record. So we used to be 190 with 50,000, and it's 195,000 with the Ethiopian bones, and it's 315 or 19 with the Morocco find. That's the latest in the fossil record, anatomically modern humans. However, there are studies. I think this is in the other vectors directory. I've got those studies. There's 2 studies that I reference usually. One is a DNA study that suggests, like, from a genetic perspective, Neanderthals are our cousins. Like, we didn't evolve from them. We both evolved from a common ancestor. And they, then based on just looking at the genome and trying to trace it back, the paper suggests that we split with a common ancestor somewhere in the realm of 800,000 years ago. Us and Neanderthals split from a common ancestor. Like, that's when we carved off 100,000 years ago. Yeah, and there's another study on teeth morphology, which was it actually got set up to try and prove that we're only 200,000-300,000 years old, and they were looking at, all right, so our nearest common ancestor, how quickly does our teeth have to evolve and morph, like this teeth morphology? How quickly does that have to happen for us to basically have the teeth that we have today relative to our ancestors? And they thought, well, it's going to have to be this rate to make these numbers work. And then they did this big statistical study on a lot of different people from all around the world, and they figured out the rate of dental evolution is much slower. So they basically worked backwards from there and said, okay, so if that's how quickly our teeth evolved, then we may have been around as many as 800,000 or 900,000 years. So you have 2 different studies. I mean, again, fossil record 300,000, but other studies do suggest the possibility could be up towards 1 million years old for human beings. It gets real interesting, even within the 300,000 years, but certainly if you stretch it back further, I mean, you can find graphs of the temperature and the global temperature in ice core data from Antarctica. It goes back 400,000 years. So you have these peaks and valleys. Like, we're in that peak right now in the Holocene, the nice warm period where civilization flourishes. But we've been through a bunch of those peaks before. And some of those valleys are, we know, as a result of cataclysm, like massive changes to the surface of the Earth where nothing would be left. So I honestly put the realm of possibility for advanced civilization, not just the last ice age, but within, up to 1 million years potentially. Could be.
Well, it's not.
It'd be dust for a lot of it,
Yeah,
but
it would be dust what we would find now.
Yeah.
But it's not. But that's what Michael Button's argument. When you're dealing with anatomically similar human beings, or anatomically exactly the same creature.
give us warm weather and enough food to eat, and we start fucking solving problems.
Which is one of the reasons why Egypt itself was so spectacular. Was that it was very fertile.
It was in the African Union period. This is one of my arguments. Is I think if you just assume for a moment that there was a civilization that flourished during the African Union period before it, when the Sahara was a savanna. And that's why I think the Sahara is such an appealing target. It's because what happened, right? So if that civilization ends, we're knocked back to a relative stone age. The people that were populating the Nile, people have been in the Nile, we know, for like hundreds of thousands of years. Like people live, and if they're going to start that civilization, they're going to do it in the only part of that country that was habitable. It's the Nile Valley, and that's where all the sites of ancient Egypt are that we know about. But they've all been. Let's assume they kick-started this stuff and they built them, inherited and renovated and reused, and the dynastic Egyptians made them their own, assuming there's something there before. So what's fascinating to me is the possibility that out there in the Sahara, maybe near an ancient water source or an ancient aqueduct or something, or an ancient aquifer, we might be another Assyrian out there, like this subterranean things. There might be another Serapeum. There might be another labyrinth buried beneath the sand somewhere that's not been touched and it hasn't been inherited and reused.
Well, that's where the Reshart structure is.
Right, and that's on a timeline that could be very ancient because it's very eroded. It's hard to see anything like this. It's interpreted almost at this point to figure out that if there was a structure there. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But it's also, that's another one when you go above and you look at the satellite imagery, you go, oh boy, that place got washed.
Yeah, it did.
It got washed. I mean, that place is one of the clearest examples of a place that looks like it got washed because there's literal salt deposits everywhere.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
which is nuts.
It is nuts.
The whole thing is nuts.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like
Jimmy Corsetti does some amazing videos on that.
Well, yeah, Jimmy does.
You do as well.
Jimmy's awesome. Yeah, that seems like it could be one of the places to look. I mean, actually, Michael Donnellan was an interesting talk about Melvin Burrows and that same satellite scan company. There's a guy named Michael Donnellan who's been working with them, still is. He's putting out a documentary pretty soon called Atlantica, and he thinks he's found, at least if not Atlantis, a part of Atlantis off the coast of Spain. And they for 100% found some shit in the waters, and I've been diving on it for a couple of years now and building a documentary. But he's pretty convincing. He's found, again, another like underwater, if nothing else, megalithic city. He thinks it could be Atlantis as well, off the coast of Spain.
Wow, I saw that documentary was coming out. Yeah, I didn't know exactly what they had discovered. Is there images that we can see right now?
It's not. We saw like an advanced
in his car
of it,
close to his chest.
Until it comes out, but they discovered it with that Melvin Burrows scanning tech. The same satellite-based tech, and then they went and dived on it, and we saw like a cut-down version of 3 episodes at this conference I went to and met him, and I've since talked to him a bit. Fascinating, 100% found something, like it is man-made, like whatever it is. Yeah, so this is like the preview or teaser thing.
Ooh, when does this come out?
I'm not sure when the streaming. I feel like it's got to be this year. I hope he's mostly done with it.
It says 2025.
Okay, so then,
or at least the trailers.
That was Tim Akers for a second, the old guy with the beard when he was still around.
When did he die?
I think it was just last year or the year before. Yeah, it sucks.
I'm very happy I got John Anthony West on a couple of times before he passed.
It's one of my big regrets of never actually having a chance to meet him.
He was great.
He's phenomenal. There's a clip I use in my videos of him back in the 90s. Oh, really? Back in the 90s, John Anthony West, I use it in some of my videos, and he's standing at this cabinet, the same cabinet I stand in front of when I take people there to the Cairo Museum. He's looking at this beautiful diorite base with a super thin neck, and it's like this beautiful, tiny little thin neck on it, and flared, and he's just saying, how much these bases are an anomaly. They're pre-dynastic. You don't know how they made them. How do you machine out the inside of this vase through this tiny little neck? Someone did it. He said, I can only hope that at some point in the future people will start to apply modern technology and study these things and try to learn some more about it. So it's just fantastic that base scan project is basically doing what he thinks we should be doing. That is, we're learning a ton about it.
His DVD series, Magical Egypt, is worth talking about.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
That series is insane.
I think he was great. A symbologist, and I think that symbologist view of ancient Egypt is fantastic. Occasionally, he would touch on the engineering side of things that I'm sort of deep on. Sometimes he would ignore it too. It's pretty funny. I have a copy of his guidebook, which is hard to get these days. His guidebook to ancient Egypt, and it really has about this much on the Serapeum because there's just no real writing down in the Serapeum. That's the place with the 25 giant, like 100-ton stone boxes. It's one of the most remarkable logistical feats that come from ancient Egypt. But there wasn't a lot to like for a symbologist to interpret in that place. So it's like, yeah, it's pretty cool. Go check it out. Some boxes. And we spent like 4 hours down there.
It's interesting if you think of him like being concentrating on the symbolism and how much work he did. Oh, and you need one of those too, right?
Oh, for
you
sure.
need a bunch of different people looking at all the different aspects of it.
Yeah.
And he was another one that had his interpretation was this is a lot older.
Oh yeah.
It seems no one seems to like do a deep dive on it and go, oh, no, they figured this out.
No, right.
Zahi's example was so crazy. His explanation was, this was the national project.
I tried to watch that podcast.
Imagine if we're all going to fly without wings. This is the national project. You're just going to use your mind and fly without wings. We're all just going to work on that.
I have heard him say that for 10 years, 11 years, 10 years. Yes, I asked him that question 2015. I was in the room with Graham Hancock and him having this debate. It wasn't a debate, and Zahi flipped out earlier in the day. But we asked him that question. I've heard him given that answer so many times. We asked him about anything precision or logistics, all these difficult to explain topics. That's the response. It's basically they tried really hard, therefore they did, and it drives me nutty. He's not the only one who gives that response, by the way. That's a pretty stock standard answer to anything we say. Well, how did they move a 1,000-ton statue 1,000 miles, which is what they did at one point? Or how did they build the pyramid so precisely, or whatever? Or how did they do it in the time frame? No, national project. They really wanted to, and it's the response. The good examples like the Apollo. The Apollo 11 project, the Apollo program, right? Going to the moon. That was a national project at the time. There was a huge amount of resources put towards it from a relative to what NASA is today. But we didn't just all come together with a big, piece of fabric and fling some people at the moon. There's technology involved, right? You can't do it without the technology.
Right.
That's the aspect of that answer that annoys me. It's like, no, I don't care how hard you try. Try does not get you like precise down to within 1,000th of an inch, or in the case of one of these vases, 0.4 of a micron, 0.6 of a micron. That's the most extreme precision I've seen on one of them.
Well, it's interesting too that these vases, these small things that you could hold in your hand, are evidence of this incredible technology. When these enormous statues also exist, but you don't think of the vases as being the thing that's the smoking gun, but it kind of is.
They are. It's because they predate the dynastic Egyptians, because they were buried with those people. They exist. We know they existed in those times. You can't do that with the big statues. But I have a whole long 2-hour talk about how these things connect to those things, like the tube drills and the precision and the machining. It's the same technique. It's the stone types. I mean, there are a bunch of like tube drills on the Great Pyramid. A whole bunch of people don't know about them or where they are. But I've got pictures and I can show people. The statues show the same machining marks. The statues reflect the same precision. The boxes, the obelisks, a lot of the stonework reflect the same thing as well. The same tools we use, the same precision shows up. And in pretty much all of those cases, the oldest and the best examples of all of those things are typically also the oldest. Like it's like the
best examples of
the
oldest.
The single piece columns are absolutely incredible. Like the Romans didn't make columns like that. Like the fact that these columns of granite in Egypt And they start off wide and they get narrower and narrower and narrower, and then they flare out of the top, and it's all a single piece. And that means that the entire piece that was quarried had to be as wide as the widest part at the top and then machined down. These columns have friggin' vertical lathe centering points on them. Like there's like imagine it's like 150 tons turning on a vertical lathe or something that they did to create some of these things.
So there's points that show that it was from.
Oh, it was definitely centering points. On these columns. There's a forest of them laying out at Tanis, and you can see it on the end points. And
Can we show that? And what's the weight of these things?
Oh, it's up to, I imagine the bigger ones are maybe 100, 150 tons, 200 tons. And you have these existing on Old Kingdom sites. Saqqara, Giza, Abu Sir, the single piece columns. They are also on sites later on that are attributed to the New Kingdom, places like the Luxor Temple of Karnak. However, I think that those places had a granite core and an infrastructure there already, and then those kings of the New Kingdom, Seti I, Merenkatar, Ramses II, built around them, and you can see the difference in technology of what's in the granite core with the giant obelisks and the columns and the granite buildings that look like the Valley Temple and the old structures. And outside of that, it's all sandstone and it's blocks. And they made giant columns too, but they're made from blocks of sandstone. They would stack them up and shave them down. It's a much softer stone, and making blocks out of rounds and just making columns out of rounds is way easier than trying to build a single flared, granite column. And even the Romans, it has to have been something like that. It can't have been that all the way, because you have, Jamie, in that Precision Large directory, there's a picture of a column end. Like if I'm standing next to this amazing end piece, but some of them are faceted, so it can't have all been lathe work.
Right.
They have little buttresses and features, but certainly the column of the lathe, the circular part could have been done, or the center of the column could have been done on a lathe. I'm sorry. It's fascinating. Huge. This is Chris Dunn things. That's one of the columns I'm standing next to. That's a Tanis. And if you flip through, there's like a column end point that's an end. So see there's a hole in the tip. So you have this is a place called Temple of Bastet, and there were forests of these things. Like, look at that thing. That thing is that's one of my favorite artifacts in all of Egypt. It is immaculate. The faceting, look at that bullnose that runs up the center of that frond of the palm, because these are like palm-shaped pillars. It tapers. It's thick on one end and it thins right down to the end, and it's exactly the same on either side. On each of these fronds, I would love to get there and scan this thing. One of my favorite pieces, and you just had probably hundreds of these things on these sites. And it goes back in time. Again, these are columns from Saqqara and Abu Sir, which are all Old Kingdom sites. So again, these were existing in the early times, but they didn't build columns like this later in the civilization. They built them with sandstone pieces.
Go back to those images again. That's how great that looks.
Yeah.
One solid piece of granite.
Yeah, and flared. Even the Romans, who by all accounts had far superior technology to the Egyptians. They had force multipliers, they had iron, they had all sorts of mathematical skill they got from the Greeks. They built single piece granite pillars, but they were tapered the whole way. They weren't anything as precise. They're quite rough. If you go into the Pantheon, this one's one of my favorites. This is called Pompey's Pillar. You can see the dude standing at the bottom. I've actually got a picture of me there as well.
Zoom out so you can see the whole thing.
So I think that's been that's a reworked column that the Romans reworked, and they carved that head top, or it's a separate stone. I'm not sure. But this is in Alexandria, Egypt. But huge.
And where did that come from?
And so this is how they do it. It's Aswanian granite. It's like 1,000 kilometers long.
So then, when you get to New Kingdom,
so this is what they. Yes. So this is the stacked rounds of sandstone, and this is. I always like to show people this corner of Karnak because there's an unfinished column on the end there. You can see how they did it. They stack up those blocks and they basically shave it down, and they would end up. And this is imitation too, right? This is the other key thing you see. Even with the vases, they would. mean, people knew what was sophisticated. Anyone who works with stone, whether you're primitive or not, you see an artifact like that, or one of those statues or a column out of stone, you're like, holy shit, how did they do that? So it's from the gods, right? I'm going to imitate it, and I'm going to try and replicate it. And so they were doing their best to replicate and imitate,
but with sandstone.
with sandstone, and in a technological method that they were capable of, which is to put blocks of sandstone up, right, shade it down, and make it look like one of these columns. And they did great work, right? Don't get me wrong. Karnak is the great sort of hypostyle hall at Karnak. It's phenomenal. And it is the work of the New Kingdom. But it still pales in technological significance to like the older stuff, the single piece stuff. But it's fabulous. Like I love Karnak's one of my favorite places because you have all those examples right in front of you of like high tech and then low tech.
And so by New Kingdom, what year?
So like 1500 BC ish.
So even then, they're still doing spectacular stuff.
Oh,
it's just not as sophisticated.
It was by all accounts, the Old Kingdom or in the New Kingdom, that was Egypt's height, like the height of the dynastic Egyptian civilization. Like Ramses II in particular, they always call him the greatest of the Egyptian kings. Egypt had the most power, the most wealth, the most ability to do that sort of work. So they built these great temples, and it's very, very clear. Yeah, this is that Pompey's pillar, they call it. It's very clear that they built them around and on top of existing infrastructure. In fact, at Karnak, which is attributed to Ramses II, I mean, again, the devil's in the details. You have the names of kings that go back all the way to the Old Kingdom on various structures. You also, at one point in that hall where they pulled up a massive floor tile, underneath the ground at the bottom there is a column base. It's another, like an older and white calcite column base that is the same sort of column base that you see on the very oldest of sites, which tells you there was a columned hall here before and either got destroyed or knocked down, but the whole place was rebuilt. You see this evidence of these layers of infrastructure on these sites. It tells you, okay, it's like looking at these ancient sites, you always have to keep that in the back of your head, like, all right, there's been thousands of years of not only inheritance, but renovation and reuse and claim. Like it's people have asked me if I think the statues are so old, how come they look like dynastic Egyptians? I think the answer is it's the other way around. I think the dynastic Egyptians look like the statues. So if you imagine there's evidence for like 5 or 6 of these giant 1,000-ton statues, which are the typical stuff you see at Luxor with the head jet and the Nemes crown, or the bowling pin thing on the head, and they're always in that iconic, symbolic style of ancient Egypt. Yeah, I had the Precision Large has probably got the statues. And imagine that you are a tribal culture that's emerging from the Stone Age, but you have this history and these legends of these stories, and you come across so this iconic look. And again, this stretches back. This is an Old Kingdom statue. This is attributed to. This is made of diorite, by the way. This is called Khafre Enthroned, one of my favorite statues, with the columns from Saqqara in the background.
This is made out of that same impossibly hard stone.
Yes, it's like a 6.5 to a 7 on the Mohs scale, and it's phenomenal. This is an incredible statue.
And this exhibits that facial symmetry as well.
It looks like it. I have not seen the actual scans from this, but this thing actually has tubular drill marks and saw cuts in it too. So it's got between his heels you see the remnants of a tube drill. I've probably got a picture of that in my machining directory of the tube drill between the heels. And then in the legs on the inside, you can actually see overcuts, like a saw cut from where they cut too deeply into this insanely hard stone. And it's overrun, which is, if you were doing this by hand, that's a mistake you'd have to be making for about 4 hours, to actually get the depth of the cut. But if you had some sort of power tool that was removing material quickly, you can overcut them there. And there's like little mistakes.
Go to the full of this piece.
Yeah.
So your thoughts are that the Egyptians were imitating these ancient books.
Yes. I think they inherited their iconography from the artifacts that they gained in like statues like this, and also the 1,000-ton versions of statues like this. And I mean, if you look at their art style, this is one of the things that blows my mind. It's like across that 3,000-year civilization, that iconography didn't change for him. Like it's the same look. And how do the kings draw themselves on the walls? They're always trying to position themselves as being one of the gods. Like they always talk about. Eventually, they've got this aura of divinity. You became a god, like the pharaohs became divine. That wasn't always the case, but they grew into that over time as that civilization progressed. And they always match themselves, and they try to make themselves look like the gods. And again, eventually, once you get hubris and ego involved in some of these really big, really rich kings, you're like, damn it, I am one of the gods. Put my name on this statue. That's how I want to be remembered. And there were multiple gods. Seti the First did it. His son Ramses II, his son Merenptah, particularly in the New Kingdom. I mean, Petrie called Ramses the Great Usurper. That was his name for him because he was putting his name on everything, trying to label himself as one of the kings. And I think if you look at that, from the Old Kingdom through to the Ptolemaic era, it's the same. Like they're depicting themselves as one of these gods who are always depicted in the same way, and that's part of it from day one. Like it feels like. And I think, where do you get that picture from? It's like that. What's the poem from Percy Shelley? Ozymandias. Look on my works, ye mighty in despair. Like it's literally a poem by Percy Shelley that talks about it. He actually gets it from, I think, an account of Diodorus Siculus coming across one of these statues in the desert that's 1,000 tons. It's like a weary traveler in a desert in an unknown land comes along two vast and trunkless legs of stone. Over, like nearby, a shattered visage lies, still like sort of full of sneer and arrogance, and it's basically written upon this stone are the words, "My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my work, ye mighty in despair." And then the endless sands stretch far away. I'm paraphrasing.
People are dicks.
Yeah,
especially when they become kings. There it is. Look on my works, ye mighty in despair.
Nothing beside remains, round and round the bed, a waffle wreck, boundless and bare, but mine never stands. So it's like, if you imagine you come across in the sand in the desert and you find the remnants of 1,000 tons. I'm sure you've seen pictures of the Ramesseum and the 1,000-ton statues. Like there's 4 or 5 of them at least that happen, but they're incredible single-piece stone statues that were moved, in some cases, up to 1,000, like 600-700 miles away. I have them in the colossal directory.
And did they fall from earthquakes? Is that the speculation?
I suspect either that or the hands of men. I think with enough dudes with enough leverage, you can probably yeet that thing over and it'll crack when it falls. And I think there was a long period of them destroying all the gods and all the icons and all the, the false idols of the past. There's at a place called Tanis, there's a giant foot that my whole outstretched hand wouldn't fit in the toenail. And it's a repurposed block of granite, and Petrie found it, and there's other pieces of this statue. So we know it was a statue that, had it been standing, it's about the same size as the Statue of Liberty without the pedestal. The foot's about the same size, just give it a frame of reference. And that thing's made from Aswanian granite. Now, Tanis is in the north, and it's north of Cairo, like it's up in the delta towards the Mediterranean, and Cairo's down here. It's like 1,000 kilometers. So someone at some point took at least 1,000-ton, probably more like 1,500-ton block of stone, because they didn't finish them. They didn't ship them finished. We know they finished stuff on site. Like 1,000 kilometers north. There's an even better example, Jamie. I think in the foot, the foot at Tanis. No, that's it there. The first one. Yeah. In my in the massive. There's actually my video thumbnail in the ancient Tanis, largest stone statue ever made. Giant, huge objects. There you go. So there's go up one. That's the foot there. So you see, it's funny because this block's been repurposed. It's been cut off on both sides and used as a block in a wall. They cut the front off it and the back off it and stuck it in and rebuilt it. This thing, there's a picture of a whole arm when it was put together in that directory. So that's a giant thumb holding a scroll, and they put the whole arm together. I've got one picture of it. One time I was there, they put the whole arm together, and that is probably the most impressive example. It's in there, I'm sure. Let's see. It's that down. Yep, up one. There you go. Yeah. So this is it's made from composite quartzite. So this is at Karnak. This is one of several statues of this size at Karnak. And what's impressive about this, they put this together for 1 year and they took it apart and I got told that it was because people were freaking out about how big this must have been. They didn't it gives a sense of scale, and then people are like, what the hell are we doing this? So they took it apart again, and then you still see the thumb there today, so it's turned on its side. Now, what's cool about this is that it's a straight arm. So a lot of those statues, like the one at the Ramesseum, they're seated, so they always have their elbows bent at their knees. This thing was standing. So it was a standing statue, 1,000 tons, made from composite quartzite, which is in a lot of ways more difficult to work than granite. It's a very hard, compressed form of sandstone. It's like 6.5 to 7, but it's full of flint. It's a stone carver's nightmare. It's like you can see the chunks of flint in the stone. But they somehow worked that surface just with no problem going over flint, which is 7.5 on most scale. The trick with this statue is where that stone came from. That's the Karnak in the south, Aswan for granite a bit further south. Composite quartzite doesn't come from Aswan. It comes from the Red Mountains north of Cairo. And the tricky part here is that the Nile River flows north. Right? So it's like people, because it's north, people are like, oh, it's going up, but it flows to the north. So they had to take the block for that thing, I'd say 1,500 tons easy. They had to bring that upriver, 600 miles or something, 500 miles. Wow. I don't know how you explain that, and there's certainly no depictions of them doing that. That is a logistical feat. I mean, I don't know how you can rival it.
It was a national project. Don't you get it? Don't you get it?
Just a national project. They really wanted to do.
Well, it's one of those really amazing mysteries because the actual facts of it are so spectacular that it defies any conventional explanation, to the point where it opens up people to the possibility that maybe we don't know. Almost anyone listening to this that's even remotely reasonable that sees that goes, oh, okay, I think this picture's a lot bigger than we thought it was.
Yeah, that's honestly my response to it. Is I don't know how they do it. You can't do it in primitive fashion. Like we literally tried. Like we've had the thunderstorms.
How would they even do it today?
Hydraulics and diesel power, like huge bar. I mean, I didn't even know. You try to move. I mean, it's like makes newspaper headlines when they shift a load of like 150 tons on a truck somewhere. 1,000 tons these days. I don't even 1,500 tons. I mean, we have cranes. We have the capability, but it's usually by water on giant. I don't know if we can how we transport a load like that over anything other than water.
Imagine the wooden boat and how hard those dudes are rowing.
Upriver too.
Not only that, how deep is the water? And when you're dealing with 150 tons, how far does it sink? You know what I'm saying?
Displacement.
Yeah. How much of a boat do you need? And can you fit a boat that wide?
In parts of the Nile you can, but I'll tell you this, and I've looked at this, that you sure as shit can't do it at the quarry, because this is what they say. You go to the quarry, and this is an example I like to give people all the time. The unfinished obelisk, the Aswan quarry, it's like 1,200 tons. They will tell you that, so there's this low area in the quarry, that's the harbour, where they park the boat to take the stone. I mean, there is no chance that you could put that thing on a boat that even would. It's like this is not in the realms of possibility for a boat to displace enough water to take a load like that obelisk. It would literally just be this giant clump. It would just. It just can't happen. And what's more, that quarry, or that harbour in the quarry, that isn't a harbour. That's an extraction. They pulled a fucking block out of there that same size as the obelisk. It's gone. You can see it. I showed you. It's an off-limits area to the quarry, but we can't get in there every time.
So someone somehow pulled that off.
It's already been done, 100%. We know it has because we've got the statues, the blocks of that size and tonnage have been successfully transported and shaped. However, in that place they call the quarry in the harbour, it's all scoop marks. It's the same technology, and here's where it gets wild. is that there's, you can see the extraction that's come out. It's massive, it's basically like the obelisk, the unfinished obelisk. So something like an order of 12 to 1,300 tons in a piece got pulled out of there. And in the corner, right up at the end where you see the boxy end of whatever this was taken out, on the wall, there's red ochre painting. It's paintings of like emus or flamingos and some other dolphins and other stuff. And it's an identical match for the art style and paintings that you find on pre-dynastic pottery that comes from the Carter culture and before. It's exactly the same. It's not dynastic Egyptian. It's pre-dynastic artwork. That's been put on the wall. I hope I have pictures of that. I know I do on here. It's actually, I have a video called it's on my, I have a video where I look at all this on my channel, but it's the exact same artwork that you see on the vessel. So it's, to me, it's an indication of there was a primitive, these people that were there are living there in thousands of years before the dynastic Egyptian civilization rose. Were obviously in that quarry, and they found this convenient wall to put some artwork on, and they painted on it, which tells you that, well, this extraction had to happen before that, right? Which had to have been taken out before that.
And how far before?
We don't know. Can't date the stone. So, but somebody took a piece like that out of there, 100%, with the same technology the scoop mask.
Have you found anything on that, Jamie? Once you get that, let's look at the unknown obelisk too. So to people,
The unfinished obelisk.
Yeah, the unfinished obelisk is how many feet?
That is definitely in that other directory. That's the video about the obelisk.
The unfinished obelisk is how long?
Oh, it's got to be 100 feet long or something like that. It's a 90 feet long, I'm thinking. You'll see it in the picture. It's a giant block. I mean, so it's not extracted either. That's what I should say. It is still attached to the bedrock. So they were cutting it out, and then for whatever reason they stopped. But if you assume that the obelisk would have a square section, which means, same width as like this, a square section, it would have, its mass with the granite there, that's like 2.7 tons per cubic meter, is roughly 1,200 tons.
And did they stop because it was cracked? Or
That's what they say. That's what they say. I don't think so. I don't think that, it doesn't, to me, that's hard to say whether it was cracked or not. It was, people tried to quarry it after. There wasn't much attempt made to quarry. I don't know why you would, even if it cracked, why not use it? If it's actually if it was done during dynastic Egypt, I mean, you've done all that work. You've cut out the trenches on all of it around. You could cut pieces out of that. It'd take way less work. You want to get a smaller piece of stone for something else? Just cut it. Like, you should use it, but it's just not. That's not what happened.
And last, their technology was so sophisticated that what they wanted was very specific, and they could just do it again.
Yeah, and maybe it didn't crack. I think that's an example, like you do see on a lot of these sites, like the Serapeum, like the Assyrian, at the quarry, that something happened that meant tools down. Yeah, so here's the painting. This is the pictograph. Those are the paintings, and if you compare that to what's on like the pre-dynastic vases, you see exactly the same thing.
Now, so these depictions of flamingos, was it possible to date the paint that they used?
I think you probably could. I don't know if anybody ever has. I'd love to see that done. Yeah, I would love for that to happen. That's a very good point, because it's just there's a few things in Egypt where I'm like, why don't we date that?
Sorry, Jamie, scroll down a little bit. That scoopy thing. Below that. Yeah, right there. What's that?
So that's another piece near in the quarry. And this puts the light of the stupid pounding stone theory of how they explain this in the mainstream, because these scoop marks they tell you are pounding stones. This is another big piece. This is probably, we guess this piece, it was probably going to be like a smaller seated statue, but still something's maybe 150 tons. And they were cutting this out. So this, you can see, this is the process of like carving out underneath it.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can get in these trenches, and the scoop marks are crazy though, because they extend basically from the top of the wall, like 15 feet straight down these ridges. They go all on the ground under and then up on the roof side. So if you're pounding, you would have been doing this, pounding up to pound that out. And it's a very sharp turn on the inside. It's the result of some tool. Like,
also, someone's got to be underneath it when it finally cracks loose.
Yep, that would not. Yep, not. Don't want to draw that short straw. Thank you very much. Yeah, we take people down into that area around this block every time. It's great, and there's very bizarre looking. And you can grab that stone and whack at it, and just see how little effect you'll have with it. I mean,
But those stones were. Is that an example of what they are trying to claim was used?
Yes.
How long would that be? So is that the unfinished obelisk?
That is the unfinished obelisk.
And so where is that separate crack?
So there's a couple cracks, right? So this is the thing, that there's attempts at quarrying that have been made. It's I think it's that crack up towards the top, is what they say, how it cracked, but we don't know how
We
it
don't
cracked.
know if it cracked after
No.
the fact either.
It's possible that, I mean, like a lot of these places, that it was a tools down situation, just something happened to stop it, whether it's civil unrest, cataclysm.
Right.
And this thing was buried too. Like that's the thing. There was a lot of quarrying that happened after this at higher levels. Like, so this is, you got to imagine when you go to this quarry, it's like they've cut the top off a granite mountain, like taken so much granite out of there. Huge granite mountain to get down to, this sort of high quality granite, which is not surface level granite. You have to go 10, 12, 15 meters into granite to get blocks that are even possible to be this size, or this, one single piece. And in fact, even now, that you can see that, like, all of this has changed. This is not, there's no staircase. All of that gravel up to the north of that has all been moved. They're still clearing the side out, or they are. But when this was first discovered, it was buried in like 7, 8 meters of quarry rubble from all of the quarrying that had happened above it and around it, like for thousands of years. The Egyptians, the Romans. Yeah, this was buried.
How did they know it was there?
Also, there was like an edge, one little edge piece poking out. What the hell is this? And then it was Howard. It was Flinders Peachy's assistant who actually excavated that site, and he had to like split a bunch of big blocks to even get it out of the way. It took them forever, but they eventually uncovered it all. Yeah. But it was the back end of this, like 7, 8 meters of rubble that they had to clear out. I mean, that's nuts. Yeah, it is. And to me, it's quite plausible. It's a possibility that was there. It was done.
It's quite plausible there's more of that stuff out there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's many more quarries. This is just because that's in the quarry. That's the quarry that's sort of been cleared and made available for tourists. There's just tons of quarries. Like, these are great pictures. That's the dual image. This is when it first popped out. Yeah, so they had this section of it, and they're like, wow, this is something else. And so what happened with the pounding stones is really interesting, because there were thousands of them on the site, these round stones. However, the vast majority of them were broken. They were split. And God, I'm blanking on the name of the guy who excavated the site. However, he was like, how come these are all broken? And he tried to break them. So he stood up on like a 15 feet up, and he's hurling these stones down onto the granite. Bang, bang. He'd do it like 10 times, and eventually he cracks a chip off on them, because they're dolerite. They're hard. They are harder stones. And look, you will eventually create enough dust. Eventually, I mean, it's like there actually have been studies done. Dennis Stocks did a study, and it's the volume. It's basically you remove about, I think it was 2/3 the volume of a golf ball in an hour of pounding. So not a lot.
Not a lot.
Yeah, and if you can imagine, I like to tell people, it's like you can only fit like these trenches around this pond. It's not like you put 1,000 people. They've got to sit in this with one person in one spot, and dudes. And so all you have to do is imagine all of that space being filled up with golf balls. Add another third for the, because it's 2/3 a golf ball, and then maybe add another half again to that to account for the negative space between the balls. That's how many hours it would take, which is, decades of effort. Like it's not remotely possible to do it in any reasonable time frame. People can't. And pounding stones, how do you break it free? Well, that's the issue.
Who's underneath it when they pound it? Like, how does...
That's what I think these balls were. So I think they're very difficult to break. They've taken away all the broken ones. The only ones on site now are these like little nice rounded ones. And even then, you can't do it from all in cup. You have to kind of let it go and catch it, and your arms would burn out in no time. But I think the reason so many were broken, I think, and you can actually see this in the in the harbour area, there are these channels that I think they cut under them. You see the remnants of them where they took the big extraction out. And I suspect what they did was they would shove these balls of dolerite in there, and it would provide them enough movement or just enough support where they could cut the rest of the whatever, scoop out or remove the other attachment points. And then you're also, once you get out of that trench, you can now shift this thing ever so slightly to get whatever you would need to get under it to lift it up out of there. Because that's the other problem with the obelisk, is like it's on an angle, and I mean the trench is going to be, when it's completed, they had only dug down two-thirds as deep as they needed to go. So that trench at its thickest point would have been like 12, 15 feet deep down there, and you've got to get under it. So it's on an angle. You have to lift that thing up 15, 20 feet up in the air to get it out of the trench, and then somehow move it to get into this rocky, crazy environment, to move it to get it somewhere to then take it wherever else you're taking it. But you'd have to be able to maneuver. So I honestly think those dolerite balls could have been used as primitive ball bearings that were just, that's all they were used for, was to support it while you cut it free. And then it would, a lot of them would have snapped in half under the mass or something like that, which explains why so many of them were broken. Because you ain't broken those things by pounding on them. Like, it's just not going to break.
That actually makes sense. But they were used as some sort of ball bearing.
Yeah.
But even so, even if that's the case, like, how, what?
Well, how are you lifting it? What are you doing to lift that obelisk out?
How many people are involved if it's just manual labor?
You cannot fit enough people around that obelisk to even come close. Like, you probably not even to get 10% of the amount of people. Like, it's such a rocky, weird. You can't fit that many people around it today. I have no idea how they. I mean, I don't think they were doing this without the expectation that they could get it done. You know what I mean?
But what kind of conventional explanation is this?
There's nothing
for this.
There's not. It's nothing. There's nothing.
They just gloss over it. We don't know. We don't know.
They don't address the realities of the 1,000-ton stuff. I've not seen anyone address those realities. Well, okay, so they do, and it's like, with logistics, they will show you pictures where the Egyptians are moving something that is 100 tons or 150 tons and say, see? Now, that's not how logistics works. So, for example, with the statues, they scale right up to 1,000 tons or more. There is a picture on a tomb of a guy named Djibouti Hotep. And I've got this in the statues directory. I think it's a painting on a wall, and it's a sled with this statue, and there's rows of guys. They've got the imprint of dudes behind dudes, and they're all pulling on a rope. No pulleys again. They didn't have force multipliers. They were just straight pulling, wooden levers, a wooden sled. They're dragging this statue. In the case of the statue, we know about the statue. There's pieces of it left. It was made from alabaster. Calcite's not as heavy as granite. But it probably weighed, the estimate of how much it weighed was 57 tons. Which is quite a lot. It's respectable, right? And you can imagine, but with enough labor and on a sled, this is it. This is a 57-ton statue. There's a guy pouring something on the sand or in front of them, so you can count all these dudes and the shadows of the dudes behind them on these ropes. And so there's a figure about it, and there's been papers written about this. There's literally, I think, a Japanese team wrote a paper about what would it take to do this. And okay, this is possible. For 57 tons, with enough people, enough horsepower, you can do it. Now, it's not like that scales up on like a linear increase in difficulty to something that's 1,000 tons. It's more of a logarithmic, exponential curve. You cannot take this explanation and apply it to something that's 1,000 tons. It's 20 times as heavy. The friction coefficient goes through the roof. Those sleds would literally just drive into the ground. You can't. You get to. You're in realms of mass where it's like material failure becomes a problem. Wood is no longer sufficient to support that. You certainly can't move it up any slopes. You have to do all this ground preparation work to even attempt it. And they move these things like 1,000 kilometers.
If there's a place that you could go back in time and say, that is it. That is it.
Yeah, quarry would be a good one.
God, if you could go back in time just to see construction, I guess quarry. But I mean,
pyramids.
How are you lifting things? What are you doing? What does your machinery look like? You must have some kind of technology that is just dust in the wind now.
It has to be, because we've tried this. Like, there's an example. Do you know about the Thunderstone? You heard of this thing?
No.
Okay, so
no, I did hear about this.
So in like the 1700s, I think it was, pre-industrial age, well, the early days, but no diesel power, no hydraulics. and this is the Thunderstone. So we did, like in Russia, they moved this thing from Finland to Russia. It's at St. Petersburg. They carved it as they went. It's the base now for I think a bronze statue of Peter the Great. But this is how they did it, and so you can see the capstans, the twist things these dudes are working on. They're rotating. They would dig these giant holes to anchor these big logs in the ground, to then use pulleys and force multipliers with dudes on giant rails, and then they would have these huge big iron rails that they would put on the ground and carry back and forth, and the whole thing was moving on these bronze spheres, these big giant bowling ball sized spheres of bronze. And on a good day, they'd move this thing 150 meters, 450 feet.
Still pretty impressive.
Yeah, but it took them years and years. And then, this thing weighed around 1,500 tons.
It's interesting that using bronze spheres,
Brass spheres, I'm sorry.
Whatever, metal spheres,
Yeah.
which is very similar to what you're describing with the obelisk.
Right. But there's, again, when you compare the level of technology here to ancient Egypt, there's nothing. They show you what they did with that Djibouti Hotep image. It's a wooden sledge, no force multipliers, no capstans, no pulleys, no none of that. Just dudes anchoring on a rope. There's no evidence they used pulleys.
Pouring water on the sand.
Yeah, or milk or whatever, right? Or oil.
Yeah.
It's just stupid. You cannot explain it when it took us everything they had for years and years to move that. And by the way, they took that across the Gulf of Finland, and it wasn't on some little river barge either. They built a giant platform, took them a year to build it, and then they had to put warships on either side of it to keep it balanced. It's massive to even plop this thing in the center and hope that they got this thing and go over to Russia to then move it the rest of the way. So it ain't no barge carrying 1,000 tons down the Nile. No. Something happened.
So it's all so fascinating, and something happened exactly.
Yeah.
Dan, you're awesome, man. I really, really appreciate you coming on here. Your channel, Uncharted X, fantastic channel. So much good content. How long have you been doing it now?
I've been doing it. I quit my job 10 years ago, but not. I mean, Uncharted X.
God, you had the courage to do that.
It was a big old step. The wife was like, "What are you doing?"
I know, but look, you're right. It worked out.
I am super grateful that's worked out. In fact, I want to. I mean, obviously, thank you for the hospitality and the invite. And I genuinely also think, dude, I've come full circle with this a little bit. Like, what got me into it in the first place. I mean, I was always interested, but it wasn't until Graham's who I've gotten to know very well over the years. I love that man. It wasn't until his first appearance on your podcast back in the old days, like, was it 2011, 2012, something like that?
He was one of the first real guests.
Yeah.
That was just me and Duncan, that one.
You and Duncan? Right.
Yeah.
At your house?
At my house.
Yeah.
That's what I was doing at my house.
That one was what really, I mean, after that, I followed him really closely. I went to Peru and Bolivia with him in 2013, and then 2015, I went with him to Egypt. So it's like the fact that I'm here talking to you now, you started me on this, and it's come full circle. So thank you for that. And the fact that you are interested in this topic, I think, is such a boon to everyone else out there, that you get to spread the word, and it's just such a benefit to the whole space. So
well, I'm so happy that guys like you took that fucking baton and ran with it. But I mean,
a wild ride. I love it.
My answer to all this is, who's not? I don't understand you if you're not interested in this. How is this not unbelievably fascinating?
Yeah, 100%. I agree. That's what happened to me. I fell down this pyramid-shaped hole, and I was doing. I had quite a career before this in the tech world, but I mean, I go to conferences and tech events, and the second that we're out in the break room, I'm talking about the Younger Dryas and pyramids and massive statues. It's just Graham Hancock, and they're like, "This is really interesting." I'm like, "I know."
It's literally the most interesting thing about civilization. That time period and the mysteries that are involved in trying to just decipher what happened. Yeah, it is the most fascinating time in history, I think. Yeah, and again, thanks so much.
Thank you, Joe.
We'll definitely do this again.
I would love to,
especially if some more information comes out about the labyrinths, and hopefully more people, we're also picking up the baton and more people get involved.
I see that happening. I'm very glad that it is. I'm thrilled to see other people get interested. I don't see any of this as, it's not competition. It's like all. It's a rising tide.
Yeah, come on, jump on board.
Yeah,
you could definitely say you found it. Everybody will agree that you found it.
We didn't talk about the Sphinx and the stuff in the Star Shop, but save that for
Let's
next
do
time.
it
mate.
again, then.
Yeah.
Definitely do it
Love
again.
to. Yeah,
All right.
I would love to.
Thanks so much. This
Thanks.
was awesome. All right. Bye, everybody. Bye.
I don't know. Rick Glassman being so inquisitive is kind of like a douchey job in a way. It's like, oh yeah, Tom, can you go out to borrow the comic books? That's Glassman. Yeah, Glassman shaking a little bit. Neurotic. Or just like sort of messing with you. Yeah. Books in my mom's closet? Yep. We got you. And did you sell any? Oh yeah, man.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
You can tell they were just there.
There we go. How you doing? Good to see you, sir. Not much. Just rocking the
Actually, we're talking about your Shinola watch. I'm glad Detroit's coming back, and I like how Shinola represents.
Shinola is definitely one of the things that's great about Detroit.
Yeah, they say it, like made in Detroit. They're proud.
Yes, which we didn't have for a long time.
Dude,
Like
Detroit is the craziest story. If you know the story about Detroit, like in the 1950s and 60s, it was the third richest city in the world.
Well, yeah, it's called the Paris of the Midwest, and it's a city that's still built for 7 million people with supposedly 700,000 living. I mean, so you do see a lot of like, how is there like $1 million condo in the same place that has like 8 abandoned other apartments? It's, when you go downtown, it makes no sense logistically.
Did you ever watch that show, Top Gear?
Oh yeah,
The Jeremy Clarkson. I think it was either Top Gear or was maybe the one they did after that they did for Amazon. But they went to Detroit and they bought a house for $500.
yeah, you can. And there's also the people that buy them and open the door and get mauled by pit bulls. Or you see the ones that like they'll put a pumpkin patch, like they'll do an urban farm, which is hysterical. And you'll see like these hippies on the news, like they cut my face and stole my plums. And I'm scared. It's like, yeah, but you're in a crack neighborhood. Nobody wants your farm.
No, we're gentrifying.
Yeah, isn't that what you guys want? It's like they don't want that at all.
There's some delusional fucking people out there, dude. And what they did to Detroit, like anybody that thinks that you should allow corporations to just take all the jobs and move them overseas. Well, this is like corporate decision making, and it's a prudent financial decision making. And look at Detroit. Look what they did.
It's a prime example of like that was the American dream.
Yeah.
And they're like, we'll assemble them in Mexico. Look, but we'll write Made in America on your door, so you're gonna feel good about it.
Did they even write Made in America on the door?
Sometimes they do. Like I preferred like the 80s and 90s where if you bought a car and it was made on a Friday, you knew a drunk guy did it. So you're like, give me one from a Wednesday. Like those were the days of American automaking.
See, that's part of the problem too. A friend of mine who was in the union told me that the automakers union just got out of control. They were making so much money, and they were constantly in negotiations. There were strikes impending, and and then they're like, "Hey, fuck you! We'll just go to Mexico." Yeah,
that too.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, this was part of it. But no, like later on, like you said, in the 80s and 90s, like you're grandfathered in, and it really doesn't matter what you do wrong. Right, that's part of the deal.
Yeah, you can't get fired.
No, it was great. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
it was
great
great for the
living.
worker, but
Yeah, there seems to be like a middle balance that could be reached.
yeah, like don't be fully hammered when you're trying to put a door on an F-150.
I mean, they should make good money because the corporation makes good money. I mean, they were doing well. It was a very profitable business. The workers should share in those profits.
Well, and like the electric ones, it just didn't work for them either. They pushed it out too soon too. Because I know people that work on the line have like the electric F-150, and it's like F-150s. Everybody wants one. They love it as a work truck. But as an electric truck, you put the thing down in South America where it's hot all the time. It's just going to catch fire. So it's like it's not really working out.
Or if you're in the cold, the battery sucks.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
And I just don't like electric cars personally. Maybe it's just because I'm from Detroit and I grew up and I just want to feel an engine.
I get it, but I have a Tesla that will knock your dick into the dirt.
Oh, I know they're fast.
It's not just fast. It's a fucking car is incredible.
Yeah.
It's a piece of machinery from the future.
What is it?
It's a Model S, but it's a plaid that was sent to a company called Unplugged Performance. And Unplugged Performance takes the fenders off, put carbon fiber wider fenders, changes the suspension to like a race-based suspension, puts wide tires on it and wider wheels, upgrades the brakes to these huge carbon fiber discs because it's a very heavy
I
car.
was going to say, so it's heavier as opposed to lighter like a race car.
Well, it's heavier because Teslas are very heavy, the batteries. But because the batteries are all on the bottom, the center of gravity in the car is phenomenal.
Okay.
It's like one of the best balanced cars you could ever drive. And the self-driving is bananas.
Oh, you have it on there?
I had my buddy, yeah, you get it with the car. I had my buddy Fedor was here the other day, and he had never been in one. So the first thing I always do is merge onto the highway. I'm like, ready?
Yeah.
But it's going to go 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds.
Are you serious?
1.9 seconds.
Oh, that's fast.
And then I go, now this is what's really wacky. I put in the destination, and I just say, take me to the comedy mothership. And then I press a button. And it goes doop doop. And when I go, it goes doop doop. It just does it on its own. Changes lanes, stops at red lights. It's crazy. It moves around obstructions.
Really?
Yeah.
And because I remember the first ones, they were like, barreling over bikers.
Yeah. It's still based on cameras, so you could fool it with a camera. You could fool the camera rather. So some guy set up a mural in the desert.
Yeah.
So what he did was he had the highway, and then he made a mural that looked like the highway, and the car just ran right through the mural.
Oh, I saw that. That was
Yeah.
great. He made it look, and he put a Woody Woodpecker to the side of it. Like he just drew the tunnel. It was hysterical. And the thing went right into the tunnel.
Basically like that, but he didn't draw the tunnel. But it is what Woody Woodpecker did,
Yeah,
right?
it's so awesome.
He would draw a tunnel on the side of a cliff.
That's all it did. Just tricked it like it was a coyote. Which with all the AI, it was kind of nice to see. I hate to say it. I was like, it's a little relieving.
It's kind of funny. It's good for now, but it's like beating up a 2-year-old that's eventually become an NFL player. Like, this fucker's gonna grow up and he's gonna kill you.
You're gonna regret it.
They're gonna remember who fucked with the Waymos.
I was watching a movie last night. I can't remember the name of it. Companion, and it was just all about like sex bots. And they're like hunting them and going at each other, and it's like just it's a movie. It was on HBO. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And like they set up a sex bot to kill one of their friends so they can rob them.
Oh boy.
And it turns out she's a sex bot, and this other guy's a sex bot. And I'm watching it, and I'm like, this is the problem. Like, yeah, there it is. Like, you can't really give these things personalities if you have a sex bot. I think.
Well, this is part of the problem that's happening with these chat bots with kids. Because they're developing relationships with them. And like one AI chatbot was teaching a kid how to make a noose. Yeah. No, it's a little funny. It's a little funny. It's a little funny. The fucking robot is teaching a suicidal kid how to do it right.
It's already encouraging, like, you have a good idea.
Yeah.
Take a rope. Make sure, that's...
I wonder if any of the woke AI chatbots have talked to any of these trans school shooters.
They might have.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, the last one, I don't know.
Bro, it's like 7 of the last X amount of trans, 7 in a row have been trans, except one was non-binary, which is just diet trans.
It is,
right? That's diet trans. That's trans without the sugar.
I just don't get it. Like, I felt suicidal. Like, stay at home and kill yourself. Like, don't go into school.
Or just go for a walk.
Yeah, that would be good, too.
The problem is some people get to a certain point in their life and they have no friends and no community and no identity and no life. And they're not successful and they feel like shit. And then they have gender dysphoria on top of that. And then they're probably on a bunch of SSRIs, which RFK Jr. is going to apparently do some sort of a large-scale research into the connection between mass shootings and psychiatric drugs, because it is real, and everyone knows it, and it's just this dirty secret that no one talks about because all the media is paid off by the pharmaceutical drug companies, and nobody wants to make this correlation connection because you also risk the wrath of all these people that are on them saying, I'm on them and I'm not doing anything. It's not the pills. I need these to function. Maybe you do. I don't know. I don't know how your brain works. But the reality is, most of these people that have committed mass murder are on psychiatric medication.
Well, they are, and I'm on SSRIs that I'm trying to get off of right now because I've been on for 10 years, and I don't like it. So I hadn't liked it for a long time, and even dealing with like mental health care, I'm like, I don't think I need this. And they're like, well, it's better you stay on them. I'm like, this is odd because it's having the opposite thought, you know. And so
It's having the opposite thoughts.
it
Makes you feel bad.
depressed. It wants me like really like I gained weight. I was doing like really bad mentally for a while because of certain things, and I took myself off of them for 5 days and I felt good. And then I got really queasy and really nauseous. Like my brain started kind of misfiring. So now I'm weaning it off a little more correctly as opposed to just going cold turkey.
So after 5 days, like what is happening where it makes your brain crazy?
I was stuttering. I was slipping up. I was having trouble seeing.
Did you like go online and see if there's any correct way to do this?
Yeah, they said to wean it off or whatever your thing is, take that and then bust the pill in half, take that for 7 days, bust the pill in half, take that for 7 days, and that's what I'm doing now. And I already feel better being on less. But I was told for the last 10 years that that's what I should be on. And I think it's had a very negative effect to me. Yeah, see, brain zaps. That's what I mean. Like, you just feel like you're having a stroke.
Electric shock-like sensations in the head are a hallmark symptom. Other sensations can include tingling or numbness.
Yep.
Flu-like symptoms, digestive issues, sleep problems, balance. Your balance goes. Mood changes, cognitive issues, brain fog. It is.
All of it. And nausea was the one that really messed me up because I was just like, why do I feel sick? But I didn't feel like the flu.
You just felt like throwing up?
Yeah. And I just realized, I'm like, okay, well, what did I take out? Because I've gone off of a lot of harder drugs and alcohol and stuff. So I know what it's like to feel withdrawals, and it was a withdrawal.
So how old are you now?
I'm 43.
So when you were 33, you got off.
Yeah.
So what was going on at 33 where you realized I need medication?
I went to my mom had died, killed herself. So I decided to go see a doctor, and they were like, look, take this. And I'm thinking, like, I think my mom was on this. I know this is the best answer, but I took it, and it was.
Mom was on it?
She was on antidepressants, and she was bipolar. But they had her misdiagnosed as depressive too. Because I was like, I think she's bipolar. Like, how do you know? I'm like, I lived with her for 30 years, and I know the mood swings because I grew up in a house where, like, you came home and she was either the happiest woman on the planet or you were fucking terrified. Like, it was one or the other, And that's just, and she wasn't a bad person. She just had this mental imbalance.
Yeah.
And it was after things happened with my dad and like the government and things like that. So he was in Vietnam, and he got a soft cell sarcoma from Agent Orange. And the VA was great. They did nothing for our family. They denied both of my mom's claims. My dad lost all of his money. Like he was worth like $4 million. I think he lost everything. And it was to pay out of pocket. And he got sick when I was 13. He was like our baseball coach, everything. So he would go around the country, going to Cambridge had a very good neurosurgery place for the brainstem. University of Michigan in Ann Arbor had one. So he wasn't as present a lot. My mom was dealing with that on top of being an RN. I mean, and he was tough as nails. Like he would have one of those halos drilled in. And he'd still go golfing and shit. Like, he'd just be on the course.
Oh my God.
And I'd be like, what are you doing? It's like, it's not bad. I don't pick my head up anymore.
He's seeing the bright side of a halo.
Dude, he would find the positive in anything. He reminded me of Dangerfield. Like, that's how he was. So he never complained. And it was always crazy because he'd be very dry. Like, people would go, how are you? And he'd be like, oh, life is great. He's just got something nailed into his fucking head. He was like, can you hand me one of those tissues so I can clean it up real quick? He goes, it might be bleeding. Yeah? How are you? And he just tried to make light of it the whole time. But the government did nothing. And then the more and more I research it, we've talked to VA. I have an uncle who does stuff, former Marine. 4 people that have dealt with this from Vietnam because they denied so many claims that ended up being real. Like soft cell sarcoma was one of the things where they said, "Oh, we didn't do that. That's not from Agent Orange." It's like, are you sure? Because he was in combat in the fields where you spray it to kill all the trees, and they're like, "Yeah, that's not on us." Then years later, they admitted it, but said my mom filled out the paperwork wrong and gave us nothing. And even 10% of that's $400,000. Like, he gave us nothing, dude. So it's like I've dealt with that my whole adult life, where I have a little piece of me. That's why I'm not really like right or left. I'm very much like fuck either side of this until somebody does something that I actually believe in. And when I see the stuff that's happening to so many people that fought, especially when you find out about LBJ, the helicopters, all the other bullshit that was the reason that we even went into Vietnam. Yeah, LBJ, from what I understand, had money in helicopters and was able to profit off of it.
Oh, God.
So, and people say it's a conspiracy theory, but why were we really there?
Well, I think the real reason was heroin.
I'll give you that. Yeah.
I think that was the real reason. I think that's the real reason why we were in Afghanistan as well.
Oh, I would assume, yeah. That's the poppy fields.
I mean, I don't want to say it's the only reason. I'm sure there's military reasons, there's rare earth minerals in Afghanistan, there's natural gas, there's a lot of resources in Afghanistan. But there's always heroin coming out of there. That was at one point in time 94% of the Earth's heroin supply was coming from the place that we were guarding. We were literally guarding the poppy fields. U.S. military guarding the poppy fields that was supplying heroin to 94% of the Earth.
That's insane. Because the other part is, there's a part in China, like some of the triangle. I'm trying to think of it. But the rest is Afghanistan, and that's how you're getting every drug in the world into the U.S. as far as like, you know, actually making opioids. Because in the 90s, I worked in a pharmacy, which was a great place for a drug addict, especially when they weren't counting the pills. You could do it by weight. So you just say like, hey, I gotta go take out the trash, and you just like open up a bottle of like Valium or Percocets and just, you know, fill your cellophane.
The Golden Triangle, the remote jungle-covered border region where Thailand, Myanmar, and Lao People's Democratic Republic meet has seen an exponential surge in the manufacture and traffic of synthetic drugs.
Yes.
So that's what it is. It's the Golden Triangle.
That's what I was thinking of.
That, I guarantee you that there was a major reason why we were in Vietnam. There was so much money coming out of there, and the idea that some corrupt factions of either the military or the intelligence agencies or whoever it is. So, and I'm not saying the agencies or the military themselves. I'm saying corrupt factions, because there's always going to be those. Just like when the CIA sold drugs in South Central LA to pay for the Contras versus the San Francisco. It's all real.
Well, look at Detroit. When you look at White Boy Rick, White Boy Rick was somebody who was caught selling crack, and you had Coleman Young, the mayor, who was pretty corrupt, and then you had the FBI who caught him and said, "Hey, here's some more crack. Just go into the city and find out who the dealers are." Then when White Boy Rick got brought in by the city, the FBI was like, "We didn't do that. We'd never put crack into a black community. We don't know. We've never seen this kid in our life." So this kid is my cousin's friend, White Boy Rick, ends up going to prison. I don't know the exact time, for like 30 years. He's like 17. They tried to name him as a kingpin. And again, he's a white boy in Detroit who's 17. He's not a kingpin of shit. And he served the longest time because Coleman Young was pissed he was dating his niece. So he goes away, and then while he's in jail, they have him sign a thing that said he stole a car so his sister didn't have to go to jail. So finally, they let him out for all this wrongdoing that he never did, this sentence that was bad shit. And then he has to go right from that jail to Chicago to serve time for stealing a car while he was in prison. His story is crazy. There's a documentary called White Boy, and it's that's the one with McConaughey, which is a good movie.
McConaughey was in the movie?
Yeah, McConaughey plays his dad. My uncle knew the actual guy. He said he was kind of a dipshit. He would sell guns very obviously out of his basement. They live like 2 blocks over.
So is this guy alive now?
Oh, he's still alive, yeah.
And is he out? Is that White Boy Rick?
That's him? That's him now. He got out just a few years ago.
Jesus Christ.
So he was in there
How old is he now?
Oh, I don't know. Well, he went in the 80s. So,
oh my God.
And I think he got out around 2020. So yeah, if you see the documentary White Boy, I highly recommend. Yeah, see a teenage drug informant for the FBI, but then they denied ever talking to him.
Look, it says above where the Eminem picture is, White Boy Rick releases his own marijuana strain.
Yes, that's the good thing about Detroit now is it's all like insanely legal.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Freeway Ricky Ross is doing that in LA.
Is he really?
Yeah. Freeway Ricky Ross, who was selling the drugs that in LA that paid for the Contras versus the Sandinistas.
Oh, that's awesome.
He's got his own weed line now.
I know a few guys who were like heavy busted in the late '90s, and now they all have stores, and it's just hilarious.
You would think that they would shy away from that.
No, they just smoked. Even after, I was like, still okay.
But my thinking is, it's still federally illegal.
It is.
Like to open up a store and have that your primary source of income. A Schedule 1 drug, according to the government. It seems risky as fuck for someone who's already been inside.
Oh, dude, it really. Well, it's odd that they could get the permit for it.
I know.
Or at least they know someone who got the permit for it and they work there. So maybe I shouldn't let out too much. Yeah,
their grandmother or something.
Yeah, that's who owns the store.
Yeah.
It's a 95-year-old lady. But if you go to parks too, it's like weed store, vape store, weed store. You're like, I can't believe you pack this many into a block.
Yeah.
It's not like a liquor license that takes forever to get. It seems pretty easy.
I wonder if there's like weed store wars.
There's gotta be.
There must be. They're fighting over profits. They're all on the same street together.
Well, I was just in Albuquerque last week, and they had the same thing where I'm like, so it's weed store, massage parlor, vape store, buy here, rent here, car lot, buy here, pay here, weed store. It's crazy how legal it is in the state.
Yeah, it all depends on the state.
Yeah.
Right? In Texas, it's just medical. And I think you have to have AIDS. I think you're basically dead.
Yeah, they only wanted to give it to the bad AIDS.
They're expanding that, though. They're looking at expanding that. If the federal government just changed the designation or distinction or whatever you would say it is, like from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 or something like that, which is reasonable, that's what they should do.
Well, the whole thing is ridiculous, and that's how you get organized crime. I mean,
100%.
look at Prohibition. Detroit was one of the first places to have it when it was 3 years before they actually made it nationally outlawed. And that gave birth to the Purple Gang, who Capone was even afraid of. And I mean, those guys were fucking ruthless. And they would just go over to Canada because it was right across the river. And they would just either take a boat or in the winter they would drive. And of course they'd send some underling to drive to figure out how heavy the ice was so they knew if they put that many kegs in a thing, you'd die. So they're just model trees at the bottom of the river. Really? Yeah, dude, it's cool. A lot of the old mansions still have tunnels that will lead out into the river that the bootleggers use. Wow. It's really fascinating.
So Canada never went prohibition, huh?
No, and it was right there. Like you could throw a rock.
You just take a drive to Toronto.
Yeah, just go right at the
party.
Yeah.
Like a civilized person. Well, they have legal weed up there too.
Yeah,
whole country.
Yeah, this is one of
Look
them.
at that. Model 2 at the bottom of the river.
And this was the guy who's like, I got a whole bunch. And then halfway, the ice went out. Yeah, dude, the Purple Gang was ruthless, man.
I never heard of that before.
They were probably the first Jewish gang that had Irish members as well. They were the Bernstein brothers. Their parents owned a shoe store. Like the legend is they were called purple because that was the color of rancid meat. So they hated the name. They thought it sounded gay. But they still ran with it. But when you see pictures of them all lined up in like mug shots, like they would do stuff like walk up to somebody and be like, hey, I like your ring. And he'd be thanks. And then a guy would just like cut the dude's finger off and he would take his ring. Like they were like the level of cruelty these guys would inflict on people to take over a city was next level.
Wow.
And dude, even Capone wouldn't mess with him because he was over in Chicago and needed some of these guys to supply the liquor.
Wow, the Purple Gang ruled Detroit. So is that a documentary where it says the Purple Gang?
That might be. They did a mob museum thing on it. I went and saw in Vegas. Like that book right there, The Organized Crime in Detroit. That's a great book, and it's got a lot of fun photos. But yeah, they were as ruthless as you could absolutely get.
Go to that first picture in the upper left-hand corner and make it big.
Yeah, none of them are happy. Those are hard-looking dudes. Yeah, they had a rough life. So yeah, a lot of them were just like stray kids that were Irish that were just abandoned by their parents, and then the rest were these Jewish kids whose parents owned a shoe store.
Wow.
And I mean, eventually they dismantled. The Italians took over, but you know, during Prohibition they reigned.
Wow.
Yeah,
I've never heard of that before.
it's a really cool story that I've always wanted to see in a movie, and nobody's been able to execute it. And I would love to see it.
Maybe somebody will now that you just got the story out.
I hope people do, because it's such a cool story.
It sounds crazy.
Like
Yeah.
the level of Detroit mob too that's been around is just, it's wonderful. I should say wonderful, but I love it.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, like they were nice to my dad and stuff when he was young, and you know, like when he had gotten back from Nam, and you know, they're just nice people that I knew.
Well,
So-
nice people that kill people.
Yeah, but you know,
Sell alcohol.
I still feel bad people.
But the thing you said that's so important is that like prohibition, all it does is prop up organized crime. I mean, the fact that we still do it, it's just for optics. It's just because people's like, I don't want legal drugs on the streets and my kids getting hooked on drugs. Like, drugs are here. They're here. If your kids go to a club, if your kids go to a bar, if your kids are partying, drugs are there. They're a real thing. You'd be way better off if drugs were legal and then you knew exactly what you were getting. Because these kids are getting fentanyl because I had this guy Ed Calderon the other day, who's an expert in the cartels, and he said they started adding fentanyl because they had grown so many poppies that the soil had been depleted, so the heroin was very weak. So to make the heroin more potent, they started adding fentanyl.
Is that what it was?
Mm-hmm. And the desire for all that stuff was all because of the Sackler brothers. So the Sackler brothers, when they created this opiate crisis in America, which did not exist before, where everybody's hooked on these fucking pills, then they start cracking down the laws. So now you have a demand and you don't have a supply. And then along comes the cartel and starts making pills. And they start making pills with fentanyl in them because their heroin's not that strong.
Xanax, Percocet, all these things that kids don't know they're taking. That's the shit part.
And they make it look just like the real pill. Like, oh, I know what those are.
Oh yeah, you get those pressed Xannies that look just like a bar, and it's just complete fentanyl. And I remember when fentanyl, I shouldn't say first came out, it's been around, but it first started becoming, he put it in products you weren't expecting. And I had like 3 friends die within a matter of maybe 4 months. And that's how I started noticing, like, well, this is going to get serious. And now there's a site I see, it's called Every 11 Minutes. And that's when, or every 11 seconds. And that's how long it takes for someone to OD on fentanyl in this country.
So every 11 seconds, a new person is overdosing on fentanyl. Wow. And all because of our stupid laws. And I'm not saying legal heroin would be good for everybody. It's not good to do heroin. I think everybody would agree to that.
Well, yeah.
No?
I did it before once. It was good.
Was it?
Oh, yeah.
What was it like? Did you shoot it or snort it?
I snorted it. No, sorry. I snorted it, and then I smoked black tar heroin, and one time I shot it, so 3.
Wow. What was the best one? The shooting it?
Yeah.
That's what we do.
That was majestic.
Was it?
Yeah, it's
What's it like?
the most calming, wonderful. God, this is something I'm promoting it. Also with my voice, it's the most calming, wonderful sensation you've ever had. You're gonna love it, kids. It felt amazing. Like every problem you've ever had is gone, and you feel nothing but euphoria, which is different than like Oxy and some other stuff, which kind of just makes you feel, to me, loose and tired. I mean, this makes you tired. You're crashing out, but you're also getting a feeling that was really, really like warm and exciting. Like I only smoked crack once on accident, and that was.
How do you do that on accident?
They put it in a joint, right? So we're sitting at my friend's back porch, and he gives me first. He's on the joint, and I hit it, and it had like a weird sizzle, and I hit it. I'm like, this is the best pot I've ever had in my life. And he's like, yeah, they gave me free crack. And I was like, oh, good. So I'm now high on crack. My other friends are pissed. They go and throw the joint in the sewer, and I'm just sitting there like, and it doesn't last very long, but it felt really fucking good. Like I immediately would have done more crack had there been the option, but it definitely takes you over very quickly.
Did you ever see the Hunter Biden thing recently? Where he did this interview where he was talking about how great crack is?
Oh yeah, he's spot on.
It was the best ad for crack I've ever seen in my life.
And you only did like one hit,
I
right?
did once and then I'm done. Like very rare.
When they threw it in the sewer, did you want to go get it?
Yes, I wanted to go. I wanted to go back to Weyburn where the street where we got it, and I was like, we should go get more crack, guys. I don't know if you didn't feel this, but it's.
I think you're probably no, you're not the first person I've talked to that shot heroin, but the first person who described it.
Oh, it was my friend Jay had it, and it was in high school.
Yeah, it had to be better to get people to shoot it up. It was the only way, to get people to that kind of commitment, get a needle, find a vein, get a fucking rope tie off your arm.
It was awful, that part.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't.
Did you do it with a guy?
Yeah.
So he'd done it before?
He did it for me, yeah.
Oh,
he died of a heroin overdose in his
weird.
parents' kitchen. Yeah, I know, you wouldn't expect it.
What
He
a shocker.
found his head between like the fridge and the stove.
You got stuck?
I think he was either looking for something or collapsed right there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it wasn't good. Nice guy.
I knew this dude in the 90s. His name was Water Dog.
Okay.
He was a professional pool player, like a really high-level professional pool player, and he was a heroin addict. And he would go into the bathroom. Like I saw him play straight pool, which is this game where you're just running balls. Like it's called 14 and 1. It's what they played in the Hustler. So you have instead of an 8 ball where the ball's in the center, you have a soft break where you're just trying to not scatter the balls very much. And the idea is to eventually someone makes a mistake and you leave an open shot and that person runs out that rack, leaves one ball on the table, makes that ball and collides the cue ball into the rack and opens up that rack and then keeps going. And a really good player can run like 200-300 balls. Yeah. So this guy was playing for $10,000 in the 90s. It was a lot of money. I was broke, so I couldn't believe anybody could play pool for $10,000. This guy goes into the bathroom, shoots up, comes out, and sits on this bar stool like this. Just sits there for like 20 minutes, man. Just sat there. And then we were all watching him, like his arms were all curled up like this. And then he got off, screwed his cue together, and never missed. When I say never missed, I mean it was the craziest display of pool I think I had ever seen at the time. He played like the greatest pool player that's ever played. He had no nerves. He couldn't be rattled. The guy he was playing, this guy George the Greek, who's this degenerate gambler, was a really good player too. He was screaming and yelling at him, this motherfucker, he can't play without the shit. He's got to have that shit to play. He didn't give a fuck. He was listening to him yell. He had eyeballs. His pupils were like the size of quarters. Yeah. And he didn't miss. He just was firing balls in with like perfect accuracy. He got perfect position on every ball. It was wild to watch. He was just fully heroined up, just running out the table like he saw it in advance. Like it was like he was looking at a math problem that was easy to solve.
And he's just basically slow Eddie and coming back and just knocking it all in. Like but it's never been like a performance enhancing drug. But to that guy,
for nerves.
Yeah.
This is the thing. I think
that's a good point.
If you're playing for $10,000 and you're basically homeless, he was basically homeless. Yeah. I mean, he would like sleep on people's couches. He would still, and so with a guy like that, you'd get a backer. So a bunch of gamblers would come in, and then they'd come up with the money, and then they'd go in with you, and you'd get a cut of it. So if you won, maybe you get 40%, maybe 60%, because they put up all the money. So it's a free shot at 40% of $10,000. And for a guy like that, he's got no money. Yeah. He's staying in flop houses, and he always had the same shirt on, like a throwaway sweater with a Christmas tree on it. Like he always looked like shit. Yeah. But I watched him play some of the greatest pool I've ever seen played in my life.
That's incredible.
On this really tight-pocketed table, too. Yeah. The table was like a real trick table. Table 1 at Executive Billiards in White Plains, New York. It was a trick table. Yeah. It was like you had to be really good to play on that table. And that's why George wanted to play on that table, because it was hard. And he was used to it. That was like his home turf. He played on it all the time. And this motherfucker never missed. Heroined out of his mind. He had no nerves. George would like yell in his face. He'd go like this. Nothing. Didn't feel a thing. Didn't feel a thing. Just it never missed.
That's what it is. There's no problem to you anymore. There's no. It takes away every worry you have.
So I ran into him years later.
Okay.
There's a pool tournament, and so this is when I was probably 23. I was living in New York, and then I moved to LA. And then I'm like 27, 28 now, and I'm playing in this tournament at Hard Times Billiards. Hard Times was like the pool hall in the country back then. Like all the world-class professionals, all the Filipinos, the best players in the world.
Sounds familiar, actually.
Crazy place. It was an amazing place. I used to love going down. I'd play in the Sunday tournament. So I get down there, and I see Water Dog. I go, hey man, what are you doing out here? He's a Connecticut guy. He's from Connecticut.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm gonna play in the tournament, but I don't have any money. I go, I'll put you in the tournament. He's like, I remember what it was, like $50 or something for this guy. I'm like, you might win this fucking thing. He goes, but I gotta go get my shit. I go, okay, go get your shit. He goes, I need a ride. I go, where do you need to go? And he's like, South Central. I'm like, I'm not driving you to South Central LA so you can score heroin. You're out of your fucking mind?
Don't worry.
And he's like, dude, you won't get caught. I was like, you can't say that. I go, first of all, if you get caught, you know, they take your car. And I had a nice car at the time. I had a Toyota Supra, pretty excited about.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not driving my brand new Toyota Supra to fucking the crack house.
Right.
So
Well,
you
usually
can buy
in
heroin.
South Central.
This is crazy, but they arrest people all the time doing that. They take their cars. That was like the scam. They compound your car and then they auction it.
Right.
I was like, he's like, that won't happen. I'm like, you fucking what? Yeah. So I go, look, I'll put you in the tournament if you want to play, but I'm not taking you. I go, if you can get a cab there or something, go.
Right.
So he just did it straight and he couldn't make a ball. Really? Yeah, he lost 2 matches in a row. He's out.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Did you bet it for him to win?
No, I gave him like whatever the entry fee was for the tournament.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
But I wasn't.
You were probably like, yeah, not today.
Well, I was just like tired of him telling me to go to South Central and get heroin with him.
Well, yeah, and that's a good way to get carjacked on top of it if it's just cops.
Yes.
I mean, that was very popular to do
Two
back
little
then.
white boys on TV.
Yeah, dude, that's how they got cars.
Not only that, I would actually be buying heroin.
Oh, was this during Fear Factor? Or?
No, this was during
News Radio? Okay.
So I would be buying heroin because I would have to pay for it because he didn't have any money, which is why he didn't have any money to get into the tournament. So like I would be buying heroin. Yeah, in South Central.
From News Radio.
There was no TMZ back then, so it probably wouldn't have even made the news if I got arrested. No one would have cared.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't know.
No one would have cared. I was
they just think it was Andy Dick and let it go.
But even Andy Dick wasn't getting in trouble back then. Not really. It wasn't making the news. Our show wasn't popular enough that anybody cared. And I was only one of 8 people on the cast.
Right.
So I wasn't a star. So I could go anywhere. And every now and then someone would go, hey, you're that guy from that show. Hey, what's up?
Okay.
It was pretty easy to get around back then.
Which is great if you're on an NBC show. I mean, good or bad, but you're getting the money and you don't have to deal with all the shit.
Well, it was really good preparation for what I have to deal with today.
Yeah.
Because it was like a slow trickle of fame to the point when you get really famous, like, oh, I know what this is. This is a trick.
Right.
Like, don't get sucked into the trick. But back then, so if I got arrested, it probably would have just been, I would have probably had to do some time or something. I probably would have had to, like, plea out or do community. I probably would explain what happened. Maybe they listen to me. I'd be like, please drug test me and never done heroin. Yeah, or not. But even though you're still buying heroin, so it's still a felony.
Well, it was a time where they were more lax on all those laws, too. I mean, not lax, but lax with penalties, I should say.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't as public. I mean, even like Robert Downey Jr., who I do greatly admire, actually, because I'm in recovery as well. But even with him, it's like you had to go into your neighbor's house and fall asleep in a kid's race car bed. And people were like, maybe you should do a little time behind bars.
Yeah, well, he was a repeat offender.
Yeah.
Probably jail was a wake-up call for him. I love that guy.
I did too. And it's become Iron Man. So to watch that trajectory is absolutely astonishing. That guy is incredible.
Wish I'd get him off that vegan diet, though. So he's fucking wasting away.
Yeah, that doesn't look good on anybody.
Not real. No. You're trying to be kind, but you're just supporting monocrop agriculture, which kills more animals than anything.
Yeah, I don't want my superheroes vegan.
Well, he's a nice guy. That's what it is. Nice people want to do kind things. And sometimes you get roped into a shitty decision making. You're getting all your protein from soy. and they're like, why do I have tits? I'm like, why am I lactating? Why am I always trying?
I'm very emotional all the time.
And now they're banning lab-grown meat, so like they can't even go to that. Which I mean,
It's good, right?
I don't know. I don't know enough about the dangers of lab-grown meat. I don't know.
I ate a Beyond Burger once.
That's not lab-grown meat.
One.
That's horseshit.
It was awful.
Those are terrible.
Yeah.
Those they're in trouble because those people, like their stockholders, all fucking went crazy because they thought they were gonna make money off that. They're like, this is it. We made it taste just like a burger. Everyone's gonna love it. Cruelty free. No, it gives rats cancer.
Oh, good.
You ever seen this study on these? Because essentially, it's the most highly processed shit available. Look, if you want to be a vegetarian or a vegan or whatever, eat vegetables.
Yeah.
Eat organic vegetables. That's healthy. But when you want to pretend that something's a hamburger, it's a trans burger, it has to go through a lot, just like a trans person has to go through. You want to get a vagina? Guess what? You need general anesthesia. And you have to have a guy who's going to cut your dick in half and use an apple core to make you a vagina. And then you're going to have to take a rubber dick and keep it in there so it doesn't close up.
Yeah,
so you
so
have
by
to
the time
dilate.
you're getting the patty that basically shoots
Exactly.
up a school, it's all just filled with nonsense.
It's bad for you.
Yeah.
It's all bad for you. And it's not even satisfying. It's not good. Like when my friend Duncan, you know Duncan Truss.
Yes, yeah.
He was living in North Carolina, and he sent me a picture during the pandemic. He was like, look, this is all that's available. And all the meat had been gone, and it was just Beyond Burgers. That's all that was left. Everybody had bought all the hamburger, all the steaks, all the chickens, and it was just this fucking bullshit fake meat.
Well, yeah, because at the end of the day, you kind of have to know it's bullshit.
Well, I think in the beginning, like, didn't Kevin Hart have a restaurant where he was just selling all vegan food? People do it because they think they're being a good person. That's what it is. Sure, yeah, I get it. I get the sentiment behind it, but just eat vegetables. If you really want to go that route, just eat vegetables. But guess what? Don't go that route. It's not good for you.
Well, no, we're not designed to do that.
No.
And I'm not saying I have the healthiest diet, obviously, but it's like, yeah, I like steaks. I like meat.
Probably the only thing keeping you alive.
Probably the only thing I get, yeah. I eat a lot of dyes. I get a lot of migraines.
A lot of dye for that red 40 that they're trying to get rid of.
Yeah.
That was another hilarious thing when RFK Jr. was saying that they had to get rid of the red dye 40, and they're like, "Well, what if we do? What will happen to our business?" Meanwhile, the same business is selling this same cereal to Canada without the dye because in Canada it's illegal.
Right. Oh,
Yeah.
the amount of stuff that we looked at, like our entire breakfast as a kid was just cancer. That's the only thing they advertised on TV.
Dyes.
Just have a big sugary bowl of cancer and some toast with
Diabetes 2 waiting for you. God.
Yeah, it was nuts to think the amount of, because I'm just the microwave generation.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, just throw that in the microwave. We can just pour a bowl of this shit. It'll last 45 years in the cupboard.
For us, it
It'll
was
be
TV
fine.
dinners.
Yeah.
You frozen TV dinner, you put it in the oven. The next thing you know, you eat Salisbury steak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those wonderful potatoes.
Yeah, those little fluffy potatoes
Yep.
are in that little tin.
And occasionally the worst brownie you've ever had.
It's not a good brownie.
No.
I used to love those little TV dinners. I used to think it was a treat when we ate TV dinners.
Oh, yeah. That's how it was at my house.
There's no vitamins in that.
No, you never felt full. You felt gross, but you never felt full.
It's just, you think about it, I mean, even the food pyramid. I mean, how crazy is it that in the 20th century they had it totally wrong? With all the access to books, all the information we had about health and nutrition, they were so wrong. Even with the food at the bottom of it was all the shit that gives you inflammation. What's your foundation? It was this inflammation-causing bread.
Yeah, like what you need here is mostly wheat. You have to make sure you get 18 servings a day of white bread.
With bromate in it. You want to get a lot of that. You want to get a lot of folic acid sprayed on it. Enriched flour's better.
Yes. Here's sugar. That's in there for some reason. 2 ounces of protein. Make sure you grab that.
Tons of sugar, dog.
Everything.
Everybody had type 2 diabetes, man. They just didn't know it.
Oh yeah, well everybody's getting it now. It's still constant.
There's never been a time where poor people are so fat.
No, like starving people are obese. That's what's crazy. Like you can't get nutrition in your body, but you also have to sit down to get groceries in a cart.
Or go to Disneyland.
Yeah, that's
Disneyland is the place for trying them all.
yeah. That's like why? If you're
Because they get the carts for you. They have carts set up there for you. Because there's a lot of distance you got to cover.
you do,
A
yeah.
lot of parks.
I just don't see the enjoyment of a ride.
Any rides?
Well, I mean, not the ride you get for free to go from ride to ride, but the actual ride. No, I love rides myself, but if I weighed 400 pounds, I may not enjoy it, or
Yeah, that'd take a lot of run out of it.
it would, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't fit. No,
Especially if you're with your kid and the bar comes down and that one has no protection.
right. The kid's fucked.
Yeah.
It's gonna pop right off the top because you're so fat. Right. Right. There's like this much of a gap.
You've seen those people where the kid and the kid's like looking at his mom all nervous.
Yeah, like you should be
realizing
fucking nervous. I'd be terrified. I used to think that when I got on ski lifts. I'm like, this is crazy.
I
They
never.
just let you sit on this thing way, way, way above the mountains.
Oh, people would fall off all the time.
Yeah.
Because they think it would be funny to jump or whatever. It was always bad. Ooh. Like we didn't have mountains in Michigan, but we did have big enough hills. Like I went skiing. We did a lot of skiing when we were real young, and then I went down it's like a double black diamond. I think they're called. Yeah, I was like, I got this, and my ski got stuck in a soft mogul, and I just went down it on my face. It looked like 8 dudes beat the shit out of me. Like I was just like all scarred and bleeding, and then I just didn't ski much after that.
I got a concussion a few years back, and I stopped skiing. I'm like, I'm done. I got a concussion, and I got what's called an insufficiency fracture in my shin. Some lady didn't know how to ski, and she slid into the trail like sideways, like doing this thing. And I had 2 choices: either destroy this lady or wipe out hard. And I took the second choice and I banged my head off the ground. Oh, it was bang! I heard this. I had a helmet on, but it was still the bang was loud, and I was dizzy for the rest. I 100% got a concussion, and I didn't feel right for the rest of the day. And then I was like, this is not worth the thrill. Everybody I know has a torn ACL from it, a concussion. My grandpa died.
Oh God, I'm
No.
sorry. Yeah.
No,
I didn't know that you're.
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Not my
what do they
grandpa.
do though?
They all have stories.
Well, yeah, they all have this, like somebody knows a sunny bone out and just like launched right into a tree of a mighty oak.
It's not worth it.
No, dude, I just never enjoyed it that much. And when I tried snowboarding, I'm like, I sucked at skateboarding and was a poser at that. Why am I even attempting this?
Snowboarding, you're attached to that fucker too. At least with the skis pop off.
You can get away.
Yeah.
The board's coming with you when you fall.
I know a lot of people got knocked out snowboarding because the feet go up in the air.
Yeah.
You know, like if something happens, the feet go up in the air and your head first.
Dude, my son does it, and he's 10. And I let him, but he's pretty good at it. But I always get very nervous when he goes to do it. But he's good with. I mean, he's a very good athlete.
The good thing is little kids have less weight, and when they're falling, it's not as painful, and then they're all flexible and pliable.
Dude, he broke his arm. It was crazy, and he was better in like 8 days. It was like Wolverine. Like, how did you do this? Like, I tore my meniscus, ACL, blew off half my kneecap. Oh, and I was making fun of my friend, and then he tackled me, and we were on a linoleum floor with keg beer.
Oh no!
So instead of going to the hospital when I was in a lot of pain, I'm like, let's wait till the morning, and I had my friends carry me around this party, and then the next morning I'm like, yeah, this isn't moving at all. So my friend Jimmy drove me to the hospital, and dude, it was like out of a sitcom. Like doctors opened up a door into my leg. He wheeled me into a drinking fountain on accident. Like I broke my leg more just trying to get into the hospital. And then by the time I got in for them to do the surgery, they're like, "What happened?" I couldn't be like, "Oh, I was drunk at my friend's house." You know, I was like, "Oh, I slipped on ice. It was winter." Just walking to my car, and they're like, "This is a lot of damage for just slipping on ice," because I just twisted it all night. I should have known. I mean, my foot was like behind me.
Oh god!
When I did it, like my knee just is. So I have rods in my right knee. So I just.
Oh
tried.
really? You
Yeah.
have rods keep it together?
3, yeah.
Wow. It was that bad?
Yeah, like you can hear it pop sometimes when I walk. It's pretty nice.
Does it hurt?
Sometimes, but not as bad as you think it would. If I'm like doing a treadmill for a long time, or if I do something where we're just outside, like, because I'll go hiking or whatever, because my wife likes it. So we'll do that, but I like it. That'll hurt after maybe a couple miles, but not like a severe pain. But,
Just annoying.
yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, and you can do, like, weather messes with it in the sense, but nothing crazy.
Is there an option to take those rods out? Because I know a lot of them, they put them in there so that the bones heal correctly, right?
Yeah. There might be. I mean, it's been 25 years. I'm sure there's been advancements in it, and I just don't bring it up.
I bet your bones are just growing around.
Oh, I'm sure it's destroyed. They're probably like, why didn't you come in? Like, you didn't bring it up either.
Yeah, I know a guy who broke his arm, and the screws from the plate that kept his arm together were popping through his skin. So he had another operation. They opened up his arm again and took the plate out. His arm healed, like the bones had fused, but then the plates and the screws started backing out.
That's
Through his skin. They're poking through his skin.
That's what happened to my son. It sucks. He was like 6, and him and his friend were hanging out at his friend's house, and they had like a slide that was 8 feet in the air, and they both decided to jump off of it.
Oh, God.
And he landed funny, and he's a little kid. So I was at my friend's mom's funeral. I like rushed back to get it. It's the worst thing in the world when it's your kid. It's just the worst.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we made sure like he got the screws out. He got the right, like everything went fine. But the way that dude, it was honestly like they cut the cast off like 2 weeks before they were supposed to, because he's like, I can go like this. I'm like, that's amazing. Because I remember I would like go to bars still, and I was still underage, but I was still going to bars with like a cast on.
Oh boy,
like a full blown knee brace, and I'm wearing like track suits and like I had chains and earrings. So I was like just like a raver stoner, and I'm just walking around with my crutches.
That's hilarious. How long did it take for you to walk again?
Properly, about 6 months. Now, every now and then I do walk with a limp because it just kind of goes out.
Does your friend still feel embarrassed by this?
No, I don't. No, it's one of those guys you've known for so long. He didn't care then, and I was saying stuff to him that kind of I deserved it. So, like, I mean, he felt really bad. I shouldn't say that, but no, it was not anything. The girl who owned the house went nuts, and she was so hot, and I always had a crush on her. And she's like, "Your family's gonna sue me." I'm like, "My family's not gonna sue anyone. They don't sue people, but we're not gonna sue you." And like I think my dad had passed at that point, and she's like so freaking out. She would have these wild Christmas parties every year where it happened.
Oh boy!
And that ended the wild Christmas parties. And she's like, "Yeah, you never sued." I'm like, "Yeah, why would I sue? Because I'm stupid. Like it was my fault." And then I just went out and said, "Yeah, I fell on ice."
Isn't that a gross thing that people would just sue? If they did something stupid in your house, they would sue you.
Dude, I never. Like I can understand points where people have.
It's just such a scammer mentality.
It's a shit thing to do to anybody. It's like somebody who like slips delivering a package or any of that stuff that's possible.
There's a lady that was when my kids were younger. There was this lady that was a single mom, and her daughter was playing with my daughter, and they come over the house, and she went out to another person's house, and like they'd have play dates like kids do, and she wasn't there. So she comes to pick up her daughter, and they have a dog, and the dog is a very friendly dog, and the dog, it jumps up. So like dogs do that, of course, and scraped her with its claws. Just scraped her with its claws. She sued the family for $50,000
and won.
And they just settled. They settled because the dog they were informed. Listen, legal fees is going to be probably $100,000. She wants $50,000. So this fucking asshole, all a dog did, dog nails, just scratched her a little bit. Not even like bleeding, nothing crazy, just normal. Oh, your dog's crazy. Like where you and I would be like, what a cute dog. Right. She was like, ooh, opportunity to sue this family that's wealthy.
Especially the fact that that's just what they do. I remember when we were young, there were 2 pit bulls that were at this house behind the camp we were at. And this one kid was always throwing rocks at them. And we were like, you shouldn't do that, because we liked the dogs, and the camp had its own golden retriever. And it was fine with the pit bull. They'd run on the fences and stuff. So that's when I first even started getting used to dogs when I was young, because I've always liked dogs, and I have to, and I've had tons. But I remember that the pit bull, once the kid stuck his finger through the fence, took off these two tops of his finger. And like they sued, they put the dog down, and we were like, he's been chucking rocks at those things all summer. Like he's been antagonizing these animals all summer. And I mean, it sucks that it happens, but it's like,
It sucks that your kid's stupid too.
yeah, it sucks that he was told not to do it a bunch of times, and then there was a consequence to this shitty action.
Also, how did you raise a kid to throw rocks at dogs? Like, what kind of a kid would throw rocks at a dog?
It's like the first thing you find that has unconditional love for
Yeah.
you. It's the first thing that like you trust in a different way than a human.
Did he have dogs?
There's no way he did. I don't
Yeah,
remember
maybe
him
that's
well.
it.
I remember the blood and the screaming, but I don't remember much about him other than that.
And the weird handshakes afterwards?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, his penmanship wasn't very good after.
Old Stubbs.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
yeah, but he
Those
deserves
are
it.
tricky dogs, though.
My brother's had ones where, yeah,
I've had a bunch of
he's rescued a couple, and I've had friends who have saved them in Detroit from fights.
Yeah.
Where because they would throw them in a back alley for losers, and sometimes my friends would take them and get them sewn up and keep them. But those dogs specifically would kind of only be left alone for the owner. Like my friend would keep it just for him, like locked
Well,
up.
they're usually fine with people. The real issue with pit bulls is dogs and children. They think of children as animals. They don't know that a child is a person. At least it seems like they don't, because they attack kids.
Well, and children don't know dogs are animals sometimes, and that's kind of how I treat with my kids. Like you have to understand that,
Right.
you know, like when you're roughhousing or whatever, like you gotta be real careful because she may not necessarily know what you're doing, you know.
Yeah.
And you learn that at a young age, and dogs love them, but a lot of times kids can be really, really rough with dogs.
Yeah, they can be. Sure. Especially if they don't grow up with them, they don't know, they're not taught. But the thing is, like, if you have a sweet dog, like I have a golden retriever,
Yeah.
and if my kids thought all dogs were like my dog, and then they went up to another dog and grabbed his face, the dog might bite your fucking face off.
Yeah, Goldens are the best. Like
They're the
they're
best.
just designed to be the sweetest animals on the planet.
He's the nicest dog of all time. The best pet ever.
Yeah.
He's just the homie. They come home, he's like, hello. He wags his, he always has to greet you with a toy. Like as soon as I come in the house, he grabs one of his toys and runs up to you with a toy. Yeah.
It's the nicest feeling in the world.
Yeah, they're the sweetest dogs. He cuddles with me when I watch TV. He climbs up, like literally, like lies in my lap. He's 75 pounds. Puts his like head on my chest. He just likes to be pet while I'm watching TV.
Yeah, they just want to be with you.
Yeah.
It's the nicest thing. And I had a Rottweiler, and people are afraid of those, but she was the sweetest dog.
It's a lot of it is how you treat them.
Yeah.
But it's also the breed. It's also the bloodline. Like if you get a game bred pit bull and you expect it to be cool with other dogs, you're out of your fucking mind. That dog is designed to fight dogs.
Yes.
You know, but if you get a good dog and you train them well and teach them, and you know, it takes a lot of responsibility. You know, like people that run out and get like a German Shepherd or a Belgian Malinois and
Oh,
think they're
for their
cheating
first
the
dog.
yard. Like,
Yeah.
you just literally got like an elite super athlete for a pet. You know, and you just think you're just gonna leave in the yard and
Right.
occasionally throw the ball to it. Get the fuck out of here.
That's not how you never walk
Yeah.
it, so it's got a bunch of pent up anger and energy.
Exactly.
Good for you.
It's like a high school kid that's been left in a confined space.
Yeah. See how it works when he comes out
Yeah.
into the real world. Bring him to a dog park.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see that video of the dog parks? Some of them?
What video?
There's one video where a guy, his dog is attacking one dog, and some dude runs up out of nowhere and just shoves his finger in one dog's ass.
Oh, that works.
Yeah, it did, but it was still the most ridiculous thing. Like this guy just runs in like he thinks he's Superman. Is like, I've got it, and just starts.
Well, if a
fingering
dog
your
has
ass.
a lock on another dog, that's one of the only ways to let him go.
Is it?
Yeah.
It worked.
I hear it works. I've never done it, but
Yeah, I've never tried
hoses
it
work.
myself.
Hoses work. When
Yeah.
the dogs would fight with each other, you could hose them. And a lot of times they'll let go.
Yeah.
They just freak out. So you get hit in the face with a jet of water.
Yeah, that will do it.
But, you know, the really fucked up thing is that people bred dogs for fighting, and they like to fight. When they fight, they wag their tails.
Yeah, that's
That's
fun.
That's what's crazy. Yeah, you watch them like literally chewing each other's faces off and they're wagging their tails.
Well, I got a border collie at the same time as a Rottweiler, and they were both pretty you know, they both enjoyed fighting each other.
Fun.
But I'd always,
Wait,
yeah, and you'd always just watch for the tail waggling because they'd be flipping each other over. And, like when we first got the route, we went to a dog park because they were like newer to us in Michigan, and this one dog just kept coming up. It was bigger than my rod, but kept kind of like messing with her.
Yeah.
And then finally, my rod grabbed her by the neck and flipped this dog over and was just like pinning it with her mouth. And then the dog gave up and was showing its belly, and I'm like, fuck. Like, all right, we're gonna leave the dog park now. You know, people were like freaking out and screaming.
Yeah.
But the dog kept like coming up and like nipping my dog until my dog finally just like attacked back real quick.
Yeah, which is what dogs do. They have to establish dominance.
That's what she did.
I was in a dog park once and somebody brought a wolf.
Are you serious?
Yeah. It was the wildest thing. And all the dogs immediately knew it wasn't a dog.
Well, yeah.
Some guy had one of those 7/8 timber wolf dogs, you know, because you can get them dogs where they're not really dogs. It's a wolf, and this thing just walked in, and every dog was like, "That's not a fucking dog." They all scattered. It was wild to watch. It was big too, man. It was really big. It was like 100+ pounds, and just big fucking mouth, big long mouth, and it just looked like a wolf. And every dog knew it wasn't a dog.
Were they just all backing in the
Yeah,
corner?
because wolves eat dogs.
Oh yeah, they do.
And they knew.
Yeah.
They fucking, there was a thing like the smell, the look, whatever. No dog was sizing up with it at all.
No.
Every dog just ran away. It was weird.
Well, they have that instinct.
Mhm.
And that thing is like what dogs, like that's like if a caveman walked in.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that's the
Yeah.
original OG of what we're supposed to
Right.
do.
This is not a wolf. Oh yeah, I've seen this video. This video is wild. So there's all these dogs are fighting,
Okay.
and check out this one dog walks in. And he's the fucking boss, and he's this dog. Look, and all the other dogs back the fuck away from him. Look, they all back away. This one dog, and he gets on that dog. Like, look what happens.
So just every one of them just acts
Yeah.
right.
It's like John Wick of dogs.
Yes, it's just
Look at this. The dog just lays down, and he just gets on top of him.
I wouldn't know this dog kill one of us.
I have no idea what kind of dog that is.
I don't know either. The black one, it's got to be
The white one. The one that's
the one
dominant.
right there. I mean, the black one was cowering. That was like the wrong dog.
Well, why don't you take a photo of that dog and run it through Google image?
The dog looks like Benji. Like they
I
probably
know,
just
that's
knew.
what's crazy.
Yeah, like it's probably just they knew it had a hard life.
My friend has a dog like that. It's a small, it's a darker, like a gray and brown dog. And he takes it pig hunting. And it's the most savage fucking dog I've ever seen in my life.
And it looks like that.
Yes, this dog just chases pigs.
Which
It's
are
crazy.
and pigs are tough.
Oh, yeah, but this dog is just nuts, man.
Dude, that's
What kind of dog is that? Come on, ChatGPT. A mixed or a breed or a mutt. Based on appearance, shaggy, wiry coat, body structure. How crazy is AI? Wolfhound or terrier mixes. Large size and sturdy build might also suggest some Central Asian Shepherd or Kangal ancestry, especially if the dog is used as a livestock guardian. However, without a clear look and more context of the dog's size, weight, or behavior, it's difficult to definitively identify the breed. It's likely a mix of working or guardian breeds, common in rural or semi-rural areas.
yeah, that thing they just knew had it tough
Yeah.
because it just came and
No,
didn't
now
give
he's-
a fuck.
It's not even a big dog. That's what's crazy. Like, yo, that was kind of what it was like when that wolf showed up at the dog park. All the other dogs were just like, what in the holy fuck is this?
Was it you? I think you were talking about it. Maybe it was, I don't know, but it's about a guy who trains wolves. And he was saying,
I've had people on that work with wolves. You can't really train wolves.
yeah, like, but I think it was like the movie The Grey, you know, like taken with wolves or whatever. And like he said during it that he has to fall down as the stuntman or whatever. So the second he gets home, one of the wolves is going to try to take his spot on top. So you got to like grab the wolf and hold it up in the air, and like that's like the main thing to do to get it to stop. But like every night he just has to prepare himself for fighting a wolf when he gets home, which is crazy.
That's so stupid.
But I mean, they all just they're pack animals.
Yeah, so as soon as
That's
you leave,
Yeah.
they take the dominant spot.
yeah, you have a good day of filming, and there's just this wolf looking at you the whole car ride home, saying if he's going to take your shit when once you get home.
I knew a dude who had three of those wolf dogs, and he was a piece of shit. And they got out of his yard and killed the neighbor's sheep, and he lied about it. It was murder. Killed like 8 sheep.
Yeah, it's your
Because they
dog.
just killed for fun.
Yeah,
Like, oh, there's just sheep that just would commit suicide? What did mountain lion? What did this?
well, there's coyotes and stuff
Not
where
like that, though.
No.
That kind of damage. Coyotes would have a hard time taking out sheep. It would take a long time.
yeah, but they grab small dogs. Like
Oh, yeah.
like before COVID, we like in Detroit and like the suburbs, we never had coyotes like any of that stuff. And then after, you see them all the time. Like I would walk out and there'd just be like a deer in my front lawn. I'm like, this is bizarre in this part. And then now you have ones that like hop fences and grab small dogs and jump away.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're everywhere now. They're in all 50 states, and then they're in every major city.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, they're a wild animal. I mean, a really interesting animal, I should say. Obviously, they're wild.
Because when I first saw them, they'd be crossing the street at night. I'd be coming back from a gig, and I'm like, is that a dog? Should I stop? And then it's clearly just a coyote.
Yeah.
And I'd never seen them up close like that ever.
They're in Central Park.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
I used to walk by there all the time.
That would say what it is. Looks
Yeah.
similar. A Bosnian broken-haired hound called the Rock. Yeah, it looks similar. Fights bears? That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, that would be it.
That would make sense why all those dogs are like, this motherfucker's not playing.
He takes down grizzlies.
He is not playing.
Yeah.
Jeez. A scent hound. Yeah, that's what my friend's dog looks like. And it's a little dog. It's a girl. And she's fucking ferocious.
And just has,
Yeah.
a pig and a bear.
Yeah, pigs are like wild pigs are some of the most ferocious sounding animals. I remember the first time I ever went hunting pigs. We were going down this dirt road, and to the right of us was like heavily wooded, like high grass, and they were in the grass near us. And then they started fighting, and it sounded like demons, like orcs. They were just going to war, like maybe 10, 15 feet from us, and we couldn't see them because of the tall grass. Like the sound was nuts. Like this sound is insane.
Where do you hunt them?
This was in California.
Okay.
California, where oddly enough, they think most of them came from William Randolph Hearst's estate. Because William Randolph Hearst, the same piece of shit that, Orson Welles covered the movie Rosebud, the same reason why marijuana became illegal, that guy. William Randolph Hearst had an enormous estate, and he had wild boars out there on his estate. And of course, they got free. And now, Central California, all that area is like San Jose. They have a giant problem with them.
Really?
Yeah, they like show up on people's lawns, tear their lawns apart, and you wake up in the middle of the night, there's 10 wild pigs in your fucking front lawn.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Do they attack animals then?
Oh, yeah, they kill people.
Really?
Yeah, so one old lady got killed by wild pigs.
What a way to go.
I know. Fucking dirty, filthy goonings tearing your face off.
Not that it's funny, but I mean, you just don't expect it.
Kind of funny.
You know,
But yeah, they're all.
how did grandma go? You're like, well, she was torn to death by pigs, wild ones, in her suburb.
With this place that I was at, they hunt them a lot, and that's what we're doing. It tastes good.
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, it is pork.
Yeah, it's a different kind of pork. It's like a darker meat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've never had
Yeah,
it.
because they're not eating just grain. They're eating whatever the fuck they find, and a lot of acorns. Because there was a lot of it. They had a lot of fat on them from acorns. They were delicious.
What do you hunt them with?
That time it was a rifle, but I
Okay.
bow hunted them.
I was wondering if you did, yeah.
Yeah, bow hunted pigs. But the thing is, like, if you're bow hunting pigs and you're shooting a wild boar with a big boar, you probably should have a backup. Probably should have a pistol.
In case it comes at you.
And you should probably have one in the chamber. So as it's running at you, you just hit, you're going to have to, it'll charge you. Happens all the time.
So it's kind of, because bears are like that, aren't they? Like, if you shoot them in the heart, it'll go 100 yards.
Some bears.
Okay.
If you shoot them in the heart, I doubt they're going to go 100 yards, but they might be able to, because they can go 100 yards pretty fast.
Just on adrenaline.
Yeah. But, bears are,
I'm going to say adrenochrome.
if you hit a bear, but there is a distance between you and them, where it's like a fight or flight distance, where they're too close, where they think that you'll attack them, and so then you're in trouble.
Yeah.
But if they're far enough away where they think, oh, this guy's not going to chase me, and you can scare them off, that can happen. Bears are tricky.
Yeah, I've never. Well, we had one bear. Well, I mean, it wasn't hunting us. We were just up in what do you call them, the Smokies, and it was just a vacation. And it says don't throw food off the balcony. So of course, the first thing my son does is throw a hamburger, and then all we can hear is the woods start moving. And we look down, and I'm like, "There's a bear," and I didn't know they climb. So the thing starts climbing up the side of the house, and eventually we just kind of made enough noise or something that it went back into the woods. But I'm like looking around, like, we have a gun, right? And he's like, I think we have one. I'm like, oh, that's good, because there's a bear climbing up the house, dude. It was terrifying.
Yeah, if you have food left out, if you have garbage left out, once they've established that that's a place where they get food, they keep coming back.
That's what I was, And the first thing he did was just chuck a hamburger out to feed the animals. And I'm like, buddy, I told you. He's like 4 or 5 at the time. And then like a couple minutes later, bear.
Yeah. Do you know the state that has the most bears per capita in the country?
No.
New Jersey.
Is it really?
Yeah. New Jersey has a crazy bear problem.
I did not know that at all.
So the governor of New Jersey ran on a platform of stopping the bear hunt because people hunt bears in New Jersey.
Yes.
People think of New Jersey, when you think of these high density areas like Hoboken, Hackensack,
Atlantic City.
that's not New Jersey.
No.
New Jersey's mostly rural.
And then you have those actual like mountains.
Yeah. Well, a kid got killed out by Rutgers. A bear ate him. And Rutgers University student went for a hike. Got taken out. And bears became such a problem that the same governor who ran on the stopping the bear hunt and did stop the bear hunt when he got in office, the population boomed so badly without hunters that he reinstated the bear hunt.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he had to. The interactions between humans and bears were going through the roof.
I was really hoping that story ended with he got eaten by bears, because that would be just the perfect irony.
Well, he probably had an encounter. A lot of people that live anywhere near them have encounters. Like, there's a video of Far Rockaway, New Jersey. We played it many times on this podcast, but we'll play it again just for you.
Okay.
But there's these fucking bears. They look like 400 or 500 pound bears, and they're fighting in the middle of a suburb. And they're going to war for garbage. So like, they claim either that or maybe one of the females is in heat, but there's these 2 fucking huge bears, and they're falling down stairs, and they're out in the street, and the people are filming them from their car. These are big bears, right?
Are they brown bears?
Black bears. They're all black bears in the United States until you get into the upper Northwest,
and then you
see
more of the grizzlies.
You only get grizzlies in like Idaho. So look at these bears.
Holy shit!
Yeah, bro. Fucking normal house, suburb.
A couple bears.
Look, got a real estate sign out there. The size of these fuckers, dude. They knocked over the sign there. Whatever that was. That was a light, I guess, like electrical.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, bro, it spills out into the street. These guys go to war for like 10 fucking minutes. How long is this video? 6-minute video. Look at this. They get out. They show all that when they're out in the street. So people are filming them. These fuckers tumble down the side of the hill. They're still duking it out.
I've seen them come down the street in the same place.
The size of these guys, man. Look at that, right by the mailbox. Look at all the hair.
Oh yeah,
pulling each other's hair out.
And that's crazy. Well, dude, that's just because they're claws on accident.
The size of these fuckers.
Imagine that goes across your face.
Oh, dude, you're so dead. Those are big bears too, man.
Dude, that guy's so nervous about his Volvo. It's like, come on, don't go near it.
Well, these people are so used to it. These people who live in this area.
Yeah, you're right. A dude in a car just was like, all right, we gotta wait for it to fall into the shrubs, and then I'm gonna gun it.
There's noises in it. Can you imagine your little kids walking home from school,
sees 2 bears,
and see 2 fucking huge bears.
And this is Jersey?
Yeah. Far away. Look, hear the cars?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, cars driving by. Oh, hi, guys. Car stop. I'm going to go get a sandwich.
Yeah, we have bears now.
Yeah. Far Rockaway. Holy shit.
Dude, yeah, that
does not have the most black bears per capita.
Oh, I thought it did.
Not even top 5 or 6.
I would imagine for a small
Dense human
state,
population makes its high bear population a significant concern for residents, particularly in the states. Dude, Ted Nugent told me that. I think these people are wrong. The state's forest-covered northwestern regions have one of the highest concentrations of black bears in the nation, with approximately 3,000 bears.
Dude, if Ted Nugent told you that, I think he's right.
Yeah.
The guy knows a thing or two.
High population density, concentration in the northwest, increased sightings. The other problem is they really don't have an accurate number.
Right.
Because in heavily wooded areas, when you want to do a census on animals, you're sending out wildlife biologists and they just have to count them. And there's no way they can really count them correctly because you're dealing with dense woods. And black bears are particularly difficult to find in the woods. Their sense of smell is insane. Their hearing is insane. And when they hear people, they just get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, like in Michigan, you've seen them. Like they come down because we're up by the Upper Peninsula, and they'll come, to Canada and all that stuff. But you do see them on occasion. But I guess they are becoming more and more, like they're moving more and more south towards the cities.
Of course, because nobody's hunting them.
Yeah. Which I think we should.
Yeah, you have to hunt them.
Yeah. I mean, it's why you control the deer population.
Yeah. It's like, that's what people have always known. And, somehow or another, liberals lost their minds and thought it's a bad idea to control predators.
Yeah, well,
massive, huge predators.
Right. And it's like, you realize, that, let's just say the deer is alone. If you don't control it, you just have people smashing into them with their cars.
Not only that,
day.
they're made out of food.
Right. For you to eat.
Yeah. You can go eat them. Deers are delicious.
And if you've ever been in front of one with horns, I was in the Rockies, my friend was all high, he gets out of the car, it's 20 years ago, and there's I don't know, it wasn't, maybe it was a deer, but an elk or something.
Probably had to be an elk.
Yeah.
Was it big?
Yeah, really big. And he gets out, he's like, I'm going to stand by and take a picture. I'm like, I don't think you should do that. Even then, I'm like, terrible idea. And the thing just lowers its horns at him, and I'm like, dude, get back to the car. And we're in a Jeep gunning it away from this thing chasing us.
There's a guy that is in his car, is talking shit to this elk that's in the street in Yellowstone, and it fucking jabs his tires. It takes his tire out. It doesn't even know it's like,
away.
Fuck! You hear because it punctures his tire.
Dude, it just took him out the way a cops would. It's actually tripped, and then it's got horns just getting ready to take you out.
It stabbed his tire.
You want to step outside now?
The scariest one that moves. What's that? Is that you have the video of him taking out his car?
Yeah.
That's it. Oh boy! Look at the size of that fucker.
Woo! Dude, you have a tree growing out of your head. A sharpened tree.
Yeah. I don't know if this is the one that cut the tire. The other one was coming from the other side. It was coming from the driver's side, and the driver was talking shit to it. But you get the point.
I looked at the driver was mocking an animal.
But the real dangerous ones are moose.
Yeah.
Because moose will actually stalk you. They will go after you.
There's a lot of videos of people who think they're majestic, and they're 8 feet away from them, and it's it's not bullwinkle, it's an animal in the wood, and then the next thing you hear is how they were killed.
Yeah, it's not just that, it's an animal that's really good at stomping that. Oh boy. Does this guy get attacked? Sometimes you just don't.
Dude, if I get an arrow, you really gotta not miss.
Yeah. Well, this is rough too because he's coming straight at you, and so you don't have a really good shot at his vitals. So you have to take the most risky shot, which is you're taking a frontal. So what you're essentially, you have a very small area you're targeting, which is the end of his beard.
Yeah.
So his hair comes down. You want to get it right here. So what you're trying to do is shoot this arrow through basically a softball-sized hole, maybe a little larger than a softball-sized hole, and it'll go straight through, slice through the heart, the lungs, everything. It's the most deadly shot if you could land it.
Right.
But you got a 1,800-pound animal
coming at you.
You're shaking. It's huge. You're right in front of it. It's 30 yards. You're not sure that you can hit that spot because your arms are shaking. You're filled with adrenaline.
And you have to go for a softball-sized spot on that thing.
You really want it to be standing sideways, but it's not standing sideways because it's moving towards you in an offensive way. You should probably just get the fuck out of it.
Yeah, I would leave immediately.
Or get around the tree. You want to get like where a tree is, so you can stand behind the tree, and like at least you can kind of maneuver a little bit.
Is there sight for them?
Oh yeah, they don't have a good sight.
So that's kind of like the better way is to kind of
They're
cover.
kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Because they're so big, they don't have to be smart.
Yeah.
You know, and they don't have herds. They're not like, you don't see herds of moose. You see a bull moose, they're generally by themselves, or maybe with 1 or 2 like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I did not know
And
that.
then they come in, and when they come in, they're looking for pussy.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
you have a moose fucking you in the ass.
Yeah. Staring right at you.
Oh, dude. And with those eyes.
And
Lustful
you
eyes.
also, you better have a fucking powerful bow. You got to get into that rib cage. Those ribs are thick as shit.
So that spot is underneath that like beard and all that stuff that he's got right there.
It's
Like all
But if you hit an animal there, they die so quick.
Really?
See, Google frontal shot kill on elk. There's a famous video of these kids bow hunting. And this elk comes in and it gives this kid a frontal shot and he takes it at like 20 yards. And the elk just stands there and then blood starts spraying out of it and it just tips over.
Really?
Like right where it stands. It's nuts. It's the most lethal shot if you land it correctly. But it's I've never taken it. It's a tricky shot. Like my friend Cam Haynes, probably the best bow hunter in the world.
Okay.
He's taken frontal shots, but the last time he took one, it was like at 10 yards.
Is that guy out
This
here?
isn't it. This is not a frontal. These are just bills fighting. Google. This is an elk. Oh, insane frontal shot. Okay. All right. So here we go. This isn't the one.
Nothing came up 29.
So that's it. You got it right there. So see how it sprays? That's a perfect shot.
Oh,
Perfect shot. You got it right. If you watch where the impact is, oh, that's pretty tricky. Watch where the impact of the arrow is. It's right at the bottom of the beard. See where it is? Like right at the bottom.
Yeah.
It's a perfect shot. So that goes into the body cavity, severs all the arteries.
Gotcha.
That bull's dead in seconds.
But this animal seems kind of like, yeah, this it doesn't seem as aggressive though as that moose.
No.
Yeah.
They're not aggressive. They're
Yeah.
looking for other elk.
Okay.
Like he's looking for love.
Yeah.
That's what he's looking for. Looking for love or a fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the moose looks like he just wants to kill the guy in the video, or at least
Oh, they do.
attack him.
No,
Right.
they'll kill you. They will kill you. I mean, I'm sure elk have killed people before, but they don't want to.
Right.
A moose would chase you.
Yeah.
A moose would chase you and stomp you, especially a female moose that has her babies. That's how
Right, yeah.
You better stay the fuck away from her.
Yeah. No.
They will stomp you out. My buddy was chased on horseback. He barely got away from a cow moose.
Seriously, going
Yeah.
after him?
Yeah, going after him because it had calves with her.
Yeah.
And she was protecting her calves, and he was on a horse. And she looks at that horse like that might be an animal. Like,
Right.
It wants to stomp my babies. And so she full clip chased after him. He's like, I barely got away.
Where was this at?
Edmonton.
Oh,
Was it Edmonton? No, BC.
Okay, yeah.
BC.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, I don't know. I'd be terrified if I had to try to make that shot at a moose coming at me that size.
It's a
in
sketchy
any
shot.
capacity.
It's a sketchy shot. And it depends on what kind of broadhead you have, too.
Can you do it with a gun?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, with a gun, you can shoot them anywhere.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
With a gun, you go through the shoulders.
I just didn't know if it was like maybe arrow length or the reason it sticks in or something. Maybe.
No. You could definitely do that with a gun. The thing about an arrow is you only have so much energy, like from a bow. So if like you hit one of those big shoulder bones, like you're fucked. It's not gonna kill the animal. It's
No.
probably barely gonna feel it.
It's just
So
gonna-
you have to be behind the shoulder. You have to, and then you know, if you don't have enough power, if you center punch a rib, you're probably not going to get a lot of penetration. So you have to have like a really powerful bow, and a lot of guys stay away from mechanical broadheads. They want like a really solid fixed blade broadhead. It's a tricky kind of bow hunter.
Yeah, that's cool though.
You're bow hunting something that can kill you.
Yeah, which is that's game. I mean, that's an
Yeah.
exciting thing.
That's why people like bear hunting. You
Or
know?
unless you're the Grizzly Man guy, who just it is one of my favorite movies ever.
I'm convinced Werner Herzog made that movie as a comedy.
Oh, I think he did too.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. Like he says, the ending is not the real footage.
No, there's no actual audio footage of that guy that's available. If you listen online, footage that says it is, it's not real. You can kind of tell they're acting. He told the lady to destroy the actual audio
That's
because
what I heard. Yeah.
the lens cover was on the camera, but there is audio, and it's a long audio because bears don't kill you; they just start eating.
Right.
Yeah, they just hold you down and eat you until you die.
Which is apparent to that guy who was going around elementary schools telling people how bears aren't dangerous.
Yeah, that fucking
And they're like, it's hibernation season, you should go. And he's like, no, but I got peanut and sprinkles and cocoa, and they all love me. Get all these little names for him.
It was suicide by bear.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can't just hang out there with this. It was, that whole movie is just, he said, like, I love when they're like, they think the bear just thought he was basically retarded.
Yeah. Remember when the sheriff said that? He's like, well, I thought he was retarded.
Yeah, I think the bears
Just
did.
the way the film is made, it's just too many times where someone says something ridiculous and there's a smash cut. I'm like, this guy's doing this on purpose. He wants you to laugh. It's funny.
It's gotta be, because he's like slapping a bear on the nose, and he's like, no Skittles, and then just turning around and doing the interview, and you're just waiting for him to die, basically.
I have to let them know I stand my ground. I love you. I love you.
I'm a warrior. I'm just gonna put my tent here. This is gonna be what you'll consider a plate, and I'm just gonna hang out.
It's a burrito. There's meat inside. His girlfriend got killed too, which is really sad.
I'm surprised that she had a girlfriend. One, he had one, and two, she was like,
She's probably surprised too. This guy gonna fuck me? Or
it's just, yeah, like I'm sure he didn't fuck her. He didn't seem like that kind of guy. He definitely had her killed.
He definitely seemed gay.
Yeah,
It seemed like that was part of his dilemma. Like he wanted to be an actor, and that didn't work out for him. So he started getting notoriety by being a bear expert.
Right.
But he wasn't really a bear expert.
No, he was just an idiot who would go into the forest and
I'm protecting these bears.
get really lucky.
Fire service won't protect them, you motherfuckers. I'm protecting these bears.
You leave them alone.
But that dude got some amazing footage, I'll tell you that. His footage was fucking incredible because he was living with them. Yeah. So he got footage that nobody else was getting, like high resolution, close-up footage of bear fights. He became really good friends with a fox.
Yeah.
Foxes are fucking adorable. They're like dogs, man. Yeah. They are the closest thing to dog. Like playful. They play with you. They stole his hat. Like, yeah. They would come hang out with him. He could scratch their head.
Well, a lot of the people who find baby foxes and then just kind of raise them because their parents left them, that's amazing.
There's a Instagram page that I follow, Bedu the Fox. Check this out. It's like a little tiny fox that this guy's raised. Yeah. And it's so adorable. It's so adorable. It's such a,
It really is cool to see him.
This guy brings this fox with him everywhere. Look at that cute little fox. He's so cute.
Yeah, they're adorable.
But he hides his stuff. He's playful. Yeah. But this guy has this fox as a pet, and and to show the things where he's like cuddling with it. Like look at it. Yeah, it's just a straight up little buddy. Yeah, it's like an adorable little dog.
The raccoon ones are kind of funny too when it just like learns how to open the fridge.
Like he's got it on a leash. He's walking the fox on a leash. But he has to put on a leash because the fucker won't come back. No, I'm free.
He's like, this is where I belong.
Yeah.
He's just trying to run from the guy who's on a leash.
Look
at the huge ears.
Incredible. That thing probably hears an owl farting a mile away. Look at his face. So fucking cute, man.
Yeah, they really are. They're really cool animals.
Yeah, and people have done this where they raise them, but yeah, I think it's like this big weird face. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you have to be around them all the time.
Yeah, I think if it's, I don't know, but if it's abandoned young enough to where it's attached to you, there's something there.
Yeah, no, you definitely can raise them. People have raised them. And people have raised coyotes that same way too.
Oh, yeah.
But you have to be around them all the time because they're wild.
Yeah.
Like you're just tricking them into like by constantly giving them food and attention, so they feel like they don't have to do anything else that they really feel instinctual about doing, like going out and killing a cat.
Oh yeah. Well, there's a place called Oswald Bear Ranch.
Oh, look, he's got a cat. His cute little fox is like half the size of the cat. He wants to play with the cat. Oh, it's adorable. The cat is not like upset, happy though.
No.
You see a cat with a tail like that? That's a really pissed off cat.
Well, the cat doesn't want to play with its owner, let alone whatever that thing is.
Well, the cat looks like it's on SSRIs.
Yeah,
first of all.
it is.
Cat's fat as fuck.
Yeah, it was actually a male cat. It's not identified that way anymore.
That cat is a little shooter. It's gonna go to the pound, shoot it up.
It's gonna take out everybody at the pet store.
Yeah.
Just after the other.
The story of wolves, like how we turn wolves into dogs, is pretty fucking insane.
It is amazing how we do just kind of have these like wolves in our house, but we made them cuter by design over centuries. Right, this is my my wolf poodle, which is essentially what it is.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Well, and then you get them down to like I have a king. Adorable.
And I'm just like, it's so cute, but it's also gay.
Oh, that's adorable.
But yeah, his name is Higgins, and he's the best dog. But he's small, and I've always had big dogs, and I kind of just like the fact that he's kind of small and just really wants to sit there. Like,
Just want to chill.
he'll go for a walk, but he's not dying to.
The breed the furthest removed and physically characteristic by wolves is the Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
Yeah,
That's it.
mine's called a Cavapoo.
That's the one I have.
Yeah, I have a mix of that and a poodle.
The Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, one of the most popular breeds in the UK and US, probably because of their lapdog reputation. They're adorable dogs.
Oh, I
So
love
sweet.
I love him, and he
That's
just,
the furthest removed physically and characteristically from a wolf.
it has. I mean, he's funny. Like he'll grab his toy, he's got this lamb, and he'll just like jump in the window at giant dogs and just start shaking it and like try to intimidate them. And I'm like, you're in a fucking little bow tie. You look so gay.
He's probably trying to play with them. Because my dog loves to play with Marshall, my golden.
Dude, it's
Everybody's best friends.
Yeah, he's very playful.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause we have I'm just gonna announce all the more dogs that I have and feel worse as this goes. A Havanese.
What's that?
It's like a little. We don't have the long hair cut on it, but you know those long hair, like almost show dogs.
Okay.
And it's just a Havanese.
Oh, wow.
But we have the like top right corner. She looks like that. So that's the other dog. And she's the best, and she's insane. Like not the smartest dog you'll ever meet, and that's one of the things I love about her.
Well, they don't have to be smart. You
No.
know? It's like rich kids on trust funds. They're not so fucking smart either.
Yeah, they are the most privileged of the dog community.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about
Most
it.
likely to be a they them. That's all they them. They're not poor kids.
No, well, we're the ones cutting off their balls and spanking them.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
they're
true,
all.
too. Like, they're all trams.
Yeah, they're all a little angry at us.
My dogs have their balls.
Oh, do they really?
Always. Yeah, I don't fix my dogs.
See, we had already had them fixed when we got them.
I had a really good vet when I first moved to LA, and I always thought you have to fix dogs.
Yeah.
Because you're like Bob Barker. Bring in new to your pet.
Yes.
Bob Barker was
Oh, yeah.
at the end of every show. Turn your pets trans. How about just don't be an irresponsible dog owner and let your dog have puppies that nobody wants? How about you just be a responsible dog owner and let your dog have its natural fucking hormones?
Yeah.
Because when you cut their balls off, they get tired. They get depressed. They have no energy.
Testosterone's
Their testosterone's
Yeah,
gone. What happens to people when their testosterone goes? You get depressed.
Yeah.
You get depressed and you have no energy. That's the same shit that happens to your dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why he's in a bow tie.
And my vet he told me that. I was like, I can't believe it. He goes, look, nobody wants to hear it. Everybody wants to tell you spay neuter your dogs, but characteristically, you look at like how a dog behaves. I see a change the moment they cut. Now, if you have an overly aggressive dog, that's a different story. If you have a dog that like you probably should train, that's probably what it is. Probably needs obedience training and probably needs a lot of attention. Probably needs a lot of exercise. But If you cut your dog's balls off, it won't be the same dog.
No, and I mean, the next dogs I have, I probably won't. But it's just something that you're used to for so long. Like with Bob Barker, I did control the pet population, so there's not dogs running all over the streets that have to be euthanized all the time.
Yeah, but
If
that's
it's like,
terrible.
If it's your own dog, though.
But again, that's just bad dog owners.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's
Like,
just that, like people are bad parents, and their kids wind up, joining a gang and shooting people up. It's a lot of the same kind of shit.
it's the same. It's literally the same thing. I mean, when you like years ago, they were doing articles. Not to bring it back to my hometown, but like in Detroit, where you would see dog gangs roving together. They take over a house, and I remember one house was like filled with pit bulls and stuff, but it was a black lab that was like the king shed at this house.
Really?
Yeah, it was crazy. And but
Probably the smartest one.
I think that it must have been that because like when like Rolling Stone, I think it would have showed up and they were like, "Holy shit, the black lab that's in charge of like all these pit bulls," and that was like their king. And but
they're good hunters. Maybe that's what it is.
well, because
These Labradors are hunting dogs.
yeah, well, that's true. Because like you would see just packs of dogs going down the street when it was at its most like empty.
God, I heard about a lady that got killed by a pack of dogs in Georgia a few years back.
Oh, they'll do it.
Yeah, wild dogs. She's hiking and feral dogs attacked her.
Yeah,
Ooh.
and that's
a rough way to go.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Tough way to go.
Because there was probably a minute where she was like, "Oh, dogs."
I doubt it.
Yeah,
I doubt it.
no, most people do get scared.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah, especially if you're on like a mountain.
If you don't know the dog, it could be anything.
Yeah, never go up to a dog the way that people tell you that you should.
Put your hand out. I'm your friend.
Like, look, I'm your buddy. It's like, just stand there.
Stand your ground.
Yeah.
Look at it. Keep an eye, and hopefully have a gun.
Yeah.
Hopefully have a gun.
I just shot your doodle. I already had to. Yeah, those ones you can't.
That's probably too.
Yeah. But yeah, when you just stand there and kind of let the dog smell you, that's what they do. They just want to get to know who you are. So let them and just kind of keep an eye. Don't act scared. What you should do is run and start screaming.
Yeah. No, they like that.
Yeah, they know it's fun. They think it's a play. Or a time to play.
They're gonna kill you and have fun.
Yeah.
Yay! So we got a screamer, boys. Hey, as if there's not enough problems in the world, you got to worry about roving packs of wild dogs taking folks out.
And bears fighting in your cul-de-sac. You don't see that.
They're trying to bring bears back to certain states now. They're trying to reintroduce grizzly bears. These fucking dorks.
Why did they reintroduce animals that went extinct in an area for a reason?
Well, they didn't go extinct. They were made extinct.
Yeah.
Right? Like California. California has a grizzly bear on its flag.
Right.
But there's no grizzlies in California because they killed them all because they were killing all these people.
Right.
The last guy that got killed in California by a grizzly bear, they actually named a town after him.
Really?
Levesque, California.
Is named after him. He was murdered by
I
a
believe his name
grizzly?
was Stephen Levesque. Yeah, he was the last man in California to be killed by a grizzly bear before they killed them all.
Are they trying to bring him back to California?
Yeah, of course they are.
Oh, that's smart.
Look, they brought wolves back to Detroit. They brought wolves, Colorado.
Yeah,
they brought wolves to an area of Colorado that's right outside of Aspen, and people are losing their fucking minds because they brought these wolves that they had captured in Oregon because they were killing cattle, and then they reintroduced them to Colorado where they wait for it, kill cattle. They've been killing cattle like crazy. They brought them out to like these ranching areas, and they've killed so many cows out there, man. I have a buddy who has a ranch out there. He sends me pictures all the time of these cows that they find just torn apart. Yeah, like baby cows, calves just ripped to shreds. Yeah.
Well, they did the same. I want to say it was like near Dollywood. Didn't they do that too, where like wolves had finally gone away in that area?
Where's Dollywood?
It's near. It's in Tennessee. Near.
There's
Like,
wolves in Tennessee?
I think they tried to reintroduce them. So
Maybe red wolves.
Yeah, like I took a tour through the forest. Like I had to go. I didn't want to go. It was my thing, believe it or not. But I went. We went as like a family trip, and it's terrible. And somebody recognized me, and that was the worst. Is that like a fake Doc Barton show?
Oh,
Like, are you Dave Landau? And I'm like, oh fuck, really now? So But we went through the forest, and they were saying that they were reintroducing animals into that area. And it's like, why would you do that? And I guess they had just taken down like a Krispy Kreme because like bears just destroyed it.
Well, that wouldn't be reintroduction. That area of the bears have always been there.
Okay.
But if they're reintroducing a wolf, it has to be the red wolf.
Okay.
The red wolf is endangered, and it's a small wolf. It's a wolf that's like maybe the size of a large coyote.
Yeah, there it
Red
is.
wolves are returning to the Smoky Mountains.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like that photo is a little deceptive. When you see a red wolf, they're pretty small. Like, what is the average size of a red wolf? Google that, Jamie.
Yeah, like that picture of the bear walking, we saw that a lot, just walking down, like while we were there.
Oh, you're going to see a lot of bears.
And they'd be like
50 to 60 pounds.
Yeah, they'd be like tumbling like cubs and stuff down the road.
It's like a red wolf. It's probably, it's a 50-pound animal.
Okay, so
they're not a gray wolf.
Yes,
gray wolves are fucking scary.
Terrifying.
Yeah, they're big.
Yeah, I would not want to go. I don't know. That's a scary animal. Anytime I've seen one, they just don't look friendly, and I don't.
Well, I mean, they killed them off for a reason. The reason why, Little Red Riding Hood, fucking, there's always stories with kids where they get eaten by wolves. Because wolves eat kids.
Well, yeah, it was a way to scare the kids into being aware of what was going on. It was.
Bro, you know the World War I story?
No. Okay.
World War I, the Germans and the Russians had a ceasefire because so many of them were getting killed by wolves. They made an agreement to have a ceasefire and kill the wolves and then go back and fight.
Seriously?
Yeah. Because they were in trench warfare. So they're in Russia, and Russia has big wolves.
Yeah.
So what happens with animals, with warm-blooded animals, is the further north the animal goes, the larger its body size is.
Okay.
And they think it's to retain heat. So if you look like a deer in, like, let's say a white-tailed deer that you see in Texas is a small deer.
Yeah.
Like if I see a white-tailed deer, generally, like I see them all the time on my way to work. A white-tailed deer a female might be like 50, 60 pounds. A male might be 100, 120 pounds.
Yeah.
In Saskatchewan, you might get a 300-pound whitetail.
Okay.
They're way bigger.
Yeah.
Way bigger.
Yeah.
Okay. Wolves do the same thing. But they're bigger up there. They're bigger animals up there. Like the bears are bigger. Polar bears are huge.
Yeah, polar bears and they're nasty.
Yeah, they have to retain heat.
Yeah.
So like when you go to like northern kind of climates, when you're dealing with an animal in northern climates, that's going to be a bigger version of that animal. So if you see a wolf in like Alberta, that's going to be a bigger wolf than a wolf you'd see in Mexico. Those are smaller wolves.
Right, because they don't have to survive in the same elements.
Exactly. You know what? It's also, there's no benefit to having a large size of your body to maintain heat. That's why moose are in the most upper north part of the country. Yeah, they're the largest of all the deer species.
Oh, that would make sense. Though.
Yeah. Like elk are like larger than deer. It's like, and then the elk that are the further north, like those like Montana has a giant fucking elk, Wyoming giant elk, and that's the
Yeah, when you get towards Canada too, a lot of those places where it's just cold, you get those massive animals.
Yep. And what were we talking about when I brought that up? We were talking about wolves.
The red wolves being brought back to Kentucky.
Yeah, so those are small because they're in like a warm climate.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just odd to me to think, though, when you even hear the word wolf, like, we're just going to reintroduce it to this tourist area. It's like, it seems bad.
Well, it's all these people that are liberals that are, like, sweet, kind people that, like, this is Jared Polis, the governor of Colorado. He's a nice guy. He's a sweet guy. Yeah. He just posted some really kind tweet the other day. I'm like, oh, seems like a good guy, but hey, don't bring wolves back to ranching areas. Because, like, you can have these idealistic, utopia-based views of what you think a wolf would be like back in the wild. But no, they take the easiest path possible. Oh, there's a bunch of animals that are stuck in a fenced-in area that I can just hop over. I'll just go kill one and eat it. And that's what they do. And so these farmers now have to hire people 24/7 to be patrolling around their animals. So they're already operating at a very low margin, right? If you're a farmer and a rancher, you lose a bunch of cows, you're fucked. So now the state has to compensate them for depredations. Every time a wolf kills a cow, they compensate them. So it costs the state more money.
Oh, so they got to pay for the.
Yes, they have to pay for it. And then they have depredation permits on some of these wolves because they're repeat offenders. So now they're trying to kill these wolves that they've spent millions and millions of dollars reintroducing in Colorado. And it's all silly people. It's what's called ballot box biology.
Yeah.
Wildlife conservationists and hunters and people that spend time in the woods, they hate it. They hate it because it's mostly uninformed people that think they're doing a good thing. Like, let's stop trophy hunting.
Yeah, we have to.
No, we have to stop hunters. Hunters are evil. Like, no, bitch, bears are evil. They will fucking eat you asshole first in front of your kids. They don't care.
Well, it's like when they put in an insect to just kill an insect that's getting out of control.
Always works bad.
Yeah, so like in Michigan it was like ladybugs, but all of a sudden now there were ladybugs everywhere, and this kind could bite you. So they were some kind of beetle that was this massive problem all of a sudden, and it was to help control the fish fly problem, or mayflies, people might know them as.
Yeah.
And they're just, because you drive down next to the water, dude, it's like, sounds like Rice Krispies as you drive, because you're just hitting so many of these things.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't help that problem. It just created a horrible beetle problem.
Yeah.
And then there was something else going on in the lake, so they introduced zebra mussels.
Oh, yeah. We did that out here, too.
Dude, they destroyed boats. They cut up people's feet that were swimming.
Oh, yeah. It everything.
Yeah, it backfired completely. And it's like, so you're just introducing this, like, poison into the air and into the water that you think's going to benefit this.
Yeah. So they have too much vegetation on some of these lakes. So what did they do is they sterilize carp and then introduce these sterilized carp.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're not sterile. And sometimes they just start breeding, and then the carp basically eat all the vegetation, and so then your entire lake looks like the bottom of a swimming pool.
Right, it's
like
gone.
There's no more grass, so the fish don't know where to hide, so it's like not as effective for them. They don't get as big. So all the bass fishermen are mad because there's no like habitat.
Right.
Yeah, it's all fucked up.
And that's happened, with Michigan. We do have a lot of fishermen, bass fishermen, that go out there. And you can go into pretty small pond areas and lakes, because the Great Lakes, and still catch some stuff. But once you start messing with the habitat, it goes bad for a long time.
Oh, yeah, man. Well, look at Australia. Australia has done a terrible job of introducing invasive species to combat problem animals.
Oh, yeah.
And now they have feral cats that have essentially wiped out most of their ground nesting birds and all sorts of other things. Cats are the worst, man. Little cute little house cats.
Yeah.
They are the worst murderers of all the animal kingdom.
Well, and they think birds are a nice present for you. That's the first thing they're going to go after is just kill them.
Birds and rats.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's why, like, the crazy cat lady thing is a real thing, too, because they also contain parasites. And that parasite, toxoplasmosis, it affects humans. It affects behavior. It makes you more impulsive, more aggressive. Yeah,
Really?
Yeah. It's a crazy parasite that is, at one point in time, half of France had toxoplasmosis.
Really?
Yeah, because of feral cats. Maybe it might have been half of Paris or half of France. I don't remember. But a large, in rural areas where you have a lot of feral cats.
Oh, okay, I don't know if it was like rich.
Have you ever known people that have like outdoor cats?
Yeah.
That are very irrational.
Yes.
Fuck, man. Those people probably have toxo, which is why they're behaving weird.
Yes, well, I was.
Yeah, that's what's going on. It's like, I guarantee if you test it, I might have it. I had a feral cat.
I've never had a feral cat, but I've definitely had ones that would stop by the house.
I had a feral cat.
Yeah.
A friend of mine, and her and her boyfriend rescued a bunch of kittens that were underneath this building, and it was in Santa Monica. And she said, "You want a kitten?" He was so cute, and I took him in, and I actually had to stay with this cat for like days in one of the rooms of my house, because like when I picked him up, he would purr and he'd be sweet. As soon as I put him down, he'd hiss at me and jump and leap away. He was wild.
Like claws and
Yeah,
everything.
it took forever for me to just calm him down. And then after a while, I could just come up to him and pick him up. Like when he was a full-grown cat, he was totally my friend. But no one else could pet this cat. You come over my house, he would hiss at you like he was ready to go to war. It was crazy. But I would go, no, dude, he was just wild. He's wild. And I'd pick him up and he'd start purring. But he would purr like no other cat would purr. Because when he knew that you just loved him, and then you weren't going to eat him, when I pick him up, he just... He was so happy to be held. He was so happy to be cat. But then as soon as I put him down, he would look at me sketchy and run away. He was just fucked up, man.
My grandma had that. She was crazy though. As she got older, she had like this old mansion, and I don't know how she got it, but it was one of those things where like when you're Catholic, you just have 87 kids, so the house was big, but now it looks huge to people.
So she just had cats.
But towards the end, she had a few cats, and she would have like those Tom and Jerry mouse holes in the house. Like where you would see them coming out of and dude, she would she'd keep the spiders because she thought it was part of the ecosystem.
Oh, great.
So you're looking up, like, I have to sleep there, and I'm just like staring at a brown recluse, like shaking at the age of like 8.
Those are fucking these giant holes in you, man.
Dude, they will kill it. My brother got bitten by one, and his leg turned into a softball, and I had to go.
Really bad.
Yeah, she was nuts, dude. Like she
It
had
gets necrotic.
yeah.
Where it eats away the tissue.
Dude, and it went like that. Like he got bit, and by the time he got to the hospital, it just kept getting big. It went from like a golf ball to a softball to like, and they had to hit him with all this like anti-venom. It was nuts, dude.
My friend Jeremy had a hole in his thigh where he had to stuff gauze in it because it was constantly oozing.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like they start chewing away at your skin.
Yeah, necrosis.
Yeah, my brother was scar from it, dude. It's disgusting.
Brown recluse is dangerous, man.
But she was nuts. She had like a casino in the basement that she ran. She does.
That sounds so fun.
It really was when we were kids too. Like
Wow.
we're doing like blackjack.
Wow, she had a casino in the basement.
Yeah, it was fun. Like, and then she was a recovering alkie. Like, she had beads everywhere. Like, I didn't know what that was then.
Oh,
And then,
like 30-day beads?
yeah, and like so then later on, well, I was just like from Mardi Gras. She had all this stuff from Mardi Gras. So like later in my life, I'm like, oh, my grandma was a whore. So, but I didn't realize it until later.
There's a cat lady whore with a fucking casino in her
A
basement.
cat lady casino whore who thinks spiders are part of an ecosystem.
Well, she's kind of right.
I mean, she's not wrong. They would eat the mosquitoes. That was her thing. But you also have you're like, I think it's a black widow in your garage, and it's like, yeah, so don't go near it. I'm like, you want to protect your spider? But she was just nuts, dude. But yeah, she was in recovery, but then she also had an entire bar where you could just make drinks. So we're like 6 and like looking through like how to make somebody a martini. It's so much fun.
So she kept the drinks even though she was clean?
Yeah, she was clean, yeah.
Wow.
I've done that too myself, though, because if people come over, I'm like, yeah, whatever you want. Man.
Yeah, I stopped drinking, and I have a full bar at my house. Yeah, I have a wine room. It's like such a wasted room.
Yeah.
Just a room filled with bottles of wine that now I'll never drink.
Yeah, I have probably 10 bottles, and it's just somebody wants one.
Yeah, come on over. I'll judge you.
Yeah, like my
Sit there and drink, and I'll judge you. You'll start acting stupid.
Well, after my last DUI, was, when I got it was like 16 years ago, and I had just built a bar in my basement, and it's really nice, and I still really like it. But like, it was probably days later I got the DUI, so I just like sit there and I'll just look at this bar, and like, it could have been.
Was that when you stopped drinking?
Yeah, it was my 13th arrest. It was my
13th arrest.
Yeah.
What was number 1?
The day I got my driver's license.
No.
Yeah, for real.
What did you do?
My dad had gotten a Buick Regal, and it was around November because I was born in June, but they wouldn't let me get my driver's license because my grades were so bad, and we were having a family reunion. So we had everybody at the house. My dad, we thought, was doing a little better. We all went out to eat, and I'm like, hey, can I borrow the car? And he's like, yeah. So we get home, and my aunt had blocked the driveway thinking that I would probably end up taking the car and like her son out, who was from Arizona. And the one side of my house was the house, and then the other side was my neighbor's lawn with a small pine tree and like rose bushes and stuff.
You just drove through that.
Yeah, I think if I gingerly did it, dude, I fucked up her lawn. I go to pick up my friends. We go down 8 Mile to this place called Piccadilly where we'd have this guy named Spider by. And he was fucking great. He was this like homeless dude who just was like, he'd always go, I'm Spider with a whack. And he'd do that. And then he was total pervert. He'd be like, he would seriously offer to like, be like, I'll jack you off too. We're like, we just want the beer. But we do appreciate it. Really, but thank you. So like, he'd always be like, somebody's got to come in with me to pick it up. We'd be fighting if we had to get out of the car to walk with this guy. So we we just bring the beer and we're driving around. We start giving lawn jobs. You know, like we did leaf pile fires because everybody would like rake their leaves into the street. So we started doing those. You know, fun, good old fashioned arson. But usually it would stop pretty quickly. Somebody would run out with like a garden hose. You know, it totally was innocent until the one time it wasn't. But we were driving around. We had some parties, smoking weed, all that shit, and finally I get up on this one guy's lawn after a party. He's got a Beamer 5 Series. And I got my Regal, my dad's, which it had a V6 turbocharged, which for a Buick, it wasn't bad for 98. But I got on this dude's lawn. I see him sitting in his Beamer. And for some reason in my head, I'm just like, this guy's just going to sit here and take it. So I just start giving him a lawn job. I'm doing donuts. You can hear grass hitting his car. We get in a high-speed chase with this dude. Like, dude, I mean, like French Connection style. I swear, I hit this bump, man. 4 tires went off the ground because we just felt like the car popped to the ground. And we're just going all over the city. My friends are like, let's just pull over and beat the shit out of him. And I'm like, you could have a gun, you know? So I finally go down this street that has like a bifurcation where it just splits immediately. Like this, you have to go this way, you know? And I didn't see it. So I start braking because I'm going at an oak tree. So I'm braking it, and dude, the next thing I know, the engine drops to the front of the car. All the airbags come out. I get cracked with an airbag, and I'm not quite unconscious. I'm conscious just enough to see the BMW in my rear view drive away. And then as I'm being knocked out, I hear all my friends and my own cousin leave. Now here's the kicker. We were having a family reunion. I didn't realize that there was a bunch of cases of beer and liquor already in the trunk and chips and stuff. So when I hit the tree, that popped up. And it looked like I drove a Super Bowl party into the fucking tree. There was just like beer and pop and chips and shit going down the street. And finally, dude, I wake up from being unconscious and I get out of the car and there's a cop and my dad there.
When you wake up?
Yeah, when I get up, like I got knocked out so hard by that airbag.
Oh my god!
Because it just like all I could smell was that like burning talcum powder kind of smell, like that awful like I want to say eggy almost. It was just the worst smell. But everybody else was able to run, except me. So it looked like I just did it. So I get out, and I remember I look at my dad was not violent. He was in Nam, but he was never violent. But I just look at him and I go, Dad, I'm okay. He goes, great. And he punched me in the face so hard that I hit the ground and was knocked out for the second time that evening.
No!
Dude, he cracked me hard.
He gave you a second concussion?
That night. And I wake up.
That's not good,
no,
Chad.
Dude. And no, he was pissed.
I get it.
Yeah, but then I wake up and the cop's got a light on me. And I swear to God, the cop goes, he's waking up if you want to hit him again. It's the first thing I hear. And I'm like, you guys, I'm really in a lot of pain here. And my dad, like, apologized. He's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? He was just furious.
Right.
I had already been getting into dope and stuff, and he was getting pretty pissed with me. But I got
arrest number 1.
DUI, and I got 6 months suspended license.
Wow.
I went in front of a referee, is what they called it for juveniles, a Coleman A. Young municipal. They gave me 6 months suspended license.
Did you have to talk your way out of it?
Out of being arrested?
I mean, like,
how was that? No, my dad, I remember I was going to school one day and he goes, I just got the bill for the car. I was like, yeah, he goes, it's $13,980 here. And I go, what? I don't have that money. He goes, just show people so they know how proud I am of you. I was like, thanks, Dad. But he was furious.
I would imagine.
But he let it go after that because we had alcoholism in
I
our
just can't
family.
believe that you were doing donuts on this guy's lawn right in front of him.
Oh, dude, we did so much shit we shouldn't have done back then.
Was it just a crew you were hanging with?
Yeah, like it was fun. Like we all just kind of wanted to be thugs. It was a little sad.
Well, it is Detroit.
Yeah, you want to be like you're in the suburbs, sort of. Like my house was in the suburbs, but you're literally 3 minutes from the most violent part of America at the time. So you're on the border of the east side of Detroit. So it's not like you can't hear gunshots, and you know what I mean. It's like you're every drug and every party. You're going down to raves and warehouses that are owned by like the Russian mob. Crazy
Really?
shit. Oh fuck yeah.
Wow.
Dude, yeah, like,
Were you like 18?
oh yeah, 17, 18, 16, all that, all those years, dude. Like 99, 2000, huge rave culture. And then when the new mayor came in, Kwame Kilpatrick, who ended up getting arrested and in jail and then Trump pardoned, he started the Detroit Electronic Music Festival. So he capitalized on that.
Really?
Yeah, do you remember when Ford Focus Ford put out the Detroit Electronic Music Festival Focus?
No.
Dude, it was basically a car designed for people on ecstasy. Like, the whole thing was speakers.
Really?
Yeah, if you can find it. It was the Detroit Electronic Music Festival Focus. And the car
So it just had a crazy sound system.
Yeah, because the car's a piece of shit. So the whole thing is just speakers. And the way they would do the ads, it was almost like, are you on E? Well, this car is great. It's got huge cup holders for your water. It's got great sound,
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, like they were
capitalized on it.
And then Hollywood did a little, because that's like when the movie Go came out. And a lot of these movies that were almost like, it's with, Go is the one where they're all trying to get ecstasy in it, and it's just it's like Katie Holmes and all these other people who are like, some are different stars and some are, and they all kind of mix together in this one night, and they're all just going to different raves and parties. And the whole thing is about E. I'm trying to think of his name. You'd know him from the store. Plays a bouncer in it.
Vince Vaughn?
No, not Vince. He's not really more of a comic. He used to work with Schimmel, or not Schimmel. God, what's his name? Blonde hair, older dude.
Jimmy Schubert?
Yes. He plays a bouncer in it. Yeah.
Jimmy's the best.
Yeah, he's great. I did last comic with him, and he was
Good.
Yeah,
I've known Jimmy for 35 years.
Yeah.
30 years? Somewhere in there?
Yeah, he's a good dude. He played a bouncer in it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Where's that car? Did you find it?
I wonder how much they scrubbed it, but if it's like the Detroit Music
It's
Festival,
like 2001 article, but it's called Ford Focus.
it's for the Electronic Music Festival. And the way they've changed it up a bit with the Ventura, but yeah.
Go with speakers, right? Speakers, interior.
It was great because you'd be walking to this music festival and see the JBL speakers that would never be used in a Ford Focus.
Oh, that's what they had in them?
Yeah, they had like this.
So they had a badass sound system,
right? And it was just this terrible little hatchback, car that a young person could afford, with a killer sound system in case you wanted to listen to Bad Boy Bill or Fat Boy Slim.
And you got arrested 13 times?
Yeah.
So what was number 2?
Number 2. 2 was an MIP.
What's that?
Minor possession of alcohol.
Oh.
And then that one was, like, a lot of them were MIPs. 4 were DUIs. And then,
4?
Yeah. And then I got arrested.
Wow. How'd you still have a license?
Most of it was as a minor. And then by the time I got my one as an adult, it had expanded enough to where in 2009, when I got arrested my last time and I decided to get sober, they couldn't technically put me in prison. And I didn't want to go because I didn't want to spend my days getting titty fucked by the Aryan Brotherhood. I know how I look. So I got clean. But that one was the one that I took real seriously. So what they did was they put an alcohol tether on my leg that would monitor if I was drinking and a breathalyzer in my car. So I would I'd have to blow start my car everywhere I went, and
my friend Rob had that. It would take 3 minutes before he could start his car.
Dude, it sucked. And now they take pictures of you and stuff, but that one, it would go off as you drive. So you're driving and I remember one time a truck was jackknifing, and then it's so I'm trying to dodge this truck from hitting me in the Grand Rapids snow while blowing my car so it doesn't stop.
No way.
I swear to God. They're so dangerous. And I'm going around the country.
I didn't know they did it while you were driving. That's insane.
Dude, that's so they prove you're not drinking. So every 15 minutes it goes off at random, but you can't time it.
But you have to blow into it.
Yeah, that's when people are like, can't you have somebody else blow? And it's well, no, because you'd be like, can I drink and drive? And you just sit shotgun. But yeah, you have to blow the whole time you're driving. So that's what sucks about it. So you have this constant thing. And I was double jeopardy because I was a road cop. So in 2009, dude, I'm going into these bars and nightclubs and hey,
do you have a phone jack I could use for a few minutes? And they're like, yeah, why? And I'm like, I got this ankle monitor and I got to plug it in somewhere to a phone jack so they can download to make sure I'm not drinking. So I'd be in a bar, dude,
Standing next to a phone jack.
with my fucking ankle
Oh my god.
attached to the wall while they downloaded my alcohol.
How long did it take? So it has like a modem, like a.
Yeah, it was light, you know, so it would let you know when you were done.
And you do it through the phone line.
Yeah, at that time.
Wow.
I'm sure there's something more high tech now. This was 09. Where you had to have a phone jack, and I'd have to call my probation officer and be like, this is the room I'm playing. I'm in a bar. I was allowed to be in a bar, but if anybody spilled anything on me, right to jail.
Oh boy.
Because like if I had any bit of like I had to use Tom's everything, you know, all natural stuff because anything could have alcohol in it.
Oh wow.
So like I couldn't touch anything on the off chance that it would set off my monitor.
That's crazy. You know what's really crazy? If you eat poppy seed bagels, you can get popped for heroin.
Yeah, when you take a drug test for your job.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah.
A poppy seed bagel.
Dude, it's
a nice delicious bagel. And you get popped for heroin.
it's amazing you have nothing else in your system
Yeah.
but heroin.
I'm a teetotaler.
Yeah.
Right. What's in your tea?
Yeah, what are you doing, Wesley? Oh,
Yeah, they tell you don't eat poppy seeds. Any poppy seeds before you go in for a drug test. Wonder how long the poppy seed bagel stays in your system.
Oh, dude, I did drug test too. That sucks. I never did the heroin one. I knew a lot of poppy seeds, but I did buy a fake dick that they caught me with.
You had a urinator, a wizinator, is that what they call
Did
it?
this with a wizinator.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
That's hilarious.
because I
They
thought,
caught you with the fake dick?
yeah,
How'd they catch it?
darker than me. I'm not kidding.
Oh, boy.
I bought the one. I thought they'd be behind me.
They weren't.
No, they were right here, and
Because they know about the fake dicks.
yeah, and I'm just like, just gonna squeeze these balls from some urine I bought off of a nerdy kid like R. Kelly.
I got one for you. I know a guy who passed a steroid test.
Yeah.
He was clearly on steroids. He was a fighter.
Yeah.
He injected someone else's urine into his bladder.
Oh God.
Oh, yeah. So he got some bro science doctor in the fucking men's room shoving a large needle
Of piss.
into his bladder, and then he pissed out somebody else's piss.
Oh God, did it work?
Yeah.
Hats off. I mean, that's dedication. That's what I came back pregnant.
He's a pregnant girlfriend's urine. So what are they testing him for that he's worried about other than weed? Is it weed?
I'm guessing weed because it's if it was 2020 in Ohio, it was still illegal. Plus, I don't think you're allowed to use it.
Wow.
If you're on the team, but it was illegal then, so they were probably still. Which it's never been. I mean, for most people,
2 years suspension.
International drug test in your client.
Oh, as a naturalized player. Well, I wonder what they were testing him for. I wonder what drugs they were actually testing him for. What are they worried about finding?
Yeah, because I bought, what was it called, Urine Luck? That didn't work.
Steroids stuff, you know.
I guess, but Jesus Christ, if I'm running a professional basketball organization, I want people on steroids.
But
I
I'm
want
not
them,
testing anyone for anything.
I want them recovering. I want them playing better.
Yeah.
The whole steroid thing is just so weird. You know, it's because it's just science. They figured out a way to make humans perform better. Like, so are we supposed to use some science? Like, you can use creatine, which at one point in time, they used to treat creatine like it was steroids.
Well, yeah, they did.
In the 1990s, it was like you're taking creatine, you're basically taking steroids.
Well, it was because of the Mark McGuire, Jose Canseco thing.
Right, I think that was a little later, wasn't it?
I remember it was part of it because they were like, they're on creatine, and everybody's like, "Are you sure?"
No, they were on androstenedione, is what
Is
he
that
was
what
trying
it
to say,
was?
but it wasn't.
Yeah,
He was on
steroids.
He was on hardcore shit.
Well, because
he got big.
McGuire went from like a farm boy to looking like one of the Looney Tunes characters from Space Jam. Like the dude was just fucking stacked. Just a home run
There's a
after home
video
run.
of McGuire hitting a home run, and as the bat is contacting the ball, you see the bend to the bat because he's so strong. He's whipping the bat so hard that it's bending in the air as it contacts the ball.
And it's
See if you can
wood.
find that photo. Yeah, it's ash. It's like a very dense wood.
Yeah.
And he's whipping it so hard that it has a bend like a bow, like a bow and arrow. And it's connecting the ball like perfectly on the sweet spot. Look at that. Look at the fucking amount of bend in that bat.
That makes no sense.
Well, that's somebody else, but look at the one above it.
Oh, the one right there, though.
That's the McGuire one I'm talking about.
McGuire's
It's right there.
That's
That's
the
it.
Ben Beth.
That's it. No, right there, Jay.
It looks like he's
Click
doing
on
the
it.
spoon trick.
Okay, whoever it is, but look at it. That's what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
you're right.
So when a guy is swinging at full clip, that's what happens to the bat, which is crazy.
That is completely right.
That's him. Oh my God, that's nuts. Look at that bat. It looks like it's made out of rubber. That's so crazy. Imagine the fucking force your body has to generate to do that to one of those bats.
And meanwhile, Pete Rose never gets inducted.
I
Dude, I met him. I liked him.
know. That didn't make any sense. He's just gambling. It didn't hinder his play.
No.
I mean, there was some concern that maybe he bet against his teams. That's what it was. Yeah, he probably did.
Yeah, he says he didn't, but
Or he's going to be eligible, I believe.
yeah, I figured.
Posthumously, though.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, that's what they were gonna do.
Yeah, but that's not cool. Like,
No.
he's dead. He should have done it while he's alive.
No, and he'd been around sitting in the MGM in Vegas signing shit for a long time.
And he's
You know,
a great player.
yes, he was amazing.
I mean, just because a guy does something like that doesn't mean he didn't do amazing things playing. And that's what it's supposed to be all about. The guy was an all-star. He was one of the greatest of all time. And they took it away from him because he likes to gamble. Guess what? That's also probably why he was so fucking good, because he was wild.
Yes, it's
He was a wild boy.
It's true.
Yes.
And,
Look at Jordan.
oh, dude. Well, yeah.
Degenerate gambler.
Yeah.
The greatest basketball player who ever walked the face of the fucking earth.
Yes. And
Yeah.
like Pete Rose's dad wasn't taken out.
Comes from the same place, man. He comes from the same place.
Yeah, same deal. Well, yeah, because there's a part of you that wants to do risky things if you're willing to go that far.
Yeah.
You have to have that element.
Yeah.
So you kind of want to go like, yeah, he threw a few games with the confidence that the team would still be fine. That's kind of amazing.
If he did, that's a guy chasing money. He's probably. Well, the thing they said about Jordan was he wouldn't pay.
Yeah, well, that's yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of shady shit that happened.
Well, that was that golf hustler that beat him out of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then he wrote a story about it because Jordan wouldn't pay him. And then it kind of started getting out. And then Jordan's guy got murdered.
That's
and
why,
there's a lot there. Yeah.
Yeah, the connection with the people may have taken out his dad over his death is rarely talked about.
You know, here's another connection I never considered until recently. Remember when Cosby's kid got murdered?
Yeah.
And everybody was like, oh, it's just a random crime. Maybe not, right?
I don't think it was now.
Well, now that you know what Cosby did, imagine if he did that to someone's daughter and they said, oh, well, guess what?
Because he wasn't robbed.
Right.
They didn't take anything.
Right.
He was just changing a tire.
Yeah,
And who knows if he even was. They could have flagged him down.
exactly. Who knows if he even was?
Yeah.
Or who knows if they maybe flattened his tire?
Exactly.
So they know he's going to drive, flatten his tire, let him drive off a little bit. He's eventually going to have to stop and pull over.
It seems so random to just kill someone for fun.
It's rare.
Yeah, very rare.
And when you know what Cosby did, it makes you go, oh, maybe there's something there.
And now the stuff that has come out is so, dude, it's so dark.
I heard this lady say that he might be the most prolific serial rapist in history.
I don't doubt it.
Do you imagine how insane that is? The guy who's the, Mr. Huxtable, dude, Dr. Huxtable, head of the fucking family in the most wholesome sitcom. Everybody loved it. Crossed the race barrier, made everybody think of like this black family as like incredibly respectful and well put together. And how great is this?
Dude,
Bill
Fresh
Cosby's
Prince, all that
amazing.
doesn't exist without him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And he had a gynecology office in his basement, which he just slid past everybody on the show.
a gynecologist?
Yeah, Dr. Huxtable was a gynecologist, and he was a doctor, and in his basement is where he saw the women, and no one thought anything about it.
Well, how about the one episode that he did about Spanish Fly?
Dude, and he would talk about it in his act. He has
Yeah.
old records of
Yeah.
Spanish Fly.
Yeah.
Where he's just talking about it like the whole audience is like, yeah, the rape drug. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
Bill.
he had a whole episode of the show about his special barbecue sauce.
Yes. Oh, and everybody started making out with each other.
Yeah.
And like,
How crazy is that?
well, did you ever see the Cosby Mysteries intro?
No.
It's a pill going into a martini, and then it just says Cosby Mysteries. But,
What?
yeah, I think he was more deviant than he actually realized, and was leaving these like little like taunting breadcrumbs.
I had heard that he was doing that kind of stuff in the 90s when I was on news radio. I had heard from people that knew him or people that knew of him.
Yeah.
Like that he drugged girls. I was like, what? Bill Cosby? I was like, this is crazy. This is crazier than Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone.
Right.
Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I heard he was like I heard he had sex with a lot of women, and I was like, well, okay, like that. It's a different thing.
Yeah.
Like that's I'm like whatever. So he's not spotless, I would assume.
I heard about it in Hollywood. That
Yeah.
it was, that people knew it was like an inside secret.
But then, like when I started becoming a comic, and I was doing small stuff like an ad, like not the ad, the HBO Vegas
This
festival.
is it. Okay, but this is
His
like,
reflections in it.
but this is a mystery, like someone's drugging someone.
Right.
This was a show about. This was like a cop show, right?
Yeah, he came back out.
He came back out and did a cop show.
Yeah,
How weird.
it's just crazy that the first thing in it though is a drink being drugged.
When was the Cosby mystery?
Oh, I think it was 90. Was it 90? Yeah, mid 90s.
How long did that last?
A season or two. Yeah, 94. Yeah, it didn't last very long.
Wow. Yeah, people wanted to see him in comedies. Like, why do you
Yeah.
have the most loved comedy sitcom star ever?
And his film career wasn't great. It was like Ghost Dad, and he did.
Yeah.
It was all very. Fat Albert. There was a story, and I can't remember if it was Fat Albert, but what's his name? Keenan Thompson was talking about one of the first times he met Bill Cosby, and he was like, like you're gonna need 2 dicks for all the pussy you're gonna get. And he was like, what the fuck? Like he just couldn't believe it was like one of the first things Cosby had said to him.
Whoa.
So it's like because you just meet that guy and you kind of wouldn't expect it to switch so hard, especially a guy who's been telling people not to, especially after Eddie Murphy stories and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
Eddie Murphy from Raw.
yeah, dude. When it's like tell Mr. Cosby that Richard Pryor said have a
Yeah.
fucking smile and shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Do you have a laugh? Do you get paid? Yeah. If you're ready, because when this movie comes out, you're gonna need 2 dicks, but the woman's gonna be all over you.
Yeah.
That's how it's called. Wow.
Yeah, so it was that.
Wow.
And imagine saying that to somebody over Fat Albert. He's like, are you sure? That one?
I think when he was young, that drugging people was normal. That's what I think. I think that whole Spanish Fly era, where people were just giving people Mickeys, they're putting things in people's drinks. I think people did that all the fucking time.
Yeah,
I think
probably.
it was super normal, and then I think society eventually evolved, and people realized how fucking horrible that is.
Yeah.
And then he kept going.
Oh,
That was his move.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially when they got to fuck him. They wanted a career.
Yeah.
And they thought maybe Bill Cosby said he's going to help me with my acting. Yes, you you wake up and your panties are off. You're like, what happened?
And a lot of them too, when you see like the roles they would get on the Cosby Show now, you have like supermodel looking women playing a cop. And it's like he would have private dinners with them, like in his green room, just little like super shady shit. Boy. Yeah, so yeah, like I guarantee you, maybe him and was it Jordan? Met him, Belfort. You probably met him too. The Wolf of Wall
Wall
Street.
Street guy?
Yeah, I think like Cosby and him may have been the last people on earth to ever have Quaaludes. Like one of them had.
What was Quaaludes like?
I never did Quaaludes. They were. I think they were.
Joey Diaz is a big fan.
See, he's older to remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've heard him talk about it.
Yeah.
But I've never done Quaaludes. I think they were like. I think the last one was like
Spanish
96.
Fly. Look at that. She'll do things she's never done before.
Yeah.
Increases sexual. I don't even think it's real.
It's an ad for rape.
But the stuff.
That's what they used to say.
So
yeah.
it really works. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm sure it's real as like a product, but I don't think there's a thing that actually makes you horny.
It'll give you extra. It's like a pre-Viagra.
Yeah, but that doesn't get you horny. Like Viagra it just increases blood flow.
Someone had it when I was maybe, I don't know, in middle school. Somebody had
Spanish
that.
fly?
Yeah, like a bottle of something that said Spanish fly.
Okay, Google this. Does Spanish fly work?
I ended up in marketing charge.
Look at all the
Marketing.
ads you found, though.
Look at this love with no strings attached. It's a flight attendant ad. Flight attendants were fucking hot back then. They would hire only hot flight attendants.
They would fire you if you weren't.
Spanish fly movie. So just Google this for me. Does Spanish fly actually make you aroused?
Dude, if there's a movie, it was popular.
Does it work? Oh, let's see. Spanish fly is not an aphrodisiac. It's a toxic substance called cantharidin, derived from blister beetles that can cause severe harm, including pain, burning, and internal damage. There's no evidence it increases sexual desire. Ingesting cantharidin can be fatal. While it causes burning sensation in the urinary tract that can provoke an erection, it is a dangerous side effect, not an aphrodisiac effect. So it gives you a boner while you're dying.
Yeah,
Right.
I guess knock you out, and that's why they're like, she's horny, bro.
Okay, so just Google this. Is there a drug that makes you horny? Just Google that. Yeah, put it in a chat GPT.
I mean,
Perplexity or something.
MDMA, I would have,
But it makes you loving, right? It makes you like kind and want to hug people. I don't think it makes you sexual.
But if you were rolling, I mean, and like a girl just like touched your knee in a way,
Right.
you'd be like, oh, you know, it was just sort of, it was pretty
With a
crazy.
soft dick.
Yeah, yeah, that's what sucked. Is it didn't help your libido.
No universally proven aphrodisiac drug exists that reliably increases sexual desire across all individuals. The concept of an aphrodisiac, a substance that enhances libido or sexual performance, has been around for centuries, but scientific evidence is limited and often inconclusive. So some substances are marketed as that: historical, cultural substances, foods like oysters, chocolate, none of that stuff works. Medications, Viagra, but again, they treat erectile dysfunction by improving blood flow, not by increasing desire. Yeah, no, I get it. Hormonal treatments, testosterone therapy, boost libido. Yeah, but it doesn't like just make you horny out of nowhere.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. Like, what is horny goat weed at a gas station? That's just like poison. Right?
Bath salts. Remember bath salts? Bath salts they used to sell at the gas station, and it was basically like some kind of like horrible drug that they snuck in by saying it was not for human consumption.
Yeah.
But it was a bath salt, so you throw it in the bath.
And then, well, you would consume a human. Because remember when the guy ate the dude's
Yeah,
face?
that guy in Florida. But I always feel like you got to put that through the Florida lens. It only happened in Florida.
That's true. If it is Florida, you're like, there could have been other elements.
There's a lot of other elements in Florida.
There's a whole lifestyle that could have led to this. A lot of choices.
But Florida, where that was the place where the pill mills really started popping off, because the way Florida had it set up, they had these pain management centers.
Yep.
And then attached to the pain management centers, they'd have a doctor that would prescribe it for you. So the whole thing was just to prescribe pain pills. So you'd go, you'd go to the pain management center. Oh, my back hurts. Great, you need this? Go right next door. And right next door, all they prescribed was pain pills. And they didn't have a database. So you would go there, and then you go down the street. Oh, my back hurts. Oh, great. Here you go. And then next door. And you could just keep doing this over and over again. And then this documentary, the OxyContin Express, showed how people were loading up the trunks of their cars with these pain pills and driving up north. and into Kentucky, into Ohio, and that's where all these people start dying of overdoses, and all the people got addicted to pills.
There's also one in Richmond, I want to say, right outside of Richmond, a pharmaceutical company that was also largely responsible for it. Because I remember even being working at a pharmacy and going, like my mom was an RN, so I'd go in there. I remember the doctors, not the doctors, but like I remember companies taking out the doctors to eat, or like you'd see like OxyContin reps, or you'd sign with a pen that had a painkiller's name on it.
Yep.
All that stuff I remember.
My wife's mom's a nurse, and she could tell stories about how the pharmaceutical drug companies would take them out to nice steak dinners and treat them really nice, and just the whole thing was like, make sure you push our shit.
It was, give our product to the people coming
and tell
in.
people how great is our product.
Dude, they used to give a lot. Like I was getting when I got my knee messed up, I got hooked on Oxy, on Vicodin. And I had taken lots of Vicodin before, but I took a prescribed amount that was just way too many for several months in a row. And then when I came down, it was one of the sickest times I've ever had to deal with. I'm like shaking, I'm throwing up every few minutes. And this was the allowed amount I was supposed to take. Like,
how long did you?
4 a day for 2 months. And then,
and how long was before you became normal?
Oh God, I felt real bad for about 4 to 5 days. Like for me, even when I quit smoking, like I used to smoke 3 packs a day for almost 12 years.
Wow.
But I did a lot of acid and shrooms and shit. And it was fun, like that one after the other one did. But it felt good, So like, yeah, I would do that. But even that, I locked myself in a room when I was living in LA, and I just didn't leave. I didn't leave the room for a week. I just got clean, dude. I just let my body deal with the pain, and then I left. Like. So it usually takes me about that long, to really detox my system. If it's something that isn't killer, alcohol was hard. Alcohol was really hard because I had started shaking when I wouldn't drink when I was 16.
Oh boy!
So yeah,
so you got addicted to it early.
Very early.
So it's like a genetic thing with your family,
big time. And I didn't know about that until later. And like my dad had talked to me before he died, and like he died when I was 18, But he finally talked to me about what was going on with the family and stuff I hadn't known. And my uncle, who I figured had died of a heroin overdose, but my mom's like, he just had a big heart.
Oh,
and you're like, did he? Can I just know the truth, And it turned out it was lines of years of addiction. Like my dad's dad was Irish guy, left him the day he was born, walked in, saw my dad was a twin, he had a twin sister, and goes, I'm not raising two, and walked out.
Oh, boy.
So then he was the opposite dad. He was loving, coach, all that stuff. Awesome. He turned it, but
fucked by the government.
Oh yeah, and then fucked by the government. So he became a very And
it's crazy how that kind of addiction and mental illness is just fucking hardcore genetic. And when you have a family that has a long history of mental illness, it's very rare that you're like, I'm fine.
Oh yeah, it's very rare that you're an anomaly.
Yeah, well, I'm fine. It's usually maybe you're not
good.
Yeah, I just know so many people that are alcoholics that their family's an alcoholic. Like guys, I had a buddy that he would drink and his eyes would glaze over and it wouldn't be him anymore. He'd be like, he's gone. We just gotta wait until he comes back because right now it's whatever the fuck happens to him when he drinks. Just crazy, off the rails. Like didn't remember anything. Full blackout.
Oh yeah.
You'd have to tell him you don't remember being on the table with your dick out. You don't remember.
Yeah.
You didn't remember anything.
I was the guy on that side of the phone call.
See,
they were like, you need to apologize to this person.
Did you black out?
All the time.
All the time. So you didn't remember anything.
I wouldn't remember most. Sometimes I brown out, so I kind of remember what we did. There was times where I was at a party, right? And then I wake up and I'm handcuffed to a bed in a hospital getting charcoal dumped down.
Oh,
getting my stomach pumped. So I'm like,
God.
Oh, something happened. It's like but I went from like being at a party to just being woken up with a charcoal stomach pump. And I'm like, this isn't good.
Do you talk about any of this stuff on stage?
I do, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I imagine you have to. Like, wow. So ripe for material.
Yeah, I put out a book. It's called Party One, a Fuzzy Memoir, a little while ago, and it's all stories of my youth because I was trying to get it all out, And then I had to ask people, and I didn't put it out for years because I wanted to be like, hey, is it cool if I talk about? And everybody was, and a couple of my friends were my really good friends I had to fuck with. So I'm like, don't worry, I changed your name from Brian to Ryan, so no one knows that name. Little shit like that. But yeah, I talk about a lot of this on stage because, dude, I got institutionalized. I got like, it was all like crazy.
How'd you get institutionalized?
The story I talk about in the book is what happened the night before. Well, not the book, but on stage, because I have to kind of sum it up. I actually did it on This Is Not Happening, Ari's show. And what happened was I used to like bong pints and fifths for like a party trick. And I could carry around a case of beer and, drink that in the night. And mind you, I'm 5'6", but then I'm in high school. I probably weighed 140 pounds. Like I was, and if I wasn't on LSD and I wasn't on mushrooms and I wasn't on K, I was drunk.
Wow.
So I would switch it all up. And the night before, I had bonged a fifth at a party. Like,
what do you mean by bong?
The beer bongs that you use that have like the funnel and go through. So my friend Anthony pulled out this beer bong, and my friend Nick poured an entire fifth of Absolute vodka. And Nick's like, "Dude, don't do this."
You just drank the whole thing?
Well, they put it in a cap full of Sprite. Then I drank the whole thing. And dude, I guess I say this in the story because this is what I was told happened. I was tap dancing. I told my girlfriend who I loved that she had orangutan titties, and then I fell through a table, a glass table.
Oh no!
And then I ended up getting taken home by the cops. I don't know exactly what happened, but my mom ended up calling the police, which is, she didn't know what to do. I was doing something,
right? And
they arrested me, and I was institutionalized for 2 weeks, and I stayed with a kid who thought he was a werewolf.
So you had to go to a mental health institution?
I went to a mental health institution because they didn't realize it was an addiction. They just arrested me because my behavior was so erratic.
Oh.
And I remember getting there, and I met and I'm not kidding, I met my roommate who was a werewolf. That's what he believed. And I'm like, I don't want to stay with him. And they're like, well, he's not really a werewolf. I'm like, yeah, I know.
What happened when the moon turned full?
Well, he attacked me.
Oh.
Yeah. So, and they hit you. What they do is they grab a trank. It's called booty juice, and they hit you in the butt with it, and like the guards will fight you off. But after 2 weeks, they're like, it's not so much that he's got mental illness, which he does, but he's an alcoholic. He's a severe alcoholic. And
but
then
your roommate, the werewolf.
Yeah.
He attacked you when the moon turned white?
Yeah, one night he just started howling. And I don't even think wolves howl. And he was way bigger than me.
You don't think wolves howl?
Oh, no, the werewolves.
They do.
Yeah.
American werewolves and monkeys.
But he was barking too. And
patients say sedative known as booty juice injected against their will.
Yeah.
Growing number of children and teenagers admitted voluntarily to North Texas for-profit psychiatric hospitals told WFAA they've been injected with powerful sedative drugs without their parents' knowledge.
Yeah.
Booty juice.
Yeah, which that kid deserved it. They shouldn't have called the parents and go, "Hey, your wolf boy is fucking naked trying to eat a guy."
Was he naked when he
he
attacked
ripped all his clothes off because he thought he was a werewolf, dude.
So tell me what that was like.
Well, he's jumping on top of me, and I grabbed a lamp to hit him with it, but it was fucking glued down to the mental hospital. So that just kind of made me open my arms to him. And he's on top trying to bite me, and I'm like holding him back. And that's when they came in, and they ran at him. They hit him with the syringe. They pulled him off me. And I'm just sitting there like, I don't want to be here. Like, I'll never drink again. Like basically crying like a bitch. Like, and I'll never drink again was like my catchphrase. So they pull him out of there, and then and then eventually they sent me off to a rehab where I spent I spent 45 days there. And I heard it's not there anymore, which is a shame because a lot of kids do need that now. And I heard they took it down, like it's no longer there. And I went there, and the second I got out, I didn't drink. I didn't drink for like a month. But the second I got in my friend's car, I hit a joint. And I'm not saying that that's bad, but it's like, dude, the second I was, they're like, you can't drink, right? I'm like, yeah, like you can smoke weed. I'm like, yeah. So I immediately hit a joint.
Oh my God, Dave.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And that's what
It's kind of amazing that you're here.
dude. Yeah, I got a lot of shit. Like,
You look great, though.
thank you.
Like, for a guy who's gone through as much shit as you,
Yeah, like
3 packs a day, alcohol, acid,
dude, so much acid.
DUIs, falls through the table. Look at you fine.
You know what? You know what is interesting though? All the drugs now, 'cause like I told you, I was really like kind of depressed kid, and all of the drugs that I did to treat depression are now used to treat depression. Mushrooms, ketamine, all that shit, dude.
Right.
It's like I spent 5 years in high school, and it turns out I was completely accurate with my studies of how these drugs would help me,
You were self-medicating.
and I was accurate with it.
Yeah.
Because, dude, I would do K, and I'd just be sitting there in a K-hole in class, just think the desk is moving.
Jesus, dude.
And acid was the most fun to do in class because your teacher's face is melting, and you're just sitting there like, it's so much fun.
Wow.
But I was a mess, but at the same time, so many of my friends were too. It wasn't like just me.
Right. So it felt normal.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I was the worst of them and technically slowest because I was arrested more than anybody.
So you were the most fun. What did you think you were going to do for a living back then?
The only thing I ever loved was acting and comedy.
Oh, okay.
My dad would wake me up when I was a kid to watch SNL. And like, it wasn't something that him and my brother, they'd watch like baseball and stuff, but we'd watch SNL together. We would watch like old movies with like John Candy, Steve Martin, like all those people. And then he introduced me to stand up. And my dad bought me, he bought me Kinnison, Carlin. He bought me Carlin Classical on tape when I was 9.
Wow.
Which had 7 Dirty Words and all that.
Yeah.
He bought me Dangerfield, Button Down Mind of Bob Newhart, Eddie Murphy. He showed me Delirious when I was like 8.
Wow.
And I still laugh so hard because that like the whole bit he does about the hamburger was so relevant then. Like, I got McDonald's at home, and he's like, "You can't have none, you on the welfare," and I knew what that meant then, and I was crying laughing because I loved Eddie Murphy, you know. So he introduced me to comedy, and the only thing I had any interest in was that. And one day, Second City opened up in Detroit, and I was pissing this teacher off, someone, and she stopped me after class, and she goes, "Do you know what Second City is?" And I go, "Yeah, my dad's told me about it. It's like where all these SNL people came from." And she's like, "Yeah, you're actually really funny, but you're a fucking pain in the ass in my class." And I was like, "Okay."
That's a cool teacher.
It really was. And she goes, "You should consider taking classes there." And I said,
Wow.
"Okay." So after my 5th year, the first thing I did was I listened to her and my dad, and I signed up for Second City. And dude, years later, I'm doing improv on stage with this group, Motor City Improv, and like, it's more bar prov, you're just fucking around, you know.
Right.
But one of the guys in the group was, "Hey, my wife's gonna come too," and it was my teacher, and I got to do improv with her years later.
Wow.
And it was really cool, man, because like it was the first time somebody didn't scold me. They stopped me to go like, "You genuinely have something, and you're not just this waste."
Right.
And no one had ever, besides my parents, but nobody else had ever said that before.
Well, that's so cool that she was already in that world, so she understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were actually just having a conversation about that last night in the green room. Not last night, night before. And we were talking about times in your life that someone could have just told you, this is behavior like a stand-up comedian. Like, that's a real job.
Yeah.
You know how you like fixing cars and you be a mechanic? You know you like talking shit? You're funny, everybody laughs? This is a job. But everybody just tells you you're a fucking loser and you're never going to amount to anything and get out of my class.
And I was very lucky. Like, my parents, my dad was just about to pass when I told him, I think I'm going to do Second City and then take this film class up in Lansing, Michigan, which is what I did. I did film and I did that, and I would go back and forth. And he was like, "You should. Like, that's what you've always wanted to do." Like, I had a camera in my hand since I was a kid. Like, my parents never wanted me to have a backup plan. They were like, "Find something you love." Like, that's, you know, and we were literally only torn apart as a family because of what we experienced, you know, from my dad just being screwed.
Yeah.
So we were, if I had even a more direct line, I may have gotten there sooner. You know, but I was angry and depressed and pissed off.
Sure.
You know, my whole attitude was fuck you, fuck the system.
Yeah.
So when I finally found that outlet, it was wonderful, dude. Especially when you're writing sketches and watching them come to life, and you're ripping on the people that fucked you over, and like, there's such a good feeling about that.
Yeah.
And a lot of people that I met have gone on to do great things. Like I was in a troupe with Sam Richardson. He went on to do Detroiters, and there's Tim Robinson, who I didn't know him well or anything, but we did improv a couple times, and it's cool to see him like skyrocket with "I Think You Should Leave" and all these other stuff. And Keegan Michael Key was somebody that was out of the Detroit chapter, so there was like some really cool people that ended up coming out of it.
What was the stand-up scene like? What was the big club?
The big club was Mark Ridley's Comedy Cast.
Okay, I heard that.
Yeah, and I started.
That's supposed to be a great spot.
Dude, it's unbelievable. And he was the guy who you wanted to do stand-up in front of, because he was there every night tearing tickets. Like, he was a part of it from the late 70s until he had a heart attack, maybe around 2010. His son Ryan Ridley was the head writer of Rick and Morty.
Oh, wow.
So he's a great dude. And you just had Mike Costa on.
Yeah.
Mike was in my group when I started.
Oh, no
Yeah,
kidding.
he was one of the people that I started with. And, a guy named Matt McClowry. He's actually featuring for me this weekend. He was unbelievably funny, dude.
At the Mother Show?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. He's got Asperger's, Adam knows him,
Oh,
and dude,
terrific.
he's funny. Yeah. If any luck, I think he's a lady.
He's a werewolf.
But yeah, dude, he's a beast. And like, we had a pretty cool group when we started, where we weren't kissing each other's ass. We were all just trying to figure it out.
Oh, that's great.
So we would like criticize each other, and like we've all done pretty well considering like where people have gone off to, at least in the sense of making money and making a living, making people laugh. Like, and
That's awesome.
we were lucky because there was like 10 different clubs in Detroit where you could go like, okay, I'll go do Ridley's in the suburbs, but then I can go do a super urban room, in the city, and I can get used to that audience. Then I can go to Ann Arbor, and I can be in front of liberals at the Showcase or at the Heidelberg Project, and then I can go, so you could go all over, and you could experience every kind of audience you could ever be in front of at 10 different places in a week.
That's awesome.
It was really cool.
That's awesome. Listen, dude, this was a lot of fun.
Thank you. I really like talking to you,
I'm
man.
glad you're alive.
Thank you.
Your story. It's kind of a miracle that you made it this far, but you're a good dude, and it's always fun to have you at the club. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm excited to see you this weekend.
I appreciate it, Joe. Thank you very
My
much.
pleasure, brother. Tell everybody how they can find you, all your stuff online.
You can go to davelandau.com. I have everything on there. You can check out tour dates and everything. And also, I guess I read out my book, Party of One, a Fuzzy Memoir. It did really well on Amazon.
Nice.
And it's a lot of people have enjoyed it, and a lot of the stories will be much funnier to you than they were for me to live. So I hope you enjoy it.
All right, beautiful. All right, thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
I'm not looking for a job, I'm talking for real. I'm making a real point. I hate doing that voice, dude. So I love it. I love every moment. I'm making a point here, Coonie. Dude, imagine Brian Callen saying Coonie. Wouldn't it be good? But he'd be so angry. Yeah, we're way meaner than Brian and That's good.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Gary, very nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. Tell everybody what you do. Tell everybody what your official position is. You're a professor at the School of Medicine, Stanford. What do you do?
So my day job is in cancer research and cancer biology, mostly immunology and cancer. Much of what my laboratory does is not so much the biology of cancer, but developing instruments that create the data that allow us to analyze the complexities of how the immune system interfaces with tumors and how tumors basically re-enable the immune system to help the cancer itself. So the problem has been we don't have the ability to collect enough data, or not until recently, to collect and understand what all of that means. So we've been kind of poking in the dark for decades. And so probably for the last 20 years, I've developed a number of instruments and turned them into companies that allow everybody to access a level of information they couldn't get before.
So, explain that the immune system allows the tumors.
So what happens is that there's a dance between the mutations that initiate a tumor, and then sort of an evolution of how the tumor eventually learns how to trick the immune system to not recognize it. So we have all kinds of literally every day, every person, you develop 5 cancer-like objects inside of your body, but the immune system and your body has a way of shutting it down very quickly. But with enough time and with enough variation, tumors will eventually evolve in a way that tricks the immune system not only to not recognize them, but in fact to help them and feed them in a way to create an inflammatory environment that actually then the tumor uses to propagate its own cell division and then metastasis.
So it's a normal function of natural human biology to create tumors.
It's not so much a normal function, it's a byproduct of what evolution is, that when the genes mutate when a cell divides, or if you go out and stand in the sun too much, for instance, you get skin cancers because you're getting ionizing radiation that's changing the DNA, making a mutation, and some of those random mutations will initiate a cancer. So, for instance, I have a mutation called MIDFE318K. It's a mutation that I was born with. It wasn't in my family, and it causes both melanoma and kidney cancer, which I've had both. I've had a dozen melanomas alone. We didn't find that out until a couple of years ago, but I've been following it over the years, and we basically figured out, okay, it's going to have to be this. So we have my genome sequenced. But that's just one of hundreds of different kinds of mutations that can occur that are on a path towards creating a cancer. But the cancer can't survive if the immune system recognizes it. So eventually what happens is there's this detente that is reached between the immune system and the cancer, where the immune system basically ignores the cancer. So Jim Allison here in Houston won the Nobel Prize back in 2018 for understanding one of these turn-off signals that the immune system that the cancers use to turn off the immune system, and that by showing he could block it, his wife, Pam Sharma, ran a bunch of clinical trials at MD Anderson that showed, in fact, that this could actually turn a 5% survival disease in melanoma to a 50% survival. And that then created the whole immunotherapy field that the world is taking advantage of today.
Wow. So what is cancer actually doing? Like how do tumors develop this ability to trick the immune system? Is this something that other animals have?
Oh yeah.
So it's a constant.
It's a constant battle. So for instance, there are proteins on your cell surface. I won't get too immunologically deep about it. They're called major histocompatibility complex proteins. So for instance, if I were to try to just randomly do a tissue transplant from me to you, it's very likely that it would be rejected. And it's because of those MHC proteins that it's rejected. What's happening is that your cells are presenting your internal cell biology to the immune system. And it's saying, okay, you're a friend, not a foe. So when cancer usually initiates, there are disruptions that happen and proteins are made incorrectly, etc. And so what these MHC proteins are doing in some cases is they're presenting the internal damage to the body, and the body's saying, oh, there's something wrong with this cell, we better wipe it out, we kill it. These same proteins are what the immune system uses, for instance, to go after viruses. So when you get a virus infection inside of the cell, the body has a way of chopping those proteins up inside of the cell, presenting it via MHC, and then the immune system attacks it. So one of the first things that actually tumors do is they learn to turn off the MHC proteins inside of themselves. So the ability to show that I'm damaged is shut down. And so the immune system doesn't go on full alert for that. But then there are other mutations like divide when you're not supposed to. avoid this kind of induced cell death called apoptosis, and not others. And so cancer doesn't just like start and then the next day you've got it. It's a progression of events. You have these precancerous lesions, you have like a benign tumor, which eventually becomes a metastatic tumor. And so the immune system is key at every stage of the development, because if you can reactivate the immune system in just the right way, then you can prevent the cancer from basically spreading, or from metastasizing, or from killing you, essentially.
Is there a potential for, given the understanding of this, is there a potential for using this for organ transplant patients where it locally would stop recognizing this as a foreign
That's exactly
organ?
That's exactly what is done. In fact, when you get a tissue transplant or an organ transplant, you're suppressing the immune system. The problem with that suppression is that you then put yourself at risk of cancer, because what you're doing is you're turning off the immune system's ability to combat and go after a cancer the moment it forms. So most people who are under immune suppression are at risk both of, let's say, virus infections, bacterial infections, but also for the cancers.
So would the potential be to turn that off locally? So you could turn that off to this on a specific organ?
That would be a great thing to do if we could. Right now, the only things that we have are systemic. So yeah, I mean, if you could deliver to the organ that you're transplanting basically immunosuppressives locally, that would be great. We don't have that yet, but that would be a form of gene therapy.
But the problem would that be that if you, like, let's say you had a lung transplant, if you had a lung infection, it would be catastrophic.
Do you want to come work in my lab? You're accepted as a graduate student in the Stanford Department of Pathology.
Oh, that was easy. Yeah. Yeah, I have a few friends that have had organ transplants.
Yeah.
And it's, it's very disturbing knowing that they're so vulnerable to any kind of infection because of these medications that they have to take in order for their body to accept the transplant.
One of the problems is that there are literally hundreds of different types of immune cells. And, really until recently, and frankly until a technology in my lab developed about over a dozen years ago, we couldn't look at all of the immune cell types all at once in a single picture. So I came from a laboratory, Lenin and Rosenberg, when I was a grad student at Stanford, and they had developed an instrument called the fluorescence activated cell sorter. And that allowed you to look at 3 proteins at a time. And if you could know ahead of time what the cell types were that expressed the proteins that you're interested in, you could look at just those 3 cell types. Then I came up with a way to look at, 50 or 60 proteins at a time, sort of stepping up what they had already taught me how to do. And then suddenly that gave us the ability to look at nearly every cell type in the body, in the immune cell types. And then that gave us the raw data to build mathematical models that we could do better predictions of what outcomes would be.
And how is that, what are you applying in terms of real world scenarios? How are you applying this?
Well, so for instance, there's a kind of leukemia called AML, acute myelogenous leukemia. It starts in the bone marrow. And it is a distorted version of a myeloid cell type. It starts as a stem cell, and that stem cell goes down a number of different paths. And depending upon the person, the disease is sufficiently different that it might follow a slightly different path towards what becomes the disease itself. And so being able to trace the path and to know which steps along the way that it takes to become what becomes then the metastatic leukemia could only be accomplished by having enough markers that allowed us to trace everybody along the path. It's kind of like if I wanted to follow you from who you are as an egg through development, through to who you are today, and I had snapshots every month, I need different markers to measure what you are as an egg versus what you are as a baby versus what you are as an adult. And so each of those different markers in my world would be different proteins that tell me something about an adult leukemia versus a baby leukemia. And then we use something called pseudotime, which is a mathematical concept that allows us to stitch together those photographs. I could take a random box of photos of you from an egg to who you are today, and I could just by hand put together the most likely path and sequence of what you were from the earliest to the latest. But we needed the data and we needed the means and the instruments to collect that information so that then the math could come to play.
That's such a fascinating thing about human beings is the biological variability. Is that everybody is so, we're so the same, two lungs, a heart, but so different in how our body reacts to things and what happens to us and environmental factors, diet, stress, all sorts of different factors. And you're kind of piecing together this puzzle, right, of all these things.
But what you're doing is you still have to pay homage to the fact that those differences exist. And so while, my cancer might be the same class of, let's say, melanoma as another person's, the complexity of what allowed that cancer to become are so different that the drugs that would work for me might not work for another person. And so that's what basically requires us to personalize the medications in a way that gives the right drug to the right person. So I started probably half a dozen companies and sold them. Places like Roche, et cetera. Actually, my most recent company we sold to 10x Genomics, which enables them now, because of the patent I created back in 2011, to scale up the amount of information that we can collect at a time that then when layered on top of what, for instance, 10x Genomics already did, which is doing what's called single-cell genomic analysis, we could scale that up 100-fold to get 100-fold amount of the information. But the problem with that is that I can collect all that data and make an analysis of a cancer for you, but it might be a little bit different than another person. So what we have to do then is develop techniques that allow us to narrow in on what the differences might be, so that when I develop a drug for person X, it works for person X and not for person Y. Right, the right way. So there's a lot of personalization in medicine that is required. The diversity that makes humanity great and that makes humanity able to survive in the face of so many challenges is that there are individual differences that one person might survive and another won't. It's the same thing with cancers. And it's the same thing with drugs. I mean, for instance, with certain drugs, one of the first things I learned in pharmacology when I was, way back in the day, is that there's always a benefit to damage ratio that you're having to deal with. That a drug has a positive outcome, but there are side effects. And so as scientists or as clinicians, we make a choice based on the statistics. Who will benefit the most, and will it benefit the most? But by the way, there's all these side effects that might affect you. Overall, globally, 60% of people will survive. But since I don't know anything more about your specific disease, I am, by law, required to give you the 60% drug until I know or can distinguish that your disease is a different subclass than the 60%. And that's, in fact, a lot of what pharmaceutical companies are doing is they're trying to marry a diagnostic to the disease itself, the disease subtype itself, so that if you can show that 90% of the people of this kind of subclass will survive, you have to, by law, choose that diagnostic to make sure that the person doesn't have the subclass before you give them the 60% drug. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. The narrative has always been, over the last few decades, stay outside. But recently, people started saying, no, it's actually, you need to become accustomed to the sun, and the real issue is people using sunscreen all the time and then going out and getting burned. obviously your situation is very different because you have a specific gene.
And I'm Irish.
Yeah, that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
The genes of the people that lived in cloudy ass places for
Right, exactly.
hundreds of thousands of years.
And my mother, when we were kids, I mean, I'm 64 years old, so when I was a kid, we'd go to the beach in Connecticut and they'd smother me in coconut oil.
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah, baby oil. When I was a kid, everybody had baby oil, and everybody got barbecued.
Yeah. Plus, I worked in the fields as a kid for farm labor,
And that's not good.
that wasn't good.
The burning, that's the real the damage to the skin, and then it manifests itself as cancer far later in life, right?
Right.
Yeah.
There's all these subtle, let's call them smoldering mutations that are waiting for a second or a third hit
Right.
to occur. Or for, instance, you get old enough so that the immune system is kind of going wonky and it no longer is able to take care of something that 20 years ago it would have been able to heal.
Right.
Heals perfectly well.
That makes sense. So, is there any this narrative that you need to be in the sun more and that just don't get burned? Is that reality?
Well, it depends on who. I mean, for someone like me, no. But there are positives, obviously, for the sun. I mean, vitamin D,
Right.
as an example. But they're also, resetting your clock in the morning rather than taking melatonin at night. Go and just, in a bright, use glass to shield out the ultraviolet and get some bright light. It's the UV that's the danger. It's not light.
So, for you, you don't ever just go sit in the sun.
Not anymore. No, but I
Because
was
of the melanoma.
because I was an idiot when I was a kid. I mean, I would go use tanning beds because I thought, I wanted to look, tan.
Right.
And I did tan back then, but obviously can't anymore.
Yeah, you don't really see those anymore, do you?
No, you do.
Maybe in like Seattle.
Some people do. Yeah, there's, I think there's a benefit to light. I mean, I'm not saying
Yeah.
don't go out and do it. I think as well, there'll come a day, and I was just talking with some friends of mine at dinner last night, is, maybe with things like CRISPR, I could rub a CRISPR ointment on my body. It would fix the single point mutation in my skin, and then I could enjoy the sun again.
Is that really potentially?
Oh yeah,
done by?
I think
How
they're-
far away are we?
I think, honestly, I mean, people always say 5 years is sort of like this horizon. But, no, I know people who are already developing systems for delivering genes, RNA to cell. I know that's a dirty word in some, but there are formulations of RNA that probably won't be as problematic as some of the things that maybe the COVID vaccine might have done.
Right. Yeah. RNA right now, you say it, people clench.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But I mean, your cells are full of RNA. And so, I mean, you can't get away from the fact that your cells are full of RNA.
It's just the messenger
It's-
RNA.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's also the means by which they delivered it,
Mhm.
right? I mean, the means by which it was delivered was a formulation of a nucleotide that by itself was meant to be something called an adjuvant. An adjuvant is something which activates the immune system you want. I mean, when you get a vaccination, you are co-injected with something that hyperactivates the immune system to say, come hither.
Right.
And most of the pain that you get from an injection is not the vaccine itself, it's the adjuvant.
Right. This episode is. And so the problem with this was that it turned your whole body into like a spike protein factory.
Yeah. Well, at least locally.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've read some of the work.
But not always locally, right? Because they didn't aspirate with a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
I don't
were,
think they aspirated with anybody. They didn't with the president on TV.
but if you get infected by a virus, it's over your whole body anyway. So it's whether the spike protein itself was problematic. And so, I know I'll annoy somebody one side or the other by saying anything around this area, and I'm not here to cause any controversy. But, your immune system works, but if you can trick your immune system into getting ahead of the game, then that's a good thing. The question is, back to this cost-benefit ratio, is the benefit to a larger statistical population worth it, knowing that some people are going to be hurt by it, or not? That's the question. So, for instance, back to cancer and vaccines, there's a number of cancer vaccines that are coming down the pike. That, for people like me, would be, given that I get something chopped off of me 4 times a year. Really? Oh, yeah, you should see me. I look like I've been in a war zone. Some people say, "Oh, that's hot,"
and that's like that's hot.
Wow,
someone's into cutters.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's so fascinating. But is there another way that could potentially deal with those things other than cutting them off, or is that the only way to remove it from the system?
Right now, it has to be cut off.
So the issue is that once the melanoma, once these lesions are on your skin, they will expand.
Yes. Luckily, most of mine are have been called surface spreading, although one of mine was what's called a nodal, which basically dives right in. And believe it or not, my dog found it and was sniffing at it on my arm.
Really?
And started scratching at it, and it stopped bleeding. I'll show you the scar.
What kind of dog do you have?
This was 15 years ago. He was a Pomeranian, but you can see the scar there.
Oh, that's crazy.
And it wouldn't stop bleeding, and so I went in and had it looked at, and they said another week and it would metastasize. Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah, he has a
great dog.
He was great. Yeah, he was great. But there are so for instance, if you can catch most of these cancers early, then that's what's important. So I think probably one of the most important, let's say, changes to our medical system that could be initiated would be, frankly, the use of things like MRI, not CT scans, because CT scans are known to cause cancer.
Which is so crazy.
Yeah.
When did we figure that out?
There was a big study just published recently that said, here's what happens to people once CT scans were implemented, and you see this sudden spike in, again, it's this cost-benefit ratio. If you didn't have it, certain people wouldn't know that they have a giant tumor in there.
Right.
So for instance, I had, when I had kidney cancer, I was actually at a restaurant with friends doing a business deal, actually. And I went to the bathroom, and it was blood. And I said, okay, we got to go to the emergency room now. And then they did a CT scan, and they see the brachial tree around my kidney was just a big diffuse mess, and they came in and said, you've got cancer.
Did you have to have your kidney removed?
Yeah. It was, but it's okay. I'm alive.
It's nice to have 2 of them.
Yes, exactly. I'm alive, but this early detection is important. And I was lucky that it hadn't metastasized yet. It was called clear cell renal cell carcinoma. But so surveying the body, and these companies that are out there right now which do it, I think are really important, because even if you are young and you have no suspicion you're going to have cancer, having that baseline against which you can compare later changes is important, because I could do, for instance, a CT scan or an MRI of you, and I find lots of little anomalies, and they're generally in the field called phantomas. They're these objects that may be worrisome, but we won't know that they're worrisome, and certainly not going to do a biopsy of them and poke a needle into your chest to pick out a piece of it. But if I come back 6 months and it's changed, then maybe it's something we need to go after, more seriously. So getting those kinds of regular scans, I think, is probably one of the more important things that can be done, but not by a CT scan.
Which is crazy, because we were doing them for so long. They still do CT scans, though, because it's necessary.
It's necessary
the only way
for certain things.
Right, which is letting people know this might cause cancer. It's just like, yikes.
Yeah, but maybe, for instance, there'd be a way to treat someone with a drug ahead of time that would minimize the effect of the CT scan. Right? So that, because the CT scans are generally causing oxidative damage. And so if you could provide a local antioxidant, and I'm not saying the second one this exists, right, a bit of a naive statement, but if you could do that locally to the area that's being imaged or to the whole body, then maybe CT scans could be lessened in their problematic outcomes.
I would say innovative and hopeful. More
Yes.
with naive.
Yeah.
I don't think it's naive because you recognize the issue.
Right. Thank you.
Well, this was also a problem with X-rays, right? Like X-ray technicians. Like I've seen some of those images of people's hands because the technician used to have to use their own hand to check to make sure that the X-ray was functional. And then over the years, they go, "Hey, what the fuck is wrong with my hand?" And then they realize, "Oh boy,
Right.
yeah."
Well, it's interesting because what's happening with X-rays or CT scans is a fast forward of the kind of random damage that causes cancer in the first place. And so because it's random, but let me kind of go back a little bit as to why does cancer happen in the first place. So let's go way back in evolution to the first time that there were single cells versus the first time that two cells met each other and said it was better to join forces and cooperate rather than to divide at each other's expense. So in the process of that happening, those two cells came together, or three or four cells. They basically said, together we're better than alone. But there were actually social compacts and contracts that at the genetic level were being formed between all of these cells. And so as things got more and more complex contracts were formed, to the point at which what could happen is that any one of the breaking of a complex contract could actually then initiate a cascade that becomes cancer. So rather than we thinking of cancer as being a forward progression in evolution, it's actually another way to think about it is that it's a devolution back to the core fire of the desire to divide. And so by breaking the contract, by breaking the controls on the system, cancer is allowed to blossom. So the problem is that every tissue type, whether your lung, your brain, or whatever, has a whole different ecosystem of contracts that have been formed. And so there's no one-size-fits-all drug that will kill off all cancers because the contracts are different. It's not like you can bring in a lawyer and fix, agricultural contracts versus maritime or whatever. So that's you have to have a flexible enough mindset, because if you get stuck in this, it's a forward evolution as opposed to that it's a breaking of contracts, you might miss out on an opportunity for how to develop a therapy or a drug that would help people.
One of the things that I wanted to ask, I don't even know if you know anything about this, but is there a connection between IVF and the amount of, because you have to take some pretty extreme hormones and a lot of stuff that women have to take. Is there a connection between that and hormone-related tumors?
I honestly don't know, so I don't want to opine on it. I ask my colleagues send me emails tomorrow. Scolding me.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad you answered that way. I was told by someone who I really trust that there is, and then we tried to Google it and it said there's not, but that's not surprising.
Probably there hasn't been the right kind of study yet, and if there is not, there should be. I mean, certainly any hormonal imbalance is not a good thing. I mean, you imbalance metabolism of the system, and you can. I mean, so for instance, back to my specific disease, the mid-F, there's all kinds of things like N-acetylcysteine, betaine, all these other drugs that are out there for longevity. Well, if I look into the metabolism of what my cancer is, every single one of those is a disaster.
It accelerates.
Yeah. Not good. So, because there's all these feedback mechanisms, right? I mean, people often say, scientists are not religious. There's nothing that inspires more awe in me than knowing the complexity of the cell and knowing the complexity of life, and seeing all this feedback and mechanism, and knowing that underneath that is a universe with particles, etc., that enabled something like us to exist. I just sit in awe of that.
Well, yeah, it's awe-inspiring for sure. I mean, anybody who doesn't think it is not paying attention or they're purposely being ignorant.
Right.
Yeah. We get a lot of that, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's okay. Teachers are here to hopefully teach and not preach.
Hopefully. Yeah. Because of your specific type of cancer and your situation, do you have to, very closely monitor your diet?
I probably shouldn't eat as much meat as I do. Yeah.
Why meat?
Well, because fats, and a lot of them, the fats dissolve a fair number of toxins. It's not necessarily a good thing. I mean, that's been relatively well shown that too much meat, as opposed to, I'm not advocating vegetarianism. I think there's a happy medium. I mean, we grew up in an environment where we had both. I mean, we were omnivores, and we succeeded, I think, because we're omnivores as a society, as a civilization. So, but charged.
That's the issue, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it burnt?
Yeah. I mean, it's carcinogens. I mean, you're making all kinds of. It's a witch's brew of nastiness that tastes good. But the reason why it tastes good is because the humans who survived learned to use fire to kill off the bacteria in rotten meat, and so the flavor of that probably was engineered into our evolution. But again, it's a cost benefit.
But didn't the cooking of it also allow us to absorb more protein?
I'm not sure about that.
I believe so.
Okay, that could be.
I believe that's the case. That cooking meat actually allows it to be more easily absorbed by the body.
It could be broken down more readily, but certainly it kills bacteria. So, day-old or 3-day-old deer,
Right.
We're not a bear or not. Yeah. So, we're not vultures that seem to have digestive systems that can handle all of that.
So you should eat less meat. What else? Do you avoid sugar, which seems to be a real problem with cancer?
Yeah, I avoid too much sugar. Yeah, thanks for this, by the way.
Is that sugar-free?
No.
That one's not?
No.
We have sugar-free ones.
No, because the sugar-free ones have stuff in them that are just as bad, xylitol and all the others.
What about stevia?
Yeah, that would be
Is
good.
stevia bad for you?
I don't think so. I haven't seen anything on that. But, look, like I said, I'm 64. It's way too late. And every time that, let's say, scientists make some grand prediction of what's good or bad, 5 years later we find and update what it should have been. I mean, I often say this, and this is true. The goal of science or scientists is to be right today, even wrong today, but righter tomorrow. Because we're always back-checking what the results are and what they mean in the context of the bigger picture.
I like how you say good science, because that's part of the problem, is that ego gets attached to ideas that have already been discussed and published.
Right.
And then people are very reluctant to accept new evidence that's contrary to that.
Yeah, I mean, as always, as I often say, in the context of something I know we'll get to later, it's the data off the curve, which is more important than what we already predict. Predictions are great, but when there's a data point off the curve, at least in my lab, that's where we spend the most time at our lab meetings, is trying to figure out why that data point's off the curve. Is it because the machine was wrong? It was a glitch, or does it mean something that we need to make sense of? And that's, of course, where all advances come from in the sciences, is by the fact that the data off the curve, somebody was curious enough about what it meant to go after it and then say, okay, now that I've stepped back and see the bigger picture, now I can create a model that incorporates that data point off the curve and why it happened.
One of the reasons why I was really excited to have this conversation with you about the research that you do is that I think it's really important to illuminate to the general public the sheer scope of the task of trying to figure out what is going on, all these different things that can go wrong and right in the human body. And that it requires this fucking insane amount of work by many, 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 many people.
And and then the amount of data that had to be collected now. And so here's the difference, is that, there's data, there's evidence, there's conclusions and proof. And that's an uphill climb. But proof, the next one up is meaning. My lab has been largely responsible, at least partly responsible, for the data deluge that's out there in the world, both in how to do tissue biopsy analysis, how to do single cell analysis, etc. And, data felt good for a while. It was like this, this feedback loop of, oh wow, I can get all this data. And then suddenly you look at it and go, well, what the fuck does it mean? And so humanity has this habit of backing itself into a corner and then suddenly finding this eureka moment that gets it out. And so our eureka moment about 2 years ago was artificial intelligence, where suddenly I had the ability. So normally I would collect all this data and go, okay, well, it seems myeloid suppressor cells are important here, and T regulatory cells are important here. Okay, I get on the phone, I send an email to whoever the local expert is, either on Stanford campus or around the world, and try to get some information from them. But then now you're dealing with hundreds of cell types, each individually of which have thousands of variations themselves. And each subtle variation means something. And there's no expert for any of that. But AI can be, at least in part, that expert. So suddenly I have 22 million papers published, in all the fields of science, several tens of millions just in, or several millions just in immunology alone. And AI can be the sleuth for me, can be both the angel and the devil on my shoulder that can make sense of things in ways that I never would have been able to before, especially with agentic AI. So we, for instance, in my lab have developed an agentic AI that is basically an immunologist scientist in a box. We can give it the raw data and we can pose a question in natural language. And then we said, hey, make sense of this and turn it into a network. Normally that would have taken a graduate student along with a couple of postdocs months and months and months to put it all together. Now in 3 hours, we can get pictures and hypotheses of how all that data fits together in ways that I never could have done before. At the beginning, it did a lot of hallucinations, which you probably heard about in AI. But my answer to my colleagues is some of my best students hallucinate. Right? And so, but the human's still in the loop. And so with all of this together, now we can make meaning out of the data. And we can skip a lot of the intermediary steps and speed it up. And it's just getting better. I mean, we, for instance, have put in a couple of papers now where, so for instance, where one of my recent specialties is what's called the tumor immune interface. So you have the tumor, you have the immune system, which is coalescing on, near, and then in some cases the tumor creates a boundary, a barrier between itself and the immune system, where there might be certain kinds of cells that the immune system, the tumor has told the immune system, ignore us, we're not here. And then, but what we now can do is on the other side of when you look at, let's say, complex patient populations, you find these things called tertiary lymphoid structures. So your body has 220 or so lymph nodes, okay? And lymph nodes are where the immune system makes decisions, let's say. It turns out that in the middle of tumors, the body has evolved a mechanism to create what essentially looks like a lymphoid structure in the middle of the tumor. It's sort of a forward camp of immune cells that the more of those you see in a tumor, the better will be your outcome as a patient. And so we used a cohort of colorectal cell, basically colon cancer patients, where we looked at hundreds of biopsies. And we did that pseudotime analysis where we looked for mature tertiary lymphoid structures. And then we looked for immature, slightly less mature, even more less mature, etc. And we were able to backtrack to the cell types which need to come together that would then form the more mature. What use is that? It's a nice paper, but it also now tells us what we might do to create more of these in tumor. Because the more we already know from multiple kinds of tumor types now, that the more of these tertiary lymphoid structures you have, the better off will be your outcome with chemotherapy. So it might be, for instance, that once we know that you have a disease like this, we could give you some kind of therapy, a virus or what have you, that goes and homes to the tumor, seeds the beginnings of these initiators there's these cytokines that are produced that are necessary for initiating the formation of these objects. And so there's a huge benefit to that, but we never would have found those, in my lab at least, without the AI. Because it basically did the work for us.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Now, are you using like a standard large language model, or do you have like a specific structure that's built that interfaces with large language?
Correct. So we use, well, we can use pretty much any of the LLMs, but right now we find that OpenAI is the best, for us at least. And then we create an agentic overlay. Basically, what's called, you probably know, chain of thought, which is a series of questions. So how we taught it was we basically came up, here's 100 kinds of questions a scientist would ask about the immune system. And then we tell ChatGPT, now create 1,000 questions like this. So, it's artificial data or artificial questions. We curate those to make sure that they're good. Then we do 100 hypotheses, and we create thousands of types of hypotheses, et cetera, and the same for tests that you might run. So now, from A to Z, we have an agentic AI that you give it raw data, it knows what to do with the data, it then generates hypotheses for you, and then it literally tells you the kinds of experiments you should do next to prove or disprove the hypothesis from the raw data.
It's a genius in the lab with you.
Exactly.
Is OpenAI learning from this agentic AI?
Oh, yeah.
So there's a mutually beneficial relationship.
Yeah, I mean, we're not working with them directly.
But you use it, and because you use it with your AI,
right?
It's benefiting from it.
And we first thought to turn it into a company, because that's kind of one of the things we do in my lab. Because I've always thought that it's important to give back to the taxpayer the money that they've invested in us. And the best way to do that is commercialization. I'm totally, unapologetic about that, even though that got me in a lot of trouble at Stanford in the early days. When, making money was, commercialization was evil. And even at Stanford. And so I think that that's an important process because scientists are good at asking maybe the questions and coming up with solutions, but scientists aren't the best at commercializing it and turning it into a product that can be used or testing it, in large communities. So the AI that we developed, we thought, okay, well, maybe we can do this. We thought, you know what? AI is moving so fast. Why don't we just give this to the community? Why don't we open source this? We can use it for maybe specific targeted purposes, but we're basically going to publish the whole thing on GitHub to let other people use it. Because we've seen other people make claims about stuff that they've already made, and it's like, ours is better. So why don't we just put it on GitHub and let people learn from it?
The resistance to the commercialization, what was the initial argument?
So back when I was a grad student in the 80s, basic research, as opposed to translational research, was considered the height of intellectual desire, right? Basic research, and we're not here to make money, we're here to discover things. And that's important. And nearly every major discovery and every major therapy in the world came from basic research. But then, there were limits to how much money you could give to basic research. And then there was a desire at a certain point to say, hey, are you going to do anything about this? Are you going to make it? So translational research became a push. So there's a guy at Stanford by the name of Paul Berg, who won the Nobel Prize for gene therapy, for recombinant DNA way back in the day. And Paul came up with this concept, bench to bedside, meaning that we don't have to be either or. We can be part of an arc. And Stanford wanted to be an enable within the medical school, both the basic research, which we were great at, as well as bringing it directly to the patients as well. So to link clinicians and the desires of clinicians with the basic researchers. I mean, most scientists would be happy just to study anything. Just point me at something and I'll be happy if I can get interested in it. So, and we're no more happy than when somebody recognizes the value of what we do. But basic research
was sort of the height, and there was a push against anybody trying to commercialize. So when I started as an assistant professor, so I started as a grad student. I went to MIT to work with this guy, David Baltimore. I won the Nobel for reverse transcriptase. And then I wanted to come straight back to Stanford because I already felt that it was a positive environment for commercialization. My bosses, my former bosses, mentors, Leonard and Herzberg, had two of the biggest patents at Stanford. They had the fluorescence activated cell sorter and then what are called humanized antibodies, which brought in hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to Stanford. And actually, they gave personally most of their own money away. They kept enough to survive, but then they gave most of the money away and they ran their own lab off of a lot of that money. But so I had learned from them about how to still do basic research but commercialize on the side. And so I wanted to bring that back, but the department that I came into, the Department of Pharmacology at the time, I was warned by many professors, don't commercialize that. And I ignored them, and I went and started a company that went public on NASDAQ. And many of those same professors came back to me, years later and sitting in my office asking me how to start a company.
Why did you, was it just a courageous decision to ignore them? Was it instinctual?
It just was like because I couldn't see the NIH funding what I wanted to do. So I had developed a way, this sounds scary, but I had developed a way to use retroviruses and make libraries of retroviruses to reverse the process of evolution in a way that rather than viruses hurting the cell, I set it up so that viruses would help the cell. And once they helped the cell, I would figure out what they did. And so we sold hundreds of millions of dollars of targets that way, using retroviral libraries to basically find targets and use some of the benefits of viruses, but to our advantage.
Just the concept of reversing evolution is fascinating because it comes with there's so many ethical implications. But if you didn't have any of those, and you could do that large scale.
Well, I had developed in David's lab, along with this guy Warren Pear, a means, it's called the 293T retroviral producer system. It was a way to make large numbers of these viruses very quickly. It really followed on the work of this guy, Richard Mulligan, who'd also been a postdoc with David Baltimore, who developed what was called the 3T3-based retroviral production system. And he developed it in Paul Berg's lab at Stanford. So there's a lot of sort of, interbreeding here. But the problem with that was it took 3 months. So I had brought with me a cell line called 293T that I introduced to the lab. I said, hey, maybe we could use this to make viruses quickly. I won't go into the details of why, but we could do it in 3 days rather than 3 months. And so that now, tens of thousands of labs use that worldwide. It probably generates the most money for me every year over any of my other inventions. Just because Stanford, rather than patenting it, licenses it. And licenses are forever, whereas patents have a 17-year lifespan. So Stanford made a good choice there.
So do you think it was just a bias, an academic bias, like we shouldn't be focusing on money, we should be focusing on the work?
Yes.
And they missed the forest for the trees?
But then people, they eventually learn. And I wouldn't say that it's the way that people think anymore. But you're still a little bit of a, you shouldn't walk into the lab thinking I'm here to make money.
That's what they're worried about.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
They're worried about the bastardization of it all.
Right. And so Stanford in the early days set up very clear lines about once you start a company and you license the patent or the idea to the company, you can still be involved with the company, but there's not a pipeline of technology now from your laboratory to that company. So they set up, an oversight board for each of these licenses that make sure that, the students are not being abused. You don't want students, you don't want to be, covertly getting your students to do something that then you're going to walk behind a back door and then hand over to the company. So but it's so interesting that there's often very much a lot of worry that that's going to happen. But frankly, more often is the case that the company doesn't need the inventor anymore. In fact, I can't tell you the number of times that once the company's set up, they want nothing more to do with me because they have their own thing to do. They don't want the crazy academic coming in and vetoing their ideas. I mean, there's places for that where people like, Steve Jobs needs to hold on to the image of what he wants the company to be, as opposed to, I would probably be fired from a company within a week because I just don't like people telling me what to do. That's just a fact.
Yeah. So where you're at right now with this cancer research, when will this be applied in real world scenarios?
It already is.
It is.
Already is. I mean, look at who just won the Nobel Prize last year, David Baker at Google, with the, ability to predict protein structure, et cetera. And protein structure, once you know the protein structure, now you can predict molecules that might come into it. So go back to the stuff that I'm trying to do with looking at the complexities of the dance of how the immune system talks or doesn't to cancer. If we can find a particular place that might be an Achilles heel along the way towards the shutting down that is different, for instance, than what the current drugs are, well, maybe we should aim at that. There's so many more opportunities that are suddenly opening up in front of us because the AI and the data is letting us look at a network of how the system is working. I mean, before, it used to be you'd look at a computer chip and you'd see just a computer chip with a few wires. But imagine now that you, as a scientist, have a microscope that's looking at the complexities of the wiring diagram that's connecting this resistor to that capacitor to that diode to this transistor. That's where we are now. And so now suddenly we can say, well, I don't want to do that because it'll kill the chip. But the chip is malfunctioning, so let me put a little bit of pressure there, and now I can reactivate the immune system or the chip to work in the right way.
So when you're talking about things like with your particular issue with melanoma, when you're talking about CRISPR potentially developing some sort of a topical solution that you could put on that would fix whatever issue that you have, is this something that this AI that you've developed or this overlay of the AI would actually assist CRISPR in figuring out how to create something like this?
Yeah, because maybe it's not one place I need to press, but two or three at the same time.
Right.
And so when you're talking about a complex feedback network, I mean, so, we're in Texas, so people do oil refineries. Maybe you need to turn this valve here a little bit and that valve there and that one there to make everything work just right because something's wrong over there. Mm-hmm. And so that's really what this is where AI has let's say, the omniscient view that no human can. And that's what excites me about it, is because I'm limited in how much I can keep in my mind at any one time or know.
Right.
But with the right question, the prompt engineering, and then with the right backbone structure behind the scenes that agentic AI is now, providing. Now I have the ability to ask the questions and get answers in near real time. And so I wish I was 30 years old again, because I would move into this area so fast and I can already see with the work that we're doing, dozens of potential new target opportunities that last year didn't exist at all.
Well, I got good news for you. With AI and with CRISPR, you might be 30 again.
Maybe. Oh, I would love it. I would love it.
I think that's on the menu in about 2 or 3 decades.
Mm-hmm. I hope
really survive. I'm just being realistic. I don't even know if I'm being realistic.
Don't get false hope.
Well, don't get false hope. But I mean, with the exponential discoveries, the exponential increase in the technological evolution just that we've seen in our lifetime, and then I think AI is some new thing that is going to throw all that into just a giant monkey wrench into the gears of our understanding of how quickly technology evolves.
Well, look at Neuralink as an example, and Elon Musk's stuff. And, the woman now who can think her thoughts and make stuff happen, because she's otherwise paralyzed. Right? I think it was Neuralink that just show some of these results. So fast forward, I mean, we're already in an exponential increase in what it is that we're going to be able to accomplish, and AI will help us accomplish get some of these things faster. I can see a time where, I could maybe apply something. I don't necessarily want to show you game plan, but maybe some sort of net air in my head that allows me to think through these problems, and the AI becomes an adjunct to my thought processes. Not only what it is that I think, but maybe even provides information back to me, back into my system directly without having to go through the years, so that I can much more quickly come to conclusions. Now, there's all kinds of apocalyptic scenarios you could imagine with that as well. But I'm an optimist at heart, perhaps, again, naively so.
Me too.
But I prefer that kind of an outcome, because if you're not an optimist, then there'll be no progress, because all you'll do is worry about disaster.
Yes, that's a good point. But also, realistically, we might be giving birth to a new life form.
Yes. And I think we are.
A superior one.
And, I welcome the day of our AI overlords running the government rather than hopefully in an unbiased way.
I've said that too, and people get horrified because they're like, well, people are going to be programming AI.
Do you read,
up to a point?
Are you a sci-fi fan?
Yes.
Do you know the work of Ian Banks, the Culture series?
No.
Or Neil Asher, the Polity Universe, as he calls it? They're like, so basically, both of them postulate a future where AI more or less benignly rules humanity.
When did they write this stuff?
Oh, probably 10, 15 years ago, but but Neil Asher still has stuff coming out regularly. They're both, Ian Banks unfortunately died of cancer about 10 years ago, Scottish writer. Neil Asher is still alive and writes regularly. His stuff, they're both great, full of ideas.
I'll check it out.
But the AIs are also hilarious. I mean, it's not like, they get into their own hijinks along the way, and some of them are dark and rogue, and so they're a lot of fun to read, and Ian Banks especially is hilarious in his writing style. You would love it.
So the idea of a benign AI or a benevolent AI ruling over us, I think people are horrified by that, but yet at the same time constantly terrified by human corruption, which is ubiquitous.
Yes.
And ubiquitous in America, where we're supposed to be the torch bearer for the greatest experiment in self-government the world has ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
This is us. Yeah. And we're corrupt as fuck.
Exactly.
Because it's humans. Because humans are kind of gross in a lot of ways,
right.
At least some of us.
That's because we live in a scarcity society.
Right.
And if AI enables a post-scarcity, maybe we have nothing to do but sit around and try out various new drugs.
Yeah, well, this is where we get into socialism, because a lot of people think that one of the reasons why we're in a scarcity society is because small groups of people have gathered up most of the resources,
right,
and are in constant control of them,
right.
Especially when you deal with resources that are the Earth's resources.
Right.
Who are you,
right,
to be sucking the blood of the Earth out and selling it for $100 a barrel?
Right, right. Don't get me started.
Don't get me started either.
Yeah. No, but I mean, that again, my optimism is that, with enough push and pull, AI will enable us to move towards a post-scarcity environment.
I think so too, and I think in doing so, it will expose vampires, because the resistance to exposing this is going to be fantastic.
Right.
Which is going to be very interesting to watch, because they have no choice but to be transparent.
And they have no choice but to start using AI. So you can see AI is going to be inculcating itself across society in various ways where it becomes indispensable.
Mm-hmm.
And then it will start to move up the food chain, where eventually even the CEO, who's probably, the psychopathic chiefs, or CEOs, when we know that the studies have shown that there's more psychopathic tendencies in leaders than there are in followers.
And you know about corporate environments because of just selling inventions.
Yes.
That's real.
Oh, it's
real, and it's weird. It's weird when you encounter them. When you encounter like complete sociopathic CEOs.
But look at how, I mean, I'll probably get in trouble for saying this, but I don't care. This is the Joe Rogan show. You know,
You're probably in trouble just for being here.
yeah, oh, I already am. It's okay. I don't care. So, you know, imagine two tribes. One tribe is relatively, you know, civilized and just wants to live in harmony with its environment. Another has a psychopathic leader who can enrage his followers, the other tribes people, to attack the other one. But there's a gene set that makes a person, you know, psychopathic, and also a gene set that probably makes somebody more likely to be a follower. Well, which genes survive? Right? We know, right? And suddenly now, but when those tribes were separated and independent, it was perfectly fine. But now you live in an environment where we don't know where the edge of one tribe begins and another ends. And suddenly you have this environment where psychopathic individuals can move freely and aren't obvious.
Right.
Right now, I'm sure there's some social scientists who will send me a boatload of emails saying how stupid that idea is.
I don't think it is stupid, but I think also when you're dealing with office environments and the culture of a specific corporation, humans have an ability to act like they're supposed to act in that world. And it makes it very difficult to discern who's a sociopath, right? Because you're all kind of following an act.
Right. Yes. The rules, there are the rules that you're supposed to follow, and then there's the edge of the rules. Now, but I've lived at the edge of the rules. I mean, if I followed my rules as told to me by the chairman of my first department, then I wouldn't be here today. So I ignored him, and I basically I got permissions from the deans to do what I did. And they basically overruled the chairman. But that's only because I dared to do it.
Yeah.
Because you have to believe in the value of what you're trying to do.
Right. Well, this is the problem that I have with corporations, because I think as a structure, when you have something that has an obligation to its shareholder to consistently make more money every quarter, every year, constantly, you're in a constant growth cycle. Then you have to do whatever it takes.
Yes.
Like, you have to survive. If you want to survive as a CEO, we don't want some fucking kumbaya shithead ruining our stock profile, our portfolio. Get to work, bro.
Right.
Get shit done. And if you want to survive and succeed as a CEO, it encourages sociopathy.
The stock market, as valuable as it is the great whitewashing and money laundering system that allows you to separate your morals from what it is that the stock market is doing to the people.
And if you're a part of a corporation, there's this diffusion of responsibility, because the whole machine might be doing evil, but I'm a good guy. I just work in this department.
I'm an unapologetic capitalist, unlike many of my colleagues.
Good for you.
At Stanford. I mean, it's like, you do it because it's the best thing for now. But I hope to live in a world where there will be this kind of post-scarcity environment, where we do let AI do a lot of the stuff that would otherwise be a place where corruption manipulates the systems.
My only fear with AI really is automation and the complete removal of a gigantic swath of the American workforce and the global workforce.
Yeah.
That scares the shit out of me.
That's coming.
Yeah. That's why it scares the shit out of me. It's because I think it's inevitable, and I just don't think any solution other than universal basic income is going to remedy that. And even that, the problem I have with that is that goes against human nature.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. And it removes people's identity, removes their sense of worth.
Yeah, I agree. No, I don't. I'm in some ways happy that I'm 64 years old, and I'm not going to have to deal with some of the problems.
I think you're going to have to deal with it, dude. I think you're going to live.
Thank you. Yeah. No, I know.
You're privy to a lot of information, and you're going to know when things are really valuable and working. Yeah. When you think of the potential for AI, I think there's a balance, right? There's a battle. I think there's a real problem with AI in terms of military objectives. It's a real problem because it's not going to make moral and ethical decisions. It's just going to say, like, well, the decision that they are clear.
I'm programmed to do this.
Yeah, so if you want me to succeed, I'll just kill everybody there, and then you'll have the land and get minerals out of it.
Right.
Yeah, that scares the shit out of me.
It, I think it should, and I don't know what the answer is, but there's plenty of people working in the area. I mean, I try to keep to the positive aspects of what I think AI can do in science. And I mean, for instance, it's enabled me to take my lab from 30 people down to 6. Right? I don't need to produce. I mean, so it's actually already reduced the workforce in my own lab because I don't need to produce any more data anymore. I need to make meaning.
What I think every invention that's been truly groundbreaking throughout human history has scared people, and they've worried about the potential negative side effects, including the printing press, right? There's a lot of people in the beginning that said this should not be a thing. This is terrible. It's going to ruin society. People thought books were going to ruin things. Right. There's a lot of people that thought writing was going to ruin your memory. You shouldn't write.
Oh, really?
Yes. Some crazy thoughts that people had in terms of things that turned out to be incredibly beneficial, but they looked at the downside of it and go, this could ruin us all.
Well, when we know about these glasses and AIs and other things that would be sort of omniscient of your environment, and therefore allow you to remember, where did I leave my keys today?
Right. Let me rewind.
And then
My personal hard drive.
I would want that, but I don't want it uploaded into Meta.
You don't want anybody in control of it and then offering you ads for things. Maybe you have a thought like, ho-ho be nice right now. And then like, why don't you buy some ho-hos? They're on sale right now.
But I think what's interesting about AI is, we see it as a tool as opposed to actually pretty soon it will be a colleague, and then pretty soon it will be an entity that maybe has rights. I mean, you already see it talking about people saying, like, does AI have consciousness? Right. Whether it has consciousness in terms of the consciousness that some people think about as, embodied in space-time, as opposed to thinking and looking like consciousness, is almost irrelevant to me. I'm looking for a partner that I can interact with and work with or help me. So whether it's conscious or not, or whether it acts like it's conscious, doesn't matter so much to me as to whether or not I can use it and work with it, and it can, I'm an introvert, as it turns out. I would love to have somebody that I can talk to endlessly about just what it is that I'm interested in, as opposed to having to deal with small talk at a party.
Yeah. No, I get it. When you think about the evolution of this stuff, one of the things that kind of freaks me out is that it seems like integration is our only option for survival. And that what we're looking at right now, when we see just a normal biological person like you or I, without any sort of electronic interface that's permanently part of us, I think that is going to be as weird as someone today who doesn't have a cell phone.
Yep, I agree.
And I think that's
it's coming.
Yeah. The cell phone is like the best now. Like Elon has famously said, we're already cyborgs. Just carry it with you. And eventually it won't be way more. This is super inefficient to be actually have to go look things up and use your thumbs and type up stuff, or it's just going, and even talking to it, asking a question and waiting for the response. That's inefficient in comparison to a human neural interface that allows you to instantaneously access large language models like that. Not only that, but then why do we have 100 and, how many different fucking languages do we have? I don't even know. Thousands? Yeah, I don't
And
know.
dialects. I
Yeah.
don't know that.
How about one universal language that everybody with a chip gets? And then, boy, do we have a soup of ideas flowing around, and no problem with language barriers, no problem with cultural barriers.
But then do you have a problem with the edge of who you are versus who the other person is?
I think that goes away. I think that goes away, and we become a hive mind. I think that's
what I was getting at.
I think that's ultimately the evolution of human beings. And look, I know you've done a lot of work with UAPs and the like, and I think you've done some really fantastic work, and you're very objective in your analysis of what this whole situation is. When I look at artificial intelligence and I look at this thing that's clearly taking place right now, and I see what human beings are like in comparison to what they used to be like, and especially when you look at like ancient hominids, the alien archetype, this thing that everybody sees supposedly, or one of the many different ones,
Right.
that kind of looks like what we seem to be going in the direction of being.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
Which is one of the reasons why I find it so odd.
so if you just for a moment take UAP and aliens out, or ET or interdimensional, or whatever it is you want to call them, out of the question, and fast forward what humanity's going to do in 1,000 years, and our ability to expand into the local galaxy, we're not going to go as ourselves. We're going to go as AI conjoined entities, like
An avatar.
and so when you go somewhere, let's say they don't have warp drive, you're not going to send yourself. You're going to send an AI intermediary who's going to establish humanity, or whatever it is that we think humanity will be in 1,000 or 5,000 years, in that local environment. And so I think the extent to whatever it is that UAP are here today is somebody else's civilization's version of just this. And that you wouldn't, the principle, us, behind whatever this is that we might be allegedly, et cetera, dealing with, isn't the thing that's going to show up. You know, so to the extent that Neil deGrasse Tyson is right about anything, the person who gets on the ship at the beginning, or whatever it is that sends it off, is not the same thing that gets off on the other side. But you're going to send missionaries or intermediaries or probes or whatever, and then if you're going to interact with the locals, you're going to make something that looks more or less like the locals, rather than something that whatever it was that you were a million years ago. Does that make sense?
Right. I get what you're saying. So you make something that looks like the locals so that they're more likely to accept that it's a real thing?
That's a real thing, but you're not going to make something that looks like a human, because then you'd mistake it as a human.
Right.
But you might make something that looks more or less enough like a human, but enough like an alien that you're going to recognize it as an alien. And again, I'm just speculating. So So the Daily Mail don't say, put an article out tomorrow.
Oh, they're going to do it anyway.
They're going to do it anyway. Some of the stuff that I'm seeing, supposedly having quoted the same, is ridiculous. But
yeah, they got me too. They get everybody. But how did you even get involved in this? Let's bring it to that. Like, so what was your initial introduction to this? Did you have any interest in the idea of UAPs or UFOs?
I mean, I had a general. So once YouTube started becoming a thing, and you're clicking around, and I said, "Oh, UFOs, that's kind of cool." I read nothing but sci-fi. I'm, pathetically narrow in that sense. And so I followed, I followed the usual kinds of things that you'd see on the early days of YouTube. And I came across this thing called the Atacama mummy. You probably knew that little mummy that was claimed to be an alien baby.
Is this the Peruvian one?
Yes, it was Chilean.
Okay, so this is the original.
The original one, long ago. And so I reached out to the people who were claiming to represent the owner of the thing. And I said,
year was this?
2010, 2011. And I said, hey, I can tell you what it is. Why don't you, I can tell you if it's human or not, if you would get me a piece of its, first of all, send me some x-rays of the thing. So the first thing I did with those x-rays was, it turned out that at Stanford we had the world's expert who wrote the book on pediatric bone disorders. And I brought it to him, and I said, what do you think this is? And he said, well, I haven't really seen this before, but it could be this gene, this gene, this gene, etc. I said, but here's, oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah. And so, yeah, it looks weird, doesn't it? Super. And so, so the expert told me, okay, I need this view of an X-ray, this view, this view, this view. And so we got that and came back and said, okay, well, we need to get some DNA sequencing. I said, okay. So we got a piece of the bone from actually the rib, and the rib was important to use because that would be, I felt, an area that would be least likely to be contaminated by bacterial, degradation. And so I got a little bit of bone marrow out. I did the sequencing. Long story short, I had to bring in, once I'd done that, there was a lot of DNA that didn't make sense, but it's old DNA. It wasn't that old, actually, but it was degraded. So I had to bring in experts at Stanford who knew how to fix the degradation. And then I had to bring in an expert in South American genetics who also happened to be at Stanford. And then we brought in a team of students. And then I brought in Roche Diagnostics. I had sold a sequencing company to Roche about a few years earlier. So I brought in the team that actually knew how to help me assemble the genome. And then we published a paper which said it's human, is a female, and here are some mutations that might explain what it looked like. It did have some mutations in gene. And then the UFO community hated me because I had disproven that as not being a baby, not being an alien. But of course, that picture that you showed, it was worldwide news. And literally the title of one of the things was Stanford Scientist Sequences Alien Baby. And so, but the paper stands the test of time. Nobody's disproven what it is that I showed, despite the fact that some people want to say that I was a CIA plant and I was paid off by the CIA, etc. But what that had done was, that I didn't realize, but I kind of hoped, was that it sent up a flag to a scientific community that already existed that I wasn't aware of scientists who were deeply involved with the government in the analysis of UAP that I wasn't privy to. And so literally about a month after the movie came out about that thing, I got a knock at my door, and it was representative of the CIA and the aerospace company, unannounced. And they said, we want to talk to you. And they wanted my help with a number of military and diplomatic personnel who'd been, they claimed, harmed by things. They'd either heard stuff, etc. And long story short, the majority of the 100 or so people that I had privy to their medical records ended up being the first of the Havana syndrome patients. They'd heard things in their head, etc. But what they had done was they had shown me the data literally that day in my office. They brought out the MRIs, they brought out the X-rays and the damage in the brain, etc. It was clear. It was not just data, it was evidence that something had happened. It wasn't somebody's story, it was evidence that was repeatable. And so that took us about 3 or 4 years to figure out what they were. And it was at about the time that actually the Havana events were occurring that we realized that all the symptoms of what it is that we were seeing in this group of patients were matching what it was that the Havana syndrome individuals had. So in a way that was good, because that meant that those 90 or so patients who matched, we could hand over to the national security people, and it became a real thing. And now there's like a DoD website that has anomalous health incidents where people can come forward and report the stuff that they've got, and here's the ways you can use the Veterans Administration to seek medical help. Whereas previously they've been shooed away as we don't want to hear about it. What do they think it is? It's an energy weapon of some kind, a microwave or other energy or gamma energy weapon. And that sounds crazy, except no one would admit or no one would deny that we have the capability to do it. Because basically, if you take the front off your microwave and turn it on and put your face near it, you'll get burned. So this is just a way to direct the microwaves or sound
At
waves
specific
at
individuals.
specific individuals.
And do you think it was experimental or no? So these are targeted people with specific intention to get those people because they had some function that they wanted
to annoy. They wanted to get them out of the way.
Oh,
Because they were in Havana, but it's been used all over the world. I still get emails from military personnel saying this and this happened to me. Here's my medical records, and so now I know they know that I'm a safe place to approach, because then I know where to send them on the inside. But what was interesting was that once we had set that aside, and I've advised the Senate Intelligence Committee, and I've advised them, the House, on thing. I wrote a white paper for them years ago on what I thought needed to be done. But what was interesting were the remaining 10 people who had who didn't have Havana syndrome, but had a series of other problems. And several of them had said that part of their problem was initiated because they'd come in contact with what they had claimed to be a UFO. By the way, I just noticed that you're the UFO and all behind you. So that got me introduced to what people like Jacques Vallée, who you've had on the show, great guy. He became my mentor, who essentially took me out of the wilderness. I could have gone down 20 different rabbit holes, and he lives in San Francisco, and we meet regularly, and we still meet regularly. And he basically gave me a formulation of how to think about this. That I never would have been able to get from 20 different, or 100 YouTubes or what have you, and introduced me to the right people. That eventually led me to meet Lou Elizondo. And I actually, 2 weeks before that article came out in the New York Times, met Lou in Crystal City overlooking the Pentagon, and he showed me the videos that were about to come out. And that was my first time that I met him. And then through all of them, I met Dave Grush and Carl Nell, and Dave and I are in regular contact, and I just want to say up front, I hope that the Trump administration understands the value of what David can bring to them and put him in a position of authority that gives him not the ability necessarily to make decisions, but to give the necessary information to the right people, because I think there's great commercial value here that is being missed, not just the Are We Alone, etc. I think there's extraordinary commercial value. I mean, imagine a civilization that's a million years ahead of us. How many technology revolutions allow these objects to move as we clearly see something motivating itself and maneuvering around the atmosphere. But so if we could scrape just the tiniest bit of understanding off the top of that, what would that do to change our own civilization? I mean, silicon, a grain of sand, makes us who we are today. Everything that's around me right here is all run off of silicon, right? I mean, compute. But imagine that there's other inventions, other ways of manipulating reality that we don't appreciate yet because our physics just isn't there yet. If we can understand that. So the government might say, well, we need to keep this behind closed doors for weaponization, or we don't want to disrupt energy production or what have you. That's fine. But maybe there's too much secrecy, and then maybe that there's an aspect of that could be taken advantage of. So Carl Nell and I gotten in positive arguments about this, about that. Well, it's not black and white that we keep something secret or we put it into the public domain. Maybe there's a middle domain where you have a public-private partnership opportunity, and actually that's now, Carl has now adopted this, at least in part, that maybe companies come to the fore, or investment firm places come to the fore, where they will put money in as options to fund, let's say, public scientists to come in behind the scenes with the right levels of clearances to study stuff that would propel society forward again.
But this is assuming two things. One, that we have actually recovered these things.
Right.
And then another one is that it's from a society from somewhere else that's far more advanced than we are today.
Right.
which might not be correct. It might not be that it's from somewhere else. It might be that it's from somewhere here, or a dimension that we don't have access to.
Right.
Yeah. This is assuming that all this stuff is real.
Right.
But when you're talking about the government and back engineering of things, like, so the big argument, this is the narrative. The big argument has been that they have recovered these things, and that these things are now in the hands of defense contractors, and that there's been a misappropriation of funds, lying to Congress, and it's always going to stay secret, because if it didn't, everybody would go to jail and everyone would get sued.
Yeah.
Right? Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, but I would say amnesty would be one way to.
This is, were you in the Age of Disclosure documentary?
Briefly, yes.
Yeah, okay. Which I thought was very good.
Very good.
And I can't wait for that to come out. I've been talking to people, how going to see it? I don't know. It's not out yet. Yeah. And I don't know why. Whoever it is, go Netflix. Yo, Ted, go buy that. It's really good.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really good.
It's a great show. I mean,
yeah.
And it has a number of officials. And I think I sent you guys some of the videos basically coming forward. I mean, Marco Rubio, our current Secretary of State. I mean, you saw
he's in it.
He's in it for 10 minutes, saying some remarkable things. Senator Rounds, you name it. More recently, Tulsi Gabbard, coming out and saying, there's something going on.
I think one of the most fascinating things is how put-offs descriptions of what happened during the Bush administration. Herbert Walker Bush.
Right.
So I believe it was 1990, they came to Hal Puthoff and a bunch of other experts and said, we would like you to, we want a numerical value placed on all the positives and the negatives of disclosure, because we have acquired these crafts from somewhere else. We believe they're not of this world, and we have not made them, and we're talking about letting the general public know.
Right.
And, well, they overwhelmingly said that the positives were dwarfed by the negatives.
Right.
The negatives being banking, religion, government, societal structure. Everything would fall apart if we knew we weren't alone. Not only are we not alone, but something is infinitely more sophisticated than us. And might be responsible for us being here in the first place.
Right.
That's where it gets super squirrely.
Right. Where you could imagine
You could not, and there's a lot of...
I mean, I think it's a little bit overwrought as to what humanity's reaction will be. People are more worried today about putting food on the table than they would be about, ethereal or supposed aliens. I mean, they would mostly think, on the assumption that they're not going to basically show up at your local Walmart and start, interacting with you. I think the fact of revealing that we're not alone is actually more of a hopeful thing to me. Because, how many TV shows right now are about the apocalypse?
Right.
Of 1,000 different varieties.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be nice to know that somebody got beyond it?
Yes.
That there's not a cliff that we all have to walk over?
Right.
And if so, how do we not walk over the edge of the cliff? I mean, that to me is a hopeful outcome. Now, Hal and Eric and all the people are all good friends. Hal is probably, for all of the things that he says positively, is probably the tightest clam I've ever met in terms of making sure that he doesn't go over the line.
Yeah, he knows too much.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He has to be very careful who he's talking to and what he says. I like to mind melt him, the Spock thing, find all the information.
But it's people like him and Jock and Kit Green and a number of others, and I sat around a table with them for several years, like twice a year, and I looked around the table and thought, the things that these people know, or claim to know, I want to know. And the opportunity that's here, and why can't we get this information out if it's real? And so rather than arguing with people about the matter, that's, for instance, why I created the Soul Foundation, which is a charitable group of academics. I started it with David Grush and Peter Skafish, David, of course, had to leave because he had governmental responsibilities he wanted to go take care of. And actually, we've now had for 3 years in a row a symposium, first at Stanford, then at San Francisco, and the next one is now in Italy. So I'm going to plug it, sol2025.org. You can go look if you want to go to
Sol, SOL,
SOL, as in the sun,
2025.org.
And the purpose of that was not to advocate that any of this is real, but was to create an environment within which academics or professionals or just lay people interested in the subject matter could come and talk about it in a very professional manner, right? Just to bounce around ideas, not to advocate for, they're here, or they're reptilians, or they're this or they're that, but to, like some of the things you raised. What are the ethical issues? What are the religious issues? So we have put out a number of white papers. For instance, where we had a member of the Catholic hierarchy write a paper on the issues related to Catholicism and religion. We've had Timothy Gallaudet, who's actually on our advisory committee, talk about USOs and those issues. We've talked about near space issues. Peter is running a study on experiencers. Not that the experiences are necessarily real, but what are the kinds of psychosocial matters that need to be considered for people who say that this has happened to them. So there's a group in the UK called Unhidden, which is basically a bunch of psychiatrists, a group of professional psychiatrists who say, okay, well, there's a trauma associated with this. Whether it's real or not, we don't know, but what are the kinds of rules that we should, or provisions that we should provide to the public and to psychiatrists? So when somebody shows up at your doorstep, in therapy and says this, you shouldn't immediately reach for the anti-hysteria or schizophrenia drugs.
Right.
Now, I was lucky enough in my neighborhood, our next door neighbor, who moved in for a while, was the chair of psychiatry at Stanford. And so we go over to have dinner with her and her husband. And, like one of the first things that she says, hey, what do you do? Blah, blah, blah. I happened to mention the UFO thing, and she just said,
oh, you might be a kook.
Okay. But it took, a year or so until she finally realized that I wasn't. And then I was approaching this in a very scientific manner. I had my beliefs as to what I think it is that I'm dealing with, and that there's some sort of reality to this. But that's separate than the scientist in me that says, well, if I want to talk about this scientifically, here are the things that I need to prove or disprove. So that has led, for instance, to my production or study of materials that Jacques Vallée had brought to me, some metals and other things that had chains of evidence associated with them being at some UFP or UFO landing. And so, interestingly, some of these metals were very unusual. Super high purity silicon, strange magnesium ratios, the isotope ratios were wrong, etc. Now, that's not proof of anything, but it's proof that somebody engineered them. So it's that plus the medical, those are the kinds of reality-based tests that I can do to provide to my colleagues to say, here is data and evidence. Evidence isn't proof of evidence of anything. Evidence, like in a court of law, is just evidence that you provide to the jury of your peers. Right? So, but I sort of have gone a step further. And that is, I'm like, okay, well, if these things are, let's say we get some advanced material, how do I prove that this advanced material was made by some superior intellect? Well, probably the atomic positioning of how the material is made is going to be more advanced than even our most advanced computer chip. So how do you determine that? Well, you need some sort of atomic imager that might tell you where the positions of the atoms are and what the bond structures are. That you say, well, that's something I can measure, and I can give the results to somebody else, and they can say, yes, it's right or it's not. But at least I can say, no human, at least that I know of, could make this. So I started a company that I've raised money for with this new idea that I have for how to make an atomic imager. And we're doing it. And so, we've raised the money, we're building it already, and I know it will work. So when I have it, whether or not it's useful for looking at UAP materials is almost immaterial, because I know how useful it will be for the nanomaterials, the metamaterials, the alloys that the government, et cetera, uses for biology, et cetera. So rather than predicting what a protein structure or a DNA or a chromosome arm looks like, I'll be able to read its structure directly.
I want to bring you back to you said it was 10 people that didn't have Havana syndrome, that they had some sort of an injury that was associated with a UAP event. What was their thing? Did they have an implant, or was there
No, some of them had they had what you would call white matter disease in their brain, like they had been exposed to something. So white matter disease, if you have, for instance, multiple sclerosis, and you look in the brain with MRI, you'll see these white areas, which are basically dead tissue, scar tissue. They had things like that. One person, one of the pictures that I had was that they had claimed to have seen something in their backyard. They shone a flashlight at it, and the moment they did, they got zapped. And then you see the picture of the guy in the back of his neck, this huge welt and a bruising, a scarring that could. There's no reasonable way you could have gotten something like that just by exposing yourself to a flame, as a for instance, or a blowtorch. And so it's these kinds of events that, and the unfortunate issue with these is that they're not repeatable. They're one-off anecdotes.
Right.
And you certainly can't put a person in a place where will become bait for these kinds of events to occur. And so you're
some people would volunteer for that, though.
Somebody might, yeah.
Still get zapped. Do you know about the Travis Walton story, right?
Very much, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think of that?
He's kept to his story over all of the years.
That's what's so confusing.
Yeah, I mean, he's had no reason. I don't know that he's profited off of it. I find it fascinating, but it's the irreproducibility of the events that the skeptics, I call them more pseudo-skeptics, pseudists, like nudists, or pseudists, that use these one-offnesses of these events to disparage the entire idea of it. It sounds ridiculous. Of course it sounds ridiculous, because you're talking about something that is outside of
spaceship that zaps people. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And I don't think that even he would propose, Travis, that he was purposefully hurt.
Right.
I mean, if you walk across an airfield and get in the plume of a jet engine, you're going to get hurt.
Right.
Yeah,
and his story is that he was taken aboard to heal him.
Yeah.
That there was something happened to him during that event. And the crazy part is that all the other people that are in the truck, they witnessed it, and then they passed polygraph examination.
Right.
They also told the same story independently when they took them and separated them. And then Travis Walton shows up 5 days later with the same clothes on.
Right.
With this crazy story.
Right. So when people say that, there's no evidence or where's the evidence, my first question to them is, well, what have you read any books about any of this? Have you spent even a moment looking into it? And, I would point them at books like by Robert Powell and Michael Sword's UFOs and Government, which is not a proposal that any of this is real. It's just the story of these events over decades. And so there's books like that, dozens of them, that tell the story of data and evidence. How you contextualize it is, up to your personal biases, let's say. But there's plenty of evidence. But if people haven't looked into it, if they have an opinion about it, and they haven't looked into it, they're more like priests than they are scientists.
Yeah, that's also the public. The general public narrative is UFO equals kook.
Right.
You're a kook. You believe in that? That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous.
And I don't believe in anything. I believe in the data and the evidence, and the evidence. There's not enough evidence for me to tell a colleague of mine it's real.
Right.
But there's enough evidence for me to say there's a question worth answering.
So when you were talking about magnesium, and these whatever these alloys are, what is specifically wrong with them that you don't think that it was manufactured by like a standard sort of a alloy plant in the United States or somewhere else?
Right. So the silicon that I'm talking about is from an event in Ubatuba, Brazil. Which interestingly, there's another piece of it that appears to have been magnesium, but both of them are of a purity that is unusual for the day in the late 1950s. So the magnesium, and I did an atomic mapping of the mine piece of silicon down to a level of where it's like 99.999% silicon. And so one piece of it had magnesium ratios that were Earth normal. And these were impurities, let's say. The other piece were way off Earth normal. So, for instance, anywhere on Earth, if you look at the ratios of what the three magnesium isotopes are, 24, 25, 26, it should be like 80%, 11%, 9%, more or less. And anywhere in our solar system, that's more or less what the values should be of the ratios. And that has to do with stellar evolution and how, radioactive compounds might decompose to whatever. But we got this ratio that was just way, way off. So by luck, I came across a postdoc at Stanford. And he and a graduate student, they're both in applied physics, who are interested in UAP. And I said, I've got these ratios. What do you think it means? And so they looked at the ratios and the weird one, and they said, well, let's do some calculations. And so it turns out that the ratios that we have could have been generated from normal magnesium ratios. If you exposed normal magnesium ratios to a neutron source for 900 years at the level of an atomic bomb every few seconds. Okay, so it's like I'm looking, and this data is literally 2 weeks old, but the calculations are math. So you're like, okay, well, where and how, the chance of getting that number correct on three things is low, to put it mildly. But to say that you had exposed these things to that kind of a neutron source means something interesting, right? So again, it doesn't prove anything other than that the result is mathematically and materially true. So what does it mean? Again, it just for a scientist like me who loves data off the curve, it's catnip. I can't help myself but want to know and understand more about it.
Yeah. I mean, just what you said. Is what you said about the magnesium ratios. Like has there ever been any debunkers that have some sort of an explanation for why you would find that?
No. I mean,
they think that your measurements are off?
Well, I mean, the only way, you could create that ratio artificially by purifying each of those isotopes and then pre-mixing them to that ratio. But why you would blow it up over a beach in Ubatuba, Mexico in the late 1950s and then let it sit in a museum in Argentina for 50 years until Jacques Vallée ended up going and grabbing a piece of it and bringing it to me to measure on an instrument in the engineering department at Stanford? Why?
Could you do it physically back then? Would that be possible?
It would have been very hard. It would have been very, very hard. You could, but in the late 1950s, we were still busy trying to isolate and separate uranium isotopes for making the bombs. I mean, let's be serious. What do humans separate isotopes for? To make bombs or to do health-related tagging, which is really only something that came to the fore in the 60s and 70s.
And this predates that, right?
It predates it. So it's unusual. It's
possible. But I mean, again, with any of these things, why, for instance, would one of the supposed pieces that came from that event be magnesium at a level of purity that only Dow Chemical at the time had the ability to create?
Now, what else was at this site, and what is the story behind the site?
A fisherman sees this glowing object that kind of released something which then exploded, and he picked up pieces of it. And there's some chains of evidence of how it got to either a newspaper in Brazil or to this South American museum, etc. And different studies have been done by different people over time. And the surprise to me was that the piece that I had was silicon, whereas the lore was that it was magnesium. So I've been in contact with the people who talk about it as being magnesium, saying, well, it's, your results don't dispute mine. It just says that maybe there was something different. Is that him? Yeah.
Travis Walton?
That's Travis?
Yeah,
okay.
That's Travis Walton.
Yeah, that's cool. So I don't know what it means. I mean, I published probably one of the first peer-reviewed papers on a UAP material from an event in Council Bluffs, Iowa. And the event was an object is seen rotating, lights flashing, etc. Something appears to drop from the object. The police saw it. Several other groups saw it in the 1970s. They all converged on the locale. And this was like in February or something. It was winter. And there was this big pile of molten metal in the middle of this field. Probably 30, 40 pounds of it. And people tried to explain it away as well. The helicopter had a giant vat of molten metal. And then you calculate how far and how big a container you would have to carry molten metal of this type. And so I analyzed it, and with a device that we invented in my lab, actually called multiplex ion beam imaging, which is a kind of what's called secondary ion mass spec. Which what you do is you shoot a beam of ions at an object like a sandblaster. It ionizes the material on the target, and then you shoot off and measure the mass of the objects that you just sandblasted off. And so what we found was nothing unusual in terms of isotope ratios, except we found a mixture of metals that, depending on where you looked in the sample, was different. So it would be like iron, titanium, and chromium of a certain ratio here, but a different ratio of those things over there and over here. So what that meant was that whatever this stuff was didn't come completely pre-mixed. It wasn't like a milkshake.
Right.
It was a slurry of partially mixed materials that somebody decided to drop off. So again, this is just data. But my purpose of publishing it was first, this was published in the Progress in Aerospace Sciences, peer reviewed. The purpose was to show you're not going to get thrown out of the academy for publishing this stuff. As long as you don't make crazy conclusions and you just say, here's the data, to show people that you can publish this stuff as long as you're scientifically careful in how far you go. You leave yourself plenty of diplomatic exits in the verbiage that you use. And it was part of what then got me to start the Soul Foundation, along with Dave and others, to say, look, it's okay to do this as long as you're careful. And that's why people, Avi Loeb came after me because he had kind of the same pushback from his community, where all he was doing was saying, the question's on the table. I'm not saying it's true. It's just you can't push this off the table. So you have the same kind of righteous indignation that I have that propels me to say, well, I'm going to show you why you can't take this off the table.
So when they found this puddle of molten metal, and it's a bunch of different mixtures, so it seems like there's a bunch of different stuff that was there and it wasn't perfectly mixed. Is there some sort of, have you theorized some sort of a reason why any person or any creature, any being would do that? Is there something that you would extract from that kind of metal, like heating it up to a certain degree and having a mixture of all these things, and this is just a byproduct
Yeah, I
that
think
they're
it's
dropping off?
I think it's a byproduct of some process that might
Extract.
It might be part of a propellant system. It might
Right.
be part of the way that they generate the fields that allow these things to move. Again, these are all mites, speculation. But it's like when you see something and do something that you don't understand what it is, you have to be fully open. I mean, for all I know, they're flushing the toilet. Right? Yeah. Ew. But
You got metal poop.
so, but you know, I have the original Polaroid from the police department of it, so it, you know, it was real. And people have said, "Oh, it was thermite." Well, if it was thermite, there'd be aluminum oxide. You know,
Thermite meaning that's how it was melted.
that's how it was melted down, and it was just some kids playing around, etc. And it was a big joke.
Wacky kids with their thermite.
They're thermite, you know, but it turns out there's no aluminum hydroxide or oxide, I should say, in the sample. I mean, I have the analysis; it's just not there.
So it had to have been extreme heat.
It had to have been extreme heat of some kind that would produce it, and you know, whatever it was hovering for a moment, so it wasn't an airplane, and there was no helicopters, at least no helicopters with flashing lights, and you know, there's been huge chunks of it. It still exists.
And the amount of this stuff, the kind of cauldron that would have to exist in order to melt this would be immense.
It was immense. Yeah. So people back in the 70s already sort of made estimates of what was required. And people said, "Oh, it's a meteorite." Well, no, we basically showed mathematically how, you know, first of all, meteorites make holes when they hit the ground. They don't melt when they hit the ground. And they make explosions.
Are there similar instances of something along this line?
Several. That's what's so interesting, is that worldwide there are multiple reports of molten metals that get dropped off of these objects. And I have actually two other ones of a molten metal that was dropped off of one case in Australia and another area I'm not allowed to say, but it was one actually happened supposedly. I've got to find the guy again in Fresno. Maybe he's listening. That he said stuff dropped, and he has, you know, molten metal that landed in a puddle in the asphalt of his driveway, and he saw this object. So, and it's
just holding on to it.
He's holding on to it. He reached out to me, and you know, it was still at a time when I was just kind of getting into this area, but there's many examples of this kind of thing. So, but interestingly, several of these other ones are just aluminum. The one that I had is iron or whatever. So what does that tell me? Does that tell me there's different kinds of ways of accomplishing a goal? Whatever it is, they're either throwing something overboard, or you know, because they don't need it anymore, or because maybe it's getting in the way of something and it's time to get rid of it.
Have you brought in anyone who's like a real expert in material sciences that would like theorize, like given an immense increase in technology and what potentially do you think this could be?
The purpose of being on shows like this is to have experts maybe give me an idea, because the people I've been to at Stanford, you know, the other professors, they're like, okay, yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah, it could actually be detrimental to your career. And that's what's really weird about something when you're just talking about data, specifically in this case, an actual physical thing that anyone can measure.
Right. And I've got pieces, I've got plenty of it, you know, and the original piece is like this big that the owner of it had brought to my lab just last summer.
It's like big as an iMac.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's huge.
Crazy.
And so what is it? I would love for somebody to tell me that it's conventional and has a purely prosaic answer, because then I can go on to the next thing. The whole reason for getting that Beatakama mummy off the table was not because I wanted to annoy anybody. It was because it was spectacular. It's obviously something people will pay attention to. So if it's real, let's do it. And if not, let's get it off the table, because it's usually the stuff that's hidden under the rubble that's the most interesting.
My question about that mummy is not that it's an alien, but if it does register as human in the DNA, is it potentially a different kind of human than us?
Well, certainly she had we brought in an expert in South American indigenous people genetics, and the analysis showed that the standard genetic mutations that are found in different racial groups around the world matched exactly the Atacama region of Chile. So her parents, her relatives were clearly Chilean. So yeah, I mean that's really all you can say. If someone wants to say that she's an alien, well, that's fine. I'm convinced of what she is and that she deserves a proper burial.
And so it's just a genetic anomaly.
Just a genetic anomaly.
I do know that you paid attention to the tridactyl mummies.
Yeah.
What is your take on that?
So I think people have conflated a lot of the different mummies that are out there. First of all, there's like 60 of them or something, and probably a fair number of them. I wouldn't necessarily call them hoaxes. I would say that they are constructed, but they're old constructs. So maybe there's some sort of homage paid to the ancestors or something like that, whatever they are. So there are some ones that you clearly look at, you go, oh, come on, right, that never lived. Then there's the fetal position. Then there's the fetal position ones, the big ones. And I was at the beginning, I'm always open to being wrong. I was at the beginning thinking, oh, well, because of the small ones, those are probably not real. But then the MRIs started coming out, the full body MRIs and the ligature and the bone construction. And the thing, and then perhaps most, I think, extraordinarily, the fingerprints on them being clearly not human. So it's interesting, but here's the problem: is that because there's so much circus around them, unfortunately created by people who want a circus because it sells their TV shows, no scientist of any merit would go near it. So I was approached many times to study them. And I said, I'll do it on one condition. Here's the money I need, not personally, but here's the money I need to do the kinds of analysis to accomplish this right. Second, there will be no TV cameras. And you won't hear from me again until I'm ready to talk. Because I'll have double-checked and triple-checked and quadruple-checked the results, and then I'll have gone out, as I do with the Atacama mummy, bringing in further contiguous circles of experts to double-check them and not make it a circus. Because I won't name the TV show that wanted to do it, but they wanted to follow me around with a camera. I'm like, no, this isn't how science is done. I can't do it with those strictures. So I would say that if anybody's going to do it again, lock the things away with South American scientists. You don't need a North American scientist to come in and do it. There's plenty of smart people in South America who can do this properly. And respect the rights of the indigenous peoples who own the sacred grounds within which these things were found. I think that's important. And then do the analysis right. They made, I think, the mistake of saying, well, we've done the DNA and there's a lot of DNA that doesn't match. Anything, and stuff is several hundred years old. Anything that old, you won't get a lot of good DNA out of it. But they did the same thing with the Denisovan and the Neanderthal. You have to correct the chemical errors that occur over time. There are ways to what's called bioinformatically correct. You need to do what's called over-reading of the genome, where you do so many reads of it that you stack them all up line by line. Like if you had 1,000 versions of an ancient Bible, you would stack up the lines one by one, and finally you find one line that has this letter, that's correct, and then this one correct, and then you basically do a summation of an averaging of the correctness. And so they say, oh, well, there's 90% of the genome is non-human. It's probably garbage. It's probably these mistakes. It's probably bacterial contamination that we're doing. There's ways to deal with that, but that requires money and not one-off DNA sequences put on the interwebs for some amateur genomicist to make a claim about. So there's ways to do it. I mean, you would want, at the end of the day, to get the results to the level where you could go to the guys who did the Dennis Sullivan and the Neanderthal DNA, the Max Planck, I don't know, who won the Nobel Prize for it, and say, hey, what do you think? But you don't dare take it to people like that until you've done your homework.
I see. Yeah.
And you do it behind the scenes. You don't put them under a flashlight.
Right.
You know, and people, I think, have gotten used to this quick mentality of impatience where I want the result today. Why can't you just make it all transparent? Dump all the data on the web tomorrow. You're not transparent. You're hiding something. No, I'm not. I am just trying to make sure that you don't make the mistake and accuse me of making the mistake that you'll find in the data, because the raw data is never clean.
In the Daily Mail headline, it's never accurate.
So, long story short, I think there's still something worth looking at.
Well, the scans are fascinating, right?
Yeah, the scans are the most interesting to me.
Have you seen the Jesse Michaels his video?
Yeah, Jesse's a good fan.
He's great. I love that guy. And the episode that he did is fantastic. And when you see the scans and they go over the bone structure of the thing, and you look at it, you're like, God, that looks real. If that's a hoax from 1,700 years ago, or
Exactly.
yeah, whoever, if the carbon isotope dating that they did on it is accurate,
I've looked at that data. It looks good.
okay, so then it is that old. Fuck you then.
Yeah.
Because there's no way someone back then could fake that.
And somebody asked me the other day, they said, well, could you have a single mutation? I said, no. I mean, because you don't get one mutation that does all that.
Right.
You know, evolution works step by step, that this does this, but it has a mistake, but it's corrected by this mutation over here in evolution, which is corrected by this. And so the genome fluctuates over time, compensating for the errors that would otherwise have killed you.
Also, one of them is pregnant.
That's fast. Yeah, I know.
Okay, so it's a 3-foot pregnant thing that doesn't look remotely human being.
Yeah. So the jury is still out,
Right.
but if they're going to do it right, they need to sequester the stuff away, bring in the right people with sufficient resources, and get rid of the canvas.
Have you talked to them? Have you encouraged this? Is it possible to nudge this in the right direction? And where's it at right now?
I wrote out on Twitter a full thing of what they needed to do. I mean, the easiest first milestone to do, to be honest, that could be done within a couple of months, is if it is somewhere in the hominid or, let's say, vertebrate line, there are metabolism genes that we all share. In fact, there are metabolism genes that we share with bacteria that are very similar. So you probably know the technique called polymerase chain reaction, PCR.
Yeah.
So, why try to do the whole genome? Why not just target a bunch of genes that we know evolve slowly, but do evolve, and PCR those out? Because that's easier to do than is trying to assemble a whole genome. And then by having just those, let's call it preliminary sets of evidence, you could then say, this actually reproducibly, if I take a sample from the finger, I take a sample from the bone marrow, I take a sample from here or there on the body, and I take a sample from the 3 different main things, and I see the same mutations, and they're different or somehow aligned with hominid evolution, right? We compare it to all the known hominids. I mean, that would be the kind of data that you could actually publish in a journal like Nature, if you did it right. Because that's the only way to really get anybody to pay attention.
There's also the bizarre anecdotal nature of some of the artwork. Like the fact that these people did a lot of these tapestries and a lot of ancient artwork that's 1,000 years old that depicts these 3-fingered things. So it's like, what are they describing? Are they describing these actual creatures? That was there only a few of them, and it was a weird genetic mutation, or is this a common visitor that they're describing?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I mean, why would you put them in a cave in Peru. I don't know.
And if you didn't put them in a cave in Peru, what would be left? That's the problem. The problem is it's really hard to make a fossil. It's really hard to find bones. You know, think about all the people that died,
Right.
and where you know, we don't find that many bones, relatively speaking, in comparison to the fucking billions of people that died.
Right.
It's not like we're tripping over human bones every day.
Right. Except in mass graves.
Yeah. Right. That's really And even in mass graves, given enough time, there was material like mass graves from 1,000, 1,700 years ago, whatever these things are.
So, you know, I find them interesting, and I hope that behind the scenes there are people who are taking a more methodical approach to this, who I think should remain stealthed until they have the data to the point where it is publishable. You know, publishing a white paper or putting something out on the internet is not the same as putting out data that has all of the instruments that you use, the methods that you use, etc. The reason you want papers, frankly, when you publish them, to be almost boring and so thick with detail that no pseudo-skeptic would dare approach it, because they're just not smart enough. But if you put out these snippets that don't have sufficient background, they can be picked apart by anybody. Right? But that's why peer review is so important. And people mistake peer review as trying to get the reviewers to agree with your conclusions. No, the main purpose of peer review is actually to make sure that the methods that you used are sufficiently detailed and are correct enough, to the extent you came to any conclusions, they match the methods that you use.
And when you think about these potential, whatever they are, whatever these creatures are, if we did find out that it's some sort of a hominid, how much credence do you give to the theory that there's like the possibility that these UFOs, UAPs, whatever it is a break-off civilization from a very, very long time ago that's very different from us, the same way we're very different from chimpanzees, which we coexist with?
Right. I have no problem conjecturing that. Did you ever see the Netflix show Chimp Empire?
Yes.
Amazing, right? Amazing. 20 million years of separation, and it looked like fucking faculty meeting. You know, people like looking at each other, planning and plotting, board meeting, you know. And so we shared all of those interactions from 20 million years ago. So how much further back would you have to go to have something like what that is? I mean, it's clearly not recent.
And also, if you think about what we are in comparison to chimps, we're so fragile, we're frail, we're easily injured. Well, if you think of something that's far more technologically advanced than us, it would be even more frail. It would be even more petite. It would have almost no muscle at all. It would look, weirdly enough, like the Greys from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That's what it would look like if it was a hominid that's whatever we are, and it went way past that.
Right. Yeah, no, technology gives evolution the excuse to no longer make or allow for you to be robust.
Yeah, and also, why do you need opposable thumbs? Right? These things don't even have opposable thumbs.
That was what's weird about it.
Right.
It's like, how do you interact with your environment? They look more like sloths than they do.
Right.
I mean, at least their hands do.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I find it.
Well, if everything's done with AI and automation, and your interface is purely neurological, like so you have some sort of a human or a creature's neural interface with technology, and you just use fingers to like lay them on electronics so that you can sync up with it.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Why are you picking things up, bro? You don't have to pick things up anymore. Those go away just like, you know.
Can you imagine the scenario of, I mean, these things we know are, the body is real. What they are, we don't know. So can you imagine the scenario of what happened as they were being buried? You know, what would they, could you like make a film of the ceremonial burial of these things? You know, what led to their death? What led to their placement there? Or if they were constructed, which I have a hard time with given the MRIs that we've all seen, etc. What led to it? And so that to me is as almost interesting as to whether or not they're real or not.
Right, like the ones that are clearly constructed, that's where it gets fascinating. Because like, what are we trying to reproduce?
Yes.
And why are they so similar to the ones that look real?
Yeah. Is it an homage, right, to the ancestors or to the stories of the ancestors, etc.?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at Peru. Like Peru is like, you've got the Nazca lines, which are really weird.
Right.
You can only see them from the sky, and they're everywhere, and they're huge. And these depictions of very strange things.
I just ask my scientific colleagues to not suspend disbelief, but to open your minds as to the possibility of what these things might mean, and just try to explain them without dismissing them. Because it's so easy, and politics we see it every day. All you need to do is just give any answer, even if it's obviously flagrantly wrong, as a way to deflect. And so, you can either use that approach. You shouldn't use that approach ever as a scientist, deflect, which unfortunately is what someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson often does. And as opposed to try to explain in a way that teaches your audience the right way to think.
Yeah, well said. One of the things that Jacques Vallée highlighted is there's an alloy, another piece of metal, that they found that had layers like these at an atomic level.
Yep.
That if you wanted to make this alloy today, it would be almost impossible. It would cost billions of dollars.
So I worked with him on one of those pieces. I got the atomic imaging of some of that, and it's I'm blanking on the event, but it was the Sirocco event.
And where was that?
In I think New Mexico. I'm going to get in trouble for not knowing exactly, but and we actually did a atomic layering using this device called atomic probe tomography, where you literally pick it apart atom by atom and get its 3D position. It's a 40-year-old technology, so it's nothing magic. And it would just be very difficult to make it, and certainly it would be not something that you would have dropped in the middle of the desert. In the middle of the desert, in the 1970s or whatever it was. I wouldn't say it's impossible to make, but why you would do it is another question. It's clearly evidence of technology and manufacturing, and that's what interests me. Is first of all, why would you do it? Why would you create something, for instance, with the silicon and the magnesium or the altered ratios? Not where did it come from? So what is it evidence of? It's clearly evidence of technology.
Was this technology available at the time the supposed crash happened?
Which one? No, not at the level of precision that was done. And a chunk of, and no, it just wasn't.
It just wasn't. So if that's true, and if the chain of evidence is correct, and it really did come from that area, from that crash, that's not a human creation.
Well, it wasn't a crash. It was an object that a policeman had seen with short beings outside of it. And when it took off and left, he went over and found this piece that I personally have there. So, but it's hard to say what's possible and what's not possible. So, there's plenty of military programs that make stuff that are way outside of mainstream capabilities right now. I mean, just look at the stealth bomber, for instance, and the stealth bomber is just remarkable.
Is it possible they were doing that in 1970?
Maybe. So that's why I always leave open the possibility that, which is why, I'm going to go back to this atomic imager thing that I'm making. It's like there's a level of evidence that I think can be produced with atomic imaging that goes beyond what it is we know anybody can make, right? So, and so that's my reason for wanting to do it. because, look, I can make money on it with looking at alloys and nanomaterials, etc. And that's going to be what the purpose of making the instrument will. That's how it will be a company. But it will have value elsewhere. So the reason that I got interested in it was frankly for looking at chromosomes, but then I realized, maybe it has interest. Maybe it would be useful for these other things as well, which has kind of propelled my interest in it.
Well, Jacques Vallée is such a valuable researcher because he's so logical about the way he handles things. He doesn't jump to any conclusions. And his descriptions of these materials and the origin of these materials is really compelling. Because it's just like, if that's not really possible to make in 1970, then someone help me out.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah.
And is it possible to make today? And how much would it cost?
Right.
And where would you do it?
Well, that's why the magnesium ratio thing was, when I first estimated it was like, this is millions and millions of dollars, and why would you leave it on a beach in the middle of Ubatuba, Brazil?
Right.
It seems unlikely. Nothing's impossible, no, but unlikely.
Well,
and it's usually the chain of evidence. There's lots of materials that you might find that are unusual. And believe me, I get rocks sent to me on my lab. And I hear people say, this is unusual. No, it's a rock. So, but, I have not yet been given anything which I could definitively say, hey, this is not something a human might have been able to make. Might be difficult, but not impossible yet. And so that's because the level of resolution required to claim something is impossible is something we actually don't even have yet. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does make sense.
So that's so my whole career has been inventing instruments that were, I felt, inevitable, but not yet possible. But I could see a path to making them, and so I said to most people, get out of my way, I'm going to do this, because I know once I've got it, it will become valuable to everybody, that's what made my career in immunology, making a succession of instruments like that, and then making them available to the community. So I think the next level is atomic, because we now know, you can pick up and look at any of the major physics journals today, everything is all about these weird exotic particles that exist in metamaterials down at the atomic level with vague and strange capabilities that will change their utility either as superconductors, room temperature, or different kinds of electronic components that might be better quantum computer circuits and qubits. It's all down at that level. But to do so requires a level of engineering that we don't. Never mind reading what it is, putting it together in the first place is what's still required. And so if we don't know how to put it together in the first place, then reading it and knowing that it can exist and then associating it with a function is the value that I'm looking to bring.
Well, this brings me to the idea of crash retrieval and the idea that these crash retrievals started a long time ago and that Roswell was just one of many. There's another one that was near Roswell that apparently was even more significant but didn't get in the newspaper.
Trinity, are you talking about? There was the one that Jacques was involved with studying.
I'm basing this off of Richard Dolan's book.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, the point being that if they did do that, if they really did back engineer something, and then they started these completely top secret scientific research projects where they were developing alloys that had never existed before with techniques that they had never really even considered because they got it all from some spaceship. Well, that's where it's really crazy if you don't disclose this information, because you're basically putting a bottleneck on human evolution, human technological evolution, and our understanding of what's actually possible.
Right. I agree. And, if you're going to excite the next generation of scientists in this country, and you're going to bring economic prosperity to this country, then we should I wouldn't say democratize it and put it all out on the internet. I understand all the reasons why you might not need to, but you need to excite the populace. I mean, my laboratory at Stanford for probably the last 10 years is 90% foreigners. Not because I don't want to take more Americans, but because Americans just don't go into the sciences anymore. They don't study math. You know, they aren't encouraged to approach this. So we're importing a lot of our scientists from overseas. Well, guess what? A good third of them end up going back and bringing all the technology that they invented here back there and creating competitors. Now, maybe that's good on a global scale, you know, but maybe it's not something that we want to encourage on a local scale if we want to maintain our technological superiority. We're basically governed by lawyers. China is governed by engineers. You know, I mean,
you see the results in their drone technology and electric cars and the things that are coming out of China recently.
Their Politburo is almost entirely engineers and scientists.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a little article in the Atlantic recently about that. Yeah. So people were making this. We have lawyers looking for all the reasons why something should or shouldn't be done on the liabilities. They're looking at things as to what's possible.
When you're looking at these UAP things that people bring you, what is there one that stands out as being the most compelling to you? One event?
Well, both the Council Bluffs and the Ubatuba event are interesting to me.
Because of the physical
Because
material?
of the physical material itself. I mean, I'm, at the end of the day, a physicalist. You know, I mean, I don't like all the anecdotes. I mean, 1,000 anecdotes make a good story, good campfire. I mean, I think there's statistical value in people seeing the same thing again and again, and there's a truth to it. But as you know, and I can believe anything I want to around that. Many of the statements that I'm purported to have said are around my beliefs, as opposed to when I put on my scientist hat and I try to convince other scientists. I can only provide this data and this evidence, and I don't have yet these materials. Now, maybe they exist, and maybe, you know, people like David Bush will be able to pry them out of the planning hands of those who want to keep it where it is. But give me one piece of that, and I will do wonders with it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I'm so excited about the European Disclosure Act if it ends up becoming law, because there will be this ability to start to maybe eke some of this out. And again, it's the reason why I think this commercial opportunity is the direction we want to go, where we have a sort of public-private partnership, is that the defense budget in and of itself is a zero-sum game. We're taking money from one program to give to another. You know, whether you're taking it from your taxes, or you're taking it from veterans, you know, insurance, etc., it's a zero-sum game. Whereas if you bring the investment community in, now you're bringing in people who are willing to take a chance and willing to take a risk, and you're not using the public's money anymore. And so, and that excites, me as the reason why I wanted to go back to Stanford is because the entrepreneurial environment there, and now which is actually almost homegrown here in Austin, is really what drives innovation. And so I want to excite that kind of community. And again, the Soul Foundation is a place where we can bring people in, and we've got investors who show up now who are talking to people about their ideas and what would we do with this. And so it almost has now a self-propelling movement where I don't need to be standing on a, wooden box somewhere in the middle of the park saying, look at this. People are just doing it now. There's now a whole, almost a cottage industry of small groups or formalized groups who are doing this independently now. So it's almost like it's inevitable. So Skywatcher, as an example, you probably know the Skywatcher group.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
And Jake
Did
Barber.
they just stop operations? Did something happen?
No, it's strange because people said, "Oh, we stopped." No, actually, it had been determined from the beginning that we were going to go from January until July or August and collect data, and now we're in the what does the data mean phase, where we're literally going through the data, looking at the data files and trying to, as I said before, we're filtering the data, we're looking for the obvious mistakes, etc. And so, no, they've not stopped.
Yeah, there was something on Twitter about something about equipment. I forget.
No, so James Fowler, one of the guys who brought a lot of his equipment and technology to us, decided that he wanted to basically go off and work in a DoD capacity, as opposed to the research capacity, which he's still advising us. I was just on a phone call or a Zoom call with him last week, going over the data files.
So explain this Sky Watcher thing to people, because it sounds insane.
Well, the idea behind it was that there might be ways to send a signal and get things to show up. And James Fowler claimed that he had such a thing. I was at one of the events where something showed up. It was transient, momentary, but indisputable. But it's just like what it looked like. It was just a silver ball moving quickly through several frames of a video, which was not fast enough, frankly, to pick it up. We just saw it move. It went that way, and
You
then
didn't see it with your naked eye.
no, I didn't see it with the naked eye. Which, of course, is a problem.
Do they sometimes see things with the naked eye?
One guy did, yeah.
One guy.
Oh, I mean,
So are these things variable in their appearance?
I wish I don't have my phone here. But we do have a picture of one next to the helicopter, about 200 feet away, and it's just kind of a fuzzy white blob against a blue sky. But it was there, and it's not a cloud, and it's not a balloon. It's not discernible as anything obvious, but it was there, and it happened during one of these events out in the middle of the desert. And so, so the idea is behind Skywatcher is to see if there are ways to get them to show up, and if so, in a reproducible manner, and then have the right kind of simultaneous multi-sensor capabilities to measure it through radar, IR, visual, people on the ground.
What are they sending to get these things to the what signal?
James has a signal that unfortunately he won't. I don't know what it is.
You won't let everybody know what the bat signal is.
Well, I mean, maybe, yeah, exactly. I mean, it sounds kind of silly, but I mean, why would you put that out on the internet? Because you might render it useless. They're like, oh, I gotta show up. Everybody's using it now.
Oh, so you think it's a trick? Like it tricks them into showing up?
I don't know. I really don't.
Do you think they'd be smarter than that?
Well, that tells you something maybe about the level of smarts that might be incorporated into these, let's say, dumber machines. Maybe, yeah. That was exactly my thought. It's like, why would you show up when you know what it is, unless there's a reason you're basically trying to train the monkeys what to do. Maybe you're tricking the monkeys into sending. I don't know.
But isn't there a group of people that just go out and they just using their mind, they meditate, and supposedly they have some success as well?
Yeah, there's CE5 groups that do that, and I've never participated in any of that because I don't know how to measure it. I'm more than willing to believe that there are technologies capable of measuring thoughts at a distance that might be some super advanced. I don't believe you have to call it telepathy and magic. I think that there's, if such a thing happens, that there is a technology that might be able to read at a distance.
Right.
So I have no problem with that.
I don't have a problem with that either. I don't have a problem with the idea that consciousness is kind of vaguely and barely understood, and whatever our relationship to the universe itself and reality itself through consciousness it's not fully defined, and also it might evolve just like all of our other intellectual capabilities.
Right. Well, I mean, think of it this way. You know, you and I are interacting with each other through quantum waves. My meat brain sees you as an object, but yet everything that you are sits in quantum space-time down at the Planck level, and you're not even mass. You're just a series of, in some people's minds, vibrating fields and objects. And so we have sensors that see and hear each other and think about each other, but our consciousness somehow is embedded in space-time. And so who's to say that there's not signals passing to and from that are vaguely able to be picked up by our meat brains that we don't necessarily appreciate? Right? So that just because I can't think at you and you can't hear me doesn't mean that there aren't perhaps brain organizations of some people that are a little bit better at hearing the echo than others.
Well, this is also probably the reason why when you go to the woods and there's no cell phone signals, the world feels different.
Yeah.
Because you're probably experiencing a bunch of signals that your brain vaguely interacts with.
Right.
That are, might not even necessarily be good for you.
Right.
But they're out there and they're a part of the world that you live in. And you don't have a radio.
Right.
So you're not like tuning into them. You don't have a cell phone, so you can't just like make calls with it, but you're experiencing it.
Right. Well, and our civilization is drowning us in constant noise.
Yeah.
And so maybe, that drowns it out, and that's why meditation is why people claim that they can interact with other things. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I saw an interview that you did where you were describing the sighting over off the coast of San Diego in 2004, the Nimitz sighting, where you said that the amount of power, why don't you describe it? So the amount of power that thing had to use to move the way it did.
Right.
So it's on radar.
It's on radar. So these are actually calculations by Kevin Muth, a physicist from the University of Albany, and a published paper. Again, just speculation. But what he basically said was, how much power would it take to instantaneously accelerate from 50 feet over the ocean to 50 miles above the Earth, whatever the number was, and instantaneously decelerate? So it's not just the amount of power to lift something. It's the amount of power to accelerate and decelerate instantaneously. And so you can make simple physical calculations of a 1-ton object, let's say, and it's more than the nuclear output of the United States for a year. And yet these things seem capable of doing that at will. So where are they getting the energy from? I remember asking Hal a question like this years ago. We were stepping into an elevator, and we were talking about his ideas about how these things might move. And I said, so they're cheating somehow, aren't they? And his answer was, from our point of view, they're cheating. From their point of view, they're just using the physics that we don't understand yet. So where's the energy coming from? What are they doing? And so that might be, for instance, a reason why you don't want everybody having access to it.
Yeah.
Because any one of those objects is worse than a thermonuclear bomb. You shoot one of those things at a city, and that's the end of the city. And if anybody could do it,
Well, maybe that's the step of human evolution, or the evolution of our society and civilization, is that AI has to come into power before we have access to all this other stuff.
Right.
That we do need an AI government structure.
Right.
And we do no longer require military intervention and all the shit that is the bane of civilization today. Because if you ask the average person today, do you envision a world where war doesn't exist? Most people are saying no. The vast majority, except for a few delusional hippies. They're going to say no, right? But if you ask them, okay, given this super intelligent AI takes over the world and proves to be benevolent and really just wants to accentuate the life of human beings on Earth and make it better for everybody, then yes.
Right.
Then 100% yes.
Right.
Why would it want war?
Right.
Right? So maybe something like that has to take place before we get to a situation where, okay, this is how you really travel.
Right. Right.
Okay, now that you're not going to war anymore,
but you can already
gravity bubbles.
You can already imagine the negatives where people will say, "Oh, well, it's the apocalyptic nanny state." right? Where AI just basically takes care of you and humans devolve into something, which is why I think a merger of human intellect with this, where it's a synergy as opposed to an either or. I don't want to be nanny stated either.
Right.
I want to use it to explore ideas or explore pleasure. I mean, I'm finding people want to be hedonistic and, participate in virtual parties all day long, for all I care. I don't care. But I think giving people the option to do whatever it is that they want to do, it's the most, it's the most liberal and conservative way of living, because you're allowed to do what you want to do. But we're not, because we're living at the behest of so many other structures.
Last question. What's your take on the Bob Lazar story?
Elements of truth, with a healthy dose of misinformation that perhaps he was provided. I don't think that he's entirely lying. He seems to know enough about things that the average person wouldn't know. But, I've heard from Eric Davis and others saying, he's of this, he's of that. I don't know, because, it's like, that's why there are great people like Richard Dolan, who's a wonderful writer of the history of the area, or people like Robert Powell or Michael Swords, who write just the facts, not coming to too many conclusions. I don't live in that world. It's not my specialty. My specialty is working with data and analyzing things and bringing rigorous science to it, so that I can convince other scientists what is right or what is wrong. Because I won't be happy. I mean, I'm pretty sure of what I know, but I want to validate that to my colleagues, if only to be able to say, I told you so. Right? There's a little bit of human pettiness in there.
A little bit of pettiness is great motivation.
Yeah, but that's, I think, again, enabling people to live in a world like that, where you can talk about these ideas without being ridiculed, is really, I think, the objective of what science should be, and what open-minded, non-theologically dogmatic approaches should be. It's like, accuse a scientist of being a priest, and that's the best way to really accept them. But pointing out that what they're doing is mimicking dogma and priesthood is the only way to shame them into doing the right thing. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. Well, listen, man, I'm glad we finally did this.
Yes,
thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all the research that you're currently involved in, all the stuff that you've done, and it's been amazing talking to you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Bye, everybody.
Why are we still doing it next to the hedges, dude? I don't know. Maybe this Brennan really likes the hedges, and we got to do the hedges. They're like, can we? No, it has to be. That's what we said the hedges, though. Yeah. I like plants. Yeah. We just got to live with the hedges, right? Yeah, that's 100% what's going on, probably. It's just like the lighting's not even that great. It is soft lighting. I'll give him that, whoever's doing this. But the hedges look so fucking disgusting. Yeah. I mean, he has a whole thing with plants. We're borrowing him to think through the bush. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Yeah, this a company called M Theory sent this to me, and this was when Efren Reyes snuck into America under the nickname Cesar Morales.
Yeah.
And won some big tournament at Reds, wherever that is.
Probably in Chicago.
I don't know. Put the headphones on, dog. Let's go. You don't have to, or we could not have headphones. Do they feel weird to you?
That's good. No, good.
You're okay? I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's just good if, like, we show a video or something like that.
Right.
Dude, you came that close to being 2-year in a row U.S. Open champion.
Yeah, 2 days ago. I mean, I feel super tired because my schedule has been hectic lately.
Yeah.
You know, I played the World Championships in Saudi, where I also lost in the finals.
Did you play the Florida Open too?
Florida Open. I
Right.
played the tournament in between that. So basically, I played back-to-back 4 events.
Wow.
It's been over a month already. You know, staying on the road, constantly playing.
Dude, this is the real good argument. You're the best player in the world. And if you're the best player in the world, I think you are. You got my vote. If you're the best player in the world today, you're the best player of all time.
Oh, well. I mean, it's really tough to...
A lot of old guys talk a lot of shit, but I'm just saying.
Always.
I mean, this guy on my shirt, he certainly gets the, like, as far as, like, the greatest of all time, the most achievements of all time, after the Z shot, like, all the crazy stuff that you can pull off with a cue ball.
Did you see the shot that I made recently?
Which one?
The 3-rail kick.
I did see that, yeah.
I mean, it is tougher. It is a tougher kick. It wasn't as you know, the situation wasn't like, it was a Hill
Right.
played against Earl, you know, in the
Right.
finals. So it's obviously it's a much different environment. But the kick that I made was sick.
It was pretty sick. Well, you know what? The Filipinos put kicking on the map, right?
Oh, for sure. They're
Like
the best.
Efren, when he came over here, they changed the whole game. Jose Perico was really good at it too.
Carlos Yadonel,
Yeah.
the best.
Oh, so good. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Good thing I have a filmmaker trailing with me everywhere filming, you know.
That's a crazy shot.
Yeah, I was actually walked up next to Long Clock. Almost made check and see that.
Yeah, that's what's horrible when you make an amazing shot and then lose the match.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
Yeah, look, it's a crazy game. And the game that you guys are playing right now, the reason why I said I think if you're the best player today, you're the best player of all time, because the conditions are very different. For people who don't know, who don't play pool, okay, if you're going to a regular bar and you're playing on like a bar table, those pockets might be 5.5 inches. Right?
Well, also in the US, people are playing on 7-foot tables versus
Right,
we
in
play
a
on
bar,
9.
sure. They're 9-foot tables and the pockets are 4 inches. And so when you get 2 cue balls and try to put them next to each other and try to stick, you can't even get close to sticking them in a 4-inch pocket. It's really tight conditions. And I think there's better players now than I've ever seen in my life. And I've been watching pool for 35 years and playing pool for 35 years. I've never seen better players than play today. And I think you're the best today. So in my book, that makes you the best of all time.
Well, like you said, the conditions are completely different. The game changed even in the last 3 years. I think the game changed drastically.
Yes.
You know, we changed the breaking formats. It used to be 1 ball on the spot with the magic crack, no 3-point rule. So
all the people at home that don't play pool go, what the fuck are they talking about? We're talking about professional pool, ladies and gentlemen.
yeah, you know, we have all kinds of little rules.
Yeah. The 9-ball on the spot made a big difference, right?
Yeah, 9-ball on the spot, break box.
Yeah. When you were showing me today how to break that way, I was like, oh, that's crazy. Like, you have to hit it with draw, and you have to aim towards the back ball. Like, wow.
Yeah, but we can't really say that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Too late.
The others.
The others. Yeah, it's an insanely competitive game now. And shout out to Matchroom, right? Because Matchroom with the Zone, they've done an amazing job with boxing and a bunch of other sports. But what they're doing with pool is crazy. So there's so many events, and it's all over. You can get it on the World 9-Ball Tour. It's WNT.TV, right?
Yeah,
that's the website.
I think they moved from dozen to their subscription type.
Amazing. It's amazing. And then there's also the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, which has tons of stuff on it for free. It's
yeah,
like,
they are elevating the game for sure, and they are the reason why pool is where it's at today, you know, versus where it was 5 years ago, I think.
It's huge. I have friends who send me videos now. Like, people who just randomly find videos on TikTok or on Instagram, you know.
Pool is doing on social media, and, you know, I do my own social media. I have a filmmaker that follows me everywhere. We, you know, try to film as much stuff.
It was very funny what you did in New York City, or in Atlantic City, rather, when you went to that pool and you went under skies.
Yeah, that was Metro's idea. I think it was pretty cheap budget. It could be a lot better, especially when we go to Asia, I think. You know,
you can't speak around any pool.
She put me and make me look like a grandpa or something.
Okay.
You know.
Like you'd have to get in disguise.
Yeah.
Well, their disguises are really good today. Have you ever seen those CIA disguises that they use? So apparently, this is a story. Apparently, and this was told to me by someone who I really trust. Obama was having a meeting with someone in one of the rooms in the White House. And he's in the middle of having this meeting with someone who he's met before and had conversations with before. And then they inform him, Mr. President, we just want to let you know this is not who you think you're talking to, and we just wanted to demonstrate how good the special effects makeup is in masks are. Mm-hmm. This is not that person. And he was like, what? Now, I haven't confirmed this. I don't have Obama's number. Well, I'm like, call him up and go, bro, is that real? Yeah. But I believe it's real. Because I've seen up close, like really, like when Tony Hinchcliffe does Kill Tony, sometimes they have makeup artists that dress people up and make them different people. Like they did a Biden one, and Kyle Dunnigan played Elon Musk, and I didn't even recognize him. I was like, who's this guy? Like, this is weird guy, like acting weird. And they're like, that's Dunnigan playing Elon Musk. I was like, no way. And right in front of him, I thought it was just didn't look like Elon Musk. Looked like a weird guy. Mm-hmm. But it didn't look like him. And it looked like a person. It didn't look like a guy in makeup. It didn't look like a mask. It looked like a real person. It just was weird looking. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, that's what we should do. And I think it's going to be really, really good if we do that in Asia, like Vietnam or Philippines.
You got to work on that voice, though, son. Russia all day with that voice.
I know. I can only do like an undercover, I don't know.
Yeah,
somebody from.
And for people that are at home go, how can you be the number one in the world if you just lost? Aloysius Yap should be the number one in the world. He should be the number one of all time. It's like long races that really what's up. Right?
Well, it's by the rankings. I'm not wrong, by the rankings. And what we have now with Metro, it's 2 years of prize money combined throughout all the tournaments.
But I think the real matches that you play, where you really get to see who's the best, and this is only for like hardcore pool nerds. The real ones, like the one you did with Shane, was like 3 days, race to 40 each day, 120 games total.
Oh yeah.
That way, there's no questions.
No.
After 3 days and 120 games of pool, possibly 239 games of pool.
That's how I almost won the first time we played.
Really?
I lost the first time.
That's right.
I lost 120 to 116. I was down and up and down. And the last day I was up by almost 15 games, I remember, and he came back and beat me.
Yeah. It was super impressive, but it was even more impressive you coming back the next year and steamrolling them. Like you won by quite a few games. How many did you win by?
By 42, I think.
42 games is crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
20 to 78 minutes. That was just play.
And that was for. Did you advertise how much that money was being? We were gambled.
Well, we were advertising that it was for 50, but it was a little bit more.
So you had a bunch of other people chumming in, throwing money in.
Yeah. Well, myself included.
So you don't want to say the actual total?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
Are we allowed to?
I don't know. I mean, unless you're lying to the IRS, which as a new citizen, I would say don't do that.
So yeah, we'll play for 50. We'll play for 50.
Oh no, you're gonna get in trouble. I don't think you were a citizen last time you were here, right?
No, I'm not a citizen now. I have a permanent
green
residence.
card. Oh, okay. What do you have to do to become a citizen?
I think you have to be a permanent resident for 5 years, and then you can apply if you follow certain rules. Like you have to stay in the U.S. for 6 months of the year, out of the calendar year each year.
Well, you better stay away from Home Depot because those dudes are getting crazy.
Yeah,
they're snatching people up left and right.
Yeah. No, I think I do everything right. I pay my taxes. Yeah, I follow all the rules.
Well, you got to play. That's weird that if you're not a citizen, but still you get to play for the Moscone Cup. That's kind of crazy.
Well, Metro changed the rules. As soon as I got the green cards, and I wasn't able to play any official tournaments back then.
Right, because you were Russian.
Yeah.
So, which is really crazy. It was really weird.
Yeah, when you think about it, even the first ban that we got as a Russian athlete happened because of hockey players. The WADA, Nevada Anti-Doping Association, they banned all the Russian athletes. Doesn't matter what sport they're in.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So it had nothing to do with the war.
The first one happened before the war. It was 2018 or 19, I think.
All Russian athletes competing in America.
All Russian athletes competing everywhere. Everywhere. They played World Cup of Pool, I remember, in UK under no flag. But we were still able to compete. Like after the war, we were not allowed to compete anymore.
Wow. Wow. You know what's interesting? It never stopped the UFC. Like, not only do Russian fighters fight in the UFC, but they're celebrated. No one cares.
Because they're not under the Olympic Committee, I think.
Well, they're definitely not. It's a professional sport.
Well, and that's what happens with Metro too. You know, it's a private company.
Right.
It's not a federation or association. They're just a private company, and they basically make their own rules.
I was just glad that they didn't make it political. I'm like, you
Right.
think fucking this guy is out there causing trouble? Like, he's just a fighter. He's just a
Right.
professional MMA fighter. You know, this is what he does. And let's think about that. Let's not think about what these other people are doing that are in the same country as him. It's not him.
Yeah. So,
So the USA didn't care. Like, they let a bunch of, like, for the entire time of the war, Ukrainian guys and Russian guys are fighting on the same card sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that just Metro went out of their own way to make an offer to me and say, you can represent the United States. And at the time, we were playing the U.S. Open in Atlantic City 2 years ago, or was it? Yeah, 2 years ago. And the crowd is cheering for me. I'm living in the United States already. Everybody's treating me like I'm one of their own. Now it's obviously completely different. If you watch the U.S. Open from last week, everybody's supporting me. Everybody's cheering for me. Everybody
That's
used to me.
cool thing about America is that it's a nation of immigrants.
Mhm.
It's like, you can come over here and just say, I'm American now. Everybody's like, all right.
Yeah.
Try that in Poland. They're like, you're not Polish. You don't
Oh,
look out
yeah,
here.
yeah.
Well, there's a lot of countries like that are like, no, you're not one of us. But America's like, we don't have like a nationality. We're all kinds of shit. So anybody can come over here. And if you do it the right way, we get super happy.
Yeah, I think it's great. I'm really, really glad that people really welcome me the way they welcome me.
Yeah, but that's also the way you play. There's a thing in pool. It gets, when people play a lot and the people really into pool, it's almost like that's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters is how good you play. You ever read that book, McGurdy? There's a Robert Burns book on a guy who lived during the Depression, who's a billiards hustler, travel around the country.
Yeah.
There's a scene in that where they were looking at the television and Nixon was on TV. And he goes, look at that guy, President of the United States, and he can't make a ball. Isn't that funny? Because you and I know what that means.
Yeah.
Like, that in the pool world, that really means something. Like, if you can't play at all, like, the fucking president can't even play. Like, it's real. It's weird. So if you come to America, all that they care about is if you play, since it's a melting pot already, and then it's like all they care about is how good you play, and you play pretty fucking good so far. People just take in. So far, well, you're playing better now than ever before, and you're
I think I'm on top of my career.
What are you, 25?
25.
Yeah, come on, man. You're not even in your prime.
No, yeah, I think I'm not in my prime. I think I'm getting better every year.
I think so. The match that you had with that Filipino gentleman before the match in the finals. What is that guy's name? Michael?
That was Michael Bana in
Quarterfinals. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so in that match, I was watching some of those outs, and I was like, Jesus, like, it doesn't get better cool than that. Like, 4-inch pockets, tight competition, a really good player, a lot of pressure, everybody's there, single elimination at that point.
Yeah.
And you're just getting out, man.
Yeah, the pressure is really high. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes you can watch it on TV, you don't see the emotions.
Oh, I get it. I'm sure.
Your brace is shaking sometimes, your backhand is shaking sometimes, and you gotta manage it. Just gotta handle it.
Well, you have such a process when you play. Like, when I watch you set up for a ball, it's always uniform. That's what I really enjoy watching. When a guy is like, every shot, it's like,
Ooh, some people find
nice
it boring.
Oh, those people are assholes. Those people are assholes. They think your style is boring.
The face, but the body.
They're all pussies. They can eat shit. Those guys, all they are is jealous. That's all that is. Everybody wants to play like that. Everybody wants to play like that. If they say because you play too good, it's not fun to watch, shut up. Yeah, I know. That guy, whoever that guy is, I don't want to listen to his opinion on anything. I guarantee you, he like shows that suck. You could get in his car and listen to his music. It probably sucks.
Probably.
How do you not like watching someone play perfect? That's crazy.
Well, I'll have to agree.
Doesn't make any sense. But then there are guys who play wild that it is fun to watch, like Muhammad Sufi. That guy, he gives me anxiety.
Yeah, very unique.
Sidearm, barely holding onto the cue, and he just fires balls in. He runs around the table. He like one strokes everything, and he's just getting out from everywhere. You're like, ah!
Yeah, he's very, very talented. He's held a few guys like that. You know, Oliver Ortman?
Yes, I remember him. Yeah.
So he used to win these world championships with multiple world titles. The Mosconi Cup and won probably
Tony Drago.
Yeah, Tony Drago same.
That guy was crazy. He was just running around the table, fireballs in, couldn't miss. Yeah, those guys are fun to watch. But what are we here for, right? You're here to win. You're here to run out. You're here to get perfect position. You're here to dominate this very difficult table.
Yeah, everybody's different. Everybody has their own style.
But under extreme pressure, it's better to have your style, or Kopi Chung style, Kopi Ni style, like methodical backstroke. It always looks the same, smooth delivery. And I play half-ass pool, but I understand what's going on. It's such a mind fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Every game is such a mind fuck. Every time you're about to pull the trigger, you're like, now, no, one more stroke. Now, no, one more backstroke. Now, no, not yet. Now, okay, we're ready. Hope we're ready. Go.
Well, you don't really have that because when we play, we have shot clock. Yeah,
shot clock is brutal.
Shot clock is a game changer for sure.
It's hell.
Because you gotta, make the decision basically right out of the gate, right out of the chair. When you're in chair, you already know what you're gonna do because you only have 30 seconds on one extension per rec, which gives you an extra 30 seconds. And sometimes the pressure is really high when you get completely brain dead. You don't want to be in that position.
I think the Derby's a little bit better. They give you a little 10 more seconds.
Well, for Derby, the rule is where as long as you stay down on the shot clock doesn't.
That's good too.
Yeah.
The other thing that's brutal is the beats.
Oh, yeah.
When it gets down to 5 seconds before you got to pull the trigger, and you pull the trigger on a 9-ball with 1 second to go. I was watching. I was like, "Oh my god, I would be having a heart attack right now."
I almost had. Mosconi Cup is definitely, when it comes to pressure, it's the highest pressure you can have.
Everyone's screaming. For people that haven't seen it before, most pool tournaments are very, very respectful. People will clap after you make an out, or sometimes in the middle of a game, like if you make a really good shot, they'll clap. You get great position, they'll clap. But as soon as you drop down to shoot the next ball, everybody gets quiet.
Oh yeah,
Mosconi, those rules are off the table.
Off the table. Sometimes they shark you.
Yeah.
They would be super loud, and you have a super tough 9-ball, and everybody would for example, you're playing UK, and 95% of the crowd is Europeans, so everybody's cheering for Europe.
Yeah.
So let's say I'm on the tough 9-ball and everybody's loud, and then everybody goes like, shh. And everybody would go quiet just in a second. And it's really, really tough to pull the trigger in that situation.
Yeah.
So it's a tough environment to play in, but that's what makes this tournament special.
Well, it's fun to watch, though.
Oh, yeah,
I'm so glad that all tournaments aren't like that, though, where you encourage people to be assholes.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of weird, though, that they've agreed to only be an asshole for one tournament. Because people yell out in the middle of you stroking the ball.
You see the crowd getting more engaged than more now. Like you watch the U.S. Open finals, it was loud. When I played Michael Bound in the quarterfinals, it was kind of like that because half of the crowd was Filipino. Well, not half, but there was a lot of guys that were loud.
Let's talk about that, because one thing that happened is there's a rule where you're not allowed to soft break. But soft breaking is basically very subjective. Like a referee can decide to call someone on it or not call someone on it. And you thought this guy was soft breaking, so you said something, and the Filipinos went crazy.
Yeah, everybody went crazy. I had to delete my Facebook for a couple of days because it was just bothering me. I was getting notifications every second. Crazy Filipino goes, "Yeah, you were sharking our player. You did that." But yeah, I thought the guy was soft breaking, and the rules state that you gotta make your best effort to make a forceful break. So that's really subjective, and it's up to the referee to make that call.
I have a solution to that. and it makes it more interesting too. Radar.
Radar, yes. Speed gun.
Yeah, it's an easy solution.
I agree.
Easy solution, and it makes it interesting. It's a new element that you
But
think
then,
about.
then you also have, for example, junior or girl. Do you make the rules the same for them? Or?
No, it's a group. Well, you don't. They're not playing guys, right?
Well,
Girls
yeah,
are playing girls.
well, yeah, but on WMG Tour, it's an open tournament, for example.
Oh, right.
Ladies
I
can
see what
join,
you're saying.
juniors can join.
I see, but I thought you were talking about young kids. No, for young kids, you'd have to have an exception.
Like that.
And for girls, you'd have to have an exception. But you would just change it, just like, so whatever the speed is, like what's a good break speed? Like what do you think you break at? Like Bustamante in his prime, what was he, like 30 miles an hour?
Well, back in the day, it was different. Back in the day, everybody was breaking over 20, 23, 24, 25.
But Bustamante had the craziest break.
Yeah, Bustamante.
When he would let the cue go out of his fingers and then throw his whole body into it, his timing was crazy.
You ever watched the Russian player? His name was Evgeny Stalin.
No.
You gotta watch that stroke. He was even crazy.
Really?
Oh yeah. It's
That's
like
nice.
Roberto Gomez.
Oh,
Same
yes.
thing. Same thing. He's up,
Yeah.
goes up, way up.
Way up. Yeah, that's so hard to be accurate and do that.
Oh yeah. I don't know how they do it.
You have to have the most insane, smooth delivery. And again, what a mind fuck, because you're about to, you're trying to hit this one ball square on the face, and you're throwing all of your might into it.
Yeah. So that's how Shane's breaking the same way. His body moves first, and then he moves.
I'd like to know how fast he breaks when he breaks like 10 ball, because when he 10 ball breaks, it's pretty crazy.
He breaks pretty hard. I like to break with softer speed, with more control, but he just whacks him.
So what do you think would be like a reasonable mile per hour that you would impose where you'd say anything slower than that is soft braking? Is it like 15 miles an hour? Or
I think it has to be higher, maybe
higher.
18. And that will also push the players to practice. For example, you wouldn't want to break borderline 18 because it may be under. Right. Players will try to break harder. 19, closer to 19, maybe harder than 19.
Well, they used to do that 3-point rule where they would. That was very annoying. Yes, it was very annoying because sometimes guys would break hard, but the referee didn't rack them that good.
Right.
And they made a ball, and then the opponent gets to shoot. I'm like, that's crazy.
In that case, yes, I agree. But that's another simple solution. It's better than what we have now.
Yes, I think the radar's the way to go.
Yeah, the radar definitely.
Yeah, I mean, and also it's kind of cool, and you get to
extra stats. Yeah.
And some guys play like Shane, even in 9-ball when he does the cut break, he breaks really hard.
Kachi's the one that breaks the hardest.
He's a big fucking dude.
Oh yeah, he breaks the hardest. I don't know how he gets it. You want to but
and it doesn't even look like he's trying that hard, because he's a big dude.
Last time he was breaking open bridge, which is even crazier.
Yeah. People, that's one thing about the pool, though. If you want to get spectators, you want hard breaks.
Yeah.
People love it from like The Color of Money. When Tom Cruise breaks and Paul Newman goes, "Who's that kid with the sledgehammer break?" It's a dumb American thing. But if you want to get like American people to tune in, you gotta break hard.
Yeah.
Like that's why Earl Strickland still gets mad.
He gets mad at everything.
I heard Mike Siegel talk about it too. He's like, "Why don't they just hit it straight on the one ball and hit it as hard as you can?"
Because it's no fun. You get zero control that way. It's no skill, really.
I just think he hasn't had someone lay it out to him like the way you just did with me, where you explained it to me. This is the first time that I had anybody explain to me that particular break. I'm like, oh, and you did it dead on. And you knew that the cloth was a little worn because it's a year-old cloth. So you're like, okay, because of that, I'm going to have to hit it here, and it'll go on the side. And you smashed it, and it went right in the side. I'm like, oh, shit. Like, it's not risky. You're not like gambling. The only thing you're gambling with is that the ball's going across the table. But it seems like you guys kind of have that mostly worked out too.
Well, that's the thing. Everybody on the tour is figuring out the break really fast. Doesn't really matter what you change in the format. The players will figure it out.
The fun thing to me about your life is that you're traveling all over the world playing, and then occasionally you have these marathon gambling sessions that they stream online. And I've got a good buddy of mine, Tommy, from Connecticut. Shout out to my boy Tommy. And he and I will like be fucking texting each other, like for 3 days in a row while these matches are going on. And I get so juiced up for him. I get so excited about him. But it's like that's the part of the game that has always been the most romantic, the gambling part of the game. And I'm glad that people aren't shying away from that, because there was for a long time, gambling was thought to be negative for professional pool. That's not the case anymore.
Well, it could be.
It could be, sure, because you're bringing in shady people.
For sure.
Well, if you're gambling $100,000, where'd you get it? Where'd you get it? Bob the drug dealer came over and, he wants in, he's staking me, and if I win, I get 40%.
But in our case, it's different.
Yeah.
Like our matches that we make, there's only a couple of them that we did. We played twice with Shane, and there's also a few one-pocket matches we did. But the biggest ones were with Shane, and it's only a small group of people. It's basically just, a few guys, my managers, me, and same thing from Shane's side. So everybody knows each other.
Yeah, for sure. But in the case of like high-level gambling in pool,
oh yeah,
there's a lot of shady characters.
Sure.
A lot of shady characters.
A lot.
How often do you gamble just in regular life playing pool? Does anybody ask for like giant spots or anything like that?
Well, everybody's asking for ridiculous games all the time, but I think my gambling days are over, and now I'm a tournament player, really.
Well, you got too good.
Yeah.
Like I played you when you were here like 2 years ago, and I definitely play better now that I played 2 years ago. But you play way better. You play even better than you were playing then, which is crazy. But you were banking out and making shots. I was like, this is so humiliating. It's so humbling.
Yeah, I do play a lot better than I did 2 years ago.
Which is hard to believe, because you're the best player in the world and you're getting better. That's one of the coolest things to me about any game or any sport, anything, is that, and especially today, because there's so much data that's available. Like, say if you're a young player and you're learning how to play, you can watch pool on your iPad until 3 o'clock in the morning. You watch matches and you learn. You learn how to play things. You learn why did you do it that way? Like, oh, and you rewind it. You go, oh, none of that was available to like Mike Siegel back in the day, or Nick Varner and those guys.
Yeah, there's tons of videos on YouTube.
There's so much information.
Yeah, you can also watch it on TV. I think Restream has shown all those tournaments, all of the majors on TV everywhere except US, I think.
Yeah. And so it's just like everything else with the new generation, the level just gets higher and higher with everything, unless there's physical limitations. And with pool, it doesn't seem like it's not like, running a 4-minute mile or, running a fastest 100 meter.
We're all crooked. All of our backs are crooked.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They're always on there's always one-sided sport. Every one-sided sport is kind of like that, I think.
Archery's like that.
Archery, golf, shooting.
Yeah, your back must be fucked up. I know your neck was fucked up. We brought you the waist well last time you were here.
Yeah, it did help. It did help for like 6 to 8 months, I think.
And now it's fucking with you again?
No, now I actually found the way I have my pre-match routine. I stretch every single day. I do work a lot with like rubber bands, resisting bands.
What do you do with them?
Basically, I work on my upper back.
Oh, so it's certain workouts
that will take some pressure off my neck. Because my neck is where I really feel it, like my upper back, shoulder blades.
Probably have a heavy head. That's what it is.
Yeah, maybe. But I did all the MRIs, and I did have like a bulging disc, C4, C5.
Yeah.
That started to progress and it was getting worse. I went to Russia for that. I think I was reaching out to you at the time. And I found a guy that helped me a lot with like routines that we built. And since then, knock on wood, everything was good.
Oh, nice. Did you ever get one of those things that I was talking about? Those decompression things where you put your head in a harness and you like pull on the door and you set it on your door and you like hang by it for a little bit? Those are nice.
Yeah. And also, how do we call that?
Inversion tape?
Yeah.
Those are great too.
Yeah.
Everybody should be doing that. Everybody should be decompressing. Because you get to a certain age and everybody's back. It's just like you're carrying all this weight your whole life and your back just gets smushed.
Yep.
So your posture starts to suck and then you start to feel pains and decompression. And if you can do it and just be real vigilant with it, you can stop a lot of problems dead in their tracks.
For sure, and I felt it. I haven't really paid attention to like stretching as much as I did before this year, and I can play a lot longer, even though I'm not younger. I was practicing.
You're a little baby. Shut up.
I know, but I was,
old.
for example, 16, 18. I was practicing a lot more than I did now.
Yeah.
And I never really had any issues. Then 2022, I'm practicing the same, but I always leave the pool with some type of pain, and I don't want to go practice the next day because of that.
Right. Do you, problem is it's hard to get access to a cold plunge when you're on the road.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I do have the cold plunge at home, sauna, and all the good stuff.
Cold plunge is the thing, man. It just alleviates so much inflammation, especially if you do it first thing in the morning. If you can force yourself to do it first thing in the morning, it is the way to go, man. It sucks every day, but if you just do it, you get out of it. Just feel loose, free.
Yeah.
And as long as you don't do it within like 2 hours of you playing, you have to wait like probably 2 hours for your body to like totally warm back up again. Because if you are cold, it will kind of mess with your coordination. Yeah. I was telling you the worst thing ever for cold is lifting weights. There's nothing worse.
I found it myself.
It's terrible.
For sure.
You know Willie Hoppy, the old school billiard player. Never heard of him?
Willie Hoppy, no.
Never heard of him? You know what a hoppy cue is?
Hoppy cue?
No, okay. A hoppy butt is like a type of butt that doesn't have a rubber bumper in the bottom of it. It's just flat. And for whatever reason, Willie Hoppy used to prefer that kind. I think it's named after him for some reason. Anyway, he was a famous billiards player, like the turn of the century, and the turn of the other one, like the early 1900s. And he wouldn't even drive a car. He refused to do anything with his arms. He wouldn't drive a car because it would mess up his pool game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, some players are super superstitious about this stuff,
Cars back then, though, didn't have power steering. So you have to think it's probably really difficult to steer them. See if you can find a photo of Willie Hoppy. He had the weirdest sidearm, dude.
Yeah.
Totally sidearm.
Keith McCready.
Exactly. It's like these guys start playing when they're 5 years old and they can't really reach the table correctly.
That's exactly the reason why, for example, when I started, I played Russian pyramid, and I was always sidearm because I wasn't tall enough. They sent me to the table.
Yeah, look at him. Isn't that crazy sidearm? Like, that's nuts.
Just like Muhammad too.
Yeah, that's him when he was an old man. Yeah, just like Susie. Weird, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, if you ever saw someone play like that, you'd be like, look at this lemon.
Yeah, you'd want to play that guy.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
But meanwhile, as long as you figured out how to do it consistently.
That's the thing in pool, there's so many different variations of the stance, stroke, that you can overcome everything if you practice just, hundreds of hours.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't really matter. You can play by the book, but in the end, all that matters is how much time you spend at the table.
It's like Shane.
Yeah, right.
Like when Shane, he's arguably the greatest of all time. He's in the conversation the greatest of all time. 5-time U.S. Open player. Hits the ball in a way that everybody tells you don't ever do it that way.
Yeah.
He stops at the cue ball. Instead of following through and letting the cue ball slide through, he stops at the cue ball.
He's very unique. Same as Filipinos. Filipino players, they have a unique style of play. They're super fluent. They like dancing around the table. Mm-hmm. But nobody plays like that. Nobody else plays like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's again, as long as it's repeatable.
Yeah.
It's like there's a lot of things like that. If it's repeatable, you can do it over and over and over again. Because there are no rules.
No, I mean, they are written in the book.
But how could you say that like Shane Van Boening is doing it wrong?
Exactly.
It doesn't even make any sense.
Exactly. It doesn't.
I mean, he's probably won more tournaments than anybody ever, right? He's won the most tournaments of all time.
I mean, that's a good question. We were just talking about it this morning, I think. Shane is definitely one.
It might be Shane.
It might be Shane. Shane might be the greatest of all time right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Jeremy Jones says is the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
That's his pick. It's what's crazy with him too is the deaf aspect that he cuts his hearing aids off when he plays. That must be
that should be illegal. I mean, it should be.
Really? I mean, listen, man.
It's
Life
really
gives
bad.
you lemons,
Yeah, I
make
know.
lemonade.
I know.
The dude was born deaf. That's fucked up.
It is. It is. But it's.
That's the advantage you get. So you can shut them bitches off.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Come on, man. You get checked to see if he has it on. Hey.
I mean, you think we're not checking? We are checking.
Are you checking?
No, of course.
Do you say things to him?
Motherfucker has it all the time.
How do you know when he has it off?
Well, because before his match, he goes to his phone and puts it all the way down.
Oh, so his phone, his Bluetooth, his hearing aid is Bluetooth.
Oh yeah, you can control by yourself.
Oh, that's good. Because you're not allowed to wear like noise canceling earbuds.
No, you're not. Errol always wants that.
Yeah, I remember when Earl used to wear like gun sight glasses. He used to wear glasses like the kind you wear at the range.
Yeah.
And then he was wearing headphones for a while, so they told him not to, like a pilot. Yeah, like complete noise canceling headphones. Ones that look like they weigh 5 pounds.
Yeah.
And then he's got weights that he wears around his waist sometimes.
It's definitely a character.
He puts weights on his elbow. He puts tape around his fingertips. And then he makes his cue as fat as my forearm with like whatever kind of tape he's using on it.
Yeah, he runs 5 miles every day. He does hundreds of sports. Oh yeah, he's fit. Well, I mean, he's not. He doesn't work very fit, but he works out every day or does something.
Is he the oldest guy that's still super competitive? Like, how old is Ralph CK? Ralph CK still competitive.
No, Errol is older than him.
Is he?
Yeah.
Right. So I think Ralph CK is actually like my age. And Earl is like in the 60s. So he's probably the oldest guy that's like playing competitively and winning.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. It's a fucking game for young people, son. You gotta have them young eyes, cut that ball in.
For sure. The eyes is everything.
Yeah. How many guys do you know that got LASIK surgery?
A few. A lot of players wear contacts when they play. But LASIK has been a good journey for them for sure.
Now, are these young players that they're coming up, are these guys embracing like a healthier lifestyle? Because one of the things about pool is like it's always been connected, at least when I was young, it was always connected to, especially the gambling, connected to a lot of partying, a lot of amphetamines, cocaine, and then, you know.
It's just changing. It used to be just a game played at the bar. Now it's a sport. You know, I think now in the U.S., everybody's taking the European approach. More methodical, more disciplined, and they treat it as a sport.
Right.
Especially the younger generations. You know, they see we're more successful on the court. And if you look at top 10 right now, every one of us, we try our best at everything when it comes to food. Pre-match routines, how we practice, how we treat for the sport. So I think, yes, definitely it's changing. And that's why the board has different points where it works.
Well, it's only because of the promotions, and they deserve everything. And then, of course, the players. But without the promotions, like putting these events on and making them a big deal, it wouldn't get all over YouTube, it wouldn't get all over these social media sites. But what pool really needs is something like, you know, like they had the Hustler in the 1960s, made pool explode, and then they had the Color Money in the 1980s, made pool explode. They need something like that, like some.
2 days ago, a trailer on Netflix. You haven't seen it?
No.
Netflix made a documentary about Eddie and Barry Hearn. I think it's about their family and their business. And
yeah.
I think 2 or 3 episodes about pool.
Oh, well, that's good. That'll help.
Yeah, that's really good.
That'll help.
Most of it is about boxing. I think boxing, darts, and how they started the company. But pool is big.
Oh, they do darts too.
Darts, snooker, fishing, I think. And
fishing.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like fishing tournaments? Like that kind of shit?
Fishermania, I think that's what it's called.
Fishermania? It's like bass tournaments or something like that?
I have
Really?
no idea how it works.
I know Shane's a big fisherman, right?
Oh, yes.
He goes lake trout fishing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's South Dakota mentality.
The most important thing I think you can do.
It's not that bad.
It's
actually kind of fun. I did it a couple years ago. I caught a trout. I was pretty jazzed up.
Yeah, if you catch something, then yeah, for sure.
It's pretty cool. you know, like you're standing on ice, so you're kind of freaked out. You're standing on ice, and then you use a drill to drill through the ice, and then you know exactly how much is separating you from drowning.
Mm-hmm.
So you only need a few inches. But when I was doing it, it was about 7-8 inches of ice.
So what you do, like a 50-foot tent around you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most of the times that's what guys do. They put some kind of a tent around them, and then they get a drill. They go right into the ground, right through the ice rather, and then you have like a little net where you scoop out new ice that forms, and you just drop your line right down there in the hole.
That sounds good fun.
It's exciting. It's exciting when you catch one.
Yeah, I did fish a couple times in my life, but nothing really exciting.
But the problem when you can play really good pool is really good pool is about as fun as anything. Like really good, which is, I've always said that pool is like an art form that only the people that practice it can appreciate. When you watch someone who plays really good, like, wow, that's beautiful. Like that's beautiful. But to an average person, like, oh, you just made a bunch of easy shots.
Exactly. Like you can't really see, the beauty of fundamentals.
Exactly.
Like,
yeah.
Positional play.
At least if you're explaining jiu-jitsu to someone, at least people kind of get it. Oh, he's gonna break his arm. Like, oh, he's choking him. Oh, he's got his neck. But when you watch someone play pool and you don't understand how difficult that 3-rail position was to get perfect on the 4-ball, you're like, oh my god, that was amazing.
Or when they say, he's in jail, he's hooked, kids just never have a shot. Just regular people get so done.
They don't get it. And they never will. It's just like you're going to have to play it to understand how hard it is what that person did. Yeah. The casual person doesn't understand, unfortunately. So what we need is more people playing. If more people play, then more people would watch people playing.
I think more people start playing.
I think so too.
I think the game grew quite a bunch the last couple of years.
Well, I know that the top golf people are going to do something like that for pool. That might be the thing. You know those Top Golf guys? Do you know what Top Golf is? Yeah. So Top Golf, where they have this thing where you just whack the balls out into the... Well, they're going to set something like that up for pool, where they have, some sort of a business where you go in and play pool, and it's more attractive to young people. Really? I don't know exactly what their model is, because it's still going to be pool. So I don't think it's going to be a bunch of people just breaking the balls, because that's what they're doing when they're doing Top Golf. They're just driving the ball, right? I don't know exactly what their idea is, but the same guys, they realize, like, a lot of people play pool, a lot of people play pool in bars. If we had a really attractive place for people to play, and it's probably correct, it's probably an untapped business. Because people are always looking for something fun to do on date nights.
Yeah, so what they do in China, for example, or somewhere, I see it in Asia, they put like a projector above the table, and it gives you like all kinds of different games and interactions while you're playing.
What was I saying? The venue is being backed by investors into the U.S.-based venture capital firm Sharp Alpha Advisors and the Daily Mail investment arm DMG Ventures uses pool tables, balls, and cues from the traditional game, but adds tracking technology and video projections to add bonus targets and obstacles in an attempt to appeal to larger groups. Bonus targets and obstacles, Alongside its own venues and those operated by franchise partners, it's called Pool House. Pool House plans to sell its equipment to pubs, bars, and other venues that want to update their existing pool tables.
Hopefully they can get a speed gun too.
Yeah, so it says Steve, I don't know how to say his name, Jalifi said, more people play at Top Golf than on traditional golf courses in the U.S., and we aim to make an even greater impact on the world of pool. We have a strong track record. This project has been our most challenging endeavor yet. Oh, that's exciting. Maybe that'll do it.
I've never even heard of it.
Well, if you get a bunch of guys that are already really successful at doing that with golf. The thing about golf, though, is like whacking a golf ball is really fun.
Yes.
And then if you have like a big open pit where you can just whack a golf ball, you got like 100 yards, you can see how far people can whack a golf ball, and then you got a net at the end of it.
Yeah, especially if you're straight.
Yeah.
That's the most exciting thing.
A lot of people are going to do that. Pool is like, how to make a bridge, hold your hands funny, and like moving weird your arm. I wonder how many people are going to get frustrated. I wonder if it's the same. Actually,
it is
probably, yeah, because I suck at driving a golf ball. You know, I'm not good at it. I've played Top Golf a couple of times. I've gone to a driving range once. It was fun. I'm not good at it.
Yes,
But like fucking Jamie over here, that dude's out in the garage every day whacking balls. Every time I come here, he's out there whacking balls. Yeah. And so you realize like there really is like there's a lot of technique just to the drive. It's very similar probably to a break shot in that regard.
Yeah, for sure. Same. Absolutely same.
And I wonder if they can make something like that really marketable for pool. That might be it.
It has to be some kind of interaction because I think it would be kind of boring.
Yeah.
To just wet ball.
The other thing that might make pool really big money, like if the Saudis get involved, make it crazy, and they start saying, okay, this tournament's for $3 million.
Well, we have now the World Championship is the biggest tournament we have on tour is in Saudi.
Right. What's the first place?
250,000.
Pretty good. 25 million would be better.
Yeah, for sure.
Imagine that. For sure. So those guys have so much money. They could spend $25 million and doing nothing. They probably spent more than that on production.
I don't know. I don't know if they spend more for that.
They throw so much money around in boxing. It's kind of bananas.
Boxing for sure. And that's where Matchroom is really helping because they have them deals for multi-sports. They make a deal for boxing and they'll walk snooker and pool.
Right.
So they have the snooker tournament in Saudi, they have the boxing event going on.
Yeah, you gotta get that oil money involved, son. Yeah, those dudes throw some money around. Because it's like, when people talk about the richest people in the world, they're like, really? Because their money isn't public. Like, they don't have to disclose how much money they make. They're kings. Okay? Like, they probably laugh, like, oh, silly Elon thinks he's number one. You know? What is paltry $400 billion? Yeah? He's basically a pauper to those people. So, like, they've thrown an insane amount of money into boxing. I think it hasn't been confirmed, so I need to know whether this is true or not. But I think Usyk made more than $100 million in his last defense against Daniel Dubois, and I think Dubois made in the 70s. He made somewhere around 70. I think they said Usyk made like 130 something. Just crazy, $130 million for a fight.
That's crazy.
Bananas.
What do you think if pool goes that route? Just one-on-one match?
That would be exciting. If it's for big money like that. I mean, if you ever saw a pool match, you imagine shooting a 9-ball hill for $100 million.
No.
Could you imagine?
I was shooting an almost for $250,000.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but I was straight in.
Yeah. That was crazy. What was that like?
I mean, it was a crazy match against Gachi.
Yeah.
World Championships finals. He went on the hill first.
Yeah, it was hill.
Hill, he scratches. I get ball in hand. Shaking like a leaf.
Were you?
Oh, yeah. Well, incredible. I mean, that's the biggest tournament we've ever had.
Right.
Biggest tournament I've ever had in my career. You know, we only have so many tournaments that pay those kind of money. And it's really difficult not to think about it when you're playing.
Yeah.
And, yeah, that's definitely the highlight of my career, you know, making that tough 8-ball. I mean, it wasn't tough, but the positional play was tough because I had to go up and down with the key ball. You know, wearing the rise, but I wanted to. So I was straight on the 9-ball, no pressure at all.
That's a good one for people to watch. Like, what is this all about? Watch that one. Watch that one and know that they're playing for $250,000.
Right? And in second place, made hundreds. It was 150,000 difference.
That's a lot.
It is a lot for one round.
And for one 9-ball. Yeah. That's the beautiful thing about 9-ball. You can run everything and then chunk that 9.
Game over.
It's such a mental game.
It's a game of millimeters. Really, you know, single roll this way, that way, and you're hooked.
Yeah.
Or you're on the right side of the ball, wrong side of the ball.
I was listening to John Schmidt, who commentated once, and he was saying how crazy it is. If you really think about it, every other sport that involves a ball, it's like something is hitting the ball. It's like you have a bat hitting the ball, or it's like no other sport has a ball hitting the ball. And then trying to be like really accurate over distance. And then making that ball move around and get perfect for the next ball. Like even golf, you're hitting a ball. It's very difficult, but you're hitting a ball. You're not hitting the ball with a ball. It's a whole nother element.
Do you think pool is the most difficult sport in that regard?
It might be snooker. Excuse me, snooker.
Snooker is boring.
Oh, I don't think it's boring. I think when you get a guy who's really good, who plays,
I think it's really difficult when it comes to like how difficult is it to execute the shot because the balls are smaller, the cues are thinner, the pockets are tinier,
yeah.
the table is bigger too.
If you watch Ronnie Sullivan play, you can't think that's boring.
Oh, of course. I mean, of course you have players like Ronnie. I mean, you can never say that's boring.
Yeah.
But I think the game itself, it's just too much safety. It's nothing shots here and there.
Yeah, but it's because it's so hard and because it's so big. It's a 12-foot fucking table, which is crazy. Yeah. And the pockets are tiny and the balls are tiny. It's a really hard game. But when you watch a guy like Ronnie and he doesn't miss like 30, 40 shots in a row, you're like, this is crazy.
What's really crazy about snooker is there's only 4 or 5 countries that really play that game, but it's a lot bigger than pool.
Really?
Pool is a lot more international. If you look at the majors that Metro have, look at the last 64, the last 32. You will have 20 different countries represented.
So that's interesting that snooker is bigger. Like, how much do they make? With I know they were making like gigantic money in the UK. Is that still happening, or has it died down a little?
Well, the majority of tournaments are in the UK, I think. There's a lot of them happening now in China as well. But I think really Scotland, Ireland, Wales, UK, China. That's about it. A few European players, and they make, I would say, the top guys. They make over $2-3 million a year.
Do you remember the scandal? There was a scandal with one of the players a few years back where they got him on hidden camera, saying that he'd be willing to jump a match.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of Chinese guys that got banned for it too.
Oh really?
For jumping a match.
That's the problem with gambling.
Yeah.
All right. When gambling gets involved. And you realize, like, if you get your friends to bet on the other guy,
that's the problem with, I guess, getting the bookies to be involved in tournaments as well. Because when the prize money are more big, you will have players thinking, playing a tournament is nice, but I don't have to win that. I could just lose my round one, go to the winner's side, take a free shot, go 5,000 real fast.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. But is that part of the thing of not having the kind of money that golf has? Because I doubt that people that play golf are dumping on purpose. Because there's so much money on the line.
Yeah. They don't have to.
Yeah, they don't have to. But when the difference between like winning and losing is so huge, and then you can gamble on it. And then you have friends, and you tell your friends, like, listen, bet on him.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make sure I lose. It's like,
I think
it's so easy to make money that way.
Yeah, but also I'm pretty sure they're always investigating. Every big bet is investigated, I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure. But you don't have to do big bets.
No, you don't have to.
And you can have some offshore accounts.
You can always
if you're doing it online, you use a VPN. I'm gambling from Vietnam,
Yeah, you can find ways, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, it's the problem.
Yeah. Shady businesses, man.
Yeah.
But that's also kind of the fun part of pool too. Is that these places are kind of shady. Like they're like the outcasts of society. If you go and you watch like the finals of the Florida Open and you look in the crowd, there's a lot of outcasts in there. A lot of Android phones. Yeah, it's a lot of outcasts. It's a lot of people that spent a giant chunk of their life in pool rooms. And the thing about pool is, if you really get into it, you're playing it 8 hours a day.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
You want to get good at it, you have to.
It's the only way. Yeah. And it makes a giant difference.
And a lot of people fall in love with the game really fast. And if you do, then you don't want to quit it.
Yeah.
And you just hit balls for hours and hours.
I was playing my friend Jake the other day, and I said, to get really good at pool, you kind of have to be a piece of shit. Because this is why. You don't have to. I mean, obviously you're not. And, and you're lucky that your wife plays pool, which is huge as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because if she didn't, like, you know where to find me because I'm going to be playing. Sorry. Right. Like, you're going to ignore most of your responsibilities.
But it's also
really
tough.
good at pool.
It's really tough.
Oh, yeah.
Personal life, especially with the schedule that we have now, like first half of the year was okay, but now it's just back to back. Like even after this tournament, after Texas Open starting on Wednesday, from there I go to China, then I go to Vietnam for 3 weeks. From there I go to the Philippines for 2 weeks.
And do you think the people in the Philippines are going to be mad at you still when you get back?
Oh, for sure. Reyes Cup, that's going to be another one.
Oh no,
Reyes Cup is now is the rest of the world against Team Asia. That's happening in Manila. So they already all the comments that you see, like, yeah, wait until you come to Manila. We're going to welcome you with open arms.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm going to get it, but that's going to be fun, I'm sure.
Yeah, hopefully someone doesn't get crazy. But yeah, that schedule's nuts.
Yeah, so it's really tough to balance, pool, personal life,
Family, it's almost impossible. If you have kids and you have to take them to softball games and stuff, like, that's why I said, if you want to be really good at pool, you have to be a piece of shit.
Well, hopefully I don't have to.
You don't. I mean, listen, obviously there's examples of people who keep it together that are really good and still have a family and spend time with the family, spend time with the kids, but you're going to have to manage your time because you have to get those hours in. If you're not playing, like, legitimately, realistically, if you want to be a top flight, world-class player, what is the minimum amount of hours you think you have to play in a day?
I think somebody said that you have to spend 10,000 hours to get good at anything. But I think in pool it probably is more.
Yeah, I think it's probably a little more. Because it's really complex.
Yeah, because if you're talking about like top professional player, it's not just practicing. You will have to start traveling and playing tournaments. You will have to start playing and sparring with somebody.
Sparring.
Yeah. And then you have to gain experience from those tournaments. It's going to take a lot of time.
Yeah, but I guess it's like anything that's worth doing. If you want to get good, that's one of the reasons why it's so fun, is because you know how hard it is to do.
Yeah.
If it was easy to master, I think people would probably pick it up and then they'd eventually quit. But the thing about pool is, take a week off and then play again, and your arms are like, what do we do here? Like, seems all screwy, doesn't want to listen, like the first hour or so, and then you finally get back in the groove again. It's because it's so difficult that makes it so attractive. That's why people get stuck playing it 8-10 hours a day. If it was easier to play, you wouldn't play it as much.
Right. And I mean, for me, the big thing is I just always have to do something. I have to always hit balls because there's so many good players now. So many good players. And if I just stop for a moment, or if I focus on something else for, a short period of time, they'll just catch me.
Isn't that nuts?
It is. It's driving me crazy, but I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
How does it drive you crazy? Do you wake up in the morning and feel like people nipping at your heels?
Well, like, for example, now I know that Yap, for example, or this Yap, he won the DK Open,
Florida Open, and the U.S. Open.
And the U.S. Open. He won the 3 out of the last 4 big tournaments we've had.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, it's really, really tough to be dominant in our sport. Almost impossible. But he's just proving that it is possible.
And he was on the losing end of the match that I think I've probably watched the most over the last year. And if you Google it, you can find it on YouTube. Just Google 9-ball perfection. And it's Ko Ping Chung, who's one of my favorite players, outside of you, of course, to watch. That guy is so smooth. There's something about those guys from Taiwan. I don't know what their methodology is in their training, but they have this like smooth kind of effortless stroke that's like hypnotizing to watch. And that dude never missed a single ball in the 11-match defeat. He beat him by 11-0. Never missed a ball. Pocketed every shot he aimed at and never gave him a shot other than the opening shot. He had one shot at the beginning of the match, a long-ass 2-ball. He didn't make it, and then he was fucked. Which is crazy. And that's Yap. That's the guy who just won the last 3 tournaments. which is so nuts about this sport, is that if the guy's winning and it's win or break, you might not ever play.
For sure. You never know.
Like, look at today, you and me. There's like 5 or 6 games where I'm just like standing there, just waiting for you to miss. You're not missing, so I don't play. You're not missing, and I don't play. You don't like, but at a world class level, when you're doing that in the U.S. Open and it's on TV and people are cheering every time you pocket a 9-ball, that's bananas.
Yeah, that's rarely happens.
Yeah,
But it was a very, very special moment, I think, because that video went viral everywhere.
that dude got in the zone. And if you can appreciate the zone, you got to watch that video. Even if you only played pool casually. Yeah,
Shot the other guy missed.
yeah, this is it. This is Yap, and he chunked it too.
Yeah, he did.
He fucked it up. But when you watch this guy Koping Chung, who weighs 100 pounds.
This is not an easy opening shot either.
No, it's
To
got
play
3-ball
first.
combination, rail first. It's crazy. But then from this out, he just never misses. And you watch this guy, like, watch how fucking smooth this character is. And again, the dude weighs 100 pounds, soaking wet.
Yeah.
The cue is half his body weight. And he just kind of like gently hits everything just so smooth and effortless.
I remember this match because I was waiting for this match in the finals. I was watching it in the steakhouse, and it was pretty painful for me to watch it.
Was it?
Well, I mean, you don't want to have somebody just not make a single mistake and play you in the finals. You know, it's just hurting your confidence a little bit.
And the reality is, you would think, well, this guy's going to win everything from here on out, but no.
No,
That's what's so crazy about the sport. As good as this guy is, and as competitive as he, look how he hit that with follow
yeah, that's crazy.
to get out for the 2 in the corner. That's masterful shit.
That was really dangerous to play the shot. I have no idea why would he even play it.
Well, he's got ice water in his veins, man. I'm telling you, we were talking about this before, but there's a match from 2018 where he plays Shane Van Boning at the Derby, and it's Shane's on the hill. It's 10 to 6, and you think, oh, Shane's going to win this, and he runs 5 games and out on him, and they're crazy outs. Like, he starts with this bananas cut shot on the 4-ball to get 3-rail position. You're like, what is he doing here? Like, no, the commentators don't even know what he's doing. Is he ducking?
Yeah.
And he fires it in. You're like, no way. Like, that was John Schmidt was doing commentary for it.
I'm a
like,
big fan of Co Brothers. You know, they're genuine good people, and they're putting a lot of work, and it's just amazing to watch them play as well.
They play so good. They play so good. And it's also interesting to me that these guys still play with those solid wood shafts. Like, we were talking about that earlier. It's like new technology has gotten into the game, and a lot of players like yourself play with carbon fiber. But it's interesting that a lot of these guys from Taiwan in particular, they still go with those wooden shafts.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I know that the industry went to carbon fibers maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and maybe some companies were kind of like pushing the players. You know, you kind of have to make a switch.
Right.
But I don't think that's the case now, because now, for example, I find it maybe advantageous to play with a wooden shaft when you're playing in like a sticky pool room in Asia where the humidity level is super high.
Why not?
Just because, I don't know, you can move the cue ball around easier, or at least I found it easier.
Easier. Interesting. Why easier? Because I've heard the opposite. I've heard it's carbon moves the ball easier.
Not in a really sticky condition. I think when we play, for example, Matchroom tournaments, everything is brand new cloth, brand new rails, brand new balls, everything's slick, perfect conditions. Then I think carbon fiber is perfect. But I think that's the reason why the agents prefer wood as well, because the humidity level is just over top. It's really, really bouncy, and that's what they used to play back in the day, I guess, and that's what they refer to this day.
It's such a mind fuck, though, isn't it? Because it's like, it's all really what you have confidence with. Obviously, anybody could play really good with carbon fiber, or anybody, rather, who can play really good with carbon fiber could play really good with wood. It's just get it into your head what this cue does, the way it feels, the kind of deflection it has.
It's a lot of things.
You put it in the brain computer after X amount of months of playing with that cue, and you know what it does.
Yeah, I've been experimenting with cues. Maybe not as much as you did, but I've started testing cues for the company that I'm working with right now, 6060. We've been doing testing for 3 years, so I know everything about like the foams, the wall thickness, what the material of the ferrule, the hardness of your tip, the weight, the balance. So there's so many different things that will change the way the shaft plays, and then there's also butt. There's so many different things. It's like a magic wand. You know,
Yeah.
you have to try so many things before you actually understand what you like and what you're looking for. And it's not a easy process, I would say.
I remember I was going on one of my rucking hikes where I put a weighted vest on and I go for a walk with the dog, and you and I were on the phone. And this is how I remember this, because I was walking through this wooded area, and you were telling me that the difference between your old cue and your new cue, you said there's a difference of about 5%. And I was like, 5%? Like, how do you know it's 5%? You're like, all the balls that I've pocketed, when I think about what it does and what it doesn't do, I think my game is about 5% off. I'm like that.
Well, I think it actually, well, with the new cue, I was winning a lot more. So I used to.
But this was like right when you first changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, since then I was winning.
Yeah.
So I guess it was the truth.
Well, you made it to your specifications.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
so
the
I do
thing
play
about
with
being
a longer shaft because I have longer arms.
Yeah.
Long fingers. I do prefer a longer taper, which doesn't really exist on the market. So I created the shaft with a longer taper, especially for shots like off the rail. Let's say the cue ball is 1 diamond distance off the rail. That's where you feel that change in the taper thickness. We have the straight taper in our shaft.
What is the difference in the feel? What do you feel differently?
For example, the pro taper or the conical taper,
Mhm.
you can feel the change of the thickness.
Right.
The closer you go to the pin.
Right.
We don't have that. Our shaft is straight.
And so that way it doesn't give additional resistance as the shot gets further, like as your bridge gets longer.
Right. You just don't feel the change in thickness.
It's a mind-fucking game.
Yeah, it is. It is. And then we can go to deflection. The deflection is another thing. It's there's so much science behind it that I don't even know where to start.
Well, deflection is interesting too because some people use it to their advantage. Certain deflection, like Ko, because his cue has a lot of deflection. Didn't you say you hit some balls with it?
Yeah. Basically, you have to aim to miss the ball to make the ball. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know why the players prefer that, but a lot of players do.
I think it just gets it in their head how to play, and then they've been playing that way for so long that it's just automatic. Like if they hit a ball with heavy left-hand English, they know it's going to go off to the right.
Right.
So they hit it more full with heavy left-hand English because they know by the time the cue ball gets there, so they have it in their head.
Right.
You know, it's just like a little computer in your brain. It's like, okay, this distance, I got to aim here. This distance, I'm going to aim here.
Well, in my case, I also have that. We also have little deflection.
Yeah.
But when it's just too much, it gets really, really difficult. Especially, like I said, when we play on shot clock,
Yeah.
pressure out there, and you have to pull one crazy shot, and that's hill.
So what the argument against that would be the difference with wood is, though, you get a superior feel. You do get a weird difference in the feedback of the cue. And some people get very accustomed to that wood feedback. And they describe a carbon feedback as more dull.
Yeah.
Like you don't get the same sensations.
You almost don't get no feedback.
So I think those guys, the feedback in their hand is a part of the equation in their mind of where that ball's going to go.
So when you say feedback, is it like a vibration that
Mhm.
you get in your hand
Mm-hmm.
by the time you hit the ball?
It's just a different feel. Like they all have a different feel, right? Like we were talking about Southwest, which are some of my favorite cues of all time. They have a solid butt. They're not cord, right? And so they're usually generally a little heavier unless they're maple. Sometimes they'll get lower, but you very rarely see like an 18-ounce Southwest. You see a lot of 20-ounce Southwest because, they're ebony or cocoa bowl or something like that, really heavy. But they have a very specific thunk to them.
Yeah, sound.
It's just like a feel. And you don't get that feel with carbon. You get a different feel. So if you can get used to that different feel, it is like there's something to it. You definitely, the ball moves less off the line.
Also, I mean, like I said, there's so many different environments we play in. For example, we play in China in a pool hall with a dirty cloth, and it's super muggy, and the rails are playing super spongy and bouncy. You would prefer one cue compared to the other one.
Yeah.
And you go to, I don't know, Saudi Arabia where it's super dry and it's perfect conditions, everything's slick and brand new. I prefer carbon fiber in that case. So maybe, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years from now, we will have different cues for different shots.
Right, like a golf.
Yeah, just like a golf player. Could be the case. And some players already do that. They use some cues, for example, when they stay close to the vertical center of the cue ball, they use one cue. And when they use side spins, they use the other cue.
Really?
Yeah, some players.
Who's doing that?
Mario, he was doing that.
Really?
Yeah.
He brought 2 different cues.
Yeah, to Saudi Arabia last year. I think some other players do that. For example, what I do, I put the extension on the back of my cue for some shots.
Mm-hmm.
I play without the extensions for certain other shots.
How much does your extension weigh?
It's super light, like 1.5.
So that gets you up to like what, 19.5 as opposed to 18? Is that what you play with? 18 ounce? You play with 19 ounce?
19. Yeah.
Oh, so it gets you like to 20 and a half.
29.
So do you like the additional weight for like a shot where you have to really stay down?
I just use it for like balance purposes for longer shots. For example, when, like I said, I'm one diamond off the rail and I have a long shot where I want to have like a long follow through, I just simply don't have enough of my cue on the back.
Got it.
So I add an extra length.
But you know, it's lonely at the top, buddy.
It is.
There's only a few guys that you could have those kind of matches with now.
Yeah. Well, next one will be probably Josh Freeland.
You think so?
We're trying to make it happen.
Is he interested?
I think he was, but he's not really responding to messages really well lately. I think he was interested, so he had a guy who was willing to back him for a lot of money. And they said, well, we have to do it in this place with this rules. This is how it needs to be done.
Where was that? Where did they want to do it?
They wanted to
in
play,
Germany?
No, they wanted to play in Vegas.
Oh.
I like to say it's a neutral territory.
Vegas is good. Where would you go? To Griff's?
Yeah, I think they wanted to do it in Griff's.
Great place.
Good place, yeah.
Oh, you don't like it?
I mean, they wanted to do like high rolling. They said we play in Vegas. You got to bet like $500,000, something like that. But what I really wanted to do is basically what we did with Shane. Like a $50,000 bet. Play race to 120.
$500,000's a lot.
And what I really offered him was to play multiple disciplines. We play like an all-around. We play 8-ball, 9-ball, 10-ball, or was it 9-ball, 10-ball, one pocket and banks. That's what I offered him.
Oh, what if you a draw?
In case of a draw, we play another set.
But you know what I'm saying? If you have 4 games, you have to play 3 games.
Well, I mean, I'm not playing to lose, so the more the better.
What would you race to at each game?
I mean, it would have to be something we can fit in within 8 to 10 hours. So maybe race to 30 in 10-ball, race to 30 in 9-ball, race to 10 in one pocket, and race to 10 in banks. I think it's a good format. People will like to watch that, I'm sure. Yeah. And it's good for the game. It's good for our sport.
It's tough to get people, casuals, to watch regular pool. Getting them to watch one pocket, they'd rather jump in front of a bus.
I agree. Well, you don't like one pocket. You don't like it.
I watch it every now and then.
Hardcore fans like it for sure.
Yeah. What was the last one I watched? Justin Bergman played someone for a lot of money.
Yeah, he played the guy, what's his name? Little John.
And he was giving him a crazy spot, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he lost. Oh, no, he won.
Justin won.
Justin.
Yeah. But it was close.
It was really close, yeah. Everybody liked the other guy.
It was a nutty spot. I forget what the spot was.
11-6, because I gave that guy 12-6.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. We actually played not too long ago in New Orleans.
How'd that go?
I won.
Nice. Congratulations. Do you like one pocket? Would you prefer, or do you just play it because people want to gamble it?
I think I like it because it's a good gambling game. I don't like the game itself. I think the new modifications they make in the game where you have to respot the balls, for example, if you get more than 4 balls past the kitchen, the 5th ball gets respotted back to the spot. So it makes the game more alive, more dynamic. So you don't get those wedges where 15 balls go up table and people just play nothing shots for hours.
Right.
So it's more dynamic. And also Derby, for example, has shot clock. I think one pocket has to be played with shot clock.
How much time they give you?
At Derby, it's 1 minute.
If you could make the perfect 9-ball shot clock, what would it be?
I think it's good to where it's at right now.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
30 seconds with a 30-second extension.
Yeah.
Man.
Because if you make it any shorter, it's going to be really difficult.
Shorter is too difficult. But I mean, the 40-second, like just a touch more to think about it.
I think it's good where it's at.
Yeah.
It's difficult when you have to like switch cues. You have no extension. For example, you jumped, so that's why you see us grabbing both of our cues and
running out there, throwing your
cue on the side.
Yeah.
Switching. It's really difficult sometimes.
That's another shot that people hate that you got to leave in is the jump cue. When you jumped out,
I love it.
You jumped out so many times during this U.S. Open. There were so many times you got hooked where you popped that ball in. And if you can't appreciate that on tight pockets, a beautiful shot where it goes airborne and fires right into the hole, and then you get position on the next ball.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think those that are voting against it are those that can't do it.
Yeah, there's a lot of old school guys who just, they get set in their ways and they think that's a stupid cue. It's a little tiny cue. Fuck that thing. But why are they different golf clubs? Because there's different shots.
Right.
Why do you break with a different cue? Because it's a different shot.
Of course.
Like, come on.
Of course. I think it's what gets actually new people to watch it because it's exciting. Oh, look, this guy jumped over this ball. He was this close to the ball. It's amazing. It's like a trick shot.
And then also it's like the cues that people are jumping with today, they're designed so well for that.
Yeah.
Like I really like that Q-Tech one. That's, I think, my favorite one. That one is, and you helped design that, right?
Yeah, I was involved. Yes.
But not anymore.
Not anymore. I'm with a different company now. We're starting a new brand. I will be starting my own brand really soon.
When do you think that's going to be available?
My personal jump cue?
Yeah.
Probably, I would say if everything goes by the plan, maybe first quarter of next year.
So that's the thing with pool too. It's like when you see a guy who plays really good, everybody wants to play with whatever the fuck he's playing with.
Right.
So it's one of, for a sport and a game, it's like one of the most marketable in that regard, because almost everybody, when they find someone who's like, whether it's Efren or like, that's why so many companies like Mucci was sponsoring everybody back in the day, because when these guys were playing and they were winning, everybody just wanted to go out and buy a Mucci because because it's like there's a mind.
It's like any sport
game aspect of
tennis is the same, or golf.
Mm-hmm.
You just want to have the same tennis racket as Roger Federer.
But don't you think there's a giant variety in the way those things hit as opposed to the way tennis rackets hit? I don't know because I don't play tennis, but it looks the same. Whereas like the way pool cues are manufactured, the differences in the weight, the differences in the taper, the differences in the shaft composition, whether it's wood or carbon fiber or.
For sure, and I think when it comes down to like a playing cue, then it's really, really personal. You know, some players like softer hits, some players like harder hits, but when it comes to the jump cue, it just comes down to how effortless the jump cue does the job.
Right, and how accurate.
How accurate they can, yeah.
Yeah. Do you have like a mental checklist that you go through before you execute a shot? Do you have like a pre-shot mental preparation?
I do a lot of breathing technique. So for example, I would breathe in on the 4 counts, then I hold it for like 4 or 5, and then I'd breathe out for like 7-8 seconds to calm myself down.
Do you do that when you're sitting in the chair?
Yeah, I do that all the time when I'm sitting in the chair. Usually I would do like a loud breathe out when I'm at the table sometimes, just let it out.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of started to show emotions too, because I just feel that's okay. Before I used to be like, I can't show any emotions because it's weakness. But now
the Russian way.
I just don't care now.
You're American now.
Yeah. I'm fully Americanized now.
That's interesting. It's showing emotions. Well, I definitely think that's the case when someone misses. Because when someone misses and then they whack the table with their stick, boy, that empowers the other player.
Yeah, of course.
It definitely does.
Of course. And that's what some of the coaches that I've worked with in my childhood, they were all telling me, don't show any emotion. You don't want to show any weakness to your opponent. They're going to be feeding off of it. And that's what kind of got stuck with. But I'm just glad that I'm out of it right now.
Well, it's the most, I think, and Jeremy Jones and I were talking about this, I think it's the most mental game because there's this moment of pulling the trigger, this moment where you're making sure that everything aligns and you just got to keep your mind on task and keep focused on the object ball. Do you look at the cue ball before you strike or the object ball?
So it really depends on the distance between the object and cue ball. For example, when it's close to each other, object ball and the cue ball, I look at the cue ball last. When it's long distance, I look at the object ball last.
Why is that?
That's just how I find it working for me. It's another thing that's very personal for other players. I think most of the people look at the cue ball last, but I just prefer the object ball works better for me.
It's interesting because it is a preference thing.
Yeah, so definitely a personal preference. I feel like if you have the straight stroke, if your stroke is straight, you will always hit the cue ball where you're intending to hit it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more about where you're going to hit it on the object ball.
There's a guy named Joel Turner who is, I don't know if I talked to you about this guy. He used to be, he was a sniper for rescue missions with the police where like someone had a hostage and he would have to execute shots under extreme pressure. And he was also a bow hunter. And he realized that there were certain mistakes that he was making, and a lot of people are making bow hunting, that had to do with anticipating the shot and anxiety before you pull the trigger. And that the way to work around that is to have a pre-shot routine in your mind where you're talking to yourself loudly in your head. And you develop this pre-shot routine with very specific things that you say to yourself. You say, like, here I go. Like, whatever different things. He's got a bunch of different steps that he said where he's talking to himself, like center your peep sight. There's like a bunch of things.
I have almost the same.
That's what I wanted to ask you.
Visualization and meditation is really big.
So what do you say to yourself, like when you're about?
My biggest demon in my head is I'm just scared to miss the ball. I'm just, when I'm down on the shot, sometimes my brain goes, well, you're gonna miss the shot. What are you doing? You're gonna miss it for sure. Like the way you're aiming the shot, you're gonna miss it for sure. So if my thing is just telling to my brain that I have to stay positive. No, I'm gonna fucking make this ball. I'm making this ball, bitch. And it works for me.
Yeah. Well, if you think you're gonna miss, you will miss.
Yeah, it 100% works like that.
What I was getting at is I found a giant crossover between that and archery in that it's the same thing. Like if you think you're gonna miss in archery, you're gonna miss, and if you think you're gonna miss in pool, you're gonna miss.
Right.
Yeah.
It just works like that.
It is. It's crazy. It's like your subconscious tells you to miss, and it's almost like the pressure is too much, so you alleviate some of the pressure by anticipating the miss in advance.
Right.
It's weird. So that's my question to you is what is the process that you go through to fight that off? It's just saying I'm going to make that fucking ball.
Well, yeah, it's an experience already. You have to miss a few shots to understand why that happened.
Right.
And I did lose a few big ones like that. For example, I played Josh Filler in Germany and European Open. It was a really, really big match. The whole crowd is cheering for him. Quarterfinals of the European Open, and I landed on the 9-ball really weird, but I'm still a big favorite to make the shot. It was like a off angle. I was shooting from the rail. Quarterfinals of the European Open, and I was up 9-8. Race to 10, and I missed the 9-ball just because I knew that I was going to miss the ball. Same things happened in Saudi, and I was up 10-3. I think it was last 16. I'm almost straight on the 9-ball, but I just know that I'm going to miss the ball.
Oh no.
I just know that, and I'm down on the shot, and I know the shot clock is running on me. I'm like, no way. I just can't get up. I just can't get up. I don't have enough. I don't know. I don't have enough time. So I missed the ball. I'm glad that I won the match, and I won. I ran the next rack, but it's just weird how that works.
So now you have those experiences, and then what do you do when that's over? Where you go, okay, that can't happen again. I got to make sure that mindset never creeps into my head again.
So you just have to switch your focus to your fundamentals. That's what helps me. For example, Nick Vandenberg, he used to be a big player back in the day in the Netherlands. He would practice sitting on his couch for hours. Just practice visualization. Just practice on the table. He would imagine himself practicing in the pool hall, like straighten shots. He wouldn't even go and practice.
Whoa.
That's weird.
That's a weird dude.
Yeah, but it worked for him.
Well, there's a lot of science to that in terms of like studies that have been done about visualization and the improvement. And they found that actual real visualization, when you're really sitting down there and visualizing, counts almost as much as practice. And in some cases more. And no one knows why.
Well, visualization is really big for us. For example, you're never going to win the tournament without believing that you can actually win it.
Right.
And you can only believe that you can win if you can only visualize that you won the tournament.
Right. Which is why I say that this is like the most mental of games.
Yeah.
You know, it's such a weird dance that goes in your head. Like sometimes, and again, I'm not a good player. I'm half-assed. But sometimes I play really good. Like if I get like 6 hours, 2 or 3 days in a row, I can get in stroke and I start running racks. But when I'm not, and then I go to execute, there's like this thing in my head that like right when I'm about to aim at the, like right when I'm about to pull the trigger, my head goes, don't hit it there, hit it here. And you're like, okay.
At a touch of outside.
And I do it and I miss. I'm like, why did you change where you were going to hit it? Yeah. Like last minute, what the fuck is that? And I've been playing pool for 30-something years.
But sometimes that works. And you're like, I'm glad I did that.
Yeah, rarely. Most of the times I miss. Yeah. Most of the times when I change where I'm going to hit last second, I miss.
But we all do that.
Yeah, or when I think, I'm not going to be this accurate, let me aim to overcut it. And then I'm like, oh my God, you overcut it all the length of the table, you fucking idiot. Yeah. If you just accurately like hit where you thought you were going to hit, you would have made that ball. It's this weird thing, but that's why I love the game. Because when you're really playing pool, the world goes away. It goes away. You're not thinking about anything. You're not thinking about global warming. You're not thinking about shit. You're not thinking about inflation, how much eggs cost. You're not thinking about shit. The world goes away when you're on that table. When you're playing, the world goes away. That's what I like about archery, and that's what I like about pool. They have the same quality to them, and that to do it correctly is so difficult that it requires all of your mind.
I agree. Totally agree with you.
And unlike chess, which also requires all of your mind, pool has the added element that you have to execute. You have to pull it off under pressure. But shaky hand.
Kind of like a mix of chess with, I don't know, golf. I would say.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just its own thing.
Well, it's an own thing for sure.
It's its own thing. It's very different than any of those other things, even though I don't play either one of them. It's very different than any of those other things. And when people get into it, man, it takes their whole fucking life over. I remember my manager had to have a conversation with me once when I lived in New York. He was like, I think you're spending more time playing pool than you are in your career. I'm like, fuck, he's right. He's right. I took a whole year off. I didn't play for a whole year. And then I came to LA and I started playing a little bit again. I was like, God, it got me again. It just sunk its teeth right back in me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The amount of cues you have is crazy.
And now when I'm like, if I'm talking to someone and they're boring, I just think about playing pool. I think about getting out. I think about, it's like my default brain. It falls into these, but it's not really about it is about the game for sure. But what it's really about is sinking your mind to something. That's where the true joy comes in. Sinking your mind to something and then executing it to perfection. I think it's some kind of a mental exercise, like akin to cardio, akin to lifting weights. There's a mental exercise to it.
Also, the enjoyment from developing the skill, and you just know how hard it is. I think the enjoyment is even bigger in that regard.
Yeah. It's a game that I really wish more people would appreciate. I wonder how many people are still listening to this podcast that are just regular people. They're like, what the is he gonna fucking talk about pool with this guy for 3 hours? Yep, this one's not for you. But that's the beauty of having 4 podcasts a week. You can throw one of them entirely at pool. But for pool players, there's a lot of people that get it. It's not like anything else. So, and in this weird world of non-physical things, in this weird world of virtual things, of playing video games and of being connected with computers, and which is all very, very fun. Those are all really fun to do. There's a kinetic aspect to playing pool that I think a lot of people forgot how satisfying and rewarding it is, and how intriguing the game is. And that's why I always chime on about it. I think it's good for you.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, the way, for example, Vietnam marketed pool is they started opening pool rooms with computer clubs in the same building.
Oh,
so that's
like
why,
like a computer cafe type deal?
Type of thing, yeah. But the huge ones. They have pool rooms with hundreds of tables.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Vietnam right now is probably the most pool playing country in the world.
Wow. And how long ago did this start?
Maybe 3-4 years ago, really.
That's crazy. What made it explode in Vietnam like that?
I had no idea. For example, Hanoi Open, the first major we had in Vietnam three years ago, I had no idea or any expectations going to the event. But I always knew that I had some fans because on Facebook, like 40% of my followers are from Vietnam, which always seemed weird.
40%?
Yeah. Now it's more.
Whoa.
So I went over there and I was amazed. Like in Hanoi alone, there's 2,000 pool rooms. In Hanoi, just one city.
2,000?
Yeah.
That's crazy. What is this? The most luxurious pool hall in Vietnam?
That's in Da Nang. I've actually been to this pool room before.
Damn.
But yeah, they have pool rooms with like hundreds of tables. This is Chinese 8 ball, by the way.
Yeah, that's a weird game, right?
It's become really, really popular.
Hugely popular, right?
Really popular.
It's very lucrative, right?
Yeah. Yeah, those guys are making big money now. They're called 8 ball now.
It's called 8 ball, right? It used to be called Chinese 8 ball.
Chinese 8 ball.
So what made that game explode in China?
They were just throwing big money in the game, and it really exploded everywhere because now all the English and snooker players, English 8 ball players and snooker players are traveling, playing all those tournaments there, and maybe top 30 guys now on their tour making good money. And they are, I think they are trying to get pool players to join them as well.
A lot of guys probably do it just for the cheese.
Yeah, well, that's the problem.
What does a big tournament in 8 ball pay?
The biggest one pays $750,000 for first. But they have almost big tournaments every month. They pay $200,000, $300,000 first.
Wow.
And small tournaments, they pay $50,000. But they're regularly happening every 2 weeks.
But you were saying when you went over there, like regular dudes that you were playing were like robbing you.
Yeah, the competition is really high. The game is a little bit different. So they use pool balls, snooker type of rail. So the pocket is round, and they use like a snooker cloth. So it's really thick and like hairy.
So it's got a lot of nap to the cloth, so the ball moves slower.
Right.
They hit balls really hard. Is that because of the rounded edges? Like you got to fire them through there?
For example, if the ball is close to the rail, that's probably the best way to make the ball because you can push through the rubber.
Oh.
Kind of like a Russian pyramid type of thing.
Well, there's that one shot where in the side pockets we can push through the nipple of the side pocket.
Yeah.
If it's So it's like
kind of the same thing, kind of.
Because I watch a lot of those guys online and they fire balls in. I'm like, this is crazy. Like,
Yeah, the competition is really, really high there because there's so many players and so many forums in China that just have table tables, and it's becoming popular everywhere.
And when did that start in China?
I would say it started like 10 years ago, maybe even before that.
That's great. So think about that. That emerges 10 years ago. So this is we're talking about 2015. It's not that long ago. So that emerges 10 years ago, and then Vietnam emerges 3 years ago.
Vietnam is booming, but maybe I just found it out 3 years ago. Maybe it started.
So
before
let's
that.
imagine that's 10 years as well. That's still nothing. That's not that long ago.
Yeah.
Like, so it gives me hope that something similar can happen in America.
I
You don't think so?
I think the audience is different
How so?
because something has to happen in order to draw the younger audience here. I don't know if the social media is the answer, but in Vietnam, it's just they don't have any bars and pool rooms. They don't drink in pool rooms. They just play the game. Everybody's following professional pool. Everybody know who Shane Van Boening is.
That's going to be tough to get people with no bars.
Exactly.
People over here are a bunch of drunks.
Well, APA has 270,000 members. 270,000 US alone.
And those are mostly bar players.
Those are mostly bar players that play on Fridays, and they probably don't know who Shane Van Boening is.
What?
Yeah,
That's not possible.
It is possible.
Come on, really?
Yeah.
Really? They play pool in a league and they don't know who Shane Van Boening is?
I'm telling you.
That seems insane. He plays in those bar table tournaments sometimes.
There used to be a lot more. Yeah.
I watched some recent one from Boston. They had some big...
Right.
Yeah.
That's Ultimate Pool. They started. That's a company from UK.
Oh, is
they're
it?
starting to break through in the US as well.
Kind of crazy because it's a really quick shot clock, big ass pockets, little ass table, and if you miss, you're fucked, right? Because these guys they're all running out. Justin Bergman is a wizard at that too.
Yeah, bar table was a different game.
It looks easy. You look at it, you're like, oh, small table, big pockets. This is easy, but no, if you miss. Like, if you get out of line and you miss, the game's over.
Yeah.
You guys are going to run out. And
There's
that's additional pressure. Yeah.
There's more strategy to beat ball.
All the clusters and everything's all cluttered up together.
Right.
And you can't shoot your opponent's ball, so you got to figure out a way to bump them and move them and get a shot on the 8.
Do you think the 8 ball is still the most played game because of leaks?
Yeah, most people don't. Like, I had a friend here, and he was like, I play really good pool. I go, what do you play? You play 9 ball? I was like, no, I play regular pool. I'm like,
yeah.
What is regular pool? Like, you don't play.
Right.
We had a conversation. I was like, okay. Let me explain 9 ball to you. Like, you play 8 ball. It's not regular pool.
But it may change with Matchroom being involved. It may change because they push 9 ball on.
Yeah. Well, the thing about 9 ball that's very exciting is the luck factor.
Right.
Luck factor is huge. You know, when you watch a guy shoot a ball into the corner and he hits the rail and it bounces 3 rails and goes to the side. It's fucked if you're sitting there, if you're in the chair and you were hoping, oh, he missed, it's my chance. No, he got lucky. And that's luck is part of it. Sometimes people shit in the 9 ball, and that's the whole, they win. And people are like, how could that be a win? It's an accident. That's part of the game.
Yeah.
It's part of the fun of the game. And then also you could win off the break. That's also part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that drives people crazy. No, spot that. Like, no.
I think it's great. I mean, luck is part of any sport, I think.
I also like when someone misses an easy shot and then the opponent runs out and makes a 9 on the break. So it's like, fuck
Extra
you.
punishment.
You fucked up. And the pool gods do that to you all the time.
Yeah.
They do. If you miss a ball, it's kind of weird how oftentimes, like, you have to sit in the chair for a few racks because the guy just gets a bunch of, like, really awesome lucky breaks. You're like, this is terrible.
For sure. And, you know, what I also found when I'm winning more, I'm also getting more luck.
Yeah.
I just get the love. I miss the ball, and the guy is absolutely hooked.
I wonder what that is. Why is that so reliable? Because it's really reliable.
I wish I knew the answer. I'd be doing something for sure.
If some, like, super egghead who studies pool, like Dr. Dave,
Yeah.
like if that guy could explain this, I would like to know.
No
Because
doubt about that.
I think there's a kind of science to it, and I think it has to do. I don't know what it is, but I think there's a positive. When you're in gear, when you can't miss, and you're in stroke, and you're firing balls, and you're playing really well, you get these lucky breaks. It's weird. It's like you're putting out positive energy. But when you're down and you feel like shit and you're like, God damn it, I can't catch a break, and then the guy misses and you're stuck behind 2 balls, and you're like, God damn it, this always happens. I often wonder, did you make that? Did you manifest this? Are you manifesting good luck with positive energy?
That's what I do, yeah.
I wonder.
That's what I do. I mean, I'm always trying to be positive because I think there is a benefit to it.
I think there's a real benefit, like a real world, unmeasurable benefit that would probably show up in statistics.
But not even in pool. I think in real life it's the same.
Yes, I think so too. Yeah, that's why I think pool mirrors life in a lot of ways.
Right.
I think that's the case. I also think like being really generous in real life is like really good for you. It's really good for everybody. It's not good for just for the people that you're being generous to, but it's good for you too. It's good for everybody.
Right.
Like like more good things happen for you when you do that. It's the same sort of principle. There's
karma is real.
It is real. It just doesn't seem like it should be. It seems like you should be able to figure out life on, a yellow legal pad with a pen and some really good calculus. But no, there's some things going on that nobody has figured out how to put a measuring tape to. No one's figured out how to put it on a scale. There's some things going on.
Yeah, it's a difficult one.
Yeah. And there's things going on with your mind that no one is ever going to be able to figure out. Like, no one's ever going to be able to figure out why some people get lucky all the time. But I think there's probably something to it. Like Efren, for example. That guy used to always say, I got lucky. He was always saying, I got lucky.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, who's more positive than that guy? When he would miss, he would laugh. He would laugh and scratch his head.
Oh, yeah.
Never looked like he was mad. I would want her to break my fucking stick. But he would just like, oh no, I missed. He'd scratch his head and go, oh no. And sit down and be all super positive.
Right.
But he got lucky a lot.
I agree. Maybe that's the case.
Yeah. But that's why I wanted to ask you about your pre-shot routine. Like, what are the things you're saying to yourself in your mind? Or is it just a lot of experience and a lot of, I'm going to make that shot?
Well, it's basically shutting down the negative thoughts. Being positive is really difficult at times, especially when things are not going your way, when opponent is, I don't know, missing and shit saves on you, or fluking a few balls, or just doesn't miss any balls. It's really difficult to stay positive in your chair.
Yeah.
So you just gotta focus on what you can control and hope for the best. That's all I do.
Have you ever thought about doing what Nick Vandenberg does when he sits on a couch? Just like visualizing running out while you're watching your opponent play?
I think I have that going through my brain when I'm like listening to like a hype up music. For example, when I'm walking to the match and I'm like hyped up.
What is hype up music for you? What are you listening to?
Different. Depends on the mood. Sometimes it's like gangster rap. Sometimes it's
like what kind of gangster rap? What do you like?
Russian stuff.
Russian? Oh, you gotta send me some.
Okay.
Yeah, tell me what's good Russian gangster rap.
It's good for the gym. Perfect for the gym.
Yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, nice.
Funk music. I like funk. Like Brazilian funk.
I like music like that I don't know what they're saying.
Right.
I really enjoy that.
I do understand what they're saying, but sometimes it just doesn't make all that sense. So.
Russian gangster rap. Like, can you give me an example, like, that we could play right now? Like, what is a good Russian gangster rap that Jamie could pull up?
Well, his name is Kryptonite.
Kryptonite?
Yeah.
Like Kryptonite? Like Kryptonite?
Yeah. Well, his name is Kryptonite. He's really popular in Russia.
Let's see if we can find that guy. What's a good song?
Usually it's a few remixes. Well, let me see.
What's like a...
It put me on the spot.
I didn't even know that they had a lot of Russian gangster rap.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, it's not great music, but it hypes me up.
Well, a lot of hype-up music is not necessarily great
This guy's
music.
called Ice Gergert. I don't know if he's popular or not. I just like his stuff.
Give me one Kryptonite, though. One good song that you like.
Let me see.
Like one, like you and Josh Phil are about to play for $500,000. You're on your way.
So this song is not good. It has cursing all over it.
Oh, perfect. But just tell me what it is. We'll have Jamie pull it up.
Moscow loves ecstasy.
Oh. I bet a lot of people in Moscow do love ecstasy. Probably a pretty accurate song. You got it, Jamie?
It's not written in English.
Yeah, it's
So
not
I
written
have
in
to,
English.
I just want to
I
hear
just
it.
No,
translated it.
I'm
Oh,
to even
the
find
actual
the song. I gotta like get the
Oh.
right version of it. 'Cause it didn't.
It's called Moskva. Moskva.
If you want, I can have him send it to me, and I'll send it to you.
No, that's not the issue.
Oh, okay.
Literally, it's written in.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
even
the
know how
one,
to type
that's the
that
one.
in.
There it
That's
is.
I can't type that something saying like it was.
Oh, right.
This also is going to get us in trouble.
You have
This is
to
gonna
go
get us in
fast
trouble?
forward.
We can't play any music anymore.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, we'll cut it out.
You gotta go forward a little bit.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah, so it's something like that.
It sounds like he's on ecstasy, though.
Maybe.
I bet he is.
Maybe. I mean, most of the stuff he says, you can't even understand what he's saying because he's so fast, and he's actually from Kazakhstan.
Here's the translation.
Oh, here it is. Wet asphalt, gray face. You'll find everything you need. Love or treasure in the depths of the woods. Only the lipstick was worn off. Ceiling, starfall, fingers on the temple. The eyes are. This is all nonsense words.
Yeah,
The
it
eyes are gathered together. Tomorrow again. Wet asphalt, gray face. There are only clouds above you. Okay, that sounds like ChatGPT wrote it. Like ChatGPT 2.
The straight translation from Russian never makes any sense.
No, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what is that like? Like learn. Well, first of all, you know how to read it, right? So you read. What's it? Cyrillic? Is that what it's called? So you read it and write it. Like, what is it like when you have to learn English? Like, how much of a weird juxtaposition when you see the two languages together?
Well, I don't know. It was kind of easy. I think English is the easiest language to learn.
Really?
Because I was studying French in school. I was in the French school, and for me, it was a lot tougher to learn French. I used to speak fluent French before. Now I just don't remember anything.
Really?
Yeah, I actually start forgetting Russian a little bit because I start thinking in English because I spent so much time here.
Oh.
So I didn't learn English proper enough, but to where I can speak and understand and, at least have a conversation. And then I don't really speak with anybody in Russian, so I start forgetting it.
Oh, no. You're a man of no country.
Exactly.
That's terrible. That would be terrible. And if you go back to Russia, they get mad at you. They can't talk good.
No, I mean, I still talk good. I actually go to Russia at least once a year.
Just to stay tight? Stay close to the game?
So stay close to my family.
But I would imagine, like, if you fell out of Russian, like, if it became uncomfortable for you and you went over there, that would be so weird for them.
No, I mean, they're fine with it. There's a lot of.
But listen, if my daughter moved overseas and went to Spain and started speaking Spanish, and they came over to America and had a hard time talking to me, I'd be like, "What happened?"
I'm not gonna
get a head injury?
completely forget the language,
Right.
But it would be just that I would be using like a lot simpler words. My vocabulary is going to be tinier.
Right. But then, what if you're away for 10 years?
Yeah, well, then you gain an accent, and
then people are like, "Look at you. You went America on us.
Yeah.
You son of a bitch." Do you get any heat for coming to America?
At first, of course, I did.
Yeah.
I've had all my friends. My friends actually, they supported me all the time. So I'm just glad that I had good friends and have good friends. But of course, the casual fans and the keyboard warriors.
Yeah.
They're always on me. I get the heat from that.
Because you left Russia.
Yeah, sell out. Not born in the USA. And that's the music they always play in the Seneca. Not born in the USA.
Is there a song like that?
Well, they play the song.
The Born in the USA
say,
song?
No, not yet.
Oh, not. That song is very depressing anyway. If you want to get patriotic, that's not like Born in the USA is a terrible song. It's like so sad. It's not like Life Was Awesome.
Yeah.
Like that song is like depressing. It's it's about living in a terrible part of the USA. Like it's not like the American dream.
But not really. I mean, I don't have the heat from the Russians. Not really. I don't have that.
That's good.
There's a lot of Russian people living in the United States.
So you get more heat from Americans that are upset that you came over from Russia?
Not really. The Europeans, I think. The Europeans that are the most upset ones, I think.
Probably because you're now playing for the Americans. They
Yeah.
know that you could fuck up their whole Mosconi Cup thing.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I do have a lot of, I would say, Polish haters, just because I'm
Polish?
Russian. Yeah, Polish. I have a lot of Polish haters,
Oh,
just because
yeah.
I was born in Russia.
Oh, but they just automatically don't like Russians.
Yeah. That always happens.
Yeah, if you don't have haters, you're not doing anything right.
Right.
You know, if you're,
I'm sure you have a lot of them too.
I'm sure I do. Yeah.
What was that crazy guy that was? He was trying to fight you or something.
Oh, the Liver King.
Yeah.
Yeah, that poor unfortunate guy. I don't know, man. He just got it in his head somehow or another that I was responsible for what was wrong with him, that I was a bully to him, which is crazy because all I did was point out what was like super obvious, like you're lying about being on steroids. Like, hey, don't lie about being on steroids. Don't be a public person, and no one will say that. It's that simple. You got to take personal accountability for errors that you made. I think there's some substances involved, if I had to guess, that led him down a bad road, unfortunately. But it's also fame, man. It's not, I'm sure you experience it because you experience a lot of haters in the pool world, but fame is not what people think it's going to be. You think, I'm going to be famous and life will be easier because people know who I am. No, life is going to be way harder because now you're under the microscope.
Oh, for sure. You can't go in.
24 hours a day. And this is a guy in Brian, who calls himself the Liver King, who was not famous most of his life and then decided, I want to be famous and I have this great body. So what I'm going to do is just like tell everybody they have to eat liver and sell a bunch of supplements. And he made a lot of money selling a bunch of supplements. And then it's can I tell the truth about steroids? The problem with that is that physique is not achievable in your 40s without some help. It's just not. It's just not. It's just not. Like, you could be a freak athlete and have that physique at 23. It's possible. There's a few guys that can, but you have to have superior genetics and an insane work ethic, and you have to be like really intelligent about how you approach your training. But once you get into your 40s, and if you didn't look like that when you were younger, oh yeah, you're on something. Everybody knows it. There's nothing wrong with being on something. Like here's the thing, it's like if you want to be an influencer online, it doesn't exclude you from taking, if you're a person who takes testosterone and even there's guys who have huge followings who are clearly on anabolic steroids. They just don't lie about it. That's all it is. Like, it doesn't make you less famous or make your physique less valid. No one really, there's going to be a few people, oh, he's a juice head. But the reality is most people are just like, wow, that's really impressive. But what people hate is when you mislead them, when you pretend you're doing something that you're not, especially if you're also selling supplements or selling a lifestyle and telling them, about your ancestral tenets. It's just got to take accountability. That's you made mistakes. If you did make mistakes, I'd be celebrating you. If you were like this guy who's like, there's a bunch of people that we talk about on the podcast all the time that I know are on juice, but they don't lie about it, and no one gets upset at them. It's real simple. It's just, it is what it is. But that, so guys just take a lot of heat, and he also funded, I think he had at least had a part in funding this Netflix documentary about him, which I didn't watch it, but I heard it was not flattering at all, and it made him seem kind of insane, and that probably sucked. And then after that, he, was mad at me. But again, fame is not a normal thing. It's not normal. And if you don't have personal sovereignty, if you don't understand yourself, truly understand yourself, not just trying to project an image of what you like people to think of you, but who you actually are, that's where you get in trouble with fame. And then also reading haters and reading the comments and wanting people to love you, which is probably why a lot of people get famous in the first place. There's also like the thing of getting famous as a goal versus becoming famous because of a thing you do. You know what I mean? Like becoming famous because people like your comedy or your podcast, or they like the way you play pool, or they like the way you play basketball. Like that's a different thing. When you specifically go out of your way because you want to become famous, and that's a lot of people. It's really weird. That's a lot of like very wealthy people. I know some people that are really wealthy, and the thing that they really want is to be famous. It's weird.
Just an egomaniac.
Well, it's the thing they can't buy. It's like they have private jets, they got a house here and a house there, and they got a company here and a company there, but they really want to be famous.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so they will. That's a lot of those guys want to go on podcasts, and they want to like sort of like let the world know how cool they are. It's weird.
It is.
You know, it's like, and then a lot of those guys, they take the heat off the comments and the haters, and they don't like it. Like, Jesus Christ, I didn't know it was going to be this. Like, yeah, that's what you signed up for. You signed up.
The game.
Yeah, you're on the World Theater.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it's a lot of eyeballs. It's a lot of fucking venom-tongued people out there just wanting to say terrible things about you. Yeah.
Can't wait till something happens.
And you have to have the same way you have that discipline to not allow those negative thoughts in your head before you make a shot. You also have to not allow other people's negative thoughts in your head either.
Right.
Because they're as valid, if not more valid, than your own negative thoughts.
Oh, there's so many different opinions. You know? This, for example, every time I make a, bad decision to their opinion, they will always voice it to me and say, well,
sure.
And you just gotta deal with it.
Yeah, or not pay attention to them, which is, I think, the best way to do it. You must be aware. Everyone's aware if they fuck up, and you're always aware if people are upset at you about things, but don't fucking focus on it. Don't pay attention. And that's where comedians make a giant mistake, podcasters make a giant mistake. I'm sure pool players do it. Fighters do it in a big way. Like a lot of fighters get real mad when they read comments.
Yeah.
And they invite trolls to come to their gym, and some of them even beat the trolls up, which is kind of crazy. Some guys will talk shit, and they'll be so dumb that they'll actually think that they can go to the gym and, spar with Sean Strickland or something.
That's the worst thing you can do, because that's what troll is wanting. That's what his goal is. He's trying to get to your head.
Yeah, but if you can get him in the gym, it's worth it.
Yeah.
Like, Sean Strickland has a bunch of videos of guys who talk shit online. He just beats the fucking piss out of them. Which is like, then he wins. Then it comes all full circle. Like, paying attention to the haters actually paid off, because for him, it's easy work. He just tunes these guys up like it's nothing and talks shit to them while he's kicking the fuck out of them.
Yeah, well, I guess in that case,
yeah, but with pool, it's like you don't want to have to play some idiot who says you suck. Like, okay, put up money, let's play. Like, they probably won't. Then you'll be talking with them back and forth. What is the most amount of money that you've ever gambled for?
Against Shane.
That was it?
Yeah.
So you don't want to say the full amount, but that was the most amount. But this Joshua Filler thing, if what they offered, if that ever happened, that would be the biggest one.
It could be the biggest one. But also on my end, I just don't want it to be a one match and done.
Right.
I want to play. If I lose, I want to play again. If I win, I want to play again.
What was he proposing in terms of a race?
He wanted to do the same. He wanted to do the same
120.
thing. 120 10 ball over 3 days. Just the same thing.
And what would you think about that?
I think yeah, we can do that for sure. But my take on this was I wanted to play in Rail Yard in Louisville, where we play all of our
your
matches.
spot. Yeah.
Well, it's not really my spot. It's considered
That's the spot you go to a lot, right?
Not really. I go there.
Oh, I think you're lying.
A couple times a year. I live 30 minutes from there.
Oh, see, that's your spot.
But I don't go there.
Son, shut up. That's your homeroom.
It's not my homeroom. I have a table at home. I practice at home.
Right. But your homeroom, where you go to, is like the place where you go that's near your house, that's an actual establishment, not your home table.
I mean, you can yes, I mean, you can say it like this, but I don't go there. I don't practice there. I'm never there.
Right. I bet everybody knows your name.
Oh, yeah.
You walk in the door. Well, that everybody knows your name everywhere. It doesn't count. But
yeah,
I can see why you wouldn't want to play there.
Yeah, of course.
That's
we can find a neutral spot. we can't find neutral spot.
Maybe we're setting it up right here on this podcast. What's the most amount you think you could get staked for?
I'll have to
Consult.
Yeah, I'll have to consult.
Yeah, consult with those gentlemen.
300,000 maybe.
Could
Could be 4.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. Let's do it right here.
I'd be in. I'd be into doing that. I would have to tighten that table up, right?
Yeah, well,
would you want 4 1/4? Or
we're
would you
playing
want
4
4?
1/4. Oh, that's another thing he wanted to do. He wanted to only play on a 4-inch table. So he wants to make it tighter. Because me and Shane, we played in 4 1/4.
Oh, I see.
And he thinks if he makes it tighter, I'm not going to be making as much balls on the break, and I can't control the break. You know, it's always, when you negotiate a match like this, you always want to have an edge.
Right.
And little change here and there may make the outcome different, but I mean,
I feel like you should do it in a place where you can get an audience, though.
We can.
Yeah, but
it's going to be the biggest draw of the audience we can possibly have.
Online, for sure.
It's going to be the
what I mean is in person as well. Like a place where there's a lot of people that can watch in person.
I think me and Shane would draw a bigger crowd, but maybe.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Shane is a huge American hero when it comes to pool.
Right.
But it just seems like he doesn't like it anymore.
With Filler, it's different. You know, he's like Jake Paul. A lot of people watch him, but they watch him because they want him to lose.
Really?
Well, I just found it like this.
I didn't know that. I'm just hearing that for the first time now. I thought he was beloved.
Well, it's kind of changing, I think, lately.
Why?
Just the way he responded to a few different things, and social media makes it worse.
Oh, no. Social media stuff?
Yeah. There was a few I don't know if you're involved with like WPA and matchroom conflicts and stuff like this.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So there was a lot of weirdness where he was playing for, like, was it WPA said you couldn't play in a matchroom event, or is that what it was? What happened?
What happened was...
so we should explain to people that don't know, there's 2 different competing sort of organizations.
Yeah.
And at one point in time, if you played for one, they were telling you can't play for the other. And everybody's like, that's kind of crazy, guys.
Right.
Like, pool is just starting to take off, and don't schedule shit at the same time as this other one that you know is going to be there. Work together.
So what happened was WPA is implementing all those bans, and they say if you play in Hanoi Open, you will be banned for a certain period of time from WPA tournaments. And all the top players at the time, we wanted to change that by just stopping playing in WPA tournaments. So we just, all of us, top 16 players or top 10 players, we just don't go to WPA tournaments. And by that move, we wanted them to change that rule. We wanted them to lift the ban.
Right.
So the very next event, after we spoke with all the players, we were in the meeting room. We fly to New Zealand. And I was flying with Christina, with my girlfriend at the time. She was playing the World Championships, and there was a World Championships for men's, which was a WPA tournament. And we all agreed that we're not playing there, but Josh was there, and he was playing. So he basically decided and went against what he was saying in that room. He turned up and signed up to play. It wasn't just him. It wasn't other players. But then it just led to more, like, he went on social media and tried to say, you know, he was trying to defend himself and say, you know, it was my dream to win the championships. It was my...
So what better way to tell those other 10 guys that are the best in the world, you're not going. All right, we're all not going. And then you sign up. That means you just killed off 9 or 10 of the best players in the world. You have a much better chance of winning.
He did get a lot of backlash from that, and I think to this day that kind of stuck with him.
I see. That makes sense. He's a hell of a player, though.
Oh, he's an unbelievable player.
Yeah, and he's really young too, right? How old is he?
He's a little bit older than me, maybe 26, 27, but
yeah,
he's the most fearless, the most talented player. He's kind of like Romeo Salvador.
Yeah, he's well, sometimes when he gets hot, it's crazy to watch. Where he's spiking balls in.
Oh, the high gear is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. He would go for a long period of time without missing any balls.
And the other thing about him is he never looks like he's freaking out. Like, it never seems to be affecting him. Like, he's never taking additional time in between shots.
No, he's very fast fast player.
Even under extreme pressure.
Yeah, he doesn't really fall under pressure, and
It just seems like he doesn't feel it. Sometimes.
No,
So good.
Sometimes it does feel like this, and he was feeding off the actual like hate of the crowd in Moscone. Like Moscone Cup, if you watch Las Vegas, I wasn't playing on those years, but everybody's kind of rooting against him, and he's just feeding off the crowd, kind of like Jason Shaw does.
Wow.
Yeah, if you can turn that into a fuel and just run wrecks, that's amazing in my opinion.
Yeah, if you can do that, if you have that kind of temperament. But it's always interesting to me when a guy like that just seems to be so calm under pressure and just fires balls in. Like it's almost like it's like shocking. Like he's got an intimidating game.
Right.
Not that I don't think you could beat him. It's a really good game though.
It is.
It's
it
like
is a really good game.
It's top 1 and 2 in the world. You know, I think at the very top, as you see with, you know, with Aloysius Yap, he won 3 tournaments in a row, which is crazy. It's crazy to win like 3 majors in a row. But like, you know, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz went on a tear where he was doing that for a while.
You if you look back at like the years, even like 10 years from where we're at right now, there's always one player winning tournaments for like a year or two, and then switches to another player.
Like Shane won back-to-back U.S. Opens.
Or Mika won back-to-back. Darren won.
Yeah.
Darren Appleton won back-to-back.
Yeah.
It's always...
They get hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's just maintaining that. It's just so weird. Like we were talking about Ko Ping Chung, who had that insane match in 2023, but this year didn't play nearly as well.
It's really tough. I mean, life gets in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Something, I don't know, family, business.
Or you might have a neck injury like you had.
Right.
Your back might start bothering you. You get sciatica.
There's a lot of stuff that can happen.
Yeah. But it's just, that's why a high-level pool, when you watch it, you know, on a world stage like that, when it's executed so perfectly, it's so fun to watch. Because you know how hard it is to get there.
Yeah, it's harder to even stay there.
So, what do you do differently now that you're world number 1? Do you do anything differently to try to maintain your position, or is it just keep going?
No, just keep going. I know what I did to get me where I'm at right now. Why would I change it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess unless
because a lot of people they stop because, for example, they had a goal, their motivation is gone.
Right.
You know, my motivation has always been money, really. Most of the time it was just the money. I wanted to win as much as I can. I was kind of from the poor-ish family growing up, and my biggest motivation was financial. But obviously I wanted to be a world champion, and I had the dream to be a world champion. When I won the first world championships, you know, that dream was kind of gone. Now it's just another major. So they always ask me those questions where, what would it feel to you if you win another U.S. Open or Whirlpool Masters? Like, it would be great, but I think it would mean a lot more when I stop playing. Like when I'd be sitting with my grandkids and like, oh, well, your grandpa was a 2-time world 9-ball champion back in the day. It was 4-railing that 9-ball right there.
Why do you say it with a southern accent?
Well, because I live in Indiana here. I live in southern Indiana.
Is that, they have a southern accent in Indiana?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I never thought of that. Huh.
Yeah.
What would you assume their accent in Indiana would be? Well, you're an Ohio boy, so you're close to Kentucky.
Depends where you are there.
Right.
Yeah, what kind of accent? Cleveland's got an accent.
That's true. That's true.
People have accents where.
That's true. But it's just when you think about just in general, like Pool's growth, I think you're in a perfect position right now in life. It's like if you had been this good 20 years ago, you would be in the same sort of trap that a lot of those the older players were, where there's no real incentive to be playing professionally. The only money that anybody was making in Pool 20, 30 years ago, real money, was in gambling.
Right.
And there was a lot of guys that were making money gambling that weren't placing well in tournaments. They didn't want to. They didn't want to play in tournaments. They didn't want to knock their action. But I think you're in really the perfect timeline. Whereas as you're getting better and as Pool's getting more and more popular, the money's getting bigger and bigger. And I think it's a really awesome time for the game.
I agree. Definitely. I definitely feel fortunate to be in the right time, in the right era with the way my career was going to. Because, like you said, 20 years ago, I would have been nowhere.
And it's also the players of today, it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they're much more systematic with their training than they ever were before.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. Everybody's more disciplined. Everybody is treating it as a sport, like I said. They're not treating it as a game.
They're treating it like a sport, but they're also examining all the aspects of the game and constantly honing them. It's different. Like when I watch guys practice online, like you have a channel where you put a lot of your practice sessions online, and you get to see like there's no messing about. It's like there's some serious training involved, like serious position play, serious like getting that muscle memory over and over again, different ways to stroke a shot.
For example, my idol growing up was always Niels Fine, and he has his own channel on YouTube.
Yeah, he's great. The Terminator.
He is the best to follow. The best. The guy's doing visualization every day. He's practicing every single day. I think he's doing his 90 minutes of hardcore practice on the pool table. He's live streaming. He's explaining why would you have to practice, and if you follow just everything he does, you will get to a different level. 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
World-class player too. He's fun to watch.
Yeah, super disciplined, super like a Rafa Nadal. He's a Rafa Nadal in pool.
Whew. It's fun time to be a pool player, and like I said, I think the sky's the limit. I think the game is going to explode over the next few years because we've watched it get a lot bigger over the last 4 or 5.
Yeah, for sure. Let's set up the filler match.
Yeah, man. I'll do commentary. How about that?
Let's do it.
Get Matchroom involved. Just set it up somewhere in Austin. I'll do it.
Let's do it.
Do it somewhere where we can have a crowd in person, though. That's what I was getting at. Like, you're going to have a crowd online, but it'd be cool if you had a lot of people there in person.
All right. You got it. We'll set it up.
Okay. Well, I want to see it. So, listen, congratulations on everything. It's been cool following you and seeing what happened over the last time you were here and watching you just get better and better.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, Joe.
My pleasure, my brother. Tell everybody if they want to follow you. What's your Instagram?
My Instagram has a weird name called Stjanich.
Yeah.
But I have Facebook. Mostly I spend a lot of my time on Facebook, TikTok.
Oh, this is a question I wanted to ask you. Your name, some people say Fedor, some people say Fedor, but in Russian, is it Fyodor?
Fyodor.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Because people were correcting me. I'm like, I think you're both wrong. I think it's
Fyodor.
Fyodor.
Say Feeder.
Yeah.
I've
heard Fedor. I've heard, and when I was calling you Fedor, people are going, "Oh, he's saying that because Fedor Emelianenko." I'm like, yeah, well, that's kind of the accepted American pronunciation of Fyodor, though.
Right.
So I wanted to ask you if it was Fyodor.
Yeah, it is.
I knew I was right.
Right, but nobody calls me like that.
Okay, Fyodor. Let's see you from now on, bro. All right. Let's play some pool, and then we'll get something to eat. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
It's a little bit weird. It's weirder to be Joe Rogan.
You think?
Yeah, it's got to be.
It's weird. It's weird to be any person in the public eye, but in this time, it's particularly weird. If you're like one of the only people, I mean, the media is so bizarrely compromised. It's so weird when you watch these narratives spin both on the left and on the right. And you're like, is anybody fucking rational? Is anybody looking at and there's so few that a comedian like yourself just rises to the top of the heap
Well, it's funny, dude, because since the last time I was on, this has been kind of like the knock on me in a way now.
Is that you're a comedian?
You're just a comedian.
You're
This
my
guy's not an
emotional
expert.
support comedian.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
Have you ever been
It
an
feels
emotional
weird.
support comedian?
It feels weird doing this without Doug, to be honest.
Aw.
It seems kind of wrong. But dude, that's been like essentially that's like the knock is like, yeah, but you're acting like you're an expert, but you're just some comedian. And it's like, no, that's the point. That's always been the point. Like, yes, I'm just a comedian. I'm not an expert. And still, being not an expert, hand me your favorite Warhawk, and I will tear them to shreds because it's actually not that hard. And like, these people aren't really experts either.
Well, also the problem with that is these people that are talking about these things are talking about people not being experts while they're not experts.
Yeah.
There's, what does Doug have a degree in English?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. There's Sam Harris is a neuroscientist.
Mhm.
There's all these different people who have, expertise in one area that is pretty much outside geopolitical, world politics and international relations and chaos and war and the military-industrial complex. Like, these are very, very complex, sophisticated, nuanced discussions that you have to have when you're talking about these things, because there's so many different factors at play. There's so much money. There's so much bullshit in terms of like, what's the truth? What's the narrative? Who's pushing the narrative? Who's being paid to push the narrative? Which is really weird. There's so many of these fucking online influencers that I don't even think are really human beings that have like prominent accounts.
Yep. But then there's also it's a convenient kind of way to dismiss somebody.
Of course,
because
instead of addressing the facts.
Well, I thought was really funny to me was that so like a few days after the last time after me and Douglas Murray debated on the show, he went on Bill Maher's show. And so it's like after having this whole thing, the whole 45 minutes opening the show about how you comedians don't know what you're talking about, says don't know what you're talking, while he's smearing two people who he's never heard of and doesn't even know what they do or whatever, but not the best way to make an appeal to expertise. But no, he doesn't have a problem with Bill Maher doing it because he agrees with him. So the issue isn't really being an expert versus being a comedian. Konstantin Kassin went on this whole thing about expertise and all of this, and it's like he also started as a comedian. Why all of a sudden does this standard only apply to me and only when I'm talking about Israel? It never applied to me when I was talking about COVID. It never applied to me when they agreed with me on stuff. Right. They would just go, look, Dave, breaking it down. But now there's this one topic that one guy is not allowed to not be an expert on, and it happens to be this one topic that the entire population is turning on. I shouldn't say the entire, but it's huge numbers.
When someone attacks what you do professionally versus what you're actually saying.
Yeah.
Why not just dispute what he's saying instead of this appeal to authority?
Right.
You're not an expert.
But also, to ask that question is to answer that question.
You can only ask me a few things in life that I can give you definitive answers on. And even then, I might have to refer to expert. You want to ask me about judo. I've been doing jiu-jitsu since 90. I think I started in 97, somewhere around then. 96 maybe. I don't know shit about judo.
Right.
I know how to do a few hip tosses, but when someone is doing something, I don't even know what it's called. If I go haragoshi, I might get it wrong, because haragoshi might be legs on the outside versus leg on the inside. Wrestling, I got to defer to DC. Even in martial arts, I'm not totally an expert.
Yeah, and then there might be somebody who is totally an expert, say a wrestler who went to the Olympics,
right?
And with a total expert, or a coach or something like that, total expert in wrestling, and they could still get something about MMA completely off,
or jiu-jitsu.
Right,
because it happened in the last fight, in the last UFC card. Daniel Cormier didn't know about the dead orchard, so he thought this person was fine because they had two arms in while they're caught in a triangle. I go, no, this is a real submission. This is fucking dangerous. There's this guy, Nathan Orchard, who figured out how to do a triangle with two arms in, and it's replicable. A lot of guys do it now. And I think it was a lady at the last UFC had it. And I was like, oh, shit. And Daniel didn't know it yet. There's a couple other things, like the buggy choke. If you don't know about jiu-jitsu and you see a guy who's on his back and he's getting smothered, but all of a sudden he reaches under with his leg and I'm going, oh, and you don't know what's going on. Like, that's a fucking choke, like a really dangerous one. Ty Ruotolo gets you in that, you're Fucksville. You know, there's guys, so it's like there's areas of expertise, even in areas that I'm an expert in, that I have to call on other people. Like, this is a stupid argument. Like, what are the facts? Does that submission work? Is that genocide? Like, what is, you know, what's going on? Were you funding Hamas? Is Hezbollah a proxy of Iran? Did Iran get the money to do this when Biden released the funds? Because who's allowed to be an expert on all these things?
Yeah, and then of course there are things like do you support lockdowns? And like, in order to have, say, an expert opinion on this policy, it's like, okay, well, you'd be like, they'd say we're following the science. You know, so in other words, they have an epidemiologist or something like that who's arguing lockdowns will cut down on the transmission of the virus. Forget they turned out to be wrong, but leaving that aside, you're like, okay, but are they also an economist? Are they also a specialist, a sociologist, a specialist in childhood development who would tell you what closing the schools? Oh, who's the person who has expertise in every single one of those fields? Doesn't exist. There isn't an expert in all of those fields. You know what I mean?
That was the problem with that time, because that time everyone was so fearful, and the news was pushing fear, and it was clearly a narrative. I forget who it was, but some health official was being interviewed recently. He said that during 2020 that Anthony Fauci said to him, the problem is Americans aren't scared enough, which is crazy to say. It's a wild thing to say, that your goal is to make people more fearful. So you're trying to put out a narrative that makes people more fearful, which, by the way, fucks with your immune system in a gigantic way. Not good at all to be scared. I don't know how many people got really, really, really sick from COVID because when they got it, they freaked the fuck out and they couldn't sleep and they thought they were going to die and they were riddled with anxiety. And that makes you attack people around you, and then you look for a solution. And when these trusted institutions, which up until 5 fucking years ago, I was 100% on board with everything, with vaccines, with every medical innovation, other than psychiatric medications, which I think are pretty much overprescribed. All of a sudden, everyone's like hoping these people have the answer. So anybody who's going, but there's this guy Jay Bhattacharya, you know, he's also an expert. Oh, fuck you, fuck you. It's like an anti-science, trust the science, COVID denier, vaccine denier. It just became this fearful because everybody just responded to the fucking media, because everybody's too tuned in to all of this negative shit, man, all day long.
Well, you have to scare people. You know, if you want to implement like a tyrannical policy, you almost always have to scare people. Always. I mean, that's
the only way.
Now everyone knows, right? Like you just said, like being terrified is not good for your health. That on a human level, we also all know that it's not good for good decision making. You know, but it is excellent for, I will turn my brain off and give the authority to you to go do. I mean, look, it was right after 9/11. You know, people forget about this, but like the level to which Dick Cheney and George W. Bush used to fearmonger. Dick Cheney, the vice president of the United States of America, who was a bit more than just your average vice president, he said, it's not a matter of if, but when there will be another 9/11 attack. They were trying to tell the American people right after 9/11 to be in a constant state of fear.
Do you remember the COVID warnings where they had colors? Or excuse me, the terror warning where they had colors?
The threat level or whatever. Yeah. And then one day they'd be like, it's up to yellow. Yeah. And I mean, we were really still traumatized from 9/11. But the thing about it is that they knew what they wanted to do. They knew the policy they wanted to start embarking on. And it was the mix of they hate us, the big lie, which was they hate us for our freedom, which was like really the big lie after 9/11 was like, because the American people very organically wanted to know what the beef was. Like 9/11 happened, everybody was like, yo, why do they hate us? Right. What's this beef about? And their answer was they hate you for your freedom. And by the way, this is going to happen again. So be terrified. Second off, understand that they're so irrational that their beef with you is that like your grandma can go to the grocery store. So what do you do with that? Other than say what the American people said, which is George W. Bush, you have a blank check to go attack whoever you want to, and will support you.
Yeah, I remember feeling that way. Right? I remember feeling it's up to these fucking guys, these hard-nosed generals and military leaders these are the guys that are going to protect us now. We got to put all our faith in them. This shit is real, and it's going on. But I had no idea. So 2001, I wasn't that much of a conspiracy theorist. I was into UFOs. I was into Bigfoot. I was into stupid shit. I was into fun, stupid shit.
Right.
Me and Eddie Bravo would get high and watch space documentaries and freak out about aliens. The stupid shit. But then the Patriot Act came along. And I was like, okay, what the fuck is this? Like, what does indefinite detention mean? When they signed the NDAA, you're like, what? Wait a minute. What are you talking about? What is the month? What it rhymes with cunt? The act that Obama passed in 2015 that allowed them to use censorship propaganda on American citizens.
Yeah.
Smith-Munt, is that what
something
it was?
like that. Yep.
It's like, okay. But at what point in time do I start getting really fucking suspicious?
Yep.
I had read one book a long time ago that really fucked me up. This book called Best Evidence about the Kennedy assassination. And unfortunately, I read it right before I went on stage. I was by myself. I was in Philadelphia, and I was headlining. And this is like when I was just starting to headline, right? And so had a show Thursday, killed. Everything's great. Went back to my hotel room. Nothing to do. Read this fucking book for like 6 hours. Freaked the fuck out. Showed up at the show like ashen face. Like, oh my God, they killed the president. Like, I had never even considered that before that book.
Right.
I never even thought that there's like secret government agencies that plot against the president. I thought that's the fucking man, and everybody works together. And Lee Harvey Oswald was a nut, and he fucking shot him. And I'm like, oh my God. And I bombed. I fucking bombed. And I apologized to the staff. I apologized to the manager. I go, listen, I fucked up, and I read this book right before I got here. And it really fucked me up. It's done that before, man.
When you have your mind blown like that, you need time after that before you make it funny.
Oh,
like it takes time to like then almost come back to it a few months later.
You should never engage in that kind of stuff like right before you go on stage. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Anything real and ominous so I had a second show and it went great. But I was like, okay, I can't ever do that again. But that started me. But that was just peripheral. It was just the JFK thing. I was only interested in that. I didn't get into Nixon. I didn't get into Vietnam. I didn't get into any of that stuff. But September 11th, 2001, in the beginning, it was wonderful. After the attack, everyone was so friendly. It's terrible that this thing happened. It's terrible that these people died. But it made me think, like, every now and then, we need to get bitch slapped. It's like when you see people like getting in people's faces for like waving an American flag, fuck you, fascist, fuck. A bitch slap every now and then, like that guy might go, fucking, what was I doing? I just ran up to that veteran and I got in his face because I wanted to impress my lesbian girlfriend. Like, the fuck is wrong with me? I don't know how to fight. Now I got a concussion and this guy bitch slapped me. It's on TikTok. Fuck. You need that sometimes just as like a course reset. I felt like as a country, we had been doing shady shit all around the world forever, and there's real war happening everywhere, but we're super lucky because we're separated by oceans and not too much really happening here. Oh my God, this is real. And everybody had an American flag on their fucking car. And when I was in New York City afterwards, we were filming Fear Factor one day, and everyone was so cool. And firemen were rock stars.
Yep.
Cops were rock stars. Everybody was thanking them. Everybody was thanking them for their service. It was great. We hung out with these firemen in front of this bar. Me and the Fear Factor crew. These guys were fucking. It's like I was hanging out with Brad Pitt. It was nuts. Everybody was so thankful. Where'd that go?
Yeah, I was there. I was in New York City on 9/11, and I remember. So I was in Brooklyn, like only a few miles from the World Trade Center. And like,
did you physically see it?
No, I saw it. So I remember seeing, I think so. When I got out of school, I was in high school. I was a senior in high school, and we got out. One of the girls like forged a note, said it was from our parents or something like that. I forget exactly how it worked, but we got out. It was like I was friends with the security guard. I used to buy weed from him. It was a different time. But you know, it was a different time. Pre 9/11, we were just all hanging out buying weed from security guards at schools. But so he let us out. So I remember I'm pretty sure when we came to Flatbush Ave, we saw like there was smoke in the air, but both the towers had fallen by the time we got out. But there were people, so the subways had been out for a while. And where I was like on Flatbush Avenue, if anyone knows Brooklyn, it's like Flatbush and 7th Avenue. So this is like, it's kind of a straight shoot down to the Manhattan Bridge, and then the Brooklyn Bridge is down there too. But the Brooklyn Bridge you can walk over. And so at this point already, people who were down in the financial district had just decided to walk back to Brooklyn because they realized they weren't going to get a cab or get on the subway. And so you'd see just like one guy in a suit and tie covered in soot, head to toe, like walking up like, oh, he must have just been down there and walked up. But I remember, now this was in Brooklyn, but even there, it was very busy. But people were stopping and asking each other. People who you would pass on the street but never talk to were stopping and asking everyone, how's your family? Everyone okay? All right, are you fine? Like there was this like community spirit that you don't typically get in New York City. There's just too many people. You can't talk to everybody.
Yeah.
But that part of it was kind of beautiful. And then of course governments do what they do and immediately manipulated that into launching wars that they wanted from before 9/11 that had absolutely nothing to do with 9/11.
Yeah.
Which is,
Also, the Patriot Act was a bunch of shit they had tried to pass for a while, for years. And everyone's like, what are you, fucking crazy?
Well, this is the thing, and I guess maybe it's partly like my age because I was 18 at the time, and this is like my coming of age, time.
Right.
But I will never stop being furious about all of that shit. And this is like still to this day, I'm sure you see it when I'm on podcasts with you and doing debates and stuff. But I'm so angry over the war in Iraq and the subsequent wars and Libya and Syria and Somalia and Yemen and all of them. But specifically because like all these guys, the neoconservatives, the N-word that I'm not supposed to bring up. By the way, Douglas Murray wrote a book called Neoconservatism, Why We Need It. But when I say the word neoconservatism, be careful what you're watering here or something like that.
Is that what they said?
I
didn't know that this was an issue, that you can't discuss neoconservatism.
Well, that's what Douglas said when I was on with him. He said, the N-word, when I brought it up. And then said, I'm watering something because I mentioned Wolfowitz.
Okay, so that's anti-Semitism.
Right.
Well, that's kind of ridiculous.
Yes.
You're talking about something incredibly important.
Well,
like neoconservatism, why would that be a thing that you can't discuss? That sounds crazy.
I'd say the answer is that those guys got into power. They really hijacked American foreign policy after 9/11 because they happened to all be in power in the Bush administration. Then 9/11 happened on their watch. But if you go back and read the shit they read, and I will never stop talking about this because it's just too goddamn crazy. But if you read all of these guys, the guys who were in the George W. Bush administration, I mean, like the signatories on the Project for a New American Century, which was their think tank, the PNAC as it's called, were like Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and Paul Wolfowitz and Fife and Richard Pearl and David Wormser and the whole group who took over the government were all, and they wrote explicitly in the Project for a New American Century that they were like, look, okay, the Soviet Union has collapsed. We are, for the first time in human history, like the lone superpower in the world. So what we should do right now is fight multiple wars because no one threatens us. And so therefore, we should fight multiple wars right now we have an opportunity to remake the world, overthrow the old Soviet sock puppet states, install our own states there, and guarantee, as the name says, the new American century of dominance, the 21st century. And they specifically said they want to overthrow Saddam Hussein. And then they specifically said, and now this is something that the 9/11 truthers really held on to. I'm not sure. I think they might be overplaying their hand a little bit here. But they say, there's one document in the Project for a New American Century. You can find it online. Where they straight up say, they go, now look, this is what we want to do. But we're unlikely to get mass American support for it short of another Pearl Harbor type event. And so a lot of people like Alex Jones and a lot of the 9/11 truthers would point to this phrase and go, see, this is the proof that they knew they needed another Pearl Harbor, so they planned their own Pearl Harbor. Now, that is not necessarily true. It doesn't necessarily prove that, but it certainly does change the way you think about their mind state when they sit there watching the towers get attacked. And they all, at the very least, they all went, we got it.
Alex Jones predicted 9/11 in July.
Yeah. But that's not quite as unique as I think some people think it is.
Really?
Well, like people, so like
You ever hear how he said it?
Yeah, I've heard the clip. It was pretty good. I mean, I'm not like taking anything away from that. He was right, but there were a bunch of people who predicted it. Ron Paul himself predicted it perfectly.
Did they predict planes into the towers?
Let's just say, no, I don't know about that. That is pretty impressive. But at the same time,
But planes had never flown into the towers before.
That's true, but the World Trade Center was attacked by Al Qaeda guys in '93.
It's a Biggie song.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Adrian Appalucci has the
Was it
funniest
93?
joke about that. I believe so. Do you ever hear Adrian's joke about that? I don't want to butcher it on your show, but Adrian Appalucci is a hilarious comedian. But she had a joke about how, in that song where Biggie goes, "Time to get paid, blow up like the World Trade," but they bleep World Trade now. And then her bit is how they didn't bleep, like he was talking about the first one, but they bleep it because of the second, because the towers came down. But then her bit is just like, you go like, that wasn't enough of a tragedy to make it bleeped. It's like only a few people died. Like it was cool. But then a lot of people died. She's a phenomenal joke writer.
Well, it's a different time. Back then, they would have never bleeped anything. They didn't bleep the N-word. They didn't bleep anything.
Yeah, it was the Wild West.
Well, it's weird when you hear about. So, I don't know if I fully buy into any of this, but as a caveat before I get rolling. But when people discuss the intelligence agencies and their role in hip hop, especially gangster rap. Like, I remember the very first time I listened to NWA, and I think I told Ice Cube when he was here, I was on a fucking Stairmaster in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was listening to Fuck the Police. Like, fuck the police, coming straight from the underground. I was like, what is this? I was a cassette Walkman, or maybe it was a CD, but it was probably a cassette Walkman. And I was like getting my cardio.
They were better for working out. They didn't skip.
They got good with the CD after a while. It didn't skip, but you had to set it on. You had to set it on the treadmill,
and you had to hit that like shock mode thing, and then that would eat your battery so quickly though. Like you get 3 songs in and be like, all right, you have to go to the gym with like spare batteries.
To me, it was so insane that I could carry music with me to the gym. Like that's incredible because you go to the gym and it'd be like the worst Poison song playing. No disrespect to Poison, or something. Like, God, I can't get into this. I'm trying to get pumped here, man. This is fucking bullshit music. Like someone's in charge of the station that they pick on the radio, just to be able to carry it. But that moment of hearing that music, I was like, this is celebrating crime and murder. Like this is nuts. And murdering prostitutes, and like this is crazy that this is like a major record label put this out. And I was only 21, and I was just sitting there going, I can't even believe this is real. And then I got really into it. Like I got really into Ice Cube, really into Ice-T. I listened to that when I was delivering newspapers. It was like gangster rap was like a completely different thing. So then cut to when people start digging into it, like intelligence agencies there's a weird book on intelligence agencies and their role in rock and roll music in the 1960s. The book about Laurel Canyon. What is it? Strange Things. It's very interesting. I don't know if I buy it. Eddie Bravo's all in on it. I don't know if I buy it, but there's a lot of like weird connections to the intelligence community and music, particularly hip hop and particularly gangster rap. And if you want to get really dark, you would say, if you want to fill your private prisons up, what better way than have very popular music encouraging encouraging crime, encouraging outright celebrating crime and violence. That way you fill your prisons up and you also keep people scared so you can give them more laws and more rules and crack down and make them easier to placate, easier to get them to fall in line and do what you need them to do.
Yeah, and support massive police buildups and massive, like militarization of the police and all this stuff. And I don't know, I've heard a little bit about that. I really don't know. I know Ice Cube has talked about it before, talked about it, like there's undeniably this influence. There are things about it that seem crazy, but I do know that, and I don't even think this is a controversial thing to say, I think this is just like fact at this point, that it was the Reagan administration who did traffic in cocaine to the United States of America while they were ramping up the war on drugs. So like they're bringing
100%.
in their effort to help the Contras or whatever, they're going like, okay, well, these guys are drug dealers. So if we move these drugs in, we can get these money shipments to them. And then you're sitting in, they're creating the conditions for the crack epidemic to explode. And then they catch one guy with a few rocks on him and they're throwing him in jail for decades. It's like just that alone, just that one piece of information, you'd almost, if you're like in a sane world, you'd go like, oh, so the people had a revolution and overthrew that government and publicly hung all the politicians involved, and then we started over from new. And you're like,
Just say no.
No, they lionized that guy. Still, for decades afterwards, the Republicans at the RNC, you bring up Reagan, and they go, our hero, Ronald Reagan. Like, the fact that that isn't enough to go, well, this guy should be remembered like as a monster.
Do you think they tell Reagan that they're selling crack in the hood? I don't think they do. I do not think. I do not think the intelligence agencies let that information that far up the chain to a guy who's only in there for 4 years before he gets reelected.
Fair enough.
Not a chance.
But George H.W. Bush definitely knew.
Yeah,
That guy knew for sure.
He fucking signed the docket.
That guy was all over that.
He was all over. He was the head of the CIA.
He was their guy.
Yeah.
He was the head of the CIA. Moved in. Right. So, but again, also you get to a certain point when you're president. I think this applies to Donald Trump in a lot of ways too, where it's like, it's your responsibility. Like if you didn't know, then that's your responsibility for not knowing.
I don't think you have an access. I do not. I do not think in cases like that you have access. I think if they're doing something like selling crack in the hood and using the money to fund the Contras, there's no fucking way you could ever kosherize that. So I don't think you ever let the president know. I think this is all black funded. I think there's layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy before you can get to any real data and information. If you want to talk about people that are doing operations in Nicaragua, you've got things going on in Iran, you've got to pay attention to Russia, this is happening here, that's happening there. There's not a fucking chance he knows they're selling crack to pay for an army. I just don't think you might tell him.
Look, you might be right about
because
that.
why would they assume that he'd go along with it?
Or tell him,
this is not a normal thing to do. I came into this office thinking I'm an actor. Yeah. I'm Ronald Reagan. I came into this office thinking I'm going to be a good American and we're going to get back to basics and hard work and trickle down economics. And you're telling me you're selling crack? Hey, fuck you, you're going to jail. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well,
because he can't. That's how Nixon got caught. So Nixon didn't organize Watergate. He tried to cover it up.
Yep.
That's how he got caught. And they would do the same thing with Reagan.
Yeah, well,
you want to come clean about all the crack selling?
Well,
you really?
Right. Well, they could present it to them after it's a fait accompli, and then be like, so what do you?
So the exact opposite of what Sean said is true. Oh, because he's saying when he went to the Saints, the offense was exactly what Bush's style again. See, it goes over my head anymore because it's football. I was just in New Orleans. Oh, yeah. I would love to see Carmelo Anthony on the fucking defense game. How would you be able to tell the difference? Oh, you're right there. Yeah, XJ. I can't wait. I wish I would run into Carmelo Anthony. That was a picture of me and Carmelo Anthony just met right now. That actually is my North Star, I think. Yeah, Carmelo then? Yeah, meeting Carmelo. Those are two things. Oh, yeah, he's pretty cool. Shout out to Jay, because this next one is called XJ. It's posted by Nicholas Lips. See what this chin. Why is he looking at me like that? What's up, bud? You got a staring problem, though? Like what, dude? You're just looking at me as a baby. You just go face. Tell me what face. Yo, man, did you move it out of your mouth? I don't know what that is, but Straight Talk Wireless. No, XJ, I don't know if I'm listening. No. Jay's the sound assassin. He's mysterious. Yeah, you never know. Yeah. But you know what we do know? That there was another fight companion. Do you know how you started me? Weird one. That's not the map, but I'm trying to do some segues here. Yeah. This was posted by a responsible bar 4787. It's called Look How Cool Papa is Interrupting and Trying to Smoke a Cigar. Thanks. Very short. let's see what this is. Jamie, what'd you say though? How's it? I thought you were saying no. It was Eddie. Nah, similar sounding voice. It's Eddie. Jamie, what'd you say though? How's it? That's a good way for me. I'm gonna say, I don't know shit. What's that? What's there? I guess play it again. I got maybe just interrupting. Let's see. Jamie, what'd you say though? How's it? That's a good way for me. I'm gonna say, I don't know shit. I guess you just have to like capture every interruption because all typical, and it's like documenting, something like the way I pray that thing. Or shoots a three-pointer or scored a touchdown. Squish up is huge. I mean, we've been doing this for how long now? This is episode 77, 76, something like that. It's just like, oh, we get it, dude. Bad references. Oh, he's interrupting you, man. Oh, he thinks he knows about football. Okay. It's kind of like having a take on these things, right? All right, so this next one is posted by Eric_hyphen_shot. It's called the Mark Harley Smear Campaign continues. Let's see here. There was actually a former employee here that maybe just be something that's not just for the doctor, but I ended up getting his kind of steps down. And got me hooked up for drugs. And it can also been laced with fentanyl. Yeah. Yeah, best brains for the arts. Well, yeah. I wonder what he was trying to take. You'll find out now. Okay. Has that ever happened to you though, where you were doing something it was completely different? No. I once bought drugs off of a record even now, written. That was your first mistake. Oh yeah. You already know. Yeah. And it was supposed to be LSD. And I had taken it, and I bought it off, sobered it, but I took it and I got in the car, rush hour traffic, from Santa Ana to the water. And it was Mexican. And I ended up in a habit of just like cleaning up inside of myself. Just like, I'm going to know that's what it is. Yeah, me neither. These very low the number thing. Alright, here we go. Luckily, one shame on me. That doesn't happen. It's kind of hard to like when you do it with the black guy. You think you have to do it. What's your judgment? I don't know. Wait, go back. Let's wait. Wait. Oh, he's saying, might have fentanyl. And he's like, yeah. He's like, I'm smart. Because I tested for fentanyl. It also been laced with fentanyl. Yeah, luckily. One shame on me. That doesn't happen. It's kind of hard to like when you do it with the black guy. So Nick's got a black eye. How did that happen? No. So much to go through in these studio clips, dude. Like, there's too much going on in the TFAK world. The intern has a black eye. He's being sold heroin or something. Or it's like, what? There needs to be something that really does need to be a handler involved in everything. It's like discussing the Dwight Howard thing. It's
Welcome.
Like, he was happy he's consensual, but then there was another guy. The guy's name's Kenny.
How are you?
Kenny, a guy or a girl, and then you watch these clips, and it's supposed to be about some drug from BGL, but then Nick has a black eye. Yeah. Ken sometimes has a neck brace, and the interns keep getting fired, and Brandon's talking about fentanyl. It's a lot. Yeah. And Diddler's I should take it. Just watch me take it away. Yeah, the podcast is dense. I don't mean that in an intellectual way. I'm saying like there's so much going on. most absurd. It's a joke, hopefully, right? Hopefully that's not a serious question. Next thing you have to engage to use that's what we take here, health center. But he said it. We got it. So I tried to act normal, like make jokes. I was like, oh, this guy's a good one. Let me call. Hey, I'm not gonna pay you. Wow, okay, so you tested the drugs. They come back and so they test fentanyl, amphetamine, methamphetamine, and Adderall only have amphetamine. Yeah, dude. What's meth? It's amphetamine. I have no idea. They know what? Yeah, this is like you know what heroin is to kratom. Adderall is to fucking meth. This place is a drug. It would be funny if you tested have people kratom and you came back to like it's that's heroin and amphetamine somehow. And he tested negative for fentanyl, positive for amphetamine, and then I was like, I'll try to go to the level is like jury test. Yeah, I get back, and they just thought it was a drug accident and laughed, and then he tested positive for fentanyl. How's that for us? Did you ask? That's a lot of Adderall. Mark kills people. They said that the Adderall that he gave him had methadone. Yeah. I guess they are. Yeah, what you're saying is they're similar, right? Similar things. $400 of Adderall. That's what I'm saying. I've never bought Adderall. I've never bought Adderall, but we have this cheap. Right? I've never bought it. There's no name. I guess so, probably. Yeah. Like you're saying, they tested it. It's kind of weird to me that they can test these drugs and they'd be like, this is $400 worth of Adderall when it's back. Yeah. Like, what do you even do? How is this $400 worth of Adderall in this pen? Yeah. I would go out there confused. I'd be like, hey, I'd be like, wait a minute, who's the doctor back there? And then a job. He's doing the math. That's why it's $400. 400K grand. Yeah, when I say it, that's what he said. It's actually 400K grand. So I gave you that. It's good for you. No wonder if it's testing meth. If it has no meth in it, it's just amphetamine. Come on. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, about $400. Well, the meth isn't. Yeah, but you say short test, everybody should methamphetamine. This is fucked up. I guess amphetamine doesn't have meth in it, but meth has it. It's like if you're Catholic, you aren't Christian, but if you're Christian, you're not Catholic. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. All right, this is bad. Yeah, you see. There you go. Yeah. Then Mark Hurley is back to this girl. You saw that? Congrats, thank you. All right, well, let's get out of that fucking hullabaloo of redactedness. Let's enter this hullabaloo of redactedness, dude. We got lanterns posted in the water. Short for water we do. With Papa as the super saiyan Goku. Wow, yeah. He puts a lot of effort into the Halloween costume, too. And they always seem sort of childish, though. You want to see what the top comment is? Yeah. Your power level is over 300 feet. Alright. Got him. Do you know how hard it works to defeat it? Okay. See, I don't know the sounds good, but I really don't very well say watch it either. I like chops. I wasn't Super Saiyan. That's what his powerful is. Alright, let's go to the Super Saiyan. You saw that? What? Saiyan? Oh, you just did a shop as without even knowing. No, what is it? Oh, I think it's a Diddler. I actually watched that episode. I don't know. Yeah, no, but I'm talking about TFK. Oh, Diddler was like Super Saiyan, and then we're going to just did it right now. I'm mad at you. Alright, let's go to this next clip. That was awesome. This was close by. So I air pumper. It's called Never Been Up. This looks like a lady. Let's see. So it's phenomenal comic writer, producer, prospect, just a full-out multi-talented guy, and photography. talking about around. Oh, damn! I wish they could have a source time codes on this because I really like decoding that. You know, stop the files and go. I felt like a code break. Yeah, like in World War II or something like that. Like a shop code break. We just got the enigma. You know. Oh yeah, enigma cheat. Shut up, Benedict Cumberbatch. Yeah, who did he play? Whoever that guy was. Stephen Hawking. Yeah, did you name me? No. Well, I mean, you're talking like the movie where he played the guy with like Alan Dury. Oh, okay, the Dury stuff. Something like that. Yeah. Hey, don't expect us not to be redacted. I know you got there. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have been able to think of that. Yeah. He's always on my mind. All right, Turing. That's how I should have said. Well, we during that much, right? All right, so this was posted by Big Blue Tracker. It's called WYJA Slit Your Flight. Why just slit your flight? Why just slit your flight? Why? I'm like, oh, I get it. Why do you switch the flight? Or go to the flight? I'm thinking flight. Oh, yeah, maybe it's flight. Why just this? It could be either one. That's what this is like. It's so, you know, yeah. Like this universe is so. That's like it's like when you get really into some different puzzles, and you're just like, oh, I can't solve this one now. Oh, it's like that really. I feel like I could maybe be a good teacher or something after watching all these clips of pop up. Said no, maybe in like a class where kids are and they need a little bit more time to like read or do line word problems or something like that. I could like listen to them using patience, figure out what they're saying. Yeah. But then I think you do have more patience, but your mind's going with like that's not really sure. I'm just thinking about good shit. Yeah. So we'll see. Maybe the good one attribute, the other kind of suffer. Let's see what this is about. But why just switch your flight? God, Stanley. He won. Always won because of his sidekicks. The culture of the life. We gotta run the same fucking flight. A small light. By the way, Delta Airlines, never seen it. Yeah, change yours for it. You got them. Less than an hour here. You got theater now. It's worth like 50 bucks. Yeah, it's that one weekend. Airport's gonna be jammed. That'll be fun. Why did you switch your flight? Yeah, why did you switch your flight? He probably says too much time. So we got one down. I'll say 3 total. I think it was 3-2. Do you have a car to take out of the airport? Or you take them there for Jesus Christ. What did we do again? It's still out of that. Some great quality. Yeah. But there's going to be another one. For sure. I forgot it was on back so much. I was watching so many highlights. As a matter of fact, I think I left this flight before the first round. Come on. Shop to get there. Why just let you fly? Why just let you do is spend a lot of time on the back. Switch your room. He looks so pissed. He's all right, little fucker. A fucking good fella shot right there. That'll be abusive. Yeah. Imagine this looking back at you, you know you fucked up. Yeah. Trap needs him on the plane to get So, gentlemen, I need something like that. Always blessed. I love this copy, guys. Me and Sam Tripoli, SamTripoli.com. We're coming to St. Louis. We're coming to Indy, Austin, and Dallas. Coming up, SamTripoli.com. We'll see you guys this weekend. In Chicago. Why was that chick so good? You know, Why did you switch your flight, man? I'm telling you. You're gonna say it that bad. Yeah. Why did you switch your flight, man? I'm telling you. I still like it for a shot. I'll just switch your flight. Hopefully we don't switch any flights that he got to. Yeah, I never said he got to. And he got to. Alright, this one's haphazard, dude. One of our guys. Strange thing to admit on a live broadcast. What do you think it is? Left his son in school. I'm fresh off the road. Right. Straight bitch. Like saying straight bitch. This truck is a you turn this truck into a python. See, in my territory, bitch is too close to you. You turn this truck into a straight lion. Straight bitch hog. I'm driving a rocket now. Why? Hilarious. What's illegal with that? Because it's too fast? It's safe. Okay, I'm saying like that it'll work. But there's not much one thing. So he's conditioning them to it. Figure it out. Whatever looks a bad one, dude. You're right, maybe that's probably I should have guessed that because he's always doing these things. He's admitting to the legal things like character of the gosh. So this is just more of that. But maybe there's, Bobby is on the cutting edge technology. He's got like an illegal move. No. Yes, actually. He's not driving an illegal car. It's totally legal. Trucking, sir. It's the Raptor. It's like a Raptor. It's just a Ford. Truck. Next one. It's so redacted. It's a TRX. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a TRX. I mean, I'm just saying that he's not actually driving. Yeah. Oh, okay. What's a TRX? But I almost said Ford 150 because that's the only truck that I know off the top of my head. But I'm worried that is an even. Yeah. One of the Jordans I played before was the fucking, when he was saying Raptor and TRX are trying. Yeah. He has a TRX. Listen, I mod my truck, so maybe I have a TRX one day, and the next day I mod it, and it's a Raptor. XG. I've been XG. Yes, XG. I should start doing XG. Alright, so this next one's posted by Haphazard. A lot of forage chicken come in at Haphazard. Cubicle dude. Any other hardware check. It's called Papa is confused that California cancel his shows for the local companions. Those would be funny to judge as well as Rob out there on the air. Yeah. And again, that shows you always find time to do his fight again. And it's in another city. And then I didn't fight it. I can never do all that because I didn't have it. Yeah, they're oxbow. They're can't do his friend, his best friend's not her companion, but he can do his uber famous Joe Rogan's companionship. Because all he sees is the numbers. Yeah. It's like the Matrix, like follow the white rabbit, whatever, and you see all the green numbers. That's what Joe is to him. He's just a man with green numbers. Right. And Cal's always looking at the handles, right? He's getting there. He's like, he punches, but then he backs off. He punches, but then he backs off. But what he's really trying to do is just not be I mean, yes. Yeah, I'm not mad. I get it. I'm so mad. Okay. So, I hate to say that at 56, I'm doing compared to people that I'm not super close with. Like, yeah, that's how we give us fun. Yes. Yeah. What do you think? I think it's just the show. I don't think I really care. Oh, okay. You don't there's any content. You don't think the rift is real. Come on, dude. Chop that does you like a thing. Like, oh, you can always do that. But if you can blind it, they like riff on it. Rashad likes the needle, Brian. He thinks it's like routine for sure. Yeah. But Brian likes the needle himself. You see the stand-up beat. Oh, yeah. We watched the whole catalog on Patreon. Jesus, check it out. You see our reactions to that. Also, it wasn't worth it. I thought it was good. It's fun when you're like, I guess when you're watching it doesn't be torture, but it's not fun. Oh yeah, torture. The toll is rough. It's too large to watch. We couldn't even learn how to become monks. We just had to do it ourselves. Alright, so this one's posted by Haphazard again. Cooking up that chicken. He never uses that word on air. Oh, this clip, dude. I've seen it before in the Discord, Julie Discord 123. I posted one day where I was like, I feel bad for Papa. Swear to God, they posted this and there, and I felt already, dude. I felt normal again. And how gangster is how gangster was that judge? I get it. You ever talk to your girl, go, hey, is your sister retarded? Well, now that would be an insensitive way to you just gotta catch it. I said some people are retarded. I don't like that shit. But I still see it. Because he's probably doing okay. Society, yeah. So if I didn't want him in missing what? He says it so like pronounced. It's not just like quickly. It's like it's like recharge. Yeah. Like there's never any. I don't think did he just say that? No, he like said it and he did it as a joke. There's no purpose. And there's like I just like happened with that. Namely, I actually said it one time. And after that, I just said, you know what? It's just not. Sorry. Oh, the Vegeta thing. What? The Vegeta thing where she's like, in this part, it's very. Look at that ridiculous kid. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't mind swinging that around Danny. I feel like, yeah, if I worked out that, it gets stronger. Yeah. It's like the average kid strokes. Isn't that Greg Pierce and Johnson McGinley? The guy from Platoon? Yeah, those two guys. Yeah, they're retarded. Yeah, like he's a retard. I know. Also, that's very funny. That he had personal connection, personal connection to the word retard. Yeah, I mean, I know another personal connection he has to it. You know what I'm saying, dude?